is capable of doing to purposefully upset me. He also said he didn't know I would actually fall by pushing me off the bed and that he thought I would stand up to get off in time. He deems it was an accident, but why does he act so cold afterwards? I'm not sure what to do. I wanted to come here and get some opinions as I don't have a good support system at all. I have no friends in my area and I don't have any family. I am all alone. TLDR, my boyfriend kicked me off the bed with his feet and is annoyed I am hysterically crying. He said that I'm overreacting and I'm not hurt. I'm not faking I'm in pain, I am upset he keeps pushing me like I'm some object. Mini update, this may be a bit messy. I feel so pathetic right now and I'm crying again. I told him earlier he shouldn't have pushed me because my shoulders feel sore and it resulted into an argument. He told me to shut the fuck up because he said I know he didn't mean to hurt me. This was enough to send me into a crying fit. He was the one that already kicked me off and he has the nerve to tell me to shut the fuck up? I feel so helpless. I don't understand how he can talk to me in this way. I thought we moved past this. I thought he loved me, but I know he doesn't. All of you are right, he clearly does not like me, that's why he berates me. This can't be love and this isn't the type of love I want anyway. He told me in the end he doesn't mean to hurt me and that he loves me, but it's all bullshit. All a lie. I could never act this way towards someone I love. Telling somebody to shut the fuck up is unacceptable. I feel so alone and I have no one else to turn to. I'm in so much pain emotionally and I'm just thankful there are people here kind enough to reassure me that his behavior isn't normal. I'm stupid enough to believe it will get better and this time we can avoid fighting. I should have found my own place to live. My gut was screaming for me to do so, but I ignored it because he wanted us to live together. I will attempt to get an apartment with my friend. I told him I'd move out and he's saying he will be done with me if I do this. That's exactly what I want. I've tried to break up with him before but he wouldn't let me leave. All of you are right and it's time to put my foot down. It's been almost 4 years of this. I want to live in peace. I'm so hurt and I want to get out of this situation as soon as I can. My soul feels crushed and I'm so frightened we are scaring the cats. I want to do everything in my power to avoid more fights during the process of moving out. I will make an update once I have left his house. Thank you again. Hello everyone, I wanted to post an update on my situation. I'm not sure if you remember me on here at all, but for those who might be following, here is an update. I regretfully deleted the original post 20 days ago asking if I was overreacting for crying that my boyfriend purposefully pushed me off the bed so that I would land in the litter box. To summarize, he pushed me off the bed after I tried to ask him to come eat with me in the living room. I ordered food for both of us and it was delivered. I was not faking any injuries while crying, but he has done this plenty of times in our relationship before and he knows that I don't like it. So I ended up sobbing because falling from my bed scared me. I've told him to stop and he would continue to push me off as a sick joke. He gets amused when I get upset and gaslights me for crying. A lot of you have convinced me he was being abusive and I must act to leave really soon. Reddit was right and the situation escalated to more physical abuse. Our cats had basically gotten sick and I took my senior cat to the emergency vet one night. I was not able to sleep at all because my cat was wheezing from a bad asthma attack. My suspicions were that because his house is often very dusty and he has no structure with cleaning at all. Before I get misogynistic comments saying I should clean, I will lightly remind you that I moved into his messy house. That was the state of his current living situation. The vet had informed me she would not have these asthma attacks at their clinic, but it was a matter of removing her from her current environment. They also mentioned the possibility of dust mites in his house, which is bad for her asthma. I tried to ask my boyfriend to help me with my cat because I'm seriously worried for her health. I wanted him to help me clean the floor. This turned into him screaming at me because he wanted to sleep and he told me to fucking leave then. I pleaded more, which might be my fault, and he ended up choking me with both his hands. He told me I'm going to fucking choke you to death. He tried to apologize, but I told him to not console me. His attitude changed and started blaming me that I had made him do that too. Me. I kept crying and saying repeatedly I just wanted my cat to be okay. This was an extremely traumatic experience for me that I will never forget. A day later I informed my friend who lives a few states away about what happened to me and I decided to drive to her for 5 hours despite my driving anxiety because of OCD. I talked to my boyfriend about this mini vacation because I needed space. He agreed to take care of my cat's medication and he has successfully done this because he has selective empathy with animals. Me and my friend talked a lot. She has offered to give me a job and there is an extra room at her apartment. I have applied for her apartment and I recently just got approved. I feel a bit hopeful, but I am still destroyed that our relationship is ending soon. It went on for almost 4 years. I will be moving in soon, but I need to gather all my belongings from his house and my 3 cats. It's really hard emotionally, but I know this is the right thing to do for myself and my pets. I need this change and I want to be safe. I am ready for this new chapter of my life and I want to get a restraining order in case he tries to stalk me, which he's done before. I am finally ready to leave him because it made me realize that so many people care about me and that his behaviors are not normal. Choking me was my final straw and I know better now to not stay longer to see what else he is capable of doing to me. I know that he is more likely to kill me in the future, so I am accepting the fact that the relationship is doomed. There is no amount of therapy, love, and understanding to mend this. It is unfixable and the only solution is separation and no contact. There is no going back. Thank you, everyone, for the overwhelming amount of support for my last post. It really helped me mentally come to terms with my situation. I understand now that I can't keep staying and I want to be strong. Thank you everyone for helping me believe that I was not overreacting. Hello everyone, this is my second update to my situation. I wanted to wait until I had everything in order perfectly, but I realized some of you might be worried, so I will quickly inform you of what's going on. I did follow your advice to not tell him I would be moving out. English isn't my first language, so I will try my best. I did it and I'm safe now. I moved out, but it wasn't easy and I'm still not fully removed from his life. I will explain what happened, but please do not get mad at me. These types of relationships aren't easy to leave like the movies, but I will get there with time. I asked my friend and her boyfriend to come help me gather my things. Thankfully everything was still packed in boxes since my lease recently ended with my roommates. On the way there my abuser messaged me that his cat was in the emergency vet clinic and he would not be home. I told him I was coming to pick up my cat when I was an hour away. My friend suggested this in case he wouldn't be home because he is an entrepreneur and meets with clients. My abuser informed me that the house would be unlocked for me, but he said I couldn't take my senior cat. He explained that he needed to get some samples for her and take her to the vet to do blood work tomorrow morning. I told him I had to come to his house anyways to pick up some clothes and he was fine with this. We arrived to the state, but we are struggling to find a U-Haul, and on top of this my car's brake fluid started leaking, so it was unsafe for me to keep driving it. Finally we managed to find one that is 15 foot long, but arriving at location pickup we were informed it was stolen and we had no choice but to drive the 26 foot on that was available. My friend's boyfriend felt comfortable driving the U-Haul, and by the time everything was ready to go it was 10 p.m. My abuser started texting me if I came to the house yet or where I'm one, and one quickly explained my leaking brake fluid as an excuse. We were on our way to his house, but we saw there was an accident by his street. Apparently some tree fell down and blocked someone's car. My abuser started blowing my phone up and asking if that car that stuck was mine or not. We were behind the stuck car and we all saw my abuser drive past us looking for me. He definitely saw the U-Haul truck and started calling me. He was furious with me on the call. He's always been picky about people coming over to his home because it's a mess and he's worried things will get stolen. I told him to be calm and not difficult about this or I will call the cops to come escort me. Me and my friend decided not to call police for escort earlier because we thought we would be able to move my things while he's not home. He started name calling and rambling how it's so rude to not say anything like a normal person. He ended up threatening that he would beat up my friend's boyfriend for even stepping foot in his driveway, and that's when I hung up the phone. I think he called his brother after, because when we got to the driveway he told us to wait for my abuser to come home. He even asked me if I was okay and I broke down telling him that I'm not. This was such a stressful day for everyone. My abuser pulled into the driveway. He said that only I am allowed in the house with him and his brother. My friend and her boyfriend would only load up the U-Haul. I was crying the whole time because I would hear my abuser calling me names to his brother and talking bad about me. I did my best to focus on getting my things to the U-Haul. After we finished up, my friend informed me that I could stay at my local friend's house for the night. It was awkward because we haven't been talking that much all year and I've been isolating myself, but I agreed to go. I could not drive back with my friend and her boyfriend because there's only 2 seats in the U-Haul truck, driver and passenger. They ended up driving back to our new apartment without me and I promised to fix my car tomorrow morning. My abuser tried to talk with me when we were alone, but I was too emotional. He tried to tell me I'm making a mistake. I brought up the cats and said he had to keep my senior for that appointment tomorrow morning. I agreed that would be the best for her because she needs to see the doctor. I told him I wanted to go to my friend's house now, so I drove there crying with fucked up brakes. Morning came and I drove back to my abuser's house. He was being really calm and nice about everything. At one point he felt bad for making those threats because my friend's boyfriend is a good person. He missed my cat's appointment, but he said he will take her some other day. We tried to fill my car with brake fluid, but it still leaked. We talked about my car situation and he agreed to have it fixed for me, so it would be parked by his house. I did end up staying for one night to sleep because I was wrecked emotionally. The next day he got us a rental car and ended up driving me to my new apartment. I couldn't drive it myself because he needed it to go to his shop in a different state. He paid for it, which was a lot of money I can't afford right now. He said he didn't want to drive his vehicle because it has its own problems. I know it's not an ideal situation that he knows my address, but I live close by to a police station. If he were to try anything funny they would be here in 2 minutes. Please don't judge me too hard. I did pick up my other 2 kittens and they have been thriving at my new place. I've successfully moved out and have been unpacking a lot. I'm surrounded by friends and making new ones too. I feel more comfortable that I am away from him, and my friend even got me a job at her workplace. All I am waiting on is my car getting fixed and my senior cat. I believe he will give them both back to me with no issues. I'm grateful that he is not the type to withhold my personal belongings from me because I have experienced this before. My kittens love the new place because it's much more spacious. They can go to the living room and spend time with my other roommates. They get all the attention and love they want, which makes me happy. I am only waiting for my senior cat, and from the pictures he's sending me she's starting to feel better. I miss her so much. After I get everything back I will end the relationship and get a restraining order. I never want to look back. Thank you for reading this, and I hope my next update is the final one. I'm forever grateful to receive so much support, and it's really encouraged me to be strong. I no longer doubt that I can leave him and I no longer feel crazy. Every one of your comments has helped me realize that I can get out of this. If I would have never made my first post, I would have stayed in the abusive cycle. I feel much better now and more hopeful. All thanks to every one of you encouraging me to leave. I am safe and my cats are finally going to be okay. Based on reading the comments, I wanted to come here to clarify a few things. I understand your concern for the cats and I want to reassure you that all of them are safe. I normally would not leave the cats with my abuser if I knew firsthand that he is abusive to them too. I have been in this relationship for almost 4 years and I have never witnessed him hurting the cats once, which is why I made the decision to not take them, which was hard for me to do. We also live together on and off as well. I did try to ask my friend if I could take at least my senior cat with me to her place, but during that time her lease had a strict no pets allowed policy. I don't value my life more than my pets. I would risk my life for them. At that time I just couldn't take all 3 of them with me. I instead focused on creating a concrete exit plan during my mini vacation with my friend. I told him it was a mini vacation, but in reality it wasn't, and we would talk about how do I move in with her. I was confident in leaving my cats with him temporarily because he also cared for them as kittens, and I'm grateful it's not one of those situations where he is capable of hurting an animal at all. He wouldn't even let a spider in the house die. He also has his own cats that he cares for and pampers. They are treated well and have never shown signs that they were abused by him. He watches funny cat reels on his phone a lot, so I'm confident to say I know this person well enough that he would not harm the cats. I know it may sound contradicting because he can hurt me, which is why I'm also confused with you too. He sends me pictures of my senior cat daily and videos. She crawls up to him to cuddle on the couch, which is an ick for sure, but he will give her to me soon. The soonest I think is next week because that's when I start my job. I did end up posting a second update, so if you want a detailed explanation on what happened, that is available to you. I totally understand why you're furious with me that I left the cats. It was hard for me to do and not my first choice. I have worked instead on achieving a permanent solution where they would be separated from that environment instead. My 2 kittens are with me and safe. No more yelling or screaming. A peaceful apartment where they can roam around and play. My goal now is to get my senior back. My son stole a rare toy from my brother. My brother is refusing to take it back and is threatening to get the police involved. What do I do? Right now my brother is threatening to sue me for my son taking a figure from his collection and get the police involved. Here is the story. Last week my brother invited me and my family over for dinner. While we were there, my son asked to see my brother's collection of toys and figures. My brother has spent a good deal of money on his collection, and from what I know it's one of his biggest hobbies. Well, after dinner we left and everything seemed normal. Well, until yesterday. My brother called me up furiously and told me my little shit stole something from his collection and I needed to return it immediately. I honestly was upset at this, but if my son had taken something that was wrong, especially if it was from my own brother. Well, it turns out that my son slipped away during dinner and took a Boba Fett figure from his collection. He confirmed it because he has footage from his porch camera of him taking it out to our car. I was furious and took it from him. Here is the problem though, after I confirmed with my brother it was his, I found out that my son had removed it from its packaging. Apparently the figure is worth almost $2,000 in its package and almost nothing out of it. So my brother broke down over the phone and refused to take it back before hanging up. Well, he just called me again today and said he wanted me to pay for a replacement immediately or he will get the police involved and sue me. I told him I would help pay for one but not fully, to which he said not good enough and hung up. Honestly, what are my options here? I can't afford to pay him back right now. If he does go the police, will my son get arrested? He's only 15. It was very wrong of him to do, but I think my brother is overreacting. What can I expect if he does take me to court or call the police? Update. So, I want to talk about something first before I get into the update. Many people who responded talked about how me or my brother in a bad light, and with how I reacted in the comments it didn't help the situation. I was also hit pretty hard for how I was not taking my brother into consideration when talking about the issue. To give some context for this, me and my brother have never had a good relationship. We have never seen eye to eye, and after our father's death he cut contact with me for a good amount of time. We're just too different in some senses. He's a single nerdy guy who has no aspiration for family, while I'm the exact opposite. In these past few years we've tried to fix this. Work as adults to bring what little family we have back together. During our time apart he began collecting old nerdy things, and I won't lie, I never understood the appeal. It is his life though, and he can do what he wants. So, when my son stole and damaged his property I didn't see how it was valuable to him and discounted it. So when he asked for $2,000 to fix it I really didn't feel like it was worth it. Was this wrong of me? Maybe. I don't feel bad about defending my son, I only feel bad that I discounted my brother in the process. Sorry about that. Like I said, I don't want sympathy. I only wrote that out to allow myself to be true about the situation. Back to the update. So, after all was said and done, my family had pretty much been thrown into chaos. I had no idea what I was going to do, and after talking with my wife, we decided we would take many of your advice and have my son pay him back. We collected all the non-essentials he had and planned to sell them to raise funds. During this time I got back into contact with my brother and wanted to talk this out to make sure this did not end badly. I offered to pay in full. Also, some people in the comments said that the figure was worth less, so I asked him. He had it professionally valued a few months ago when he bought it, and it was worth a total of $2,200. My brother said he plans to not sue us. His renter's insurance apparently is willing to pay him the value he has listed, but he would need to file a police report to get it. At first we agreed not to go that route and simply pay him the value of it or one for a replacement if he could get it cheaper. This was the plan until last night. During the process of taking his things away, my wife found a conversation he had with a friend he is over the internet. It turns out my son stole the figure to sell. He had Googled it while we were at my brother's house and found out how much it was worth and bragged to a friend that he was going to sell it at a pawn shop. He didn't realize that taking it out of the package would ruin it, so he ripped it out to hid in the car better. Suffice to say, I am not happy about this. I won't elaborate on this very much more, but me and my wife have decided that what is best for all of us is that we let him face the consequences of this. My brother is going to file a police report and collect money from insurance. Some may say this is a bit harsh, but honestly I think this might be for the best in the end. The way my son actively stole from family to make a profit worries me, and I believe the only option that I can live with myself making is this. I will stand by my son till the need, but he needs to learn now before he is an adult. So, thank you all for the advice. The support and hate are what I needed as a true wake-up call. Like I said, I don't need pity. I'm doing this so that I can be true to myself, and maybe become a better parent in the end. Ida, for being truthful and admitting that I find my wife unattractive after her surgery. My wife had plastic surgery recently. We had discussed it and I was against it. It was not my decision and ultimately I had no say. She looks weird now. She had the fat sucked out of her face, lip fillers, a neck lift, other stuff I don't really get. She gives me uncanny valley vibes now. It freaks me out. She is fully healed now and she wants us to go back to normal. Like me initiating sex. I have done so but not as much as I used to. And when I do I try and make sure there is very little light. It's been a few months and I kind of dread having to look at her. Obviously she has noticed. She has been bugging me to tell her what's up. I've tried telling her I'm just tired from work. Or that I'm run down. Really anything except for the truth. She broke down and asked me if I was having an affair. I said that I wasn't. She asked to look at my phone. I unlocked it for her and handed it over. I wasn't worried about her finding anything because there is nothing to find. She spent an hour looking through it and found nothing. She asked me to explain why I changed. I tried explaining that I just wasn't that interested right now. Nothing I said was good enough for her. She kept digging. I finally told the truth. I wasn't harsh or brutally honest. I just told her that her new face wasn't something I found attractive and that I was turned off. She asked if that's why I turn off all the lights now. I said yes. She started crying and said that she needed time alone. She went to stay with her sister. I have been called every name in the book since this happened. Her sister said I'm a piece of shit for insulting my wife's looks. Her friends all think I'm the asshole. I tried not to say anything. I can't force myself to find her attractive. I still love her but her face is just weird now. She looks like the blue alien from The Fifth Element. Update. My wife came home yesterday and we finally had a long talk. She told me that the reason she had the surgery was because her mom and sister talked her into it. They convinced her that she was starting to look old and that I would find someone else to be with if she did not do something. That was why her mom gave her the money for the operations. Her mom and sister look like Bruce Campbell in Escape from Louisiana. They are the very last people on the planet that should be telling anyone to get plastic surgery. I used some of the comments I read on my post as talking points. I told her that I loved her and that she was the person that I wanted to spend my life with. I told her that the surgery would take a while longer to settle down and that as I got more used to her new face I would learn to appreciate it. She asked me if I wanted her to see if she could get it reversed. I almost screamed at her. The last thing in the world I want is for her to fuck up her face more than it already is. I asked her if she could please just leave it and let me get used to it. We talked for about 3 hours and we decided that her mom and sister would not be a part of any decisions in our life going forward. She is going to leave her face alone and give me a chance to get used to it. We are going to look for a marriage counselor and maybe individual counselors for each of us. I am going to make an effort to show her every day how I still find her desirable and she is going to make an effort to believe me when I tell her I love her the way she is. We are going to talk to her mom and sister and tell them that we are taking a break from them. We are going to block them and get our shit together before we allow them back into our lives. Thank you to everyone who tried to help me. Ida, for humiliating my cousin in front of the entire family. I, 30M, recently earned my PhD from a very prestigious university outside my country. Due to a learning disability, it has been incredibly challenging to say the least. There were countless nights where I'd be left in tears because I couldn't wrap my head around a chapter or was completely stuck on an assignment feeling beyond hopeless. But I persevered and it is such a relief to have achieved this. I returned home where my dad proceeded to throw a dinner celebration at home, inviting the entire family to celebrate. He is incredibly proud of my achievement and wanted to celebrate it with the whole family. I was looking forward to meeting everyone but my cousin, let's call her Jane, fake name. Jane is 36, unemployed and lives at home with her parents. She always has to be the center of attention, constantly giving her advice and input on things when nobody wants or asks. My mom and her parents always defend her behavior, which has only made it worse over the years. They claim she is incredibly talented and she needs room to achieve her potential. My dad and I have tried countless times to reason with my mom not to get involved with her, but she is way too stubborn. In our culture we are expected to play nice with family no matter how awful they are, so pretty much nobody calls out her behavior. So yeah, while she hasn't ruined family events per se, she definitely leaves a sour note and we can't uninvite her or else the drama will be unbearable. This grin it and bear it mentality has always sucked in my home country, and I think it's a big reason why my dad encouraged me to settle abroad. The day of the dinner arrived and Jane was insufferable as always. She would not stop interrupting conversations and would totally dominate it with her tall tales about how she was getting job offers from Google or going to travel around Europe to pursue her passion in music and art. It was especially annoying since she'd keep interrupting me when I was trying to explain my research to my family members who were genuinely curious, and she clearly couldn't stand it. Then Jane decided she finally had to give me advice on what to do with my life now. My mom and aunt basically cornered me, not letting me get away, saying it was important and she was being a good older sister by guiding me. My dad thankfully stayed right next to me in case things escalated. She started going on and on about what she did after graduating high school to make herself a success. My mom and her parents were nodding along while my dad and the rest of my family looked done with her. I kind of zoned out, not wanting to engage, but she noticed and got annoyed. She snapped her fingers in front of my eyes and looked at me annoyed. "I'm giving you such good advice, you should pay attention so you can do well like me." Rather than the usual apology or excuse that I'd used for years, I proceeded to reply, "Is it good advice to end up an unemployed loser who lives with her parents at 36 like you? Then no thanks." Everyone was stunned silent for a second before she proceeded to burst into tears and run out. My aunt and uncle glared at me before racing after her. The dinner pretty much ended after that as everyone made excuses to go off. My mom exploded at me telling me to apologize, but my dad defended me, saying Jane could stand to learn from me instead of lecturing me like I was a kid. The argument spiraled out of control and things have been pretty tense since. My aunt and uncle sent some nasty texts, but I ignored her while my mom kept going on about how heartbroken Jane was. My other family members reached out as well, some saying they got where I was coming from but shouldn't have said it so publicly, while others said I'd become arrogant and I should apologize. I'm feeling pretty conflicted about it now. So Ida? Update, thank you all so much for the comments. Have been going through them and I want to clarify a few things. First, as many of you pointed out, yes, my culture is very hypocritical and toxic, but people are too set in their ways to change. They'd rather tolerate Jane's BS than call her out for it, since it would start drama with her parents and my mom. Second, my mom's always been weirdly protective of Jane, which has been a source of tension between her and my dad. My dad thinks my aunt emotionally manipulated her into defending Jane and it's too ingrained into her. We honestly don't know for sure, we just assumed until that point. Now on to the update. Jane has been blowing up on social media, calling me arrogant and saying I have no concept of respect. The irony is not lost on me. Fortunately, she faced backlash for needlessly airing family drama on the internet and has since taken down her posts. However, the texts from her parents have continued. They're rather entertaining to read. After mulling over things, I confronted my mom last night. She gets very obsessive about cleaning when she's upset, so I waited until she was done and I knew she'd be too tired to keep up her incessant demands. She wasn't really in the mood to talk, but I didn't give her much of a chance to run away. I told her very bluntly how I felt about Jane's behavior, and then I told her that I considered the fact that she was taking Jane's side a betrayal and that I thought I could always count on at least my mother to always have my back. I admit it's probably a little manipulative. She tried to turn it around on me, saying that I was being disrespectful and it was her job to tell me when I was doing something wrong, except she wasn't expecting me to respond by asking if she cared so much about Jane, then why she never bothered doing the same for her. She had no response and she proceeded to just walk away and ignore me for the rest of the night. Today morning she came into my room early in the morning and she apologized to me, saying she should have realized how I was feeling. I know people will say I should have rejected it and put all sorts of conditions, but at the end of the day she still is my mom. She might have a terrible weak spot when it comes to Jane, but she's always been a great mother to me and I cannot hate her if I tried. I forgave her instantly, which made her cry, and she hugged me saying how proud of me she was and she was sorry for not showing it. I think my dad must have said something last night that got to her. I decided to push and ask her why she was so defensive of Jane when she had nothing going for her and she was constantly making up lies. She tried to defend her again, but I told her that I was tired of doing this same old routine and if she could please treat me like an adult. After some pushing, she finally admitted that she knew Jane had absolutely nothing going for her and it was grossly inappropriate for her to try and give me career advice like that. But her perspective is that Jane is someone to be pitied and we should be compassionate by tolerating her BS so she doesn't feel bad. I pointed out that they'd just enabled her behavior and made it worse, but conveniently now she said it wasn't her place to correct Jane. I was getting kind of sick of this cycle that was doomed to repeat, so I told her I wasn't apologizing to Jane now or ever, and the next time she tried to condescend me I wouldn't bother holding back. I think she was a bit emotionally drained, so she accepted, so I can just hope she got the message and won't push the subject of Jane anymore. So I've been laying in bed thinking about all of this. I think pretty much everyone in the family is sick of her behavior, so I think I'm going to talk to my dad about asking the rest of the family to exclude Jane and her parents from future events. I'm not really sure how to approach this and I doubt everyone will be on board, but I guess if we at least get the ball rolling then people might consider in the future. Kind of sucks that all I can do is hope stuff works out instead of knowing for sure. Update post 2nd of June 1st 2024, 8 days from OG post. This is actually so insane I don't even know what to make of it. I feel like I'm living in a bad sitcom right now. To summarize, in my previous post I called out my entitled cousin for trying to give me career advice, resulting in her having a meltdown and my parents fighting it out. Things have been kind of frosty since then, but my mom seems to have gotten the message, which is a relief. She and my dad are talking again, which is a relief because the tension was killing me. All I wanted was one peaceful month at home before I started my new job, but I might not get it with what transpired. Last night, my mom gets a phone call from my aunt. She is hysterical, crying how they've lost everything. She spends close to 30 minutes hearing her out, but eventually it's too much for her and she just ends the call. She went into the living room and just sat there practically catatonic. After about 10 minutes she began to tell us what was wrong and I can't wrap my head around it. Jane decided that the best way for her to get back at me was to get a PhD for herself. No doubt she thinks she'll breeze by it and be handed to her on a silver platter. Her parents, being the enablers they are, were instantly on board. The details are a little vague here, but from what we could put together, somebody approached them promising they could get Jane into a PhD program at Harvard. No doubt there were red flags all over, but they dived right into it and the man asked for a hefty sum, which was most of their life savings. I can imagine Jane being all smug that she'd be the best PhD in the family. Her competing with me is a mixture of annoying and sad because she has no concept of self-awareness. I don't know who is worse here, Jane or her parents, but very foolishly they accepted it before the obvious scammer blocked them everywhere and ran off with their money. It just baffles me how easily they fell for it. Didn't they think even for a moment that it could be too good to be true? And these sort of scams are incredibly common in my home country, so they have no excuse for not knowing better since it is common sense, but I guess expecting even that much from that narcissist is too much. I have no doubt they'll be begging the family for money now, and I have a feeling my mom will bring up the issue. I'm anticipating more drama which I'll inevitably be dragged into. I'm just so exhausted with all this right now. I think I'm just going to ask my parents to visit me where I work from now on. The nostalgia visiting home is great, but it really doesn't seem worth the effort dealing with everyone. If any family member I like is wanting to visit, I will gladly fund their travel and stay. But I can't deal with all the nosiness and judgment anymore. It's getting on my last nerve. Anyways, I'm going to go sleep this off because my head is throbbing thinking of their idiocy. For those of you worried about my parents' finances, there's no concern because my dad is in control of it. My mom has her own debit card for small expenses, but any major spending she needs his permission. Might be a little backward-eyed, but it's avoided a lot of problems because my mom is not very good with money and tends to funnel any she gets to her sister's family. Now I have won my husband back, I am leaving him. I have secured an apartment for my baby and me, and I have put everything in order and prepared for custody. Shared or otherwise. I have divided the money and transferred my share to a third account, and it will stay there until the divorce proceedings and the dividing of the assets. I found out that my husband was having an affair while I was postpartum. I thought that I would die because I love him and it felt like my heart was broken into a million pieces. I knew that it was over, but my curiosity got the best of me. I wanted to know why. What was it she had that I didn't? Did he love her? I started reading his texts and everything was there. He felt like he was alive again. He was happy and excited. She's single and childless, so she had all the time in the world to make him her priority. He felt seen and desired by her. I was confused because even with life coming between us, he was always my love, and I made sure he knew that every day. Still, it wasn't enough. I read thousands upon thousands of messages between them and I started being everything he fantasized about. In the beginning, it felt weird and he was confused, but I just went on. Every time he made plans with her, I found a way to make him stay, or I made sure that I sent him exhausted to her. The messages became less and less frequent and the passion and excitement subsided. Soon answering her became more of a chore. The complaining started and him pulling away. He was happier at home and he couldn't wait to come home. He started texting me again during the day. The sweetest texts of how he missed me. He was his old self back. One day what I hoped and waited patiently for happened. He ended things with her. He told her that he loved me and that now everything was great again. Her services weren't needed, in other words. I felt relief and finally I could move on. Now I am preparing for my divorce. He will get the papers the day I leave for my new life in my new apartment. I know I will get a lot of hate for this because I have neglected my husband and pushed him to seek solace in another woman's arms when I apparently could given him what he sought all along, and believe me, I will bear the guilt for the rest of my life. In my defense, I didn't do it intentionally. Our lives had just been altered drastically and I was trying to navigate this new and exciting existence. I was immersed in this new kind of happiness that I thought I was sharing with him. And I was trying to get to know my new body, that I couldn't recognize anymore. A real scary feeling. But he could have come to me with his hurt. He could have talked to me about his suffering. He could have tried to make me understand, but he chose not to. He decided to deceive me. Deceive us. He ruined our love, our future, and even our history. Nothing was, is, or will be the same again. He always loved April Fool. I feel a lot of guilt and guilt-related pain. I know what I am doing is so cruel, but I guess I will just keep going with my plans. There's no turning back now. Whenever I feel shit like I am the bad guy, I just remember their conversations. No, I am not the villain here. I will end the marriage and I will tell him that it is because we aren't compatible anymore. Let him think whatever. I have decided maybe I shouldn't tell him that I know about her. Let him run back to her once he realizes that I am really gone. When my baby is older, we could tell him that we got an amicable divorce. No hurt or hard feelings. Two people who fell out of love. My boy doesn't need to know his daddy broke up the family. It is okay, you can hate me. Update. I did exactly as I planned. I moved out after I left my husband divorce papers. I told him that I wasn't in love with him anymore and that I think we are better off as co-parents than as a couple. That I have found a new place and he could buy me out of our current home or sell the property once the divorce is finalized. He was in a total shock, but probably not the same shock I was in when I found out that he was cheating on me. He literally asked if I hit my head and even was telling people that he was worried that I had brain tumor. He was very angry in the beginning and wanted answers. No answer was good enough. Is there someone else? No, dear husband. There isn't someone else, but there isn't you either. The audacity of that man. I reminded him that we still had our son and to think about him before acting vindictive. Sure enough, he kept it civil around our son. One thing he kept asking is why and how long ago I have stopped loving him. He didn't get any answers from me. Other than that, everything has been fine with me. I am adjusting well. I still miss him, but at the same time I feel like I could finally breathe. I feel like I have been living on shallow breathing for the past months and now I could take full breaths. Our families are very sad and mostly shocked, but honestly they have been very understanding. There's no bad reason for divorce. Wanting divorce is a good enough reason for them. To want to separate, to not want to be with your partner. My ex-in-laws are still very active in my son's life and they have been very cordial, if yet a bit cold towards me. That represented itself when about 2 weeks ago, my mother-in-law in a bit passive-aggressive tone told me that my husband has started seeing someone. She apologized immediately and said that she just wanted me to know and be prepared that he had someone new, and yet I couldn't help but hear some vindication in her voice. I just answered, "Oh, do you mean Karen?" I gave the mistress this name for obvious reasons. She looked shocked and asked me, "Did you know? Did he talk to you about it?" I said, "Oh no, but she isn't new." I told her that he has been sleeping with her since I just had given birth, maybe even before that. I kept my voice very quiet and monotone like we were discussing the weather. I was already regretting my slip, but the news that he started seeing Karen again, while very much anticipated, still made my heart hurt. My mother and father-in-law just looked at each other. I don't know if they believed me, but then how would I have known about Karen when I have refused to see him in person since our breakup? So now everyone knows anyway, and I have learned that you can't keep these things to yourself indefinitely. Since he found out, he has been called and apologizing every day. "Why didn't you tell me? How much did I hurt you?" He said that he loved me and never stopped loving me. That he was so sorry for everything and that he would do anything to have me back as his wife. My mother-in-law apologized too, even though she had no control over what her grown-up son did or does. It's not her fault. He writes that he loves me every night before bed. I hope this doesn't mean that he would make the divorce drag out, because then I have failed my plan, but he seems to be less forgiving of the divorce when he knew that he was the reason for it than when he thought it was mine. Weird. The divorce is still processing, and if anything major happens I will be here again if I haven't outstayed my welcome already. I crushed my husband's feelings. What do I do? My husband, Tom, is a stay-at-home dad, a role he excels in. He's kind, nurturing, and has a knack for making our lives run smoothly. Despite his love for his role, I could sense he needed something more, something that was just for him. So when he announced he wanted to try stand-up comedy, I was thrilled. Tom is naturally hilarious, and I believed he could be great at it. He planned to perform at an open mic night, and I eagerly offered to help him practice. He declined, wanting his debut to be a surprise. The night of his performance arrived, and we headed to the club. I was bubbling with excitement as we found our seats. Tom took the stage, looking nervous but determined. As he started his set, his delivery was spot on, his stage presence impressive. However, his material was one extended dick joke. Some people in the audience found it funny, but the majority looked uncomfortable and unamused. After his set, as we walked home, Tom asked, "Did you like it?" I hesitated, then said, "Your stage presence was great, but the material wasn't my favorite. It was basically one big dick joke." I added that with better material, he could really shine. Tom's face fell, and he accused me of being a buzzkill. He insisted that everyone had laughed except me, which wasn't true. Most of the audience hadn't laughed. Tom was upset, feeling that I had shamed him. He accused me of ruining his night. I apologized, explaining that I'd grown up with a critical mother and had internalized her way of showing love through constructive criticism. I admitted I should have led with how proud I was of him. Tom wasn't placated. He said I'd ruined his debut and nothing could change that. Feeling terrible, I sought advice. Some people said I should have used the shit sandwich technique, starting with praise, then offering criticism, followed by more praise. Others pointed out that while I was blunt, my criticism was valid. Tom needed encouragement, not harsh truth, on his first night. The days that followed were tense. Tom stayed at his parents' house, and we communicated only sporadically. I missed him terribly and regretted how my words had hurt him. Our daughter, Lily, sensed the tension too. She asked where Daddy was and why he wasn't home. It broke my heart to see her confused and upset. I spent a lot of time reflecting on our relationship and my role in this conflict. I thought about how I could make it right, how I could show Tom that I truly supported him. I realized that my direct approach, shaped by my upbringing and work environment, needed to change when it came to my personal relationships. I decided to take a different approach. I wrote Tom a letter, expressing my thoughts and feelings in a way that I hoped would convey my genuine remorse and love. I acknowledged how my criticism had overshadowed his achievement and apologized for not being more supportive. I told him how proud I was of his courage and how much I believed in his potential as a comedian. Tom agreed to meet me for coffee to talk things over. When we met, I handed him the letter and watched as he read it. I could see his expression soften as he absorbed my words. When he finished, he looked up at me with a mixture of sadness and understanding. "I didn't realize how much this meant to you," he said quietly. "I was just so hurt by your reaction." "I know," I replied, tears welling up in my eyes. "I was wrong. I should have supported you first and foremost. I'm so sorry." We talked for hours, sharing our feelings and fears. Tom admitted that he had been nervous and had chosen the dick joke routine because he thought it would be a safe, easy way to get laughs. He realized now that he wanted to develop more sophisticated material and work on his comedy skills. I promised to be there for him, offering support and encouragement. In the days that followed, we began to heal. Tom returned home, and we spent more time together as a family. I made a conscious effort to be more supportive and positive in my feedback, not just with Tom but in all aspects of our relationship. Tom started writing new material, and this time he involved me in the process. We brainstormed ideas together, and he practiced his routines with me. I focused on giving constructive feedback while also highlighting what I loved about his jokes. It was a learning experience for both of us, and it brought us closer. One night, a few weeks later, Tom decided to try another open mic. This time, he was better prepared and had a more varied set. I was nervous for him but also incredibly proud. As he took the stage, I could see the determination in his eyes. Tom's performance was fantastic. He had the audience laughing from the start, and his new material was clever and well delivered. I could see how much he had grown and how much more confident he was. When he finished, the audience erupted in applause, and I felt a swell of pride and love for him. As we walked home that night, Tom turned to me and said, "Did you like it?" This time, I didn't hesitate. "I loved it," I said, beaming at him. "You were amazing up there." Tom smiled, a genuine, relieved smile. "Thanks," he said. "It means a lot to hear you say that." From that night on, our relationship felt stronger. We had weathered a storm and come out the other side with a deeper understanding of each other. Tom continued to pursue stand-up comedy, and I continued to be his biggest supporter. We learned to communicate better, to balance constructive criticism with love and encouragement. Our daughter, Lily, thrived in the positive environment we created. She saw her parents working together, supporting each other, and it made her feel secure and loved. Tom's stand-up career started to take off, and he gained a small but loyal following. He even began to incorporate stories about our family into his routines, which the audiences loved. Looking back, I realized that the conflict over Tom's first stand-up performance had been a catalyst for growth in our marriage. It forced us to confront our communication issues and find a way to support each other more effectively. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. Our love was stronger, our bond deeper, and our future brighter. In the end, Tom's venture into stand-up comedy became more than just a personal pursuit. It became a journey that strengthened our family and brought us closer together. And for that, I was profoundly grateful. Ada for screaming at my GF after she picked the bathroom lock while I was in the shower. Throwaway because I have to admit something really embarrassing. I, 24M, just had a bad fight with my GF, Anna, 24F. We met early in college, started dating 2 years ago and then moved in together 3 months ago. I always thought we were great together. She's smart and funny, we've had the best talks and have similar views on science and politics. But we moved in together and she got upset because I take long showers. I don't like to talk about it, but I'm a hairy guy. Think Luther from Umbrella Academy. I quit sports when I was 13 because I couldn't deal with what the other guys would say about how much body hair I already had by then. So I shaved my whole body, and yes, it takes a while. Anna and I have never talked about my shaving, but she has to know I shave from feeling the stubble. So Anna started questioning why I spend so long in the shower. I should have just told her, but I was too embarrassed to say it takes a while to shave, so I said I just like thinking in the shower. Then yesterday while I was in the shower, she used a screwdriver to pop the bathroom lock and caught me shaving. She put her hands on her hips and told me I was wasting water, and I yelled at her to get out. She didn't leave and lectured me more on wasting water. Then I shouted again a lot louder for her to get the fuck out. It freaked her out and she slammed the door behind her. I was mad and took a few minutes to cool down and think about what I was going to say to her, but when I got out she had locked herself in the bedroom. I could tell she had her back against the door and was crying. She said I scared her and that I showed her that I wasn't the kind of man she thought I was. I told her she had scared me, and that it didn't even make sense why she did it because we don't even pay the water for our apartment. She got more upset and said I didn't even understand the problem because I showed her that I could be violent and abusive and I just needed to leave. I tried to keep calm and asked her to come out so we could actually talk about what happened, but she just kept saying I wasn't who she thought I was and I had to leave. We've argued about ideas but never had a fight before, and I swear I've never yelled or cursed at her before that. I hate fighting with anyone and am normally the more calm person when our friends have things going on. I feel like my whole world just suddenly fell out from under me. I don't think this was my fault, but I also think none of this would have happened if I wasn't so self-conscious about the body hair issue, or maybe if I had just been honest from the beginning and told her why I take long showers. I'm sure this relationship is over now and things are going to be messed up for a while, but I just want to know, am I the asshole for causing this whole mess? Ida for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? Happened today. My folks decided to host a barbecue because I guess that's what older people do. I declined because I really don't like my two sisters, their husbands or their kids. Wife and I are child-free. Mom then pressured the wife. Long story short, we went. By the time we arrived there were about 20 people there. My sisters and their husbands were already solidly buzzed. Drunk really. My mom was spending 100% of her time trying to keep the nieces' nephews, ages 7 to 11, more or less under control. My dad had strategically retreated to the whirlpool part of the pool with small cooler full of beers. Wife and I made small talk with miscellaneous people, ate food and had a frozen margarita. Sisters/Bills took turns criticizing us for being late, not being in our swimsuits and screwing up the vibe. Whatever. Typical suburban summer get-together. About 45 minutes in, two of the kids ran at one of the neighbor guests who was standing next to the pool and pushed her in. She was at the pool steps, stumbled in but didn't fall, so only got half wet. She was clearly very unhappy about it, but she didn't make a scene, just went over to where the parents were, grabbed their towels, dried herself off and left. Sisters and Bills thought it was all great fun. A bit later I was standing a few feet away from the pool chatting away with someone. I saw three of the kids running full tilt at me from the corner of my eye. Obviously I was next. Not that it's terribly difficult to outwit young kids, but I just jumped out of their way at the last second. All three of them ran straight into the pool at full speed. Most of the other guests, including my wife and me, started laughing, but their moms, who as I mentioned were pretty shit-faced, absolutely freaked out. Apparently two of the kids couldn't swim even though they were in swimsuits. Since I wasn't in swim gear I stepped back from the pool and let other people fish the kids out. The kids were bawling their heads off like they'd lost a limb. At that point all hell broke loose. The four drunk parents were yelling at everyone in general and me in particular for nearly letting their kids drown, and also because two of the kids had been videoing the trick using their parents' iPhones, which were now at the bottom of the pool. One of my Bills got into the pool to try to retrieve the phones, but his BMI and BAC made that impossible. No one else volunteered to help, unsurprising given that my sisters were still bitching at everyone. I told my sisters it was their job to watch their kids and that if anything had happened to them it would have been their responsibility, not mine. There were some pretty strong words on both sides. Wife and I left after the other Bill fell over and face planted while yelling at us. Now they're saying I should have let the little shits knock me into the pool and have their fun, and ruin my phone. So, Ida? Side note, Dad, of course, never got out of the whirlpool. Update. First off, my folks tell me that my nieces and nephews are all good swimmers and that they use the pool all the time. The 7-year-old is still a beginner but he loves the water. My sister just said they couldn't swim, so I'd look bad. To be fair, none of the kids are allowed in the deep end, which is where they fell in. It was the two 10-year-olds and the 9-year-old who tried to push me into the pool. After we left, the party ended on a pretty sour note. My drunk brother-in-law who face planted while yelling at me had to go to an urgent care place and get his face stitched up. He was too toasted to drive, so Dad took him. Dad was very not happy about this. Late that evening my sisters started a group text and said some really nasty crap. Their husbands threw in a few comments as well. Wife and I blocked the four of them. My mom called me. She was pretty upset about what they said. She and Dad were in the chat, and I don't blame her. Because of the texts my folks insisted my sisters, Bills come over the next day, Sunday, without their kids to get some things straight and lay down some ground rules, Mom's wording. The result was a contrite if unenthusiastic apology from the siblings via my mom's phone. I'm glad my wife was with me when they called. Her hard stares kept me from saying what I wanted to. I just told them, thanks, and that we felt no need to discuss it further. Since I thought things were settled I unblocked them. That evening I got a text from one of the Bills telling me the phones cost $4x and asking when I'd be paying for them. WTF? I replied never, took a screenshot of his text and forwarded it to my folks with a note that we were done with this nonsense. We're going no contact with sisters, spouses, and not to invite us to any more holidays or get-togethers if they'll be present. Then I blocked the sisters and their spouses again. At that point the shit really hit the fan. Dad called them and ripped them a new one. Among other things, he told them the grandkids were not welcome at his place indefinitely, since my mom regularly provides free babysitting. That got them pretty rattled. He also banned them from using the vacation house and told them my wife and I actually own it, not he and Mom. This completely freaked them out. Both of my sisters' families use the place a lot, including having their friends up for weekend getaways. This was very much out of character for my folks. They'd clearly had it. And for reference, I never wanted my sisters to know we own the place. We bought it for my folks. They'd always wanted a place in the mountains. Keeping the ownership quiet was just a way to avoid drama with my siblings. A couple of days later my sisters and their husbands came to our place unannounced to apologize in person. We were out to dinner and they left a note. One sister also called me at work too. I sent her to voicemail. We've decided being no contact is the best thing for the indefinite future and haven't interacted with them for the last 3+ weeks. Personally I'm done, they can go pound sand. Well, it's been an interesting last few days. I thought the shit had hit the fan before, but it was more of a fart compared to what's happened this week. For this to make sense I need to provide some financial context. My folks haven't ever been any good at saving money. I've been doing their taxes for years, so I know pretty much everything about them money-wise. Their house is paid for and they have minimal debt, but they didn't save much for retirement. Both of them get Social Security, Dad gets a solid pension and they have a bit of savings, but there's no treasure chest in the basement. I bought their current car for them after they retired, a retirement present so they could have something nice to drive. It was the first car in probably 20 years they didn't lease. My sisters are convinced the folks are dripping with money and that our parents will be leaving the two of them everything since I don't need more money, so they've never cared about saving either. Turns out my oldest sister and her husband, they have 3 kids, have been living beyond their means for some time and are in financial straits. They've maxed out their credit cards and are behind on their car leases to the point that one is about to get repossessed. He'd bragged in the past about making X per year, but it turns out to be about half that. She confessed all this to Mom on Tuesday because they need a loan and because, and this was a WTF moment for Mom and Dad, that for the last 3 years instead of staying at the vacation house regularly she's actually been renting it out once a month or so and pocketing the cash. We're talking $2,000 plus for a weekend and at least $4,000 for a week. With her being cut off from using the place, she's had to cancel one group already. She's now worried they'll lose everything. My folks aren't in any position to give them a loan. My other sister was aware of her renting out the place but of course hasn't ever said anything. I suspect she's done the same thing as well because I went up there once to drop off an ATV I had worked on and there was a family there who claimed to be staying there with my sister, her family, and that they'd gone to town for something. At the time I let it go. I figured she'd loaned out the house to some friends. But I've always wondered. I found all this out through my folks who are pretty stressed out about it. Mom more than Dad. He's mainly just pissed off about it all. I know Dad feels betrayed. And I imagine he's embarrassed that he's in no position to help his daughter out. He did reiterate that as long as it's up to him the girls won't be using the vacation home anytime soon. My folks let me know what's going on because they figured my sisters would put a full court press on me next. And they were right. On Thursday my sisters came to our place again, without husbands this time, and waited outside the door until I got home. I had to choose between fighting with them in public, them making a scene if I went in without them, or letting them in, so I let them in. I got a bullshit story from the older sister with the younger one backing her up regarding why I needed to let them use the mountain place again immediately. They also said I've been a shitty brother and that I needed to step up and plan on paying for their kids' college tuition since that's what family does. I let them pitch their story, then called them out based on what my folks had told me. Things went to shit from there. There was denial, crying, cursing, yelling, you name it. I swear my ears are still ringing 2 days later. Won't lie, I said some really mean and shitty things to them, but nothing that wasn't true. They finally left after about an hour. After that I took a shower and laid down. When I got up my wife was home and her first words were that she'd had to block more phone numbers because my sisters were blowing up our phones from new ones. Folks messaged me yesterday asking me to call. I'm sure my sisters have told them some bullshit version of what happened, but I'm not up to rehashing it yet. I'm usually a pretty energetic person, but this drama has me beaten down. I had just enough energy today to drive up to the vacation house and padlock the entrance gate shut. I'm the only one with a key. I'm guessing that will be enough to ensure my siblings leave the place alone. They'd probably die trying to walk 400 yards uphill to get to the house. Update 3:2. 5 weeks from last update. After my sisters came to my place, my mom and dad told me they were done with managing the vacation home. Sounded like the sisters had been pressuring them to let them use the place again. Basically my folks handed the responsibility for place over to me and told me it was my problem from here on out. Up until then they'd kept track of who would be using it when, and they'd taken care of routine maintenance, replacing worn out items, etc. In any case, they decided they didn't want to be in the middle of all this crap. While I don't blame them, I'm disappointed because the damn place was supposed to be something for them to enjoy and hang out in, and they use it regularly. Plus I've never cared that they let my sisters and their families use it, because really I've always thought that was my parents' call even though I technically own it. But now my folks are going to be in the position of not having access without me being involved, and that changes the whole dynamic of the place. I've taken several steps to secure the place. I already mentioned that I locked the gate. It has a heavy-duty chain and the best lock I could find. I also did a full reset on all the door keypads and created all new codes. Security cameras got installed yesterday, which is actually pretty cool because the installer convinced me to put a high-res one that looks out over the valley. The system cost me way more than I thought it would, but the peace of mind is worth it. The installer also put up signs on the property saying the place was monitored by video. I also installed a heavy-duty lockout for the water shutoff, drain valve. I hope to hell I don't lose the keys for it, because if I do it's going to be a bear to try to remove. Haven't told anyone but my wife that the water is locked off and again, only we have the keys. Last week I got separate calls at my office from both of the husbands trying to convince me to let them use the house like they always have. The older one had gone up with some friends for a guys hangout but couldn't get in because of the gate lock. He was pretty pissed and embarrassed about being locked out. I'm sure he would have broken the lock if he could have. During his call he kept bouncing between pushy and victimhood. At one point he threatened to rip that gate out of the goddamn ground. He also admitted they'd been renting it out to a few friends, that they needed the money, I was ruining their business, and that I should refund their guests' money. Me? F that. I should have recorded the conversation with him, but I don't know how to do that from an office phone anyway. The other bill just sounded like he was being made to call by my sister. He didn't really put up a fight when I told him not to plan on ever using the place again. In any case, I told them they can't use the place and not to ask again. At this point I'm considering selling the vacation home. Wife and I won't use it enough to justify keeping it, and it's not like there's going to be any family get-togethers there anytime soon. I mentioned selling it to my folks. Their response was pretty much whatever. I'd more than double my money by selling it. The place consists of 3 lots with killer views and is at the end of a private road. But I'll probably wait for a while to sell. Doing so now would be an emotional decision. My sisters and I aren't currently speaking, and I have no plans to initiate contact. I don't know what the status between them and my folks is, and I don't want to. On the upside, we spent an evening with my folks last week, went to a new restaurant that was nice. No one brought up any of this crap. Mom did update us on the nieces and nephews. She's spending time with them at their homes. Sorry this update isn't full of laughs or owns, that's just life sometimes. Update. I hired a guy to look over the vacation home. He lives in the area, takes care of his folks, and manages a good number of properties. Some are vacation rentals, some are weekend places like ours. He has access to my camera feeds and does a physical check on the place every week or two. I think he may have the best job in the mountains. He gets paid to drive around with his dog, walk around the properties, and hangs out on people's decks whenever he feels like it. He also has a camera feed from a house near the start of the private road that takes still shots whenever a vehicle goes past it. $450 per month, plus he'll do basic maintenance and repairs on an hourly basis. He's friends with all of the sheriff's deputies too. Got a lot of peace of mind from doing this. And he sends photos from his walks to everyone once or twice a week. I have to brag a bit on my parents. I got all this from them tonight at dinner. They were getting pressure from my sisters to demand that I open up the vacation house to everyone for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving up there had become quite the tradition for the family, not for me or my wife. We've gone once in 7 years. My dad refused to bother me about it because he knew I'd say no. They came up with what I think is a great plan, announced that they were organizing the Thanksgiving gathering, and, if everyone split the cost in advance, they'd rent an Airbnb in the mountains. Otherwise they'd host Thanksgiving at their place, or one of the sisters could host it. This caused a fight between the sisters because the middle sister was all for doing the Airbnb, but the oldest one doesn't have any money. The deadline to commit to the Airbnb has passed. Looks like Thanksgiving will be at my parents' place. Regardless, we won't be there. My parents have asked that we not sell the place for now. They decided they'd still like to use it occasionally, but not until my sisters have come to terms with the new normal. And of course they'd probably like it if everyone could get together there again down the road, but that's just not going to happen. I'd just as soon sell it and move on at this point, but I can live with keeping it if my folks do use it now and again. Plus it will be worth even more down the road. Wife and I have stayed no contact with my sisters and their husbands. Both sisters have called from new numbers, FU Google Voice, and left messages insisting that I meet with them for our parents' sake to work out how everyone can use the family vacation home. They called my wife too. I'm glad. I was already in the habit of not answering calls if I don't recognize the number. I honestly don't know if they're delusional or if they think they can bully me into giving them access again. Don't really care. My parents tell me that the oldest sister and her husband are getting out of the leases for their SUV and big-ass truck and are selling their jet skis and some other shit they've never needed. That's going to be really hard on her. She's quite the braggart and won't like being seen in something older, smaller, cheaper. My Bill's identity is very much wrapped up with his truck as well. He even has a small tattoo of the truck company's logo, which frankly is one of the many reasons why he and I never hung out. Several people have suggested I make the vacation home into an Airbnb. I don't plan to do so, at least anytime soon. I know it would make money, but it would cause an incredible amount of drama across the family and would stress out my parents. They don't need that. It would also be a hassle to remove personal things my folks have there. That stuff has nowhere to go. And there would be wear and tear on the place. And I'm sure it would take some amount of time on my part, even though I'd use a manager to do it. Just not worth it to me. A year ago, I, 27F, broke up with my lying boyfriend, 27M. Today, I found out that everyone else was lying and he was being truthful. A year ago, I was about to move in with my first serious boyfriend, Josh, with whom I was head over heels in love, when one of my closest friends said that Josh had shown them a nude photo of me on his phone when he was drunk during a party. 5 or 6 more of my friends corroborated the story and told me that Josh also talked in extreme detail about our sex life when showing the photo. It was sickeningly detailed. This did not sound at all like Josh. When I asked him what the fuck was going on, he denied everything. He eventually got very angry and started calling all of my friends liars. At one point, he showed up at my place while some of them were visiting and things got a little physical. It was really a very strange turn of events in my life. Josh seemed so worked up and all of my close friends were calling him a liar. Josh had taken photos of me on his phone, which I know was stupid but heat of the moment and everything. So I trusted my friends and I broke up with Josh. It was heart-wrenching. Josh begged me to believe him. He started tearing up, nearly punched the wall, and left angrily. I was really grossed out at the time and felt super conflicted. A few months later, I started dating one of the friends, Alex, who had told me about Josh showing everyone the photo. All of my friends were pushing me to date Alex at the time. We didn't really sync and it didn't go past a few months, but we remained friends of sorts. So today, another friend sends me a message that says he just wanted to get something off his chest. The story about Josh wasn't true and were really trying to get me to date Alex, so they made up that story about Josh. After talking to a few of the other people, including Alex, it's all come out that they were lying. It was this fucking orchestrated bullshit event that totally changed my life forever. Apparently, they hated Josh and thought he was bad for me and an asshole. That was my fucking decision. I'm shaking right now. I cried in the office bathroom for about 2 hours afterwards. I loved Josh so much. We were planning a life together. And I've been friends with that group since high school. What the fuck? I guess I'm supposed to stop talking to my friends, right? I cannot possibly come back from this and still talk to them, right? This basically nukes my group of friends. But how could I ever even look at them again? Also, I need closure with Josh. Can I call him? Should I call him? Should I unblock him on Facebook and message him? What do I do? Update. Even though everyone seemed to think this was a terrible idea, I sent Josh an email on Friday. I copied it here. Josh. I don't know if you are still connected to anyone on Facebook, but if you are, you probably already know why I am sending this. And I know it is totally unfair and selfish to contact you, but I cannot imagine going through the rest of my life without apologizing. So before I say a bunch of embarrassing things, more than anything, I want to say that I am sorry I did not trust you. I am sorry I let other people decide our relationship. I am sorry for what I put you through. But I figure this might be my only chance to say this, so here comes the really lame, embarrassing stuff. I spent the past day thinking about the past year, where I would be if I had believed you, what my life would be like. Would we be engaged? Would we be married? I'm not over you. I want to try again. I'm not asking you to marry me, but if you ever find yourself thirsty, I would love to buy you a beverage of your choice. I want to talk to you again. I miss everything about our relationship. I miss you getting annoyed when I stole your French fries. I miss fighting with you over money. I miss making you breakfast. I miss watching The Office with you over and over and over. I miss you. My information is still the same. I would not blame you if you ignored and deleted this. Just know that I know. I am really sorry. So I sent it and tried to take my mind off of it. Just writing it and sending it was extremely cathartic. I spent Saturday morning sitting around watching old movies when someone rang my doorbell. Assuming it was Amazon, I ignored it and waited for the delivery driver to leave so that I could sneak out and grab the package. I was in my robe. After a minute or two, I walked over to the door and looked through the hole. It was Josh. Obviously, my heart leapt into my throat. I had been compulsively checking my phone for a response, but I was not expecting something like that. Everything in my house, including me, was pretty disheveled. I cracked the door, smiled, said hi, and told him that I had to get dressed really quick. What a terrible interaction. So I ran around my place throwing shit into corners, pulled my hair back, found something to wear, and went back to the door. I'm here for that beverage. I only had OJ and water, which was also pretty embarrassing, but Josh stuck around anyways. He didn't ask many questions really. I started to talk about the nude photo incident, but he said he didn't really care to talk about it. We both know all of the details now. The conversation eventually grew a bit aimless and we were just talking like old times. It was wonderful. He asked if I was hungry. I wasn't really, but of course I said I was. We went to a nearby burger place that we used to go to all the time. He did ask whether or not I had dated Alex. He didn't seem too upset by my answer. I asked him if he had dated anyone. He had a 6-month relationship in the interim. She sounded great, but I didn't pry. When we got back to my place, Josh asked what I was doing for the rest of the day. I don't have plans. We spent the rest of the day together, then the night. It's totally stupid to move that fast, but I'm not going to spend much time worrying about it. I'm feeling happy. We spent part of Sunday together too. Then Tuesday. And Wednesday. We discussed what we were doing. 2 single people dating each other, was the consensus. Exclusive? Yes. I think the world of him and will always regret what happened. No matter what though, I'm extremely happy I sent the letter to him. It's interesting to think that if he had actually done what everyone accused him of, and then I took him back, I would probably have trust issues. Now, obviously, I trust him to the core. He could tell me the world was flat and I'd have trouble questioning him. Just a weird thought I've been having. So that's the story. We are together again. Will it work out? I hope so. No matter what, things are better today than they were last week. My boyfriend, 22M, gave a handmade Christmas present to his mother, 40F. That I, 22F, made. I make really cool vases as a hobby. These can take weeks to complete and are always made with the giftee in mind. My mom, 50F, and I have always been into nature together. We hike, we own animals, we eat outside if we can. I guess being into nature sounds weird. We just like being outside. So I made my mom a Siamese cat urn. It looks like a vase, but the top is the cat's ears. It is super cute and I love the way it turned out. No one died or anything, it was just the style of the piece. I had finished it and taken it to my apartment, wrapped it up, and been so excited about it. Well, my boyfriend's mother came over and he didn't get her a Christmas/birthday present. She loves cats, so he just gave her the piece I made, which she loved. My boyfriend does not live with me. He has his own apartment near his school. His mother came over before we went over for dinner to see my new kitten. She was in tears over how nice the present was. And I ruined it. I told her that the presents must have gotten mixed up, that was made for my mother. She got a bit upset, gave it back, then my boyfriend went out to dinner with her. He said it would be best if I didn't come. I guess she cried the whole way and he didn't have a present for her, so he looked like a bad son. I have trouble seeing where I am at fault. I understand that the nice thing would have been to remake a gift or let her just have it. However, it was one of my best pieces and I always give my mother art I make. She loves it. She shows it off to everyone. It is something she takes great pride in. She has one from every Christmas and I never miss a year. She even shows off the crappy lumps I made as a kid. My boyfriend wants to talk tomorrow. I am not sure if he is going to break up with me or if he wants to yell at me for it. I just need to know what people think. Was I a jerk? Boyfriend seems to think I was. I love this guy very much and really love his mom. She is super sweet and kind and never really gets nice things. I still don't think it is my job to cover for his lack of foresight. Her birthday comes every year on the same day. It's not like it surprised him. I got her a card and a book, which I thought was nice. She thanked me for them later over text, but she seemed really sad about the cat vase. I guess she was hoping I either made her something or my boyfriend actually got her something she really liked. She loves cats and he has never gotten her anything cat themed. It is always some cooking supplies or an apron. Which means he sucks at presents. So I am just not sure what to think. Does anyone have an idea what to do in this situation? Update. My, now ex-boyfriend showed up around 4 p.m. and wanted to talk. At me. He just told me he was disappointed and that he had taken a lot of sweet talking to make his mother understand what happened. He told her I mixed up the packages, but that I had one for her that I just needed to get. I told him I didn't have anything for her and that I was not going to be helping him out. He could go buy one for her and pass it off as handmade, but I was not covering for him. I told him I felt that his behavior was cruel to me, the effort I put into my art, and my mom, his mom, just everyone. He told me that he expected better. He would not apologize. He just kept getting angrier and angrier. He ended up grabbing a piece I made earlier this year. I was really proud of it. It was a mermaid on a rock. He said he would give this to her and that I could find a new boyfriend. I told him if he left with it I would call the police. We weren't screaming but we were both really angry. He slammed it back down on my table. He told me that he never wanted to see me again and I should call him when I grew the fuck up. I told him we were over. That he was no longer my boyfriend and I wanted nothing to do with him. I said he could take the clay back if he wanted, but I had already returned his Xbox to the store. He told me to keep the fucking clay and he wouldn't have apologized if he knew I wasn't giving him the present. He called me a liar and said I had ruined his holiday. According to the dribble coming out of his mouth, his mom was really hurt and had left town early. He thought giving her a piece and shifting the blame to me for getting would make it better. I told him to just leave. So now I am single, with a lot of clay and a lightly cracked mermaid statue. I am not sure how to feel about this. But Dobby is free. Ida for making my girlfriend leave the country. I, 28M, have been dating my girlfriend, 27F, for 5 years. We met in college where she was an international student. She started working after graduating while I am currently doing a master's. Her company was sponsoring her visa until they got bought out and she got laid off. She was given a limited time to find a new employer to sponsor her a new visa and it really stressed her out. She was applying to jobs every day and did a lot of interviews but unfortunately, wasn't able to get an offer. She really wanted to stay since she loves the place and I would still be here in the country. While I was out with a buddy he suggested that I sponsor her visa since we have been in a relationship for quite some time. I love her and I didn't want to see her so stressed out. I told her about the idea. She was hesitant at first. She said she didn't want me to think that she was with me so I could be her way to a permanent residence/citizenship to the country. I wanted her to stay and I wanted to do it. We consulted an immigration consultant and decided to do the paperwork on our own. She was the one who mostly looked into the stuff we needed to prepare. She still applied for jobs but not as urgently as she used to. It took a while since we never really had anything joint. We lived together and just split the bills on our own. She had enough saved up to be okay for a while. I had to fill out some paperwork to be her sponsor and I felt uneasy about it. I did want her to stay but it felt like it was too much. Eventually, she was done with her part and all that was left was mine. I finally told her that I didn't want to go through with it. She was very upset and asked why. I told her that I suggested the idea because I didn't want to see her stressed out all the time, and that I eventually realized that I shouldn't have to be responsible for her. We had a long talk where I told her that I still want to be in a relationship with her but I just don't want to force to be responsible for her. She said she felt very hurt by what I said. Things changed and she didn't really talk to me after. She kept applying for jobs and attending interviews but eventually her visa expired. Before she left, I told her I love her and that I would really want her to come back. However, she told me that she sees me differently after the things I told her. It has been a few weeks since she left. I miss her cooking, her presence, and being able to spend time with her. I still want a future with her. However, our close friends have been telling me that I was an asshole. I disagree and I think they are biased. So, here I am asking what Reddit thinks. Ida? Edit. I have read through a lot of comments and everyone seems to think I'm the here. To those asking what my responsibilities would be, I would have to be financially responsible for her for 3 years. If she gets any government assistance or social welfare, I would have to pay it back. I also can't sponsor anyone else until the 3 years have passed. Also, I listed what I missed about her in no particular order. I listed that I miss her cooking first but it doesn't mean I don't miss her. To the people who said I'm probably an immigrant too, what does that have to do with anything? My parents moved to where we are now, so here I am. I still stand by what I said. No one I know has to do anything like this. It just doesn't feel normal. I would want to eventually have a home with her, but I don't think anyone should have to be responsible for another person's decisions or their circumstances. It's just gaslighting if you convince someone that they should be. Update. I talked to her over the weekend. She didn't have time to sell her car before leaving, so she contacted me saying she did some paperwork to transfer the car to me. I do understand that she felt hurt, so I told her that I would buy a plane ticket to go see her. She had never once went back to her home country after moving away, so I've never visited her home country. I wanted to show that I am very serious about her and that I am still committed, so I wanted to fly over to visit and talk things out. She immediately turned me down, saying that flight tickets are expensive and that I still have work. I begged her to let me, and she eventually said that she couldn't forget the stuff that happened, and that she couldn't come back from it. I explained my side again and that while I understand that she is hurt, I shouldn't be forced to take responsibility for her, and that I hoped she would be understanding of that. The conversation was long. She said she could never trust me again. She said I never saw a future with her from the start, and that I abandoned her. She said it wasn't just about the sponsorship, but it played a big part in it. In the end, she told me that she still loved me, but she doesn't think we should be together. To clarify a couple of things. Why I didn't want to go through with sponsoring her, I would have to be financially responsible for her for 3 years. If she gets any government assistance or social welfare, I would have to pay it back. I also can't sponsor anyone else until the 3 years have passed. Even though I listed that I missed her cooking first, it doesn't mean that was the first thing I missed about her. I was just listing it out without thinking about a particular order, and yes, I did miss her terribly. To those who commented and messaged me saying that I am an immigrant, I don't know what that has to do with anything. My parents moved to where I am now, so yeah. Yes, no one I know has to do anything like this. No one I know has to make the decision of whether or not to sponsor a visa. I don't think it's fair for anyone to have to take on this much responsibility, and saying that they should feels like gaslighting. Relationships shouldn't be this hard, and having to do something like that doesn't feel normal. For those of you who called me an asshole, how many of you actually have to make a decision like I did? How many of you would actually go through with sponsoring a partner's visa? Update. A couple of weeks ago I received a sum of money from my ex-girlfriend. This happened while I was sleeping as we were in different time zones, so I only saw it when I woke up. A message was included with the deposit that said, "Hope this helps pay off some student loans." It wasn't a huge sum but still significant, so I tried to contact her but I couldn't reach her. Fast forward to last week, a mutual friend of ours wanted to check up on how she was doing, but they couldn't reach her either. They Google searched her name and the country she was in, and through Google Translate they found out that she committed suicide. No one knows exactly when she died, but most probably soon after she sent me the money, and no one could find anything about a funeral either. She wasn't close to her family and didn't have that many family members in her country. Other friends found out about it too, and since then everyone has been blaming me for her death. Obviously, I'm devastated by it too. However, I think it's unfair for people to say that I'm the reason she killed herself or that I could have helped her. She's had depression before when we were dating, and I've always managed to get her to get over it, but problems still did come up from time to time. She was also the one who broke up with me after I tried to make things work. This incident has very negatively impacted my relationship with my friends as I work with some of them in school. Some very close friends have also stopped talking to me. What do I do? How do I convince them that it wasn't my fault, and how do I get my friends to treat me normally again? I'm leaving my husband because I found out that he has been making fun of me behind my back to his ex. My husband, M45, and I, F36, met about 6 years ago. We have been married for 1 year. When we met I was very fit and athletic. I started gaining weight however after suffering 2 miscarriages and the loss of my mother to cancer. I was very depressed and barely got out of bed if not to go to work. I stopped exercising and instead started eating junk food. I gained 40 pounds in 2 years, 2019 to 2020. Under this time my husband, then fiancé, was very supportive and loving. I felt guilty and tried to give him an out several times, but instead he proposed and we got married last summer. Since our marriage I have been feeling much better and it showed. I have lost around 20 pounds so far and I gained back my muscles and abs. He was so happy to see me feeling better. On his computer however, it was totally a different story. He was talking, almost under our entire relationship, to his ex-wife about me. His ex-wife, F46, left him about 7 to 8 years ago for her colleague. The relationship didn't work however, and she tried to get back together with my husband. He has already met me but they stayed friends, mostly via chat, texting since she lives 12 hours away. My husband was complaining about everything about me. My job, my depression, my cooking, but mostly about my weight. He was telling her how disgusting I was to him, how he even found it hard to share the same bed since I snored like a dog. He sent her pictures of me while sleeping, sometimes in underwear, with comments about my belly, double chin, back boobs, etc. She found these pictures extremely amusing and she came up with the name White Whale. They both found it hilarious and now this is what they referred to me as. They don't flirt exactly or talk about being together or starting an affair, but they do say that they miss each other and they reminisce about the time they were married. She's more flirtatious and he really enjoys it. Whatever he's telling her isn't what I have experienced with him. I don't disgust him. He tells me that he loves me all the time. We have great and passionate sex, and the way he touches and makes love to me is so great. He must be a really good actor if he was in reality disgusted by me. And he hates the few times we have to sleep apart. He's lying, and I don't know why he's doing it. He's lying to one of us, and I'm not sure if I want to know who he's lying to and why. I decided to get out of this marriage and leave this behind me. Right now I'm acting like everything is normal, but I have started looking for a new job in another city, and a place to rent. I also started with birth control pills, in case something happens between us, and I have talked to a lawyer to prepare the divorce and start the process once I'm gone. One thing I'm not going to do is fall back into depression and weight gain. I will not allow it. What a waste of love he has been. Edit. I can't believe I need to explain this about the birth control pills. Very simple explanation. Up until I went through his messenger, I loved and trusted this guy. We had a great sex life and we were trying to conceive. When I read what he has written and the way he took pictures of me sleeping, ! Something happened inside of me, like I don't know this person in front of me anymore. I can't read his face, and I don't trust him. I don't know how long I'm going to need to stay under the same roof as him. I don't know what his reaction would be if I refused him under a long period of time with no real excuse. I don't know what else he's capable of besides taking pictures of sleeping people. I don't know if I, in a moment of weakness, succumb to lust, or if he for a moment could fool me that he actually loved me. For all these reasons and many darker scenarios I have played in my head, I'm taking extra precautions. Anyone with an IQ of a chicken could understand that, or so I hope. Thank you everyone for the support. I will update you when I know more about where I'm headed. Update. Hi again. I don't know how to make an update, but my original post is in my profile. Sorry if I'm using the wrong terminology for Reddit. But I'm feeling happy, so happy for the first time in weeks, and I wanted to share that with you since many of you supported me and requested an update. I thought it would be the decent thing to do. So here comes nothing. I didn't pry or spy on my husband. I used his MacBook to do some work and he had forgotten to log out from Facebook and Messenger. He has never given me any reason to spy on him. After I found out, however, I would occasionally check his phone. Maybe hoping that it was all a bad joke. He continued complaining anyhow, and now he was telling her I was being distant and cold in manner and that he was tired of me. He even lied and told her I was gaining even more weight even though I'm not. He told her we weren't having sex. I avoided him, because he couldn't find it under the rolls of fat. A joke that she highly appreciated. I didn't spy after that. I got the confirmation I needed. In the meantime, he acted the worried husband with me, concerned about me and asking if I was going through a new depression. He told me he loved me and that he was there for me. He did everything like previous times I had dips. Called from work, came home with takeouts from my favorite restaurants, did all the cleaning and washing around the house, baked fresh bread in the mornings, flowers and chocolate, and asked me if I wanted to go for nighttime drives/walks. He used to take me for a drive the nights I was feeling very down and depressed. How can anyone be so two-faced? I have my big sister who lives in another city. I told her that I was leaving my husband and that I was looking for jobs in her city. My sister is married and she lives with her husband and daughter in a big house. She offered me one of her spare bedrooms. I got a few job interviews and one of them turned into an offer. It's not exactly my field of work and it came with a significant decrease in salary. But I thought about it and it's a good start until something more suitable comes up. I didn't want to prolong my stay with him any longer, and a decrease in income is a good sacrifice, plus I'm going to have lower rent and I'm selling my car since the new job is a walking distance from Sissy's house. No more worry about the crazy gas prices. My new job starts on October 1st. I'm working my notice period from my computer. The 2-month between jobs I'm just going to have fun and work on myself. I took my name off the lease, but I'm going to pay 2 more months. I left him last Sunday. The night before I prepared a very nice dinner and I effed his brains out all night. It felt so good to hear him whispering how much he loved me and how lucky he was to have me. In the morning I left the divorce papers and my attorney's number in the kitchen. When I got to my sister, I finally could tell her and the rest of my family about everything. I showed them all his conversations and even the pictures he's taken of me. They're all pissed at him. He has been calling and texting obsessively, but he doesn't know where I live now. Emailed, DM. He went to my parents, but they just shunned him at the door and advised him to let me go. Maybe he knows now because he's been asking to explain and apologize, etc. I don't care. All I've texted back is that if he wants to convey a message he could do it through my lawyer. I, 50F, told my daughter, 24F, that I won't attend her wedding if her biological father is there, but now she says that I'm being stuck in the past. I would appreciate some advice on the current situation I find myself in, and I am hoping an outsider's viewpoint can offer me some clarity. For some context, about 24 years ago, I was sexually assaulted by a close friend of mine and got pregnant by the encounter. I was inconsolable for months after the event. To make matters worse, I found out I was pregnant at about 20 weeks, and where I lived at the time, it was illegal to get an abortion after the first trimester. My husband had really been my rock and my support during that time, and I do not know how I would have ended up if not for him. He said that I could put it up for adoption or I could keep the child and he would raise it like our other children. I decided to not give it up for adoption, but raising the kid was hard. I am half Polish and half German, and he is half German and half Russian. We both have pale skin, light hair and blue eyes, as well as being fairly tall. I'm about 178 centimeters or around 5 feet 10 inches and he is 191 centimeters or about 6 feet 3 inches. However, our daughter Luna is about 160 centimeters or 5 feet 3 inches, has dark hair and a brown complexion like her biological father. I often heard snide remarks about me being an unfaithful wife because it was obvious that she was not my husband's child. It was especially hard for me when Luna was young because she looked so much like her dad. My husband took care of my daughter most of the time since I had bad flashbacks whenever I saw her face from when I was assaulted. As she grew up, it died down a bit, but I would still get these horrible panic attacks when I saw her wearing boys' clothes and short hair. Since I was prone to having panic attacks, Luna ended up being closer to my husband than she was to me. Also, she often ended up getting a little more than her siblings from my husband as some sort of compensation because of me. We never told her that she was the product of sexual assault because I was too ashamed and my husband did not want her feeling different from her siblings. I often told her that me and her biological father got into an altercation and never spoke to one another ever again. About 2 years ago, she got one of those DNA test items and found out she had a relative in the system. Said relative got Luna in touch with her bio dad and they started talking despite my protests. He apparently wanted to speak to me about something he wanted to tell me, so Luna attempted to persuade me to speak with him. I made her aware that me and her father should never be in the same room together. Now, Luna is getting married to a lovely young man. Some of the COVID restrictions have been lifted so she is able to have a decent-sized wedding. The original plan was to have my husband walk her down the aisle, but he had gotten into a bad accident leaving him in a wheelchair until his legs are strong enough to support his weight again. However, this is not her idea of a picture-perfect wedding day, so she invited her biological father to have the honor of being the bride's father. Her wedding invitation not only invited my rapist, but she totally disrespected the man who raised her. Although I or a bridesmaid could have pushed him down the aisle, she thinks it would not fit the vibe of the wedding. My husband looked so shocked and upset that she would even think of this, but I was furious. I have a visceral hate for that man and I let her know that I would not be anywhere near him. She told me that this is what she wants and there's no changing her mind, so I told her I will not be attending if he's there. She got upset and told me that I shouldn't hang on to the past, but I laid it into her that she doesn't know what happened between me and her biological father, so she shouldn't stick her nose where it doesn't belong. Though I feel terrible about what I said and how I said it and I can't be blamed for her being born or not knowing what happened since I never told her, I still feel as though my wishes should be respected if I say I don't want to be in the same room as someone. I'm now okay with her contacting her father, I just do not want anything to do with him. Also, it's rude to replace your father with another man who you've barely known for 2 years because of something he couldn't control. Can anyone offer me a perspective that I am not catching? Has anyone ever dealt with this, and if so, how? Update. Before I get started on the update, I have a few things I want to address. A lot of people have questioned me on why I did not tell my daughter that she was a product of sexual assault. The only answer is that I was ashamed of myself. For some context, before I got married to my husband, I actually was very close friends with my attacker. We grew up together in a small community and our families were close, our parents even wanted us to get together. He was always interested in me, but I didn't give him a chance until university. I broke it off with him and started dating my husband, but I never cut him off because we were very close. He invited me over to drink, this was normal for us, and when I started getting a bit tipsy, he raped me. I was very traumatized by the situation and tried to get him jailed, but I couldn't. He had a very good reputation, so everyone believed him, even my own mother, when he said I willingly came over and did it with him. I eventually stopped pursuing because of the social pressure, which only got worse when I found out I was pregnant. I eventually left that place with my husband and kids to live somewhere else. After I gave birth, my husband suggested therapy, but I was scared of being judged again, so I decided to bury it and try to forget about it. I just realized now that it was the worst way to go about this, but it's the only way I knew how to honestly. On to the update. After reading all the advice I'd gotten, I decided that I should stop running away and tell her everything. I called her to come over and she did. I first apologized for yelling at her for her suggestion because in her mind, it was an innocent suggestion. I told her that I wasn't angry at her, but how fast she was willing to replace her father because he was in a wheelchair, and that anger was compounded because she brought up her genetic father. I apologized again for acting childish and not like an adult. She asked me why I am so against her genetic father being in the same vicinity as I am, and I just told her everything from our initial friendship to her forced conception. She didn't believe me, like some Redditors predicted, but I can get a copy of the records of the court case and offered them to her if she needed a look. She looked stunned, like she wanted to believe me but couldn't. I apologized for keeping all this from her because I didn't know how to bring it up. She told me she didn't believe me and would confirm with her genetic father, so I told her to take the time she needed to process all this. Later that day, she came again, crying and apologizing for not believing me. I held her and cried and apologized too. It was kind of therapeutic. We had a long chat and I did feel closer to her. When we were done, she said she wanted to take me out to a surprise to help me feel better in a couple of days, which I happily agreed to. I went to see her yesterday in this little restaurant with a patio that had a private pay-for-use area for a maximum of 4 people, due to COVID. As she ran up to me and gave me a hug, she led me to the patio, where her biological father stood. She told me he was here to apologize and start my healing journey. I just wanted to leave, but he grabbed my hand and all those memories I tried to repress just came back out. I started having a panic attack and lost balance, to which he tried to help me keep my balance, which worsened everything. I honestly don't remember how I left, but I ended up in my car just sobbing. I called my elder son to pick me up because I was not fit to drive at that moment. Today, my daughter called me upset that I ruined her surprise, but I was extremely upset with her. I asked her why she did that when she knows everything that happened between me and him, and she tried to use the excuse of my healing journey, but I wasn't having it. She admitted that she wanted me to get used to him because he's going to be walking her down the aisle along with my husband and doing the daddy-daughter dance. I told her that while I loved her and respect her decision to be with him, I am not willing to be anywhere he is. She started complaining about how she wants all her family to be there, and I'm still not forgiving, but I hung up the phone. My husband is aware of everything and stands by me of not going to her wedding, but I don't want this. If my other children were to know, they would stand by me and tell the rest of their extended family, which is going to lead to my daughter getting disowned by the family. There is no need to give me advice on this because I will be seeking professional aid. Anyways, one good thing to come out of this is that I'm finally confident enough to seek therapy. Thank you for listening to my venting, and for commenting on my last post. Happy holidays, I hope you enjoy it with those who you love. Update. I would like to share some good news before going on about what happened with my daughter. My husband is able to walk again, albeit with a cane, but it is progress. We have been going to physical therapy to help strengthen his legs after his accident. It's good to see him happy and walking again. I've also been to therapy and met this wonderful and sweet therapist. My therapist is so patient and kind. Since my husband and I started together a few weeks ago, she has been extremely helpful. Bless her soul and all those who recommended therapy. I would have missed out on such an experience, so my thanks go out to all of you. Like most of you advised, my therapist also advised me to tell my other children about what went on between my youngest. For reference, I have 3 other children, 30M, 27F, 27M. My eldest boy is the only one that had a slight idea of what happened, but the other 2 were left unaware. I was quite scared and anxious to tell them what happened, especially because my mother and other family members initially reacted negatively. I invited them over around 2 weeks ago for a family dinner and told them everything that happened with the conception of my youngest to what happened recently. They were all silent and stared at me, so I became a little nervous until my daughter started crying. It was so upsetting for her, and my 2 sons were pissed off at my youngest and her father. They asked why I didn't tell them earlier, and I told them I was just scared of how they could have reacted. My husband took them out of the dining room to talk while my eldest daughter just cried together. When my boys and husband came back, they apologized for leaving early and left. My eldest daughter wanted to spend the night with me, but early in the morning, she left with her brothers to do whatever. I didn't hear anything from them until last Wednesday. I was on Facebook when I saw my elder daughter's post calling out my younger daughter for not only ignoring the man who raised her but siding with her mother's rapist and re-traumatizing her. My boys made similar posts as well, dragging her name through the mud. I had so many direct messages, but I didn't want anything to do with them, so I deleted the app off my phone. Since I don't like people knowing about my personal life, I asked my kids to take down the post. They said they did, but I haven't re-downloaded the app to find out. My youngest would-have-been husband came to my house with his mother to apologize. He told me he broke off the engagement because he couldn't be with someone who treated their parents like that. His mother let me know how disgusted she was with my daughter's actions, and someone like that would never be a part of her family. I was honestly stunned by all the support I have received. It's one thing to receive support online, but receiving support in real life was surreal for me. I am a bit disappointed because I wanted my daughter's former fiancé to join the family, as he is a lovely and sweet boy, but he has boundaries in a relationship that my daughter unfortunately crossed. As for my youngest, she is furious with me. She sent me a nasty voicemail saying that I ruined her life. Her friends and fiancé basically cut her off. Needless to say, I felt terribly sorry because I had attempted to avoid this situation at all costs. I went through what she is experiencing and I know exactly what it feels like. I told my therapist about this and she told me that the difference is that while I was the victim, my daughter brought it on herself. My therapist is probably right, but I can't stop this feeling of dread. I tried to call my daughter, but once I heard her father on the line, I hung up. He took it upon himself to let me know that my daughter is depressed because of my actions. I feel terrible for treating my daughter like this. My husband says that I should focus on myself, and I'm trying to, but I just can't stop worrying. I don't think that my daughter is safe when she's with her biological father. This is all that's going on in my life right now, for all those asking. Thanks for listening to me, and thanks for the advice again. I really appreciate everything. Ida for not letting my fiancé's best friend be in our wedding. I, 26M, proposed to my 24F girlfriend of 6 years last month. She obviously said yes, and we've been working on wedding details, save the date/invitations, venue, caterer, etc. since. We got to talking about who we would want in our wedding because she wanted to do a special proposal to her side of the wedding court, and she said she wanted to have her best friend since childhood be her maid of honor. The thing is, her childhood best friend is a guy, 24M. They lived on the same street when they were kids and have been friends since. My fiancé and I met in college, and her friend was there too, so I've known him for as long as I've known her. At first I didn't really like him because he was always hanging around her, but after she and I started dating and I was forced to be around him more, I kinda started to tolerate him. He and my fiancé saw each other a lot, but he and I have never really hung out one-on-one before. One time when we were left alone together he tried to get all tough and did the if you ever break her heart I swear corny threat talk. He's a small dude so it made me laugh more than intimidate me. After that I got the feeling this was a situation where he liked her but she didn't know. I asked my fiancée if she and him ever had feelings for each other, and she said no, then let me know he was gay. I'm not homophobic or anything, so it's not like I don't want him in the wedding because of that, it's just that I think it would be better if her side of tea party was all girls. She and him already did everything together, not including him in our wedding wouldn't hurt their friendship. I told her that and she got defensive, saying that if I could have a girl in my side of the party, the girl being my older sister who practically raised me, she could have a guy. I said that it was a different circumstance, and that I wouldn't allow her best friend to be her man of honor. She got really mad and said it was her wedding too, then stormed out. I got a text from her sister a few hours later saying she had gone to her parents' house and told them what I had said. They thought I was being an asshole because I never liked her friend and am threatened by him. I have tried to talk to my fiancée since she left but she hasn't returned my calls or texts. I really love her, and I don't want to lose her. I just don't want her best friend to be a part of our day. Ida? Edit. It's come to my attention in a previous comment I made, I have created the world's thinnest argument. I said that my fiancée maid was unwillingly to compromise on things such as the groomsmen's neck pieces and blazers, and as such I was in the right to be unwilling to compromise about her best friend. I stated in a few other posts that there were other things she didn't want to compromise on, and someone suggested I make a list so here it is. 1. When we were deciding our wedding date and location, she wanted to do it in spring in an open field. I wasn't on board with this as I have terrible allergies and spring is when it's at its worst. She shot down any alternative I gave her, alternatives being things done closer to summer or in summer, and said it was spring or nothing. So we went with spring. 2. Instead of going with a DJ like I suggestion who could play a mix of her favorite, my favorite, and general upbeat dance music, she said that she really wanted a live band that specialized in her favorite genre. I asked if we could just give the DJ a longer list of her songs in her favorite genre and tell him to pick from the list often, but she said no and that a live band was going to be better. So we went with the band. 3. In my culture there is a few traditional wedding ceremonies that I wanted us to partake in. Some included a kind of parade that leads the groom and his family to the bride's house where they present her and her family gifts, a hair cutting ceremony, I made sure to tell her her actual hair would not be cut, and finally a knot tying ceremony where the guests wish us a long happy marriage. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with these ceremonies, and said they would be too much time and effort, since it would be like having 2 weddings. I tried fighting for these more than the others, but she was firm on doing things traditionally. 4. She wanted the groomsmen to wear bow ties and blazers even though I wanted the necktie and no blazer look. 5. She changed the color scheme from the originally agreed upon black, gold, maroon, and forest green to pink, or I think it was rose, yellow, white, and pastel blue because the decorations would look better in the field. When I said we already printed invitations with the previous colors on them, she said we could throw those out and get reprints. Update from her. I, 24F, was recently engaged to my, 26M, fiancé after 6 years together. We got into a fight a couple of days ago because he wouldn't let me ask my guy best friend, 24M, who I've known since we were kids, be my man of honor. I ended up walking out and went to stay with my parents for a few days. I told them what happened and they agreed that he was way out of line. I went back earlier today after I thought he had enough time to calm down and when I came home he looked glad to see me. He apologized for stepping out of line and I said it was fine and that we still had time to ask my best friend to be in the wedding. He kind of looked down then said that we should call everything off. This really surprised me and I immediately said no. He then admitted that while I was gone he posted to our/Ida about what had happened and that even though he was deemed the controlling he also realized that I was one because I had basically hijacked the wedding planning. I asked how he could think that and he pointed out how I chose to have the wedding in spring even though that's a bad time for him and that I changed up the wedding color scheme and what his groomsmen would be wearing without talking with him first. I said that those were practically minor things and we didn't have to call off the wedding for it. Then he said I was insensitive for rejecting his culture's traditional wedding ceremonies and didn't even considering doing them. He had brought to my attention some traditional ceremonies people do at weddings in his culture, and while I appreciated him bringing it up to me, I decided against doing it because it wouldn't fit the vibe of the traditional wedding I wanted. I told him I only wanted to do a traditional American wedding and that he already agreed with me that that's what we were doing. Then he said that me having my guy best friend be my best man was untraditional. I pointed out I let him have his sister be part of his wedding party because he wanted some part of his family included, and that since he was breaking the tradition so could I. He got really sad and looked like he was about to cry and said that me breaking the tradition was like a slap in the face after I rejected his traditions, and that I just didn't respect his culture at all. That is not the case at all. I greatly respect his culture. I told him I understood how mean it sounded but it's my wedding too so I get a say in what we do. He kind of laughed and got up and said he wanted to take a break and left. I don't know what to do. I don't want to call off the wedding at all. I tried to find his Reddit post but I think he was using a throwaway, though granted I am too. I love him so much and I want to be with him for the rest of our lives. I don't know how we'll get through this. Update from her too. It's been 2 weeks since I posted about my wedding situation. I apologize for not answering very many of your comments on the first post. The post was intended to just talk about the situation, but it quickly turned into a mini Ida discussion, which was absolutely the farthest thing that I wanted to happen. Due to the stress and severity of everything, I had to unplug. The comments and private messages were getting to me, and the messages from friends and family who caught word of the situation became overwhelming. That being said, I got around to reading the comments after a week or so, but didn't have the effort to say anything until now. A lot of you said I was controlling, manipulative, selfish, and racist. I can understand being called the first three, but racist genuinely hurt. I didn't realize my actions came across as racist, but I see now how that could be assumed of me. I don't know what to say to prove that I'm not racist, but I know that even if I did, it probably wouldn't change any minds. I've begun to research more on the wedding ceremonies, and just Cambodian culture as a whole, something I realize I should have done years ago. I promise you that the decisions I made and the unfortunately vetoed decisions from my boyfriend all came from a place that thought it was going to be best for both of us. But like a lot of you said, it was still wrong of me to completely dismiss him and his ideas. I admit I was being stubborn about a lot of things that would have been easy to compromise on. I guess I was looking at everything through rose-tinted glasses and thought that everything would just fall into place in my favor because I wanted it to. I should have heard him out more and taken his words seriously. Additionally, a few of you called me and my fiancé out for being rage baiters and even being the same person just using different accounts. I can see how that would seem like the case, since I made this account a day after his throwaway was deleted, but I promise it was just a coincidence. I created a throwaway since my main account has content that can be traced to my other socials, and I didn't want anyone harassing me in my DMs or other comment sections. I think someone also brought up the fact that this account is linked to another one that has posts about being divorced. I'm not sure what that's about. I read the Ida post that he created and, if I can be honest, I thought it was terribly done. He made his initial post about my best friend and how he wasn't comfortable with him being in the wedding, indicating that even on a minuscule level, he was uncomfortable with my friend. In the 6 years they've known each other, he has never once voiced or shown any discomfort for him. I don't know if he was using him as a scapegoat or what. His comments started to change the tune of the post and it started to become a "I'm not comfortable with the guy best friend" versus "actually, I'm being taken advantage of" type of thing. It was all so weirdly done, and his comments seemed rude and argumentative. People were judging him based on the initial question as the forum intended, but then he started to tell the rest of the story to try and gain favor or something. But, I digress. Moving on to the actual update, my boyfriend and I had a talk a few days ago. He was home when I came back from work and it looked like he was packing some of his stuff. I asked if this meant that we were officially over, and he said he didn't know. I asked if we could talk about it, and he said sure. I apologized to him for how I was acting and that I shouldn't have been so controlling with the planning. I also apologized for rejecting his culture and said that I didn't do it with malice. He asked why I really rejected the ceremonies and I told him how I wasn't comfortable with his parents, since there was still tension between us. He explained that they were trying to be okay with me, but what I did just made it harder. I told him I read his post and asked if he really didn't feel comfortable around my best friend. He was kind of iffy on that, saying yes and no before saying he didn't mind him as a person, but he was still someone he didn't know. He offered to apologize to him since he figured I told him about what he said when I left to my parents' house, which I did, and I said I would appreciate that. We got quiet and I asked again if he wanted to officially break up. He said he wanted to cancel the wedding, but that he didn't want to break up permanently yet. I felt the same way, so we talked some more, and eventually agreed to go back to dating. This may not be the outcome a lot of you wanted, since it seemed like you were all rooting for him to kick me to the curb, but I still love him and he still loves me. We're canceling all of the wedding plans and looking into couples counseling. And, as a promise to each other that we're going to change, he's going to make an effort in befriending my best friend, and I'm going to be seeing his family more and participating in / observing more cultural events. This is the last post I will make from this account. I just want to move forward and rebuild with him. Ida for not waking my partner up and causing him to miss a family trip. My 26F and my partner 28M have 5 daughters 7, 6, 4, 3 and 5 months. For a long time there's been an issue with him getting up to help with the kids of a morning. He thinks he should be able to sleep in on his days off work, while I think he should get up when the kids and I do, or we should at least be alternating who lies in a bit. We've been seeing a therapist who has mentioned he should be helping more in the mornings. Recently we had a family trip planned to the zoo with both of our parents, our sisters and their kids. Previously when we've gone out for the day I've needed to shake my partner awake several times, and he lies in bed while I get the kids ready. He'll finally get up 5 minutes before we leave as I shout at him I'm getting in the car. I've mentioned to him that this is very frustrating as it's a lot of work getting the kids ready to go out, and it's not fair to leave it up to me while he lies on bed. He'd apologize and promise that the next time he'd get up and help. The night before the trip I told him I'd need him to be awake at 6:30 a.m., so we could get everyone ready to leave by 8 a.m. He said he'd set an alarm and we went to bed. My alarm went off at 6:30 a.m. and I got up, while my partner kept sleeping. I decided I wasn't going to wake him this time and continued getting the kids ready. At 8 a.m. he was still sleeping, so I loaded the kids in the car and we set off. We arrived at the zoo at 9:30 a.m., and his family asked where he was. I mentioned he was still in bed and chose not to come. At 15 a.m. I got a phone call from him asking where everyone was. I said we went to the zoo as planned, and I waited for him to get up but he never did. He got really mad and told me that I should have woken him up like I always do, and I caused him to miss the trip. He then called his mom and complained to her, who yelled at me in the middle of the zoo that I was being unfair and I should have given him a shake to let him know he needed to get up, and that I was about to leave. My mother jumped in and said it wasn't my responsibility to get him out of bed, and he needed to take responsibility for himself. A few more words were exchanged and his family stalked off for the rest of the trip. I had a blast with my kids, parents, sister, and my nephews. When we got home my partner started on me again about how I should have woken him up. So not waking him up and going without him? A few things have come up I want to clarify. He wasn't always like this. When the oldest two were little he was always up with them. He even get up before anyone else to cook breakfast before going off to work. We had to move in with his parents at one point and that's where things started to change. His family are incredibly misogynistic. Dad works then comes home, watches TV and drink beer while his mom does everything else, including getting him up for work etc. These beliefs seems to have rubbed off on him, and his mom is very quick to tell him something is the woman's job. He's seeing a therapist independently who has suggested some form of depression. He's generally pretty good otherwise. He will help with dinner, cleaning, putting the kids to bed etc. He's not entirely useless. Getting out of bed in the morning is a long-standing issue though. He has a vasectomy after baby number 4, which turned out to be incomplete. I had a hysterectomy. Update. The morning after this incident my partner got out of bed when the kids did and took the older girls out for breakfast. Later I asked him if he'd be willing to read the thread and he agreed. He was very subdued afterwards, and didn't say much except for agreeing that he was an ah. The next day he took off work and saw his GP, started on antidepressants, and we had a long talk. He was ashamed by how he was acting and to see strangers comparing him to children. He cried when realized how much he was letting everyone down, especially his daughters who will grow up thinking this is normal behavior. He confirmed that this all started when we lived with his parents a few years back. He left home at 17 to get away from his mother, and she told him he'd fail as men need a woman to look after them. He felt like a failure so it was easy for his mother to feed him other ideas, and she would also manipulate things I did to look like he was incompetent as a person, e.g. I'd tell him to relax and I'd handle the dishes, and his mother twisted it into me thinking he was incompetent, so he should just stop helping at all. He'd wake up feeling useless, and she managed to convince him that he was unhappy because I wasn't taking care of him the way a wife should. He decided to got no contact with her which didn't go well. She cried and told him he was a horrible son for abandoning his mother, and that I was trying to control him by forcing him to do it. He blocked her but she just used different numbers to continue calling him. After a week or so he ended up changing his number, and we haven't heard from his family since. He brought up that he was unhappy at work as it wasn't stimulating enough, but he felt like he couldn't leave. I offered to pick up some part-time work but he said no. He talked to his boss and took some time off, and eventually quit. He spoke to my dad who used some connections and got him a good job at his company. The new job is a primarily work-from-home position, so he is able to help with the girls more and has more free time. He is able to take the girls to school and watch them play while he works which they all enjoy. Before he started the new job he booked a trip for us to go to the snow for a week. We had a blast and it was lovely to see him relaxed and happy and enjoying our girls and life. He's promised to be more honest about how he's feeling and our relationship has improved immensely. My best friend wants me to work with my rapist on her wedding. I have a best friend, we'll call her Tina, who I've known most of my life. We have had a strong friendship from middle school all the way until we graduated from the same college. We have always been there for each other, and I tell her pretty much everything. Back in junior year of high school, a guy, we'll call him Rod, raped me at a house party. He never apologized for it, and it put me in a deep downward spiral to the point where I almost wanted to drop out in order to never see his face again. I told Tina about it, and she did everything she could to support me. Fast forward to early 2020, Tina and her boyfriend, Josh, announced that they were getting engaged, and Tina wanted me to be the maid of honor. I was beyond excited to do it. We've always talked about being each other's maids of honor. There was another detail though. Josh had a similar friendship history with his best man and they thought it would be adorable if the maid of honor and best man worked together on everything and were their own second package on the wedding day. I guess it was their way of making us feel a little more excited for weddings of our own. I found out that the best man was going to be Rod, and that he and Josh remained best friends after high school. I thought Rod was just in the friend group, but it turns out they were as close as could be. My heart sunk and I simply didn't know how to respond. They expected us to work together and be together the whole wedding process, and that sounded like literal hell. I started thinking about whether Tina never told Josh or that Josh heard and just didn't care. All I know is that I was having second thoughts about the wedding after that. I texted Tina about my concerns with Rod coming in the most polite way possible, and she sent me this in reply. I know about what happened with you guys back in the day, but Rod seems to be a great guy now. It would just really mean a lot if you can push that memory away for the duration of this. Please just trust me. I didn't know how to respond to this, and luckily the wedding planning process has been at a halt since COVID. I haven't responded to her since that text, but now this has really been bugging me. Should I just say no? It would probably break her heart, but I just don't know if I can handle working with my rapist. Help? Update. Was I under the influence? Yes, but I remember vividly saying no. I was drunk enough to have all my strength and mobility wonky, but I didn't black out or anything. The force he used on me didn't seem that of someone who was drunk. He looked completely sober, but I could be wrong. I remember a couple of times when I was trying to lift myself off the bed and he would push me back down. I remember the expression on his face. Like you guys said, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. That's all I'm willing to share for now. The only person who knows all the details is Tina. Is it bad that I wish she knew nothing now? Maybe it would hurt less. Why didn't I report it? Because I saw how that turned out for other girls I knew. I've had a few other friends, not Tina, who have had the same thing happen to them and nothing came out of reporting it, and it made them feel worse. Just the few comments calling me a liar stung, so I can't imagine how I would have felt back as my unstable teen self. Not only that, I was scared of what Rod would do if he found out I had reported him. There was just something about him that made me never want to cross him. Reading all your comments, it seems pretty clear that how Tina was treating me was extremely inconsiderate and I should find a new friend. Although it was a huge slap in the face, I came to my senses and believed that I couldn't be around someone who would do that to me. Some of you said to expose them during vows, but that's just not the kind of person I am, and it might not turn out well. A few of you gave me example texts I could send, which I'm extremely thankful for, but I decided to send this. I've had time to think about it, and I just can't be your maid of honor anymore. It's so hurtful that you are telling me to pack up my trauma for who knows how long until your wedding day. I just can't do it. I don't think I will come at all knowing that he's going to be there. I'm sorry. It's pretty weak, but it's probably the meanest text I've ever sent. An hour later, I get a call from Josh. He asked me what was going on with me and Tina, and that she was extremely upset. A part of me snapped and I said, I don't know. What's going on with you making someone who raped me best man? I don't usually blurt things out like that. He was confused and I repeated myself. He was silent for a few seconds and then asked if he could come over. I was a little wary of the idea, but I said sure. I know, we should be social distancing, but this really needed to be discussed. He comes to my apartment 40 minutes later without Tina. I have never hung out with Josh one-on-one before, it was always with Tina. Josh always had a really cute and sweet personality, and I've always approved of him when it came to dating her. He was really only a friendly acquaintance to me though. We sat down and spoke for over an hour. Tina had told Josh that the reason I wasn't coming to the wedding was that I didn't want to work with Rod. Because I had a crush on him. And thought she was forcing the relationship too much. So basically, she said we had a petty girl fight. My jaw hit the floor and I was fuming. She had obviously never told Josh what Rod did to me. I shared that Rod had raped me back in high school, and that Tina knew about it. I asked if he knew too. He said he didn't, but at one point Rod did mention that a few crazy bitches falsely accused him of rape senior year. This obviously didn't include me, since I only told Tina and a few family members. Josh believed him at the time, but I guess after hearing me say it, it's starting to dawn on him that his friend was a liar. Here's something that I didn't expect. Josh shared with me that he was raped when he was a kid by an older brother of a friend he had. He said that if he was forced to work with said brother on a wedding, he would absolutely refuse. He apologized heavily on behalf of Tina, but I won't forgive unless she says it herself. I know some of you may think Josh is lying, but I believe him. I could see it by Josh's face and body language that the realization really weighed down on him, and I felt bad. In a way, we were both going through a betrayal. I asked if he was okay to go home, and he said yes. He thanked me for telling him and left. I don't know if I'll stay in touch with him, but I was beyond furious with Tina at this point. I was expecting an angry text coming from her, and sure enough, I got it at like midnight. She went off saying that I'm gonna end up destroying their marriage, how could I do that to her, etc. etc. I just pressed the block button and went to bed. Quickest decision ever made. I'm feeling a little down in the dumps right now, yet slightly relieved. I'm going to try to connect with other friends and try to move on from this. If I'm feeling brave enough, I might try to find these crazy bitches and see if we can make a case against Rod. Knowing that there are other victims makes me feel so guilty I want to scream. Sorry it's not too happy of an ending, but I think it might have been more unhappy if I decided to go along with it. Probably the greatest reaction to an entitled boomer I've seen in years. I was at Kroger yesterday buying groceries. There were only 2 checkout lanes open and it was around 5 p.m.-ish, so the afternoon rush was in full swing. Both lines were about 8 to 10 people long. I was in line for one checkout lane and some mid-30s guy was in the checkout lane next to me. He was the last one in his line, I was second to last in my line. A woman got in line behind him, who looked to be about 70. You know, sometimes when you meet someone you just get a sense that they're kind of an asshole? Yeah, she was one of those types. She pushed her cart up behind him, made a few comments that we all ignored about not having enough open registers and we'll be here all day at this rate. Some time passes and we're all shuffling forward as the line moves up. The guy who is in front of the older woman is now next in line for his lane once the person in front of him finishes. Then she started her bullshit. I hear the woman say to the man, "Excuse me, I'm in a big hurry, would it be alright if I just went in front of you?" While she was saying this, she moved her cart up alongside his, grabbed the front of his cart, and began to push his cart out of the way so she could get in front of him. The guy looks at her without saying anything, grabs the handle of his cart so that she can't push it any further to the side, and takes a step forward so the front half of his cart is now between the two drink coolers on either side of the lane so her cart can't fit alongside his. He then goes back to looking straight ahead without saying a word. The woman began to boomer. She started loudly demanding that he let her go in front of him because she has more stuff and has to get it home, starts complaining that he's disrespectful, and tells him it's ladies first, but please, go right ahead and so on and so on. She had the attitude of a woman who had rarely if ever been told no in her life and was handling it about as well as you'd expect. The guy once again didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his AirPod case, and put both of his AirPods into his ears. Then he took out his phone and very slowly and deliberately slid the volume bar on his screen to maximum. Then he went back to staring straight ahead without saying a word. The boomer bitched at him for another minute or two until she finally noticed that he couldn't hear her, then went back to snarkily making comments at his back while the guy's stuff was rung up. The guy paid for his stuff and left without ever glancing at her. She was absolutely seething the entire time. That guy was my hero. Never even tried to argue with her, just shut her down and went about his day. Ida for telling my friend I'm proud of her. I, 25F, have my own 2-bedroom apartment that used to belong to my uncle. I made a friend during my uni years I'll call Mary, 27F. Mary had quite a hard home life, too long to detail here. I let her know that if she ever needed my help, she could always rely on me no matter what. When we graduated I asked her to move in with me rent-free. She tried to pay but I knew she had a lot of debt trying to pay for uni so I told her no and to spend her money freeing herself from it. She was so thankful for this, and I loved having her live with me. When never fought about anything, both of us have the same cleaning habits and TV interests so there's never any arguments over the remote or who has to take out the bins, etc. Tonight we were out at a super fancy restaurant in London as Mary had finally paid off the last of her debt, secured herself an amazing promotion at her job, and also finally passed her driving test. All these achievements in the same month were more than deserving of an award, so we splashed out. It was me, Mary, 4 of her work friends, and 2 friends we've known since uni. It was a great night, until I handed Mary a card saying amazing she is and how lucky I am to have her as my best friend, with quite a bit of cash inside to put towards her first car. She started crying and thanking me and we hugged for a long time. When she pulled away I told her I was so proud of her for kicking life in the butt, becoming successful, and showing her dad that his dickhead ways couldn't keep her down. After how she'd struggled through uni, pushing pennies together, and working shit jobs, seeing her in her dream career and being such an accomplished woman is absolutely inspiring to me. She looked mad and said please don't do that, you know I don't like it when you do that. She'd never said anything like this to me, ever, so I have no idea where this was coming from. I apologized and said that I didn't realize saying these things would upset her as it's never been my intention. She just scoffed and rolled her eyes, and when I looked up at her colleagues they were all shaking their heads at me and glaring. I felt so awkward I wanted to shrink back into my own skin, and I was mortified that I hurt Mary. Mary didn't talk to me for the rest of the night and ignored me at the table. When we split up to head home, none of her colleagues even looked at me as they left. I said sorry to Mary as she was heading to her room to turn in but she just shrugged me off, told me she was tired and that we'll talk in the morning. I'm so anxious that she'll want to move out or never talk to me again. I keep going over every interaction in my head to see if I crossed a line in the past but she never gave any indication that I upset her saying these things before. All her colleagues messaged me saying I was an asshole for saying those things to her and belittling her but I never ever meant any of those things like that. Update 1, 6:30 a.m., so I'm even more confused than ever right now. After staying up all night and being constantly on the verge of tears, I finally heard my roommate moving around the kitchen, so I went to talk to her. She acted totally normal and started talking to me about some drama at her work while I just stood there kind of unsure what was happening or what to do. So I apologized again. She looked up at me in confusion and said, "Why are you sorry?" I reminded her of last night and how mad she was. Then she laughed and said it doesn't matter, don't worry about it, and then continued making breakfast. I asked if I'd stepped over a line last night, if the money was too much and if I made her feel inferior, and she said nope. We're cool. It doesn't matter. I think everyone just misunderstood the situation and you're taking things to heart a little too much. I just am even more confused than ever. I told her about her friends texting me, telling me that what I said was belittling and that I was an asshole, and she just shrugged and said they probably misread things and she'll talk to them. But I'm just so winded. I'm so tired because I haven't slept because I thought she hated me, that I'd hurt her and she'd never speak to me again, but she's fine? Like she's completely normal and just chatting with me as if last night never happened, but I'm just so confused? After seeing so many Uda comments I thought I'd really crossed a line this time, but she's not fazed at all? She seemed too upset, ignored me for the rest of the night, and her coworkers treated me like a criminal, but everything's okay I guess? I don't know anymore. I'm tired and I'm going to sleep, but things still seem unresolved to me. I'm going to talk to her about it when she comes back from work today because her reaction still really bothers me. Update 2, 10 a.m., I got a call from one of the uni friends who was at the dinner last night and we had a chat. She asked me if everything was okay between me and Mary, as she said she'd never seen Mary snap at me like that until last night. I filled her in on everything that we'd talked about and how confused I was as well. She reaffirmed many of my feelings about this being very out of character for Mary, as she had also congratulated Mary and said similar things, as well as given her a bit of money in a card, along with an expensive gift, as did many of the others. After talking to my friend, I've decided that I need to have a long sit down with Mary to clear things up, and it's not only me who's confused by her behavior. Both the uni friends are coming round later to have a chat, since now we're honestly quite concerned about her. Her friends have no let up on their text to me, so I don't think she's spoken to them. One said I couldn't try and sweep this under the carpet, which is like what? ? I'm thinking of blocking all of them as they just won't leave me alone. Update 3, 4 p.m. This is not an update I expected to make, not in a million years. Shit really hit the fan and went sideways in a way I never imagined. I'm confused, heartbroken, and really pissed off now. So long story short, it's all a fucking lie. One Redditor said to me that my friends might have said something to Mary's work colleagues about me that made them not like me. I talked to both of them when they came round in the afternoon, and they both denied any of that. The one I had spoken to earlier on the phone, we'll call Claire, said she'd call one of the work colleagues that she knows slightly well in order to clear things up. Let's call the colleague Jane. Jane turned up at the flat and instantly looked pissed. I almost wanted to hide behind the kitchen counter when she came in glaring daggers at me. We all sat down and I let Jane know that I'd spoken to Mary about last night and that she was fine, but I was still confused. Jane then laughed and said, "Oh, don't try that shit with me, you can't just pretend now that you've been exposed in public." The three of us looked at her without saying a word as we were all confused now. Claire asked her what she meant and Jane said that she knew how I really treated Mary. We both asked her to elaborate, and she stood up and went on this tirade about how I apparently regularly abuse and belittle Mary, then intimidate her into saying nothing about it and put on a smile for others. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this point. She then showed me her text with Mary where Mary wrote to her in distress about being locked in her room because I was having a meltdown about her making friends at work, something that never happened. Claire and my other friend took the phone and looked through the messages as well, and I had to stop reading them as they all said stuff about how Mary was afraid of me and that I'd trapped her here and was extorting rent out of her. It all just leaves me numb and dead inside. Eventually Claire got to a point where Mary said I'd cancelled her 21st birthday at uni and told her she wasn't allowed to go out. The things is, Claire and my other friend were at Mary's 21st birthday, which I'd put over £500 towards to have a themed Great Gatsby night she'd always wanted, which in the messages she was claiming never happened. We went over a lot of the stuff in the messages and realized that Mary had been spreading lies about me to all her colleagues about how I was abusive and she couldn't move out because I was charging her so much rent money. This absolutely shattered me. Mary was like a sister to me through our uni years, and I can't fathom why she'd say any of these things. It took a long time, but after Claire and my friend went over all the accusations with Jane and I pulled up my bank details to show that Mary never makes a single payment to me except for her half of the bills, she seemed to cool down and settled into the same confusion we were all feeling. She let us know that Mary told all of her colleagues this story and that the reason they were mad at me is because Mary said I like to use a manipulation tactic where I pretend I support her through everything but use her past against whenever we're in private. They all thought that's what I had been doing last night. That everything I said was meant as a backhanded compliment. Honestly, I can't even put into words the hurt and betrayal I feel that she'd spread these lies about me. For what reason? What benefit? I could never lift a finger to hurt her, but she tells everyone at her work that I isolate her from the world? Claire had to calm me down as I couldn't stop crying no matter what I did for ages. It was quite embarrassing, but I just couldn't do anything else. Now I'm a little more level-headed, still mad but not crying anymore. I don't even want to look at Mary again. My friends have told me not to make hasty decisions. Even Claire said she was disgusted by the things Mary was saying about me in the texts when everyone knows them not to be true. I know that I probably won't be able to clear my name with her colleagues, but I don't really care about that. I just want to know why Mary said those things about me. Jane went quiet by the end of our discussion and left without saying much, so I don't know what that means for me in her eyes. My two friends are staying with me for the rest of the day until Mary comes home. We've all got a lot of questions for her to answer. Final update, 10:15 p.m. I've booted Mary out of the flat. She threw away years of friendship for sympathy points with her colleagues and I still cannot understand why. When she got home and saw the three of us watching television, she got excited and said she'd make popcorn, but Claire took the lead and told her to sit down. She looked confused but complied. Claire led everything. I didn't really know what to say to Mary at all and could barely make eye contact with her. Claire told her that Jane had been round and yelled at me for being an abuser and a bully and asked her why she'd say those things. Mary acted confused and said that it must all just be a miscommunication, that Jane just twists things sometimes and she must have misunderstood stuff she'd said. Then Claire asked about the text messages and started mentioning each event that Mary had cried to Jane about me being an awful person. Jane went quiet and then tried to say it was a work joke, but Claire wasn't having any of it. She pushed harder about all of this and eventually Mary broke. She started crying and telling us that she never meant any of it, that it was a stupid thing and it shouldn't matter, that she loved me with everything she had, and it was just a stupid story that went too far. She started begging me for forgiveness, but I was just so tired and still am. I looked her in the eyes for the first time and told her she had a week to find a place and move out. Then she started really bawling her eyes out and begging me to let her stay, that she didn't think it would matter because I don't work with them, but I told her I was not having that kind of bullshit in my life. I then said, so do you just make up lies about everyone in your life? Is any of it real? She went really quiet, dead silent at that point. I didn't want to believe it, but the way she was looking at me and the lies she'd made up about me abusing her had me questioning everything she'd ever told me when we were at uni together about her dad beating her mom, about her being homeless from 16 until they divorced. I then told her to get her mom on the phone and she panicked and begged me not to. Claire then realized where I was going with this and asked her if everything we'd ever been told about her dad had been true, and she cracked and said she may have embellished a few things. I am so fucking fuming at this point. Who the fuck makes up this kind of twisted shit? For what benefit? I can't even write everything that was said, as it just resorted into a screaming match between all four of us as we learned that Mary's tragic life story had been nothing but a concoction to gain sympathy from others. Her parents are divorced, but there was no abuse involved, they just fell out of love and split. I had to learn this by calling her mother myself later on to get clarity. I'd never said a word to her mum about anything in the past because Mary had warned me against it. She said I could always be open with her about everything as she wasn't ashamed, but her mum was sensitive and didn't want to talk about it. So it turns out my best friend is a master manipulator and probably always has been. I am so tired and exhausted of this whole nightmare. This will be my last update as I'm done. I came here seeking help and advice to find a way to mend a mistake I'd made with a trusted friend, but it turns out that last 7 years have been built on a lie. I'm fucking done. With Mary, with everything. I don't want to see her again. I know she can afford her own place, so I don't feel bad about kicking her out. I don't care what she does now, I just know that I don't want her around anymore. I think I'm going to book myself some therapy sessions after all of this shit. It's not a happy update, but it's the only conclusion I've got. Thank you to everyone for all the advice you've given me over the many updates, I appreciate all of it. I'm sorry it's not cheerful, but just I hope I can move on from all of this. Update. I never thought I'd write any else to add on to this post, but holy shit did it blow up overnight. I never expected the amazing responses I got, nor the wonderful people in my messages sharing their stories and wishing me all the best. It honestly brought me to tears to just see this flood of understanding and empathy appear out of nowhere. Thank you to everyone who took the time to message me or comment. I've now read each and every one and am so thankful for all the support you've given me. I didn't think I'd update any further, but since there's been so much recent response, I can give you guys a little conclusion to how everything fully resolved. I didn't touch Reddit since my last update because I needed a lot of time to process what had happened, and having the place to myself was strange to adjust to at first, but as it turns out very necessary to begin the healing process. Mary moved out the following Saturday of the incident. She spent the following days after the blow-up moping around the flat and wanting to talk to me, but I refused and told her I needed space. Her mum came on the weekend to help her pack up her things as Mary was going to move back in with her. Her mum cleared up a lot of the questions I'd had on my mind. I'd always been told by Mary that her dad had been abusive, but her mum had loved him so much she wouldn't leave him. So she left home and was homeless when she was 14, sleeping under benches in train stations, just so she didn't have to be in the house with him. She only moved back in when her mum finally got the guts to divorce her dad. This story I had believed for 7 years turned out to be completely fake. Not only was Mary never homeless, but her father was never abusive and loved both her and her mum very much. The reason I never saw him around was because he'd moved to Australia to pursue his career, which was the real reason for the divorce. He loved his family but wanted success even more, so he left. Her mum told me that Mary's dad was always inviting her over for the summer holidays, but Mary never went because she hates flying. The day she moved out I stayed in my room and just hid away, but she knocked on my door before she left, and I answered. I still wanted to say goodbye. She had been my closest friend for so long that it didn't feel right just letting her fade out of my life without a send-off. She asked me if I wanted the money I gave her for her new car back, but I said no and told her to use it instead for therapy. She cried a lot and tried to hug me, but I kept her at a distance. I let her know this would be the final time we would ever see or speak to each other. I just couldn't be around her anymore with the knowledge of what she'd done. She left sobbing, and when she was gone, my little town flat felt suddenly bigger than it ever had before. It's been hard adjusting to being alone in this place. For the first week she was gone I still expected to see her in the kitchen every morning, or on the sofa when I got home. It was unsettling to say the least. I had my first therapy appointment last week, and I think it actually went well. I haven't been to therapy since I was in school, so I was very nervous to begin with, but my therapist is a very lovely lady who helped me understand that Mary's lies were her own making and I had nothing to do with their creation. A lot of people said she was probably a compulsive liar, maybe even a narcissist, and she seemed to agree loosely with that idea from what she'd heard. In yet another revelation, I met with Jane for coffee as she'd asked me to meet up and clear up some details. She told me she'd been wondering about why Mary would make me the target of her abuse story and started asking people in her office about the things Mary had said about me in the past. One that stood out was a painter, they work in art restoration distribution, who used his art as a means of channeling his traumatic history with his abusive stepmother. Apparently, Mary had taken quite a liking to him, and so she had first told him about her abuse as a way of getting closer to him. She'd mentioned fancying him in the past, but I didn't think she'd go to such lengths to create a connection between them. He'd been furious when he heard the truth, and now doesn't speak to her anymore. Jane told me not many people do now. They were now all worried that she'd make up stuff about them and get them in trouble at work, so they're keeping her at arm's length as a result. I felt a bit bad when I heard this, as I know that Mary is having a miserable time with our friendship group kicking her out as well. Jane apologized to me, but I told her she had nothing to be sorry about, that this was all Mary and she was only trying to protect what she thought was an abused friend. We left each other on good terms, but we don't have much in common, so I doubt we'll be friends in the future. Claire came to stay with me for a bit, which has helped with the loneliness a little. It's hard to be alone after having someone practically attached to your hip with you for so long. Thank you to you guys as well who left such kind messages in the comments, many of which were very helpful. I am so thankful to all of you for your words of advice and comfort you've given me. It's made a shitty situation so much better to know there are people out there who've been through the same thing and offer words of encouragement to lost things like me. Thank you everybody. Ida for calling my Sil a racist after she compared my cooking to making kung pao chicken. For context, I've been married to my wife for 10 years and we're a mixed race couple. I'm Asian and she's Caucasian. I've gotten along with her family, Mill, Bill, Sil, but I always felt like her Phil and other Sil, Sarah, never liked me. I'm a professionally trained chef with 15 plus years of experience and I work at a high-end Chinese restaurant, a spin-off of a popular one in Beijing, in a large US city. My crew and I have won several awards, and I've been explicitly told I'll be the next executive chef. Sarah is also a professionally trained chef and works at a popular upscale French restaurant in the city. She constantly brags about it and, no joke, compares herself out loud to Ramsay and Bourdain. Whenever I'm at my Mill and Phil's house and helping out in the kitchen, Sarah is always criticizing everything I do. Whether it's chopping, braising, marinating, etc. She always butts in with comments like I think you should actually do X like this. I've been patient for my wife and sidestepping those comments, saying things like thanks, but I think I'll stick to the way I do it. Things came to a head 2 weeks ago when my wife, Phil, Mill, and I were in her parents' kitchen prepping dinner for my Mill's birthday. We were running a bit behind, so things were heated, which I kind of liked because it reminded me of work, and that's when Sarah walked in. She took one look at what I was doing, scoffed, and said something like, "Oh wow, okay, so that's not the right way of doing things." It hit a nerve and I pretty sternly told her to stop criticizing my cooking and that I'm also a chef like her. She laughed and said making kung pao chicken at some Chinese restaurant doesn't count. The kitchen went silent, Phil snorted/chuckled, and my Mill yelled, "Sarah, what is wrong with you?" I stopped what I was doing, swore at her and called her a racist piece of shit, apologized to my Mill for not being able to stay, and left for home with my wife. Apparently this caused a massive fight after we left, with my Mill/Bill/other Sil taking my side and my Phil/Sarah saying it was a joke but kind of true and that I was being too sensitive. The extended family somehow got wind of this and now everyone is arguing and taking sides, with my wife even getting texts from some her cousins apologizing for Sarah's behavior. Despite being on my side, my wife is begging me to apologize so that the fighting will stop, but I refuse to because fuck Sarah and her blatant racism. Ida? Edit. My wife has also informed me that now Sarah may be in trouble at work and she's blaming me for it. Apparently one of her coworkers heard her rant about what happened and reported it to management. Edit. To clarify, Sarah is blaming me, though my wife is partly blaming me. Edit 2/update. So it looks like one of my wife's cousins found this post and put it on Sarah's Facebook wall going, "This is you, right?" Her FB friends are starting to comment with things like, "If this is you, Sarah, then I'm disappointed." I think Sarah's still at work, shit might be hitting the fan soon and now my wife is pissed too. We'll try to update but might have to delete post if things go nuclear. Edit 3/update 2 was considering removing, but I just got a voicemail from my Phil that my presence was only being tolerated up until this point and threatened a world of hurt if I didn't delete this post. Officially going to keep this post up, and if you're still reading this, Doug, I'm very disappointed in you, you're better than this. We'll also continue to update and thanks again for all your support, folks. Edit 4/update 3 lots of stuff just went down. My wife got a call from Sil. From wife's paraphrasing, Sarah started screaming/crying at her the moment my wife picked up and said that she just got demoted because of her Asian slur husband. Apparently some of her coworkers have her on FB and showed the post to management, which combined with her earlier rant, double whammied her back to being a line cook and now she might get fired. My wife told her to go fuck herself and is now solidly on my side after taking the verbal abuse from Sarah and reading some of the comments here. My wife is still the opposite of happy though. Wife called Mill and asked her WTF was going on with Phil. Mill was confused, so my wife played back the voicemail I had on my phone and apparently my Mill literally just walked away from the phone without hanging up and started screaming at Phil. Facebook post has now devolved into a clusterfuck flame war with family and friends jumping in. Suffice to say, it has officially gone nuclear. Me right now. I think I'm going to have to call this a day. We'll make an update post when the dust settles. Thanks again, folks. Edit 5/update 4. Suffice to say, it's been kind of nuts this past week. My wife and I had to turn off social media for a bit because of the shitstorm caused by her cousin putting my last post on Sarah's Facebook page. Some people even tried to call the restaurant I work at to get me fired as retribution, but luckily everyone there is 100% on my side, or as my boss put it, fuck Sarah, fuck those racists, fuck them so goddamn much. I guess it didn't help them that half the calls involved threats, screaming, and more racial slurs. We didn't hear any updates from her family, Even though we assumed the shit met fan after Mill found out about Phil's threatening voicemail, still disappointed in you, Doug. But that changed on Sunday night, when Mill suddenly showed up at our door with overnight bags. After we took a moment to help unpack and calm down, she spilled the beans on everything. Phil, aka Doug. Apparently my Mill and Phil were already having trouble in their marriage, and it was only made worse with a certain 2016 presidential election. She's a Dem, and he had apparently gone more far right since then. Seems that a line was crossed with the Kung Pao incident and his voicemail. When he refused to apologize for anything, typical Doug, she asked for a divorce and he went berserk. She didn't feel safe there, so that's when she came over. Other Bill and Sil live out of town. Extended family. You may have been able to tell already, but the extended family was largely arguing/fighting/divided along political lines for a few years now, and my cousin's FB post was likely just the light to set off the powder keg. According to my Mill, the fallout has allegedly already led to some breakups, excommunication of some family members, and even an argument that ended with police involvement. Haven't verified this myself though. Sarah, Sil. According to my Mill, Sarah came over to her place on Friday. The writing was on the wall and she was basically forced to quit. Despite her trying to start from scratch as a line cook, the entire staff turned against her. Nothing was coming back from the dish pit for her and she was getting the cold shoulder. She's a great chef, I will admit this is true, but they took no chances since it turns out, shit you not, they're partly owned by a Chinese investment company. Found this hard to believe and didn't want to add this detail, but it turned out to be true after some research. Won't say any further for privacy. Word also got around in the local industry, and Sarah is essentially blacklisted from high-end establishments. She's now considering selling her home and moving to find work. As much as I don't like her and found her behavior horrifying, I didn't intend for this to happen, so I've reached out to some buds in other states to see if they had any openings. Whether or not she wants to take it is up to her, and no, she has not apologized for anything either, but I still want to be a decent person to her. It sure as hell doesn't feel like a happy ending. Perhaps bittersweet justice, but that's all I can give you. Thank you all for your support and for reading. Can't wait until Thursday. My 48M wife 44F is going to be shocked. So, wife and I have been together 17 years. We are still stupid for each other, and she is the absolute love of my life, best friend, confidant, and co-conspirator. About 2 years ago she started having joint aches and pains, and some minor swelling in her hands, wrists, ankles, etc. So off we got to the GP, who gives us a consult to a rheumatologist. Come to find out, she has rheumatoid arthritis. No worries, she starts treatment. Fast forward to a month ago, when our North Texas weather decided to go full mental, and start changing temps and rain/weather by the hour it seemed. She woke up after overnight temp changes and thunderstorms, and her hands were huge. Worse, her small petite fingers looked like sausages. And even though she had been previously warned about this, had slept in her wedding ring. So, off to the doctor's office, where they had to cut off her ring. So, now for the bad, our rings were special ordered from Ireland and custom designed, and have words in Gaelic around the exterior of the ring, negating any type of repair, and they were designed and made 17 years ago. She was absolutely gutted. I assured her we would figure it out, and it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell, to her, it was. Begin Sherlock Holmes mode. I googled until I couldn't Google anymore. I was able to find that the original jeweler had closed up shop 10 plus years ago just due to age. I searched some more. I finally found his personal Facebook page, and I message him, and wait. I finally get a response from his daughter, that she had noticed a pending message on her DA's page, and that he passed away just 6 months ago. I express my condolences, and she asks what was the purpose of my inquiry. I go into this long diatribe about what had happened, etc. She tells me she understands, and is so sorry about what had happened. Fast forward a couple of weeks. I get a message on Facebook from an unknown person, until she explains this was the daughter of the jeweler. She explains that she went through all her dad's designs and looked up the approximate dates, and thinks she found the drawings, details, and molds in her dad's things, and wanted me to confirm. She sent pictures, and I confirmed that yes, those are our rings. She said she would get all of this to us as soon as possible, and asked for our address. I opened my email this morning to find tracking information, and pictures, of our rings. She went ahead and had her brother, who had taken over her father's business, make our wedding bands again, in her original size, and 2 extra in 2 larger sizes in case her condition causes her fingers to swell/change, and mailed them out to us, at no charge. I asked why they did both as mine was fine, and she said it would not be fair that my wife had to have a new ring, and I was allowed to keep my old one. She told me we needed to put our original set away, and to enjoy our new wedding bands. I asked about compensation, and she said she was honored to keep her dad's work and spirit alive. Our new wedding bands will be here Thursday. Trying to think of romantic way to present her with them as she has no idea any of this took place. Edit, I rarely keep anything from her, but didn't want to tell her I was trying only for her to be ultimately disappointed. The absolute hardest thing for me from now until they arrive will be to not tell her as we tell each other everything. So now I not only need to figure out how to do this, but not to spill the beans until then. Our friends nicknamed us Mickey and Mallory as well as Marshall and Lily from How I Met Your Mother, because we literally tell each other everything. Edit 2. I thought about taking her to our local favorite restaurant, where I actually proposed to her. She's a nurse, VA nurse, how we met 18 years ago, and so always goes to the bathroom to wash her hands prior to ordering. When I originally proposed, I waited until she got up to wash her hands, dropped her ring in her wine glass, and waited. I'm thinking of a repeat. Edit 3. And to those of you saying I am awesome, not in the slightest. She is my world. She brought 2 sons to this Adwater family that were my pleasure to raise, and are now my best friends. She is the reason I breathe, and supported all of us when I went back to school to achieve my 2 doctorates to advance my career. She is my hero. I wake up every day to earn her all over again. This was one small thing I was able to do to bring her happiness. Her joy is why I have a heartbeat. And I don't give a good flying F at a rolling donut if I seem sappy. If a man isn't allowed to get sappy over his wife, he shouldn't have one. Update. So, I have just returned from lunch, where my wife received her new bands. We kept it low-key, no pictures/video, and semi-private. What we did was plan to take her cut band to a local jeweler after lunch, and invited our 2 sons to lunch before the appointment. While ordering, oldest son asks to see the damaged/cut wedding band, saying he might be able to fix it. He takes it below the table and starts acting like he is squeezing and straining, and then places a complete fixed band on the table, and asks his mom if that works. She is astounded, and places the band on her finger, but it is too big. Youngest son says he can fix that and asks for the band. Wife reluctantly and with a look of WTF is going on her face, hands the band to our youngest. He takes it below the table, and squeezes and strains, and makes it smaller, but not quite perfect when she puts it on. She is now trying to figure it out, and as she takes it off and starts to inspect it, I take it away from her and do the same act as our boys, but this time, the band fits perfectly on her finger, and she has quite literally had enough. She finally takes it off, and is inspecting it pretty hard, and cannot figure it out. Until my oldest places her cut and older band on the table, our youngest places the 2 large band on the table, and I place the next size on the table. At this point she's just staring at all of us, and I explain what had happened, and how I was able to find the jeweler, etc. I even showed her the Reddit post. She didn't start crying until reading about the comments and all the caring and support you guys posted. Lunch was ordered, we all talked about everything, ate lunch as a family, parted ways back to respective work, home, etc. She, wife, did mention that after reading all the replies, she would have killed me if I had gone full public display, and all that, so very thankful to those that suggested to keep it low-key and semi-private. So, about the jeweler. They responded to my email regarding posting the name/info, and would like to maintain their privacy. The oldest son is making jewelry and doing repairs only to catch up previous orders and work requests prior to their father's passing. Once it is all caught up, they are closing it for good. They sent copies of the drawings and mold for our bands and we placed them in our safe at home in case this happens again. We can get something made/designed. I followed up asking if there was any way to repay their kindness, and haven't had a response. Regardless, my wife is planning on hitting up some local spots and making them a Texan gift package and sending it to them. And that's it. She is extremely happy and overjoyed. I am really glad it's over as I had no idea this would garner this much attention, and can now go back to our normal lives. Thanks to everyone for their suggestions, and we are grateful to all the outpouring of genuine caring. Thank you to everyone that sent silver, gold, and platinum. It wasn't necessary but greatly appreciated. Edit. I keep reading comments about the jewelers, and this being fake. The daughter, son, and an uncle are all working part-time to finish work that was commissioned prior to their father's passing. From what was explained to me, none of them were, are, or plan to be in the jewelry business. So, take that however you want. I have tried to be as genuine as possible, and have zero reason to be dishonest. I really do feel sorry for the cynical way some people live life. Follow the old adage if you can't say something nice. Ida for perpetuating ethnic stereotypes about jorts. We have 2 workplace cats in one area of our worksite. They add value to the worksite. We all love the cats and the worksite cat presence is not the issue. One of the cats, Jean, is a tortoiseshell cat we have had for years. The other cat, Jorts, is a large orange cat and a recent addition. Jorts is just kind of a simple guy. For example, Jorts can't open a door even when it's ajar. He shoves it whether he is going in or out, so often he closes the door he is trying to go through. This means he is often trapped inside the place he was trying to exit and meows until he is rescued. My colleague Pam, not her real name, has been spending a lot of time trying to teach Jorts things. The doors thing is the main example. It's a real issue because the cats are fed in a closet and Jorts keeps pushing the door closed. Jean can actually open all the other interior doors since they are a lever-type knob, but she can't open this particular door if she is trapped inside the closet. Porty Jean is very nice to poor orange Jorts, and she is kept busy letting him out of rooms he has trapped himself in, so this seems easy to resolve. I put down a doorstop. Pam then said I was depriving Jorts of the chance to learn and kept removing the doorstop. She set up a series of special learning activities for Jorts, and tried to put these tasks on the whiteboard of daily team tasks. I erased them. She thinks we need to teach him how to clean himself better and how to get out of minor barriers like when he gets a cup stuck on his head, etc. I love Jorts but he's just dumb AF and we can't change that. Don't get me wrong, Watching her try to teach Jorts how to walk through a door is hilarious, but Jean got locked in the closet twice last week. Yesterday I installed a cat cutout thing in the door and Pam started getting really huffy. I made a gentle joke about you can't expect Jean's tortoiseshell smarts from Orange Cat Jorts, which made Pam furious. She started crying and left the hallway, then sent an email to the group, including volunteers, and went home early. In her email Pam said I was perpetuating ethnic stereotypes by saying orange cats are dumb and is demanding a racial sensitivity training before she will return. I don't think it's relevant, but just in case, Pam is a white person in a mostly minority staff, and no, she is not ginger/does not have red hair. TLDR Ida for enforcing an ethnic stereotype by joking that orange cats are often dumb? Update. Thanks for responding to my query, which had truly upset me. I worked to have a good relationship with my team and the situation had gotten weird so gradually that I lost perspective. I just met with HR, she had already met with Pam. HR was concerned about Pam's comparing ethnic stereotypes with giving a cat a doorstop and they addressed that, which went well. HR will follow up to make sure Pam understands. The replies to my query were helpful to me for this discussion. HR also addressed Pam assigning other staff Jorts-related tutoring, as it is not appropriate for Pam to assign others work. This also went well. We both think Pam had a hard time with the transition from volunteer to staff, and may have new kid sensitivity projected to Jorts. Pam got emotional about her perception that I favor Jean over Jorts and gave specific examples. Some of these things are fair. Jorts deserves respect as a member of our team. There are 3 buildings in our workplace. Jean and Jorts are limited to 1. HR told me there were 5 holdouts about vaccines, and restricting unvaccinated people from entering the building, to protect Jean and Jorts, was enough to win over 4 of them. That's crazy, but great. More importantly, the cat's presence greatly enhances our work with our clients, and Jorts' friendly nature has been so great. Both cats truly are doing important work. Truly Jorts deserves to be treated with respect. We all deserve to be treated with dignity at work, so I will apologize to Jorts about some things that were insensitive or disrespectful. A. Jean has a nice cat bed with her name on it, while Jorts has chosen an old boot tray in my office with a towel in it. Recently a visitor put wet boots in the boot tray and Pam saw Jorts sleeping on the wet boots. I bought a bed for Jorts today and a name tag has been ordered. B. I will apologize to Jorts and remove the sign saying days since Jorts had a trash can mishap. 0 Jorts likes to fish dirty paper cups out and he often falls into the bin or gets a cup stuck on his head, etc. He is able to get out of the bin by tipping it over, so it isn't a safety issue. C. Jean's staff bio has a photo of Jean, while Jorts' bio has a photo of a sweet potato. I did not actually know either cat had a staff bio, but we will use a photo of Jorts instead of a sweet potato. HR also suggested changing Pam's duties so she is in charge of the cats. This I refused. The cats are my staff, not Pam's. I think Pam was well intended but actually not meeting the needs of either Jean or Jorts, so they remain under my supervision. Pam is also not to put cups on Jorts' head or intentionally put him into frustrating situations given his unique needs. Lastly, and this made us both laugh so hard we can't deal with it in person and will be said via email, Pam admits that she has been putting margarine on Jorts in an attempt to teach him to groom himself better. This may explain the diarrhea problem Jean developed, which required a vet visit. Pam is not to apply margarine to any of her co-workers. Jean has shown she is willing to be in charge of helping Jorts stay clean. If this task becomes onerous for Jean, we can have a groomer help. I am crying laughing typing this. Final update. I got increasingly nervous about Pam and HR decided we had to have a team meeting. First of all, the world is not sick of Jorts and Jean, but HR sure is sick of me. Pam is pretty offline, so had not heard of any of it. We selected a variety of fan art and some of the nicer comments to show Pam and it went fine. We were all very sternly reminded of our stringent worksite privacy policies. Pam wanted to send a letter to the Jorts and Jean fan website and legal counsel redacted the letter. The absolute disgust from legal counsel was palpable. Pam is glad our little cats have so many new friends. Legal counsel told me to knock it off with all of this bullshit. Someone gave Jorts a pipe cleaner. Big relief overall because I did not want to hurt Pam's feelings, not to mention I really thought I might get fired because I doubled down so much on Jorts and Jean content. I regret nothing. Literally right now I can hear someone playing the Jorts and Jean sea shanty somewhere in the building. My partner wants to name our child after his recently deceased mother and I want to leave him because of it. My partner lost his mother in March. Suddenly, she took her breathing tube out of her nose to blow it and because she was half asleep she forgot to put it back on and she drifted away. When she was found it was too late. It was peaceful and honestly is the way I would want to go. With nothing but peace and comfort. I found out I was pregnant 7 months prior. We had a name picked out. After her passing however he has decided to take it upon himself to change our child's name to her name. You know when a person gives a name such a bad taste in your mouth? ? That's what she did to this name. She wasn't a horrible person per se but she wasn't the best. She had moments where she was wonderful but most of the time she was. And please don't take this the wrong way because I hate to talk so about the dead. But she was a monster-in-law. She wouldn't take care of herself, she would get taken to hospital, get attention from her children, get back into good health, get sent home and when things returned to normal and the attention would suffice she would do it all over again. She needed her children's sole attention. Always. She needed to feel important, wanted, needed. It made me feel bad and honestly broke my heart that she felt she needed to do this all the time to get any attention. Now she is gone, and as much as I loved her and miss her, and believe me I do not want that name associated with our child. I don't want to think about her every time I talk to our child. I don't want the stigma I have towards that name forced onto our child. We have actually argued over it. I have tried to compromise by making it a middle name. I have tried to add a name to it so it's one whole name, but he won't budge. I have told him we have a name already. He won't budge. I'm at a point where I want to leave him because it's being forced onto me and I don't want it. I want our child to have a name that has nothing to do with anyone we know. Our son has his stepdad's name as a middle name. Our daughter has his grandma's name as a middle name, and our oldest has his stepdad's mother's name as a first name. I want this child to have something simplistic and beautiful. I don't want to be reminded of someone who was so toxic to herself it ate away at others. Can someone give me some advice on what I can do? Please, I am at a loss. I honestly don't want to do this with him anymore because of how he is acting. I caved with every other child, but this name I cannot and will not cave on. I love the name that was already chosen. Edit: I am not a doormat. I find it rather cruel a few of you have said that. I agreed on our other children's names before they were born. I need advice on how to handle this without breaking his heart and being respectful and tactful, but also showing him this isn't a good idea. Also, I did love his mother. She was a very damaged individual and made it hard to love her, but I still did. I respected her and cared for her deeply. I find it horrible that's even being questioned. She did bad things, but that didn't make her a bad person, just a lonely, sad person who made mistakes. As for people saying if a name is a reason to separate, then you are a problem. It's not that at all. It's the fact that we had a name already chosen and he is now in the midst of grief changed it to a name that was never ever discussed, and I feel like I have zero say. It may be hormones prompting this. I want him to heal. I want to heal. Even his sister thinks it's a bad idea. I have him in grief counseling and she wants to help me with this. We will go together and apart. I will do all I can to stand by him during this process. I will not talk about the name any further with him until he has had some time to come to terms with things. I will continue on with our plans to name her what was originally agreed upon. Thank you guys. Relevant comments. His mother lived with his sister. She was perfectly content as that's what she wanted. As for her problems, she would eat things that were bad for herself and end up in the hospital knowing fully well they would put her there. She was on a strict diet from her doctor because of medical issues. When she would get to that point, she honestly really bad. It ended up being a big fiasco. Usually it's a 3-day stint in the hospital with them doing a paracentesis and checking her fluid work. It got to where she was having them done continuously that she ended up getting referred to have them done monthly, and it was determined it was from all the salty food she was eating. She got to points where she would stop going to the table to eat because she wanted to watch the telly and get weak muscles in her legs, so she had issues moving, at one point becoming completely bedbound. Multiple times she ended up in rehab facilities because she got to points that she stopped doing anything and lost mobility and had to get it back with the help of specialists. Her daughter couldn't force her to do anything, and if she tried she would get my partner involved to argue with her, so she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. As for names, we both chose the first names and we both agreed on middle names. It was always a compromise on both of our parts. We always named together, and if it was a name I didn't truly care for as a first name, we used it as a middle name, especially if it had meaning to him. We would find a name that fit with the other name that we both agreed on so it would flow nicely. As for me being an asshole about children's lives being solely on economic stability, I never stated that. I just stated I am able to afford another, so why shouldn't I? I grew up poor with 4 siblings and we struggled. I make sure we don't struggle, and I want a big family. My kids will hopefully never know how it was to live off of $50 a month with 4 kids and an adult food-wise. Hold on, he's already claimed the middle names of his family members for your 3 other kids? Am I reading this right? We both agreed on them, yes. He loves his grandmother, she raised him, and his sister. I never knew her, but everyone who did said she was the sweetest soul. I was happy to give our child her middle name. Our son had his stepfather's middle name. He was absolute peach and he took me on as his own child and I called him Dad. I waited 4 years to name our son after him. He has his middle name. Our daughter has his father's mother's name, and I love the name. It was honestly a name we had previously chosen, and the name, once we found that it was a family name, it was decided. We have a name picked for this child, but now he wants to completely change it and not compromise. I won't budge and neither will he, so I'm just not going to talk or explain to him anymore. Our child will be named what we had originally agreed upon and nothing more. Update. Hello guys, I know it's been a month, but I wanted to update you guys on the situation since I made my last post. Little backstory if you didn't know my situation. Partner decided to change our daughter's name without talking to me about it after his mother's recent passing, without even accepting a compromise, and I come templated leaving him. Well guys, a big flip to our story. This whole time it's been confirmed a girl until 2 weeks ago. We are having a little boy. Every ultrasound has been wrong. We went to my final appointment and the high-risk doctor confirmed we all have a little boy due in 2 weeks. It broke my heart to see him shut down in the office. He actually left my appointment. He became distant, so I sat down with him and we had a talk after our babies were sleeping. I'm going to give our son his mother's surname as a middle name. It cheered him up, but I get it's not the same. Things have drastically calmed down since we got his mom's ashes back. I bought him a beautiful necklace urn for Father's Day which has his mother's picture and a beautiful quote on it. He can have a little piece of her with him forever. He doesn't know about it yet, but I know he is going to love it. His therapy is going well, as is mine and as is our daughter's. We are all healing very well. We are stronger than ever. Thank you all for the advice, good and bad. Ida, for leaving my sister's wedding early after her maid of honor humiliated me in her speech. I 27F was a bridesmaid at my older sister's wedding last week. The wedding was beautiful and everything seemed perfect until the reception. During the reception, the maid of honor, who has been my sister's best friend since childhood, gave her speech. It was emotional and all, but then she made a joke about how I was the family screw-up who finally managed to do something right by not messing up my bridesmaid duties. Everyone laughed, but I didn't find it funny. For context, I've had a rough few years. I struggled with my mental health and dropped out of college for a while. I've since gotten my life back on track, but it's still a sensitive topic for me. Hearing that joke in front of all our family and friends wasn't funny at all. My sister's best friend and I never really got along, but still I never expected something like this from her. Especially the day wasn't about me at all, then why bring me up in the speech? I tried to stay composed, but I felt the tears coming, so I quietly left the reception and went outside to collect myself. My sister followed me out and asked what was wrong. When I told her, she said it was just a joke and she meant nothing bad. I tried to go back inside, but I just couldn't, and I ended up leaving the wedding early. My parents understand why I was upset, but my sister is angry with me. I do feel terrible for leaving, but I also feel like I had the right to feel hurt and humiliated. Edit: I said nothing at the moment because I didn't want to cause a scene on my sister's special day. And I can't reason with her right now because she will just ask me if I haven't been taking my meds lately. That's what she does when she's angry with me, so I'm giving her some time to maybe realize how her best friend's joke was out of line. Edit 2: Someone asked me if my sister's best friend and I argued before / did I give her a reason to do this. My sister's best friend and I never went past high. She told me before, few years ago, that she in general doesn't feel comfortable around someone struggling mentally because in her head God only knows what they're capable of. Since she said this / to this day I just try to avoid her. Update: 1 week later. The same day I posted, my dad called to check up on me and see if my sister and I had talked things out. When I told him no, he said it's better if we talk about it now and assured me that I have nothing to apologize for. If my sister thinks she has nothing to apologize for, then the least she can do is make her best friend apologize or fully realize that the joke was out of line. By the way, my brother and I met 4 days ago and he told me that Bill, my sister's husband, didn't like the way the Mo called me a screw-up in front of everyone, and some of those who laughed voiced later that they did so out of nervousness. On Monday my sister called me to talk. When I made it to her place, her best friend was on the phone and didn't put it down for a second. My sister started by saying that just a few years ago I would have laughed hard and not taken the joke as an insult. I told her maybe some laughed because they don't know the reason she called me a screw-up. For context, when I was 16 something happened, and that's why I struggled mentally really badly between 16 to 18. When I was 17 I was diagnosed with PTSD and later with depression and anxiety. Since then I don't like it when someone touches my head, especially my hair and the back of my head / neck. My sister knows everything. During our conversation my sister did most of the talking. At some point I felt like my sister had called me just to blame me again without trying to understand my perspective. When I tried to talk, she put her hand on the back of my neck and pulled me toward her with each sentence as if to say, "Do you understand? Or okay?" I hated it and felt irritated. I honestly kept thinking, if I pushes her away, would I be in the wrong? Would they just call me mental and tell family I got physical? I tried to leave, but she insisted that no one was leaving until we sort this out. She told her best friend to just apologize. She refused and reminded my sister that I was the reason her husband got angry at her on their wedding day because I couldn't take a joke, and when I tried to explain why, I told her if she had focused her speech on the bride / groom then maybe he wouldn't have had a reason to be angry. She refused to listen and brushed my words off. She said, "Yeah, whatever. Sorry." I was glad it was finally over, and as I was about to leave I heard her say, "Can't take a joke that everyone knows is true." Both of them laughed, but my sister stopped mid-laugh and apologized. I didn't say anything and left. I think I've had enough. I mean, I know I've had a few rough years. I dropped out of college for a while, fine. But I've since gotten my life back on track. My parents helped me through it all and never made me feel like a burden. At first, I was on some strong meds that made me feel tired / sleepy most of the time. After a while I started to feel a little better with therapy and my family's support. During that period it was me, my parents and my brother. My sister was 3 hours away for a job and used to visit sometimes and would often bring her best friend along with her. Looking back, I don't want to say she hates me, but I know she felt ashamed to have a family member struggling with mental health issues. I don't know how to explain this. I've made up my mind and decided to go NC for now. If my parents and my brother, who were there when I was going through it all, never made me feel that they're ashamed of me, then why would she? I'm still on some meds but feels much better than before. I have a stable job, my own place and friends who loves me for who I am. I can say I'm proud of myself a little. I love my family to death and tried to maintain a relationship with my sister all these years, but I'm trying to improve myself, not constantly be reminded of what I was a few years ago. Cousin, F24, falsely accused me, M31, of SA. Now my family is contacting me after almost 10 years. I've grew up in what was probably the most normal of normal households. Parents worked a lot, but still managed to care for me and my 3 older sisters. We were never super close as a family, but never had any issues either. Same goes for my extended family. They always lived a few hours away, but we saw each other during summer holidays or Christmas and always got along great. But when we got older we naturally grew apart as everyone had their own lives. I'm 31 now. In 2014, when I was 22 and attending uni, I got a phone call from my mother that turned my life upside down. I remember I didn't even answer at first, because I was gaming with friends. But she called again immediately after the first call. This was an unwritten rule in the family. If you call twice like that, it's important. Like someone died important. So when she called again, I excused myself and answered, only to hear chaos in the other end. Like people were arguing. But when my mom realized I had answered, it sounded like she went to another room and closed the door. I just asked what was going on and I heard she was crying. My memory of this conversation is a bit blurry, but she basically asked me if I had something to confess to regarding E. E is my cousin on my mom's side and is 7 years younger than me, 15 at the time. At that point I hadn't even seen E for several years. I just said no and asked what this is about. She just cried even harder and started accusing me of sexually assaulting E back when we were children. That E had told everything to my sister, and that my sister told my mother and my aunt. E had told them that back when she was 9, and I 16, she'd been playing in my room when I came in and started feeling her under her clothes and kissing her. My mother screamed at me to say something, but I couldn't even speak. It was all so absurd. I remember thinking that must be some bad joke. The last thing I remember saying was that it's not true and that E is lying. But then my mom goes on saying that how E gave such a detailed description of where and how. Then she kept asking something like, "Did you do this?" Did you do this? And I just screamed back at her no. Each time. It all ended with my mom putting me on speaker and both my mom and dad saying that they don't want anything to do with me and never to contact them again. 2 of my sisters texted me later that day, pretty much saying that I'm disgusting and then blocked me. I know it's weird, but after that call I went to have a long shower. To this day I still don't know why I did that. After calming down, I started calling and texting everyone, even E. No one answered and the ones who hadn't blocked my number by then quickly did so. The only thing I heard back was from my father who texted me to stop contacting them and that they need to heal. That was 9 years ago and I haven't spoken to anyone in my family since that day. To say this fucked me up is an understatement. I was living in a haze for weeks after that and hardly ate at all. It didn't help that this was right before I was supposed to defend my bachelor's thesis and was already stressed out. Luckily my co-writer sensed something was up and saved me by controlling the conversation so that I got the easy parts. Without him I would have failed. Needless to say, no one came to my graduation. Then started the worst period of my life. I spent the first year expecting the cops to knock on my door and arresting me for sexual abuse. I didn't land any jobs, just living off my saved money. I drank a lot and did oxy. I also grew resentful and violent. The only reason I didn't hurt anyone is because no one was around. My neighbor called the cops on me once after I had smashed a glass, but I managed to convince the officers that I had just dropped it, and they went away since there were no others inside my apartment. Instead of sleeping, I spent my nights planning how I could hurt E and make sure no one ever found out. Even thinking how I could actually do the things she'd accused me of, but much worse. I know, I'm not proud of that. I landed my first real job in my field in late 2015. Only then did things start to improve. I focused all my time on my job, as it gave me something normal to do. Recovery was a slow process, but I drank less, sober now for 4+ years, and smiled more. I lived cheap and earned good money, so I made a point of buying myself a nice gift for my birthdays, a VR headset, a motorcycle, Lego etc. And last year I moved from my shitty apartment and bought a small house. It was an old dream of mine to have my own garage and a garden to care for. This has boosted me even more. So my life is okay now. I still got problems. I've been on antidepressants for the last few years and while they help, it's not in a happy way. They simply remove the dark thoughts and replace them with dead ones. My trust in other people is close to non-existent. I've tried dating, but only been on 2 dates with 2 different women. It's really hard to speak like a normal person when it comes down to it. And what would I tell a potential partner when she asked about my family? Oh, you know they accused me of a heinous crime and we're not talking anymore. But I didn't do it, I swear. My field is very male-dominated, so the only woman I really speak to is my therapist, who I like a lot. If this text was difficult to follow, I apologize. I'm not good with words on the best of days, and I started rambling a bit when it all came back to me. It's already getting long so I will fast forward to my current issue. A few days ago, I received a text from my mother. It felt unreal and I was scared to open it at first, so I just stared at the notification for hours before opening it. Yesterday, another text followed. Translated, they basically say. Text 1. Hi, my name. It's been so long since we talked. We miss you and want to know how you're doing. Here she writes a long text about my sisters and how my nieces and nephews are getting big. I didn't even know I was an uncle. Know that we love you and always will. Mom and Dad. Text 2. Hi, my name. We understand if you don't want to talk to us after what happened, but please listen. Last month, the subject of you was brought up at a family gathering. During this, E was downplaying everything that had happened to her. It got so awkward that she finally admitted that nothing happened and that she probably just dreamt it. We were all appalled by this. When we last spoke, we wanted to protect E and did the only thing we thought we could do. We know that's not excusing how you were treated. What E did was wrong and we're all angry at her. We have called everyone that knew and told them the truth. We all want to speak with you and your sisters want you to meet their families. Please write back if you can find it in you to forgive us. Mom and Dad. So yeah, that's my situation right now. I haven't answered, but they no doubt know I've seen it. Truth be told, I'm seething. So many old, shitty memories are now stirring again. I don't want to forgive them and I wouldn't trust myself to be in the same room as them right now. Part of me wants to call my family and unleash everything on them, to guilt them with everything I went through until they all hit their rock bottom. Then dedicate my life to make my cousin's life as miserable as possible. The other part wants to ignore them and continue with my okay-ish life with my motorcycle and my garden to keep me company. I don't have any friends. The only people I speak to are my coworkers, but we're not really close. I've called my therapist's clinic, but they told me she's on vacation and won't be available for weeks, and I don't want anyone else than her. So that leaves internet strangers. So please, where to go from here? Do I ignore them and continue as is? Or do I answer? And if so, what to even write? I'm pretty sure meeting them in person would be a bad idea for a foreseeable future, but I'm not even sure how my life can improve from picking up those old threads. As embarrassing as it may sound, I've dreamed about the day when they apologize to be them throwing themselves to the ground and kissing my feet. Texting seems so anticlimactic now. I've met my therapist. I was first scheduled for September, but she managed to move it and we've had 2 talks so far. She also read the original post and many of your comments. While she would have preferred me to confide in a colleague of hers, in the end she was glad you guys told me to calm down a bit and wait. She knows firsthand how I can get when angry. I won't go through everything we talked about, but it comes down to that I may respond to my parents at some point, but if I do, it won't be anytime soon. I've started writing everything down that I once said to my family and then my therapist, and I will go through those things continuously. For those who asked, they haven't tried to contact me further. Ex-fiancé wants to meet up after leaving me at the altar 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I stood on the brink of what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. I was 25, dressed in a beautiful white gown, makeup perfect, and surrounded by my bridesmaids, all smiles and anticipation. Everything was set for my wedding to Jay, the man I thought was my forever. The venue was picturesque, filled with friends and family who had gathered to witness our union. My parents were beaming with pride, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of roses. But as I was about to walk down the aisle, Jay's best man, Mark, pulled me aside with a grave expression. "He's gone," Mark whispered, his voice barely audible. "What do you mean, gone?" I asked, my heart sinking. Mark explained that Jay had left, getting into a car and driving away. No one could reach him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I felt the world collapse around me. The news spread quickly, and the joyful atmosphere turned somber. I could see the confusion and pity in the eyes of our guests. My bridesmaids tried to comfort me, but there was little they could do. I felt like a living nightmare, the dream wedding turning into a horrific ordeal. My parents were in shock, and my friends were at a loss for words. When I returned to our apartment, it was as if he had never been there. All his belongings were gone, and he had turned into a ghost. There were no calls, no messages, no explanations. I was left to pick up the pieces of my shattered life alone. The days following were a blur. I barely ate, barely slept, and cried until I had no tears left. I felt humiliated and abandoned. In the aftermath, I made the bold decision to take our planned honeymoon with my best friends. It turned out to be the best choice, a much-needed distraction and a chance to reclaim some joy. We went to a tropical paradise, and while it was hard to forget the pain, the laughter and support of my friends helped me begin to heal. The sunsets were beautiful, and the sound of the waves was soothing. For the first time in weeks, I felt a glimmer of hope. Upon returning, I dove into therapy, determined to heal and move forward. Therapy was tough, but it helped me understand my feelings and start rebuilding my self-worth. My therapist, Drive. Alan, was patient and kind, guiding me through the pain and helping me confront the betrayal. I began to piece together a new life, bit by bit. Years passed. I rebuilt my life, slowly but surely. I found love again with a wonderful man named David, who supported me unconditionally. We met through mutual friends, and our connection was instant. He knew about my past and was always there to help me through my trust issues. Life was finally stable and happy. I had pushed Jay into the recesses of my mind, a closed chapter I never thought I'd revisit. David and I built a life filled with love and understanding. We traveled together, shared dreams, and created new memories. But then, out of the blue, Jay resurfaced. A mutual friend had given him my number, and he reached out, asking to meet and explain everything. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Part of me craved the closure, the answers to questions that had haunted me for years. But another part of me, out of respect for David and our relationship, felt that Jay should remain a ghost. My boyfriend, supportive as always, left the decision to me. After much deliberation and against the advice of many, I decided to meet Jay. I needed to close this chapter fully. My boyfriend came with me for support, staying at a distance while Jay and I talked in a quiet park. Seeing Jay again was surreal. He looked older, worn down by whatever life had thrown at him. He explained that he was in a 12-step program, making amends as part of his recovery. His story unraveled with each word, revealing truths that left me feeling both angry and strangely relieved. For the last year of our relationship, Jay had been living a lie. He was struggling with his sexuality and using drugs to cope with the facade of being in love with me. His family, deeply homophobic, had pressured him into maintaining this charade. He had met a man at work, someone I had unknowingly encountered a few times when dropping off lunch for Jay. As our wedding approached, Jay's boyfriend issued an ultimatum, and Jay chose him, fleeing from our wedding and our life together. After moving away, Jay's life spiraled further out of control. He couldn't quit the drugs, and his relationship with his boyfriend fell apart. He hit rock bottom when a regular hookup overdosed beside him. That tragedy became his wake-up call, pushing him towards sobriety and a desperate need to make amends. Jay apologized, admitting he should have been honest about his struggles and feelings. He said he missed me, not as a lover but as a best friend. It was a lot to process. I told him that while I was glad he was doing better, I couldn't have him in my life. I forgave him for my own peace, but I needed to move on without any further contact. Jay understood and promised to leave town shortly, disappearing from my life once more. Returning home, the emotional weight of the meeting hit me. I cried, mourning the loss and the years of unanswered questions. My boyfriend held me, ordering my favorite takeout and comforting me without pressing for details. His unwavering support reminded me of the love I had found, a love built on honesty and mutual respect. David listened when I was ready to talk, holding my hand and reassuring me that I had done the right thing. That night, as I lay in bed, I realized that the pain of the past had led me to where I was meant to be. Jay's betrayal had opened the door to a future filled with genuine love and understanding. My boyfriend had been my rock, proving that out of the darkest times, we can find the brightest lights. I thought about the journey I had taken, the strength I had found within myself, and the beautiful life I was building with David. And so, with Jay finally a closed chapter, I looked forward to the future, grateful for the lessons learned and the love that had blossomed from the ashes of my broken heart. I knew that with David by my side, I could face anything. The wounds of the past had healed, and I was ready to embrace the life I had always dreamed of. My husband cannot accept I don't like mustard. Things came to a head yesterday. We've been married 2 years, dating 5. We are both 34. I'm a woman, he's a man, if it matters. I'm not a picky eater. In fact, I'm quite adventurous, and every time I've traveled I've always made it a point to try dishes with unusual/uncommon ingredients to say I've tried them. There are very few foods I won't eat. One of them is mustard, the condiment. I don't like it. I just don't. The taste is very strong and overpowering, and it's an unpleasant taste. I've tried yellow, stone ground, honey, artisan, brown, spicy, you name it. I have tried them all. And I just don't like them. My husband for some reason never understood this. He loves mustard, especially honey mustard. He puts it on all his sandwiches, dips his fries in it. And every time he tries to force me to try it, he'll insist I'll like it this time. I'm a grown-ass woman. I know what I don't like. And I don't like mustard. So I'll say no, and it'll devolve into a mini argument where he'll call me picky. Well, last night we were on the road home from a weekend trip we took together, and he stopped at a gas station to get us a quick bite. He got a hot dog slathered in mustard. I got one but decided to keep it plain. I don't really love hot dogs to begin with, but I will eat them. While we waited in line, he asked what I got on mine. I told him nothing. He actually got furious and grabbed it from me. He marched over to the condiment station and began putting mustard on my hot dog, telling me to grow up and stop being picky. I just walked out and sat in the car. I didn't even want the damn hot dog anymore. My appetite was gone. He came back and began screaming at me for embarrassing him even further. The word divorce was said for the first time ever. I secretly recorded his screaming because I was genuinely afraid I would die. He was driving erratically, swerving and speeding. I'm in a hotel tonight. He ignored me all day at work, and then the call started around when he realized I wasn't coming home. Non-stop voicemails and texts. He sent me a screenshot of a Google search for local divorce lawyers. I haven't eaten all day and I've been sobbing in this damn hotel room. I don't want to get divorced, and I wish I had just ate the fucking mustard. Someone, anyone, please give me an explanation. Am I in danger? Why would he react this way to a preference of mine? I'm completely broken right now. Some answers, I guess, to questions I saw. Regarding when I said no to sex. He respected if I said no to having sex, but he would ask for blowjobs over and over. I used to give in at first until I started dreading doing it. He tried buying all this stuff to make me like it, to make it easier or whatever. I used to like blowjobs. I don't like giving them to him. But he'll still ask over and over. I started responding with, I said no. Are you going to force me to do it? And he'd get squeamish and offended that I'd implied he would rape or assault me. If I have a support system, no. I've always been a very small circle kind of person, and I lost touch with casual college friends. My friends are his. It makes me feel like a loser, but I don't really have friends of my own. My parents are dead. My dad died when I was a teen, and my mom passed recently of heart failure. I have no siblings. I'm financially capable of living on my own, and I could pay for a divorce. I just really didn't want things to be this way. The mustard thing was always just an annoyance to me. I didn't consider it a deal breaker, but obviously it is for him. We have no kids and no equity. Our finances are separate save for one joint account we equally contribute to for bills. We were looking at buying a house. I'm safe. I'm at work and I'm staying in the hotel until further notice. He has continued to text. One message said that he loves me and doesn't want to lose me, but I've forced his hand by refusing to communicate or come home. I haven't answered. I don't know what to say. I forced myself to eat my favorite takeout late last night, but it tasted like cardboard. I stayed up late compiling a list of every time he has shown worrying behavior. I guess the mustard is the tip of the iceberg. Update. I will admit, while I was at work and thinking of the lonely room waiting me after 5, I considered just going home. But I knew what awaited me. I'm too drained to muster up the kind of apology he would be expecting in order for things to go back to normal. I honestly fear that our normal is detrimental to me. I also don't want to apologize. I don't think I did anything wrong, and you all helped validate that. I always felt like I was the one disturbing the peace. He'd get so upset over things that were little to no effort for me to just do or go along with because I loved him. And somewhere along the way I think I lost myself. I never liked mustard. I never liked golf, or camping, or red wine. But he loves all of these and wanted me to love them too. He said he was introducing me to his hobbies so we would have shared interests as a couple. But I have realized that out of all the things I used to like, he has either refused to try or ignored my interest. Our shared interests are just his. God, how do I feel like my own person again? My world broke not 2 days ago and now I'm drunk at a hotel bar switching between Reddit and researching divorce lawyers. I still don't want a divorce. It's so permanent. I never pictured myself a divorcee. I used to think that every choice I made deliberately. It used to be a point of pride for me. But he's making this choice for me. And it hurts. Update. First of all, I took this week off at the encouragement of my employer. I plan to spend it finding a therapist that specializes in domestic abuse and sexual assault, which I've come to realize I am a victim of. I feel completely numb. I'm also looking into a divorce lawyer. Secondly, he found the hotel where I was staying. I guess he followed me from work. He was waiting in the lobby. God, my heart skipped a beat and I realized that I did not miss him at all. I was afraid of making a scene. I need to unlearn that, so I sat with him in the lounge area and talked. I'll summarize it. I pointed out the security camera and said if he tried to hurt me, there'd be footage and I would press charges without a second thought. He was completely shocked and said he'd never hurt me. I reminded him how I feared for my life in the car. He ignored me. He asked why I wasn't coming home. I was completely blank-faced when I told him, because you're divorcing me. He said he didn't mean it and was just upset. I said, when normal people are upset, they express it in a healthy way. You threaten the end of our marriage. I'm taking you seriously. He got pissed and asked if I was saying he wasn't normal. Honestly, I just wanted the conversation to be done, so I told him if that's really all he heard then there was no point in talking anymore. I told him I was looking for a lawyer and he should probably do the same if he hasn't found one. He lashed out and said, all this over one mistake? And I just stared at him. As I made to stand up, he grabbed my wrist hard and I pointed at the camera again. This just made him angrier. He never could handle slights to his ego. One mistake. It wasn't one mistake. It was a pattern of abuse over years. It was threatening me, intimidating me. I told him if he tried to contact me again beyond sending me his lawyer's details I'd be calling the police. He let me go. I want to say I was badass and celebrated in my room. I collapsed onto my bed and began sobbing. I was just so sick and angry and sad. He truly doesn't care about me. I've been crying on and off while calling local therapists. God, why is it so hard to find one? The amount of therapists that advertise but turn out to not be accepting new patients is unacceptable. I've looked into victims of DV/DA support groups as well. In the span of less than a month my life is completely changed. And he isn't remorseful at all. He just thinks it's all my fault. Update. I have a divorce lawyer. That's all I'm comfortable with revealing on here for the time being. I will also mention that I have moved locations. I am safe and secure. My work has allowed me to go fully remote. My STBX does not have my location, nor are there any trackers on my phone. I am in contact with people and organizations who are helping me. Earlier this week, the calls and texts really ramped up. I was advised to leave him unblocked and simply muted so his messages would come through. I read a few since I was curious. He wanted me at Thanksgiving dinner with his family. He begged me to stop being this way, and what was he supposed to tell his family? Well, Thursday came and went. I had bought a couple of ready meals the night before, so that was my feast. I do want to take a break here to talk about my mom. Since it was only 3 of us every holiday, except the rare times friends would come over, my mom wouldn't make a turkey. She would buy a rotisserie chicken and dress it up with stuffing, etc. She'd make dishes we loved rather than traditional Thanksgiving dishes. My favorite side dish of all time was French fries. My dad loved grilled asparagus with cheese. So we would have a rotisserie chicken with French fries, asparagus, and some garlic toast, my mom's favorite. The first time I had real traditional Thanksgiving food at a friend's house, I apparently told my mom loudly I didn't like it and asked where the fries were. Ha! So this year, instead of my STB ex-husband's family's Thanksgiving food, I bought asparagus, fries, garlic toast, and a couple of slices of rotisserie chicken. It wasn't half as good as my mother's meal. But when I say I cried eating it, it felt like they were with me that night. I guess my absence at the dinner forced my STB ex to tell his family that I was separated from him. So Friday morning I got a phone call from an unfamiliar number. I answered it, thinking maybe it was my lawyer's home phone or another person I was in contact with. It was my mother-in-law. She begged me not to hang up on her. So I stayed on the line. She went on about how I was her daughter, she loved me, her son loved me, and how could I leave him over something so minor? He only told his mom about the mustard, and even then it was a watered-down version that made me look like a neurotic control freak who needed everything my way. According to my mill, he just made a side cup of it for me and asked me to just try it in the car. And I started screaming I'd divorce him. She then started probing about which lawyer I was seeing and what I had told them. She also reminded me that lying in court was a crime. My lawyer had warned me to not reveal anything we had discussed to his family. It took all my willpower not to say anything. Instead, I hung up and muted her number, too. She hasn't texted or tried to call again. Trust me, I would have loved to send the recording of her son screaming saying he ought to smack me upside the head, calling me a stubborn bitch, that he would divorce me, and that he would run the car off the fucking road if I didn't start acting right. I wanted to scream into the phone that her precious son started this mess and I was simply doing what he wanted. I have come to realize you don't treat someone you love like the way he has acted. Normal people don't want to have sex with someone who has already said no. Normal people don't keep pushing and obsessing over food preferences. There is something seriously wrong with that man. He texted me last night, Friday, calling me a bitch for making his mother cry. He also said he would come find me and it would take more than a locked door to keep him from getting me and taking me home. I forwarded those to the right people. I know this isn't a happy update, but things are moving along quite nicely. Update. I moved. I will not say where, but I have found a new home. My job let me stay on as permanently remote. I can't go into details about my divorce or other current legal proceedings, but I can say I was granted a protective order due to something that happened back in December. Due to the nature of what happened, I was hospitalized for a time. That was what I guess made me realize I wanted to get the fuck out. I traded my car, had my phone checked for tracking apps/devices, and changed my number. He cannot contact me or have anyone contact me on his behalf. I am now several hours and state lines away from him and his wretched family. I moved with only 2 suitcases and a duffel of my stuff. I cannot wait to furnish and decorate my new home the way I always wanted it. I'm in therapy and I have a survivor support group I see weekly. I will be okay. I feel like I can finally breathe. Update. Hello. It's been a while. I'd sort of forgotten about this account until I saw screenshots of my posts uploaded to Instagram. Some key points. I am still going to therapy, individual counseling and bi-weekly group meetups for victims of DV. I am absolutely not dating. I saw some comments that said they hoped I found a fairy tale man. That's the last thing I want or need. I strive for independence and self-love before I consider finding a new partner. It'll probably be years before I'm ready, and that's okay. I have discovered a love of cooking and trying new cuisines. I didn't realize how boring my ex's taste was until I escaped him. Slathering mustard on a $2 hot dog does not mean you have superior taste buds. Sorry, I had to get a jab in somehow. Nothing new or dramatic has happened, and that is the way I like it. What matters is, I'm alive, and I'm happy. I didn't realize how little I'd made myself until I was given the space to be. That's all I'm willing to give for my update for now. Peace and love. How do I, 36M, make my wife, 38F, tell me who is sending food to her at her workplace on a daily basis? TLDR, wife started constantly showing off to me that someone sends food to her at her workplace from expensive places, on an almost daily basis, and doesn't want to tell me who it is. She knows I won't mind if she tells me she's ordering for herself, but she denies it. Details? This is a first, since in 10 years together there hasn't been a single jealously induced fight since neither of us are of the jealous type. I was cheated pretty bad by another person. She knows this and knows I'm insecure about it, so we both are pretty open about our friends and families to avoid misunderstandings between us, till she started to get all secretive with this specific matter. She stopped eating the food I cook for her because someone pays for her food now. The catch? There aren't any coworkers in her office. She does consultation at her own little one-person place and everything else is managed off-site by the company she's working for. Now, why I'm making a big deal out of it? It was not a big deal till it was. I was super happy for her because maybe some client were so satisfied with the service that they sent her food in gratitude. It was a bi-monthly occurrence at best and she used to tell me hey, this client sent me some Starbucks. Nice. Or wow, other client's mother made me a sandwich and some jello. But then it became bi-weekly and then she stopped knowing who sent her the now expensive food, and nowadays it's daily. She always returns my food to me when she gets home, gone all bad because she didn't eat any. I don't make a big deal, but I stopped making jokes about it like hey, tell them to send some for me too. Or things like that because it started to annoy me that she doesn't eat my food and let it go bad. I'm a pretty good cook and I hate wasting food, and it got weird when she started to show off that the food someone sent to her is better costly and restaurant made. It started as an annoyance about wasting food, but what triggered my insecurity about this is that one day, after she sent me the usual picture, I told to her surprise, I got ahead and sent you that from Y place. And she replied, all annoyed, ha, funny, I know it wasn't you. Told her who is it then? Her answer? I don't know. So she doesn't believe it was me, but doesn't know who it was. The second catch? They always send her things pretty specific to her likings. I may be paranoid, but most items she gets are things that she has to tell someone she likes, since it is not generic expensive food, but menu items catered to her palate or drinks prepared exactly how she likes them. She could be ordering herself, but she denies it like it would kill her to tell me. She knows I don't mind, I just don't want wasting food. If she's ordering food for herself, why doesn't she tell me? I told her it wouldn't be a problem since that way I can save food at home and won't wake up as early, but she still denies and still doesn't know who it is. It's the first time I get this type of treatment from her. Why be so secretive about some food? She knows it gets worse if you hide this type of deals instead of being just open about it like it's some weird client obsessed with sending me food or it's my mom/brother/friend/the company like. She could have lied like that and it would be enough to stop me from asking her every time nice, but who is sending you this? And instead decided being all mysterious and mischievous about it. Update. She's about to come home in an hour or so I'll try to talk to her seriously one last time before getting matters on my own hands. I don't like snooping, but most of you recommend I will have to if I want some real answers, even if it means hiring a pie or following people around. I'll update whenever I can after the allowed time. Rule 5 says 48 hours after first post. I hope the possible update is uninteresting. Also, it's probable I'll update with another throwaway account because I just made this one on impulse and the password is pure bullshit I can't remember. Update. So this isn't worth its own post. It went begrudgingly? Faster than I anticipated. I'm with a friend right now, asked him for some space so I could write a little, or a ton, and tomorrow I'll be at my parents'. Believe it or not, I'm not angry or destroyed or all that shiz. I'm just sad and tired and want to puke, and want to write something to vent. Excuse my spelling errors. You are also not gonna believe this. To the person who told me this is almost like a sitcom. What the fuck, this is a fucking sitcom, you were right. You'll see why soon. I told and asked her some of the things some of you told me I could say to her before starting my own investigation. I'm a calm person, so usually, doesn't matter the topic I talk about, it never comes as rude. This is important because I don't want you to think that I screamed at her or something like that. I don't want you to picture me as a saint, but I'm as non-violent as a person can be. Her reaction was as bizarre as this whole shit. Long story short, or short story long, I asked her with why is she accepting food from strangers and she started verbally abusing. And don't worry if you don't believe me, it started out of nowhere. It's Leok, she exploded out of fucking nowhere. As I wrote in another comment, yeah, we fight like any couple, but she never abused me or insulted me or my family. Again, this was a first. I guess I was not pressing enough or making the correct questions, because I never got this reaction from her before. One of the things she screamed at me was something like, why the fuck are you pestering me? I bet you never knew a fucking surprise in your whole childhood. No. Scratch that, I know you never had a fucking surprise in your whole childhood, so now whenever I get a gift you get all jealous. Is that it, right? Then she started a tirade on how my parents were shit at raising me and everything. I told her that was unprovoked, and that I just wanted her to be careful when eating outside, even more so if she didn't know where the food comes from. I'll repeat myself as many times as necessary, we never fought like this. In 10 years she never screamed at me or insulted me like this. I told her to please not insult me or my parents because I'm just trying to talk. She screamed, then what the hell do you want from me? And, guys, I told her the stupidest thing ever. To please eat my food. Or tell me whenever you are gonna eat outside so I won't cook. Her answer? Then don't fucking cook for fuck's sake. I asked her to please stop screaming at me, and told her that it wasn't like that. I was concerned that she was receiving food without knowing the source and I didn't like wasting food. At this point I was still acting as if everything was about she not eating my food. That whole interchange lasted less than 15 minutes, but it was enough to trigger her like I've never seen before in 10 years. I'll omit like 2 hours and a half of details because I don't want to write a fucking Bible. I'll just go for the most important bits for me. Update. She was seeing an ex from a bunch of friggin' years ago. This chick started to send her not only food, but gifts because suddenly she wanted to reignite shit or whatever. But no, it wasn't sudden at all. They started just talking like 8 years ago, and the gifts started a couple years ago too. Wife got by curious because she, and I quote, wanted to taste the touch of a woman again, so they slept together multiple times since years ago. Please, I beg you don't misunderstand me, this isn't a post about that. I'm not hating anyone for their preferences. But you don't do that when you are married. Or better yet, you talk to your partner like, hey, I'm curious about this or that, can we do anything about it if it's good with you? Something like that. Communication. Told her so. But I pressed for her to come full clean. Remember, this is after 2+ hours discussing this issues. And you are also not going to believe this. After some more talking she told me, you want clean? I'll give you clean. Sleeping with her ex triggered a craving for different people. She slept with a male co-worker of hers in a past job like 5 years ago. Slept with another male ex of hers. Slept with a chick from a club. Slept with a chick from that same job, and slept with her latest ex, all while we were already married. I asked why? Her answer? She wanted to feel wanted by everyone. Was I not enough? Hard no. Maybe if I could change the shape of my penis on command, but that wouldn't even be enough because she wanted to try different bodies and shit like that. Why marry me? I'm a good person and she wanted someone as stable as me. Why do that to a good person then? It's only sex. But it's important for me. Grow up. I have needs. I know it's a big deal for you, that's why I never tell you tell me. As in present time. Yes, she was still in contact with most of her fuck buddies, but more so her exes. Why not try everything she wanted, then date me then marry me? She told me the stupidest thing, she was calling dibs on me. Guys, I didn't have any other lovers or so. She was competing for me versus no one. I could have waited for her 1, 5 or 10 years. Told her I'm gone then. Her answer? Have fun. What did I do to you to be treated like this? Nothing, but I'm seriously tired of pretending, having to hide, lie. And you pestering me about this shit was the last straw. She told me that if I never started to get weird about food, I would never know and we could still be happy. Told her it isn't my fault. She responded, I know, but you ruined your status quo, as in I'm happy like this, you ruined it for you by pestering me. Last question. Then why act all mysterious with the food? If she had just told me oh it's from the company, or a friend, everything would have stayed the same. Answer, fucking grow up. Please. What the fuck happened to my wife? I was never treated like this. I now know that my trust for her was so big I was blind to a bunch of signs. What signs? I still don't fucking know, but she said all that as if it was all under my nose. Why she exploded after 10 years? And why just after I started bettering myself for her? Why not before, or later for that matter? My stepmother tried to donate my children's clothes behind my back. I don't want her near my family anymore. For context, I, 34F, live in Brazil. I'm not sure how well other countries are being informed of this, but the state of Rio Grande do Sul has been going through a devastating flood that is engulfing entire towns and affecting thousands of people. My family doesn't live in Rio Grande do Sul, but we, like many others, are donating to the survivors. I live in an apartment with my husband, 37M, and our children, 10M and 6F. A couple weeks ago, we organized some of our kids' old clothes to donate. My father and stepmother told me that they were donating their clothes as well, and offered to stop by, pick up our clothes and donate everything together. I agreed. The day of, I had an emergency at work. I left the clothes in 2 bags by the front door, gave my father the password to our place, we have a keypad lock, and changed the code frequently, and asked if he was okay stopping by while I wasn't there. He agreed, but later told me he was busy, and his wife would go instead. Some time later, my stepmother texted me, confirming she'd gotten the clothes. When I got back home, both bags were still there. I instantly got confused. I started pondering what clothes my stepmother had picked up, which led me to check my kids' closets. Sure enough, half my daughter's clothes were gone, as well as about a third of my son's. I called my father. Thankfully, they hadn't taken the donations anywhere yet, so I was able to get everything back. My stepmother explained she couldn't find the bags, so she just went to the closets and picked up whatever looked like it wouldn't fit them anymore. If anyone else had done this, I probably wouldn't be this upset. Sure, the bags were right by the door, but I've been inattentive before. It happens. But knowing my stepmother did this drives me mad in ways I can't describe. My relationship with my stepmother has always been bad. She was emotionally abusive towards me and my little sister when we were young. I could write a book about the damage she caused, but there's one particular part of the abuse that's relevant here. Early in her relationship with my father, she put on some weight. When she started making efforts to lose it, she decided the entire family needed to do so as well. She told me, then a preteen and only slightly overweight, and my sister, this started when she was 5, that we were obese, forced us both into increasingly restrictive diets and tried to monitor what we ate at our mom's place. We were too young to understand what was actually going on, so my mom didn't realize how abusive the situation was until years later. From that moment on, our contact with our father, who joined in on the restrictions most of the time, and stepmother was mostly limited. We both managed to reconcile with our father, but the damage had been done. To this day, I have a complicated relationship with food. Years later, my stepmother was diagnosed with BPD. She's still in therapy and has apologized, but I never forgave her and I never will. I'm cordial with her, but only for my father's sake. She's tried to make comments about my daughter's weight before, but me and my husband, and sometimes my father, always shut her down. Every time my stepmother buys her clothes, they are at least 2 sizes too big, we always exchange them. My daughter is actually small for her age, which only makes this more ridiculous. Looking at the clothes she tried to steal from my kids almost made me weep. Every single piece was either brand new or just fit them perfectly. Some of their favorite clothes were there. There's an astronaut onesie my daughter got for her birthday, literally 2 weeks ago, that she's obsessed with. 4 of her favorite dresses, some of her costumes, her ballet uniforms, ! And a few shirts she also loves were almost gone forever as well. She stole less from my son, but still took many of his favorites as well. I'm cutting contact with my stepmother. My husband agrees with me. I don't care how much therapy she's done or how much she seems to have improved, I don't want her anywhere near my family ever again. This was the last straw. I refuse to let her damage my children the way she damaged me. But I don't know how to talk to my father about this. We've both put a lot of effort into our relationship, and I don't want to lose whatever we still have. Update. I spoke to my father a few days ago to inform him that my family would be cutting ties with his wife. There's not much to say about the conversation itself, but we did have a small fight about it. From his perspective, I think it was more of an I'm upset fight than a I think I'm right fight, so it wasn't too hard to get him on my side. I had written a draft of what I wanted to say, but I only used half of it. I focused on the facts first, as that's usually what works with my father. His wife raided my children's closets without permission and stole clothes they still wore and treasured. I also sent him a picture of the bags I'd left by the door, which proves she couldn't have walked into my apartment without seeing them. Another topic I brought up was the way his wife abused me during my youth, and how I'd seen traces of that behavior towards my daughter. Over the years, my stepmother has apologized for how she'd treated me more than once. I never bought it. She would say those things, but never change anything about how she acted. No amount of therapy, education, I don't think I mentioned this, but she's a psychologist, or conversations will ever be enough. Even if she somehow did change, she will always be the person who made me spend my entire youth hating everything about myself. The only reason I remained civil towards her was because my dad loves her, for whatever reason. I was fine with her seeing my kids because it usually happened in environments I could control, but I never left her alone with them. Whenever she offered to babysit, I made it very clear that would never happen. I'd rather drive halfway across the city to leave them with my mill than allow my stepmother to tell my daughter she's fat. I sent pictures of the clothes she'd tried to steal to my father. He recognized many of them as pieces my kids had worn weeks prior, as well as ones he'd bought for them. The ballet uniform stood out. I still have no idea why she stole that one, as he'd paid for it and insisted it wasn't cheap. I also included pictures of the tags while the ones on my son's clothes seemed mostly random. My daughter's read either 5 or 6. That is her size, but my stepmother has always refused to accept that. Once I'd told my father all of the above, he agreed that there was no way she'd stolen those clothes by accident, and it was best for me and my family to distance ourselves from her. I can tell he's hurt by this, but it's not me he's upset at. Even if it was, he knows my kids are my priority, and he can't change my mind on this. I allowed him to tell his wife. She's trying to contact me, but I've been ignoring her calls and texts. Before the week is over, I'll decide whether to block her or just keep her on mute. My children aren't dumb. They will notice her absence. But I don't think they'll care much, as they were never close with her. She tried to play a grandma role with them, mostly just trying to push them to call her that, but it never worked. It's great to know my kids won't miss her. My husband and I are trying for a third, and last, and I'm glad they'll never even meet her. I'm still very upset. As much as I've always known she would never change, stealing from my children was something I could have never imagined she'd do. But I am much better than I was last week, which is enough for now. My mill doesn't let me have sex with my husband. My husband and I got married a year ago. He and I didn't live together before. In fact, we hardly saw each other because we both worked and studied at the same time, so our time was quite limited. We got married and went to live together in his apartment. Unfortunately, 2 months after our wedding, his father died in an accident. My mother-in-law and my husband, who is an only child, were devastated as it was quite sudden. My mother-in-law, left alone, began to suggest to my husband that we move with her to her house to keep her company, but because she is from another state we couldn't due to our jobs and college. Then she came to us. Our apartment is 2 rooms, so my mother-in-law occupied one and my husband and I occupied another. I mean, my mother-in-law never liked me. She is one of the mothers who think that no woman is good enough for her son. As a couple who are still in the honeymoon stage, we had sex very frequently. Every day, even up to twice a day. This changed when my mother-in-law arrived, since the apartment is small, so I didn't feel comfortable doing it with her living there. The thing is that when we did have sex with my husband, my mother-in-law magically interrupted us. It didn't matter what time it was, even if it was 3 a.m. she casually got up and knocked on our door asking what are we doing? Or telling my husband that she feels bad because her head hurts or things like that. This has been going on since my mother-in-law moved in with us. It's been a stressful 7 months. Besides, I have no privacy of any kind. She criticizes everything I do, especially my food. My husband tries to give me my place, saying things like it's not true, Mom, the food tastes good. What really annoyed me was the fact that she started saying that several things of value and money were lost in her room casually the day I stayed at home. I had the day off from work and study in the afternoons. I really got fed up. I told my husband that this really wasn't what I expected. I agreed to let her move in with us because my father-in-law passed away and I was really trying to be empathetic to her and her pain, but I'm not going to let her call me a thief. Now I'm at my parents' house. My husband keeps calling me and sending me messages to come back, but I don't know what to do anymore. This is really stressful. Update. I returned with my husband last Thursday. While I lived with my parents, we were talking and seeing each other. The first time I agreed to talk to him, I told him that he really had to do something about his mother because our relationship was going down the drain. He kicked his mother out. She didn't take it so well. Remember how I told you she wanted to sell her house? Well, she actually did. She put her house up for sale. What surprised me so much is that she listed her house for sale at well below the average cost considering where that house is located. Apparently she was about to close the deal with some potential buyers. She hasn't communicated with anyone since she left. We also don't know if she returned to her house. And now everything is fine. My husband also thanked me because he couldn't stand having his mother in our apartment anymore. I also made it very clear to my husband that if his mother had behaved differently, I would never really have minded if she stayed with us. I feel a little bad for her, but she really brought it on herself. I was always kind despite her treatment. Update. Hello. It has been several months since the last update. Long story short, my mother-in-law returned to our apartment. After my husband kicked her out, she didn't contact us for about 2 months. Then she began to resume communication with my husband. 3 months ago we received the news that my mother-in-law was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer. My husband asked me to move her mother back with us, and given the situation I accepted. But she continues with the same attitude from the beginning. And now it is worse since she needs various care, and I must take care of her. I quit my job to take care of her full time. We are drowning in debt since my husband's salary is not enough to cover all expenses. My husband suggested putting my mother-in-law's house up for sale again, and she refused, saying that it was the only thing she had left and that she wanted it to be my husband's inheritance. My wife said she does not owe me sex, and she is right. She does not owe me sex just because I am her husband, but I cannot take it anymore. Sexual incompatibility is hell. I have been busy drafting divorce documents with my lawyer this week. I believe it's best if we separate because we became incompatible after some time. 4 years of marriage, both in early 30s. Hormone test came up normal. I begged her for marriage counseling with sex therapy. I did everything she pointed out. She came with other excuses. Since the beginning of the relationship, we take turns handling laundry and dishes. For the other tasks, we have our own responsibilities for different rooms/tasks. It is not in the sexual department as well. She does not seem to be into having non-sexual intimacy either recently. Countless discussions and nothing in the end. It was not like that in the beginning, so I am not sure what happened. Marriage counseling and sexual therapy did not work either. She seems happy in the relationship and daily life, but I am not. We had sex only 2 times since the beginning of this year. She mentioned we should try having kids at the beginning of this week, and I got annoyed. What am I? Something kept for only breeding? I will give her the divorce notice documents next Monday, and I am torn the relationship will end like that. I'll also leave the house as soon as possible. However, I am sure I am doing both of us a favor in the long run. We should separate before having kids. Just wanted to vent and get opinion from a neutral point of view. Update. She got the notice papers this Monday and was shocked. I explained her in detail and thoroughly why I came to that decision. I pointed out every previous discussion we had, how there were no efforts from her side and we are simply incompatible in the end. There was crying and arguments again. I also told her I would be going back to my hometown to settle in my premarital house. It was my mom's, but after she passed away, we shared it half-half with my sister, though I gave my share to my sister later. We had to move to our current city due to my wife's job. A lot happened that day, but I will not give details as they were mostly personal. Next day, I started packing important things, and out of a sudden, my wife became the most sexual person on the planet. She came to me with lingerie, sex toys, costumes, and approached me. I am going to be honest. I had a very hard time resisting but rejected her advances every time. She is the woman I love and desire after all, but I do not think staying in this marriage will be healthy for either of us. I am currently staying at a hotel with my important belongings. I changed my passwords and handled other shared things. My sister will come next week to get me, and I believe I'll be staying at her place in our hometown for a while. At least until beds and furnitures are delivered to the house. Some Redditors pointed out that she may be cheating on me, but she did not give me reason to be suspicious of. I trust her fully. I just wish we were more compatible in the intimacy department. She is trying to reach out to me, but I reject her calls and do not read her texts. I may need few days of peace and silence to get myself ready for everything upcoming. I fear my mother-in-law is poisoning me, but my husband doesn't believe it. It had been a difficult year since my wedding. My husband, Tom, was everything I could have asked for in a partner, kind, loving, and supportive. But his mother, Janice, was another story altogether. From the moment we announced our engagement, Janice made it clear that I was not welcome in her family. Her smiles were always a little too sharp, her comments a little too cutting, but she reserved her most venomous behavior for when we were alone. Tom, blissfully ignorant or willfully blind, always dismissed my concerns. "You're imagining things," he'd say. "Mom's just a bit rough around the edges." After months of suffering through weekly dinners at her house, I finally put my foot down, insisting on reducing our visits to once a month. Tom reluctantly agreed, but the strain on our marriage was palpable. Every month, like clockwork, we would attend one of Janice's meticulously planned family gatherings, and every month, I would spend the night racked with debilitating diarrhea. Tom, of course, was never affected, and when I tentatively brought up my suspicions, he waved them off as paranoia. "Maybe it's just stress," he suggested. "Mom can be intimidating." It was more than stress. I was convinced Janice was poisoning me, but without proof, there was little I could do. My breaking point came during Easter dinner. Janice had outdone herself, preparing a lavish prime rib feast, complete with horseradish sauce and au jus. It was a buffet-style setup, a detail that initially put me at ease. But when we arrived, I saw that each place was set with a ramekin of horseradish and a small pitcher of au jus, carefully positioned in front of each seat. An idea began to form. I waited until Janice was out of the room and quickly switched the ramekin and pitcher at my place setting with those at Tom's. My heart pounded in my chest as we sat down to eat, and every bite I took felt like a gamble. The evening progressed uneventfully, and I began to relax. Maybe, I thought, I was wrong. Maybe it was all in my head. But as soon as we got home, Tom rushed to the bathroom, clutching his stomach. The sound of his retching and groaning confirmed my worst fears. In the morning, pale and exhausted, he emerged from the bathroom. "What the hell happened to me?" he asked, his voice weak. I took a deep breath, my heart racing. "Tom, I switched our horseradish and au jus last night." His face contorted in fury. "You poisoned me?" "No, Tom. I just switched them. I needed to know if." "If what? If my mother is trying to kill you?" His voice was rising, his eyes blazing with anger. "You put me through hell just to prove a point?" The realization hit me like a freight train. He had known all along. His mother had been poisoning me, and he had been complicit in it, whether through denial or willful ignorance. "I can't believe you," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I trusted you, and you let this happen." He glared at me, his jaw clenched. "You're overreacting. You always overreact." Without another word, I packed a couple of bags and left. I couldn't stay in a house where I was actively being harmed and my husband refused to protect me. I hired a divorce lawyer the next day, determined to sever ties with Tom and his toxic family for good. It wasn't easy, but I found a small apartment and began rebuilding my life. I leaned on friends and found strength I didn't know I had. Every day, I grew a little bit stronger, a little bit more sure of my decision. One day, months later, I received a letter from Janice. I hesitated to open it, but curiosity got the better of me. Inside was a short note, written in her neat, precise handwriting. "Dear Prudence, I'm sure you think you've won. But remember, family is forever, and you're not family. Janice." I laughed bitterly, tearing the letter in half. Janice was wrong. Family was supposed to be about love and support, not fear and manipulation. I had lost a husband, but I had gained my freedom. And that was worth more than any family ties. With the support of my friends and my newfound independence, I began to heal. I started dating again, cautiously at first, but eventually, I met someone who made me feel safe and cherished. Someone who valued me for who I was and would never allow anyone to harm me. Looking back, I realized that leaving Tom was the best decision I could have made. I had been through hell, but I had come out stronger, wiser, and ready to embrace a future free from fear. And that, I knew, was the ultimate victory. I, 22 am in medical school and my fiancée, 22F, freaked out after seeing a diagram of a vagina in my anatomy textbook. My fiancée Annie and I have known each since we were children and began dating junior year of HS. After HS we both went to our state school and I asked her to marry me junior year of undergrad. I have always dreamt of being a doctor, as has she. When the application process began, I applied to good mix of MD and DO schools of varying degrees of selectivity, though all med schools are insanely selective. I had initially planned on continuing my education in my state institution because I did not want to take on too much debt. I did end up getting into my state school's med school, but I was also unexpectedly was offered a spot at one of the best med schools in the country, i.e. top 3, in New England. We are from the West Coast. I would have been inclined to reject the offer had I not also qualified for a partial, but still significant scholarship. It would still cost me more out of pocket than my state school would, but not significantly so, maybe a couple $1,000s more. Annie, despite pleas from myself, our parents, professors, advisors etc., applied to only our state school and to some insanely selective, top 10 MD, schools, that she, to be blunt, had no chance of getting into given her admittedly mediocre grades and research experience. She was rejected from all the schools she applied to, including our state institution. Obviously, this crushed her and I have tried my best to support her during a difficult time and to help her remain optimistic. Our situation now is this: I am currently enrolled at the aforementioned New England Medical School, while Annie has decided to take a year off to strengthen her profile with research experience, physician shadowing etc., and is currently living with me. There were no jobs open related to her undergrad major, political science, here or in our home state, that would be able to give her sufficient time off for research, so she is currently working part-time in the retail industry. I have tried my best to be completely supportive of her as I know that this is a difficult time for her, and I have never, ever said I told you so or anything along those lines. This is what ended up happening on Friday night. I was home, studying for a test on Monday when Annie came home from work. She came over to my desk and kissed me. I asked her how her day went and she didn't respond, and suddenly looked very pissed off. After a few moments she said, "What the fuck is wrong with you, textbook throwaway," while pointing at an anatomical diagram of a vagina in my textbook. I was speechless. After regaining my composure I managed to let out a surprised "What do you mean?" "I'm studying," to which she said something along the lines of "You know what the fuck I mean, why the fuck are you looking at pictures of women's vaginas?" This was very strange because she knows I occasionally watch porn and has no problem with it. In fact, I know that she enjoys porn from time to time as well. I explained to her that I have to take anatomy in medical school, but she wasn't having it. She took my textbook and stormed off to our bedroom and locked the door. I could hear her crying and I kept apologizing. After a few minutes she opened the door and threw her engagement ring at me before slamming it shut again to continue crying. I continued apologizing but she did not respond at all. I spent the rest of the night on the couch. Saturday morning, she wasn't home. I checked my phone and there was a text from her saying that she was staying with a friend and that she was done with us unless I dropped out of medical school and found another job because, and this is an honest to God text from her, She doesn't want me ogling at vaginas like a fucking pervert. This is completely out of character for her. She has always been level-headed and reasonable, and has no history of mental illness or anything like that. I am not a stupid person and I know that this is way more to do than a picture of a fucking vagina in an anatomy textbook, but I have no idea what to do right now. She has stopped responding to texts and won't pick up her phone. I spoke to the friend she's staying with who basically called me a fucking asshole and said that Annie is crying and getting drunk, and that neither of them want me coming over to speak with her. Her parents passed when we were young children and she doesn't have any siblings or much other family. I have no idea what to do anymore. I love her more than anything, but there is absolutely no way I am dropping out of medical school for her, and I would rather we break up than I bend to her completely unreasonable demands, but I am very concerned for her mental health right now, and need any advice I can get. Update. Yesterday I decided that enough was enough and I headed over to where she was staying intent on ending the relationship. When I got there she was half drunk. What followed was a lot of screaming and cussing directed at me. I learned why she wanted me to drop out. It had nothing to do with textbook vaginas. When I was a sophomore, 2 of my friends dropped out of college to work on their tech startup full-time, and invited me to come work with them. My undergrad degree was in comp sci. I rejected the offer because I wanted to concentrate on my dream becoming a doctor. Fortunately, their startup did very well and last year they sold it to a large tech company for a very large sum of money, in the low 8 figures. I was thrilled for them. After they sold the company, both of them obviously had large lifestyle changes. One of them proposed to his girlfriend with a ridiculously fucking big diamond, and they are frequently vacationing in exotic locations with family and SOs. Apparently, their success and lifestyles made my girlfriend extremely jealous, and she came up with the vagina thing as a way for me to drop out of med school, because she thinks that I can easily get a job making $150K a year at a bank so we wouldn't have to live like fucking refugees and that I am a fucking idiot for not doing so. Still, I was confused. I asked her about our dreams of being doctors. Turns out she never really wanted to go into medicine but only claimed to because it was all I ever talked about. I guess that explains her application strategy. I was done. I broke up with her on the spot and told her not to contact me again. She is going to continue staying with the friend while we figure out a living arrangement. My 28M, GF, 31F, of 3 years confessed to me that she only started dating me because she knew I had a massive crush on her for a very long time and her roommate convinced her to go on a single pity date with me. From the moment I first saw her, I knew she was special. It was in the crowded corridors of our high school, where she seemed to glide effortlessly, her laughter resonating like the sweetest melody. She was a year ahead of me, and while we never shared classes, our paths often crossed. I was smitten, my heart pounding every time I caught a glimpse of her. My crush was an open secret. Friends teased, teachers smiled knowingly, and even she couldn't have missed the adoration in my eyes. Yet, despite my longing, I never found the courage to ask her out. After high school, life took us in different directions. We moved to different cities for college, and over time, lost touch. She was a distant, cherished memory, one I never thought I'd revisit. Fast forward to 5 years ago, I was at a friend's birthday party, a friend from high school who knew all about my unrequited love. Amid the laughter and conversations, I saw her again. My heart skipped a beat. She had grown more beautiful, more confident, and carried an aura of strength that was both intimidating and alluring. Encouraged by my friends, I approached her, my heart in my mouth. To my surprise, she remembered me, and we had a pleasant conversation. We exchanged numbers and social media handles, and a spark of hope ignited in me once more. I couldn't believe my luck when she agreed to hang out. I was nervous, expecting her to turn me down, but instead, we clicked. We discovered shared interests, laughed at each other's jokes, and found a rhythm that felt natural and exciting. Our dates became more frequent, and soon, we were a couple. She was everything I had dreamed of and more. We were deeply in love, discussing marriage and our future together. Last weekend, we hosted her best friend and her husband for dinner. Her best friend was someone I knew from school, a good friend who had always been supportive. After dinner, as we relaxed with drinks, the conversation flowed freely. Except for me, everyone was quite drunk. Her best friend, in her drunken state, turned to my girlfriend and said, "Look how happy you are. I feel so proud. Remember when you didn't even want to give this guy a chance and only agreed to go on a pity date because I pestered you? And now, look at you two, talking about your future together." The room fell silent. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Her husband, sensing the awkwardness, led her away to bed. My girlfriend's face was flushed with stress and embarrassment. We retired to our room, and she broke down in tears. She admitted that it was true. She had agreed to go out with me as a favor to her best friend, planning to let me down gently after a few dates. She had known about my crush for years and didn't want to hurt me. But, as we spent time together, she realized how well we connected and decided to give our relationship a real chance. I hugged her and reassured her that it was okay. It was water under the bridge, I said. But deep down, it stung. The thought that she had initially pitied me gnawed at my heart. Over the next few days, she was extra loving and attentive, sensing my unease. In the morning, her best friend apologized profusely for her insensitive comments. She explained that she just wanted to take credit for setting us up but, being drunk, had blurted out things she shouldn't have. I accepted her apology, grateful that she had played a part in bringing us together. After they left, I sat down with my girlfriend and shared my feelings. I asked her why she had been hesitant to go out with me in the first place. She held my hands and told me that it had felt awkward. She had known about my crush for years, and I was a year younger and her junior. Friends from back home used to tease her by mentioning my name, and she felt awkward because I seemed more into her than she was into me. She was afraid that the reality would never match my idealized image of her and didn't want to go through that. Also, she admitted, she thought I was a bit of a weirdo back in school, but when her best friend vouched for me, she agreed to go out with me. On our first date, she realized I was just a guy with a crush, not creepy, and we had an amazing chemistry. Her honesty was refreshing and touching. We went out for dinner that night to the same restaurant where we had our first date, reminiscing about the journey that had brought us together. We even tried to order the same dishes, although one had been discontinued, so we chose something new. In the end, I realized how lucky I was. I was about to marry the woman I had loved for so long, and our relationship was even better than I had ever imagined. The initial hesitation on her part didn't matter anymore because what we had now was real and strong. We planned to go ring shopping in December, ready to embark on the next chapter of our beautiful journey together. I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding. My baby sister is the golden child. Or maybe that's unfair to say. She survived cancer when she was a child. It was the darkest period of my parents' life. I don't remember much of it because my parents shielded me from the horrific truth. I knew she was sick and I remember all my childhood spent in hospitals, but never did I know that my sister almost died until many years later. I was 12 and she was 10. After she beat her sickness, she became the obvious favorite in the house. She got everything she wanted and sometimes it was at my expense. I resented that, but I always heard that I was a naughty girl for being jealous of my hero sister. My sister grew up to be a brat. Now 20 years later she's still bratty, although we get along a lot better than when we were teenagers/young adults. My wedding is in July. Neither my fiancé nor I have the money for a big wedding. We settled for small wedding, 30 people, at my fiancé's grandparents who have a beautiful house with lake view. My parents, when they heard this, said no way and offered to pay for a bigger wedding and better venue. We didn't agree at first, but later we did not want to disappoint them. It seemed like it was important to them. Last week my mom invited me over. My dad, mom and my sister's boyfriend asked me what I would think if my sister's boyfriend proposed to my sisters during the wedding, so it becomes an engagement party as well as a wedding. Mom has seen reels on Instagram about people proposing to maid of honor/bridesmaids and thought it cute. My sister is my maid of honor. I said no, that's ridiculous, and laughed. My mom was livid. She told me I was selfish and ungrateful and I accused her of favoritism. I told her I always thought it was odd that you'd pay for my wedding, but now I know the reason why. She started crying and kicked me out of the house. Later both she and my future brother-in-law sent me texts warning me from exposing their plan to my sister. My fiancé was disappointed but not sure what we could do. My parents have spent almost $30,000 and it's too late to cancel. My mother called me today to plan the proposal and I begged her not to ruin my day. She told me since she was paying she can make requests and that I should let go of my jealousy and resentment towards my sister because she's innocent in all of this. But the thing is, this day will be about my sister. I told my fiancé to ask his grandparents if they're still willing to host my wedding. If they're, I'll revert to our original plan. If not, I will just elope. Not sure yet if I'm going to tell my family and cancel the wedding or just let them have their grand proposal party. None of my family is invited to my wedding, including my sister. I can't tell her since she has no idea her BF is going to propose and this would ruin the whole thing. At the same time it would be ruined anyway when I elope and she wonders why. But as of this morning, my mom still says they're going ahead with the proposal even without my help. The original plan is that I should be the one making the speech and telling my sister there's a surprise for her and today is about us two blah blah blah, and then her girlfriends and boyfriend do some rehearsed dance to their favorite song and then he proposes. If I know her well, she wouldn't mind being proposed to on my wedding day, so it's a lose-lose situation for me. Sometimes I think maybe I should agree and get it over with, but I'm so angry and my fiancé actually doesn't want me to cave this time, since we both were happy with the backyard wedding. We even asked mom to donate what she had planned on spending on the wedding to the Childhood Cancer Fund, in our names like what we've requested as a wedding gift from our guests, but she insisted on a party for the extended family. I had a back and forth texting with my future brother-in-law, where he called me jealous and bitter. I have now blocked him. He texted my fiancé apologizing but we didn't answer. My plan now is to get married a week earlier at my grandparents-in-law with 20 guests, because we have managed to change our honeymoon trip booking to be 3 instead of 2 weeks with departure day the morning after the wedding. My mom's wedding is already paid in full with no refund possibilities with such short notice, 3 weeks. That was the whole point, I think. To spring this information on me so close to the wedding date so I can't really do anything about it. Now they will have 1 week's heads up anyway when they see my wedding pictures on social media. They will probably just turn the wedding into an engagement party and have a blast. So it's a win-win, I hope. So I told my mom that I'm not going to attend the party she's paid for. Maybe they should just make it an engagement party instead. She got very upset and told me that the engagement was supposed to be a surprise. I told her that I was just giving her the heads up since she's about to lose an insane amount of money. She didn't take me seriously, like I wasn't going to cancel my wedding because of a trivial thing. What she didn't know is that I've already made plans to get married a week earlier at my grandparents-in-law. We invited our closest friends and some even had to book earlier flights and take more vacation days. For these people I was extra grateful. What was left was my sister. I'd been back and forth arguing and negotiating with my parents in full. I decided that even if this would ruin her surprise, I had to tell her, so I did. She wasn't really happy with my mom, but she was more upset that I ruined her surprise, and she, as I expected, thought I could have just sucked it up and gone with the flow. I didn't tell her about my new wedding date. The wedding was dreamlike. In the back of my head I was hurt the people who loved me the most weren't there, but I pushed the thought away and refused to let it ruin our day. My husband was amazing. He promised to make me happy for the rest of my life and to make up for every heartbreak I've experienced in my past. My in-laws surprised us with upgrading our honeymoon to a 5-star hotel. I had my friends and some cousins and my favorite aunt attending. We asked them not to live stream or upload any pictures to SM until we're already on our honeymoon. We also asked them not to engage in any altercations online with my family. Today my mom made long FB/Twitter/Instagram posts bashing me and my husband. Calling me ungrateful and disrespectful with pictures of my wedding. Telling people I've cost her a big chunk of her savings and she's now demanding compensation. Her FB post was shared about 200 times and the majority of my extended family is angry with me. She never once tried to contact me. I really thought she would bombard my phone. Instead, both her and my dad announced that they're cutting me off and are expecting compensation. Full commented that I ruined his surprise, and my sister made a post about being tired of jealous bees and haters. None of the people we invited has commented, even though some of them were directly attacked, so they respected our wishes. I don't know if they're going to go ahead and turn the wedding into an engagement party now. I really hope they do so the money isn't wasted. Ida for ruining a pregnancy announcement by telling the woman she may have taken the wrong test. It was a bright and sunny Saturday when my husband, James, and I decided to host a lunch for our close friends. We loved having people over, and it had been a while since our last gathering. We were both 30, and our social circle was mostly comprised of people our age, navigating through similar stages of life. This time, one of our friends asked if they could bring a new couple, Doug and Sasha, who had recently moved to our town. Though we had never met them, we trusted our friend's judgment and were happy to extend the invitation. As the clock struck noon, our house was buzzing with laughter and chatter. The aroma of the dishes we'd prepared filled the air, and everything seemed perfect. When Doug and Sasha arrived, they were greeted warmly by everyone. Sasha was charming, with a radiant smile that seemed to light up the room. Doug, on the other hand, was a bit more reserved but polite and friendly. At one point, Sasha mentioned needing to use the restroom. Unfortunately, the main bathroom was occupied, so I directed her to our master bathroom. As James and I were putting the finishing touches on the food, we heard a commotion. Sasha emerged from the master bathroom, tears streaming down her face, holding a small object in her hand. Before we could react, she had already rushed to Doug, who dropped to his knees, crying and kissing her stomach. The room erupted into cheers and congratulations. It took a moment to understand what was happening. Sasha, through her tears of joy, announced she was pregnant. James and I congratulated them, albeit a bit bewildered. The excitement in the room was palpable, but I couldn't shake off a niggling feeling of confusion. As we all sat down to eat, Sasha turned to me and said, "I hope you don't mind, but I used one of your pregnancy tests." I was taken aback. "I don't have pregnancy tests," I replied, confused. Sasha insisted she had found one in my drawer. Slowly, it dawned on me what she had used. "Sasha, do you mean the blue box in the back of my lower left drawer?" I asked. Her face went pale. "Yes," she whispered. I sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and pity. "Those are ovulation tests, not pregnancy tests." The room went silent. Doug's face turned a deep shade of red. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "They're ovulation tests," I repeated gently. "Not pregnancy tests." Doug exploded, accusing me of lying and trying to sabotage their happiness. Sasha, looking mortified, tried to calm him down, but he stormed out of the house, dragging her with him. The atmosphere, once filled with joy, was now thick with tension and confusion. The rest of the lunch was a blur. Some of our friends sided with Doug and Sasha, saying I should have handled it more discreetly. Others thought their reaction was completely out of line. It was a mess, and I was left feeling more confused than ever. Later, one of our friends who had sided with Doug and Sasha called me. She explained the backstory I hadn't known. Doug had divorced his first wife because she couldn't have children, and Sasha was terrified the same fate awaited her. She had recently started fertility treatments and was under immense pressure to conceive. The ovulation test, which she mistook for a pregnancy test, had shown a positive result because of the medication she was taking. In her excitement and desperation, she hadn't read the box properly. Sasha, it seemed, had been through a lot. She was now blaming me for the fallout of her mistake. She believed I had ruined her moment and embarrassed her in front of everyone. Our friends were caught in the middle, torn between their loyalty to us and their sympathy for Sasha. James and I were stunned by how things had escalated. What was supposed to be a simple lunch had turned into a drama that none of us had anticipated. Over the next few weeks, Doug and Sasha's relationship deteriorated. The stress and pressure had taken a toll on them, and they were constantly fighting. Sasha was bad-mouthing me to anyone who would listen, convinced that I had deliberately humiliated her. Despite the chaos, our close friends eventually came around. They understood that I hadn't meant any harm and that the situation had spiraled out of control. We had a long talk, and I explained everything from my perspective. They realized that Sasha's actions, though rooted in desperation, had been misguided. It took time, but things settled down. Doug and Sasha moved away, seeking a fresh start elsewhere. I learned a valuable lesson about how delicate and unpredictable human relationships can be. Hosting that lunch had opened my eyes to the hidden struggles people carry and the unforeseen consequences of misunderstandings. James and I continued to focus on our own journey, including our efforts to start a family. We became closer through the ordeal, finding strength in each other and in the support of our true friends. In the end, the experience, though painful, brought us all closer and made us more appreciative of the bonds we shared. Life returned to its normal rhythm, but the memory of that day lingered. It was a reminder of how quickly things could change, and how important it was to approach every situation with empathy and understanding. And as we looked towards the future, we did so with a renewed sense of gratitude for the people who stood by us, no matter what. I learned sign language and learned what my mom was talking about with her boyfriend. My mom's been involved with this new guy for a few months now. To be fair, enough time has passed for me to stop referring to him as the new guy, but he's not my dad and I guess that will always make him feel like the new guy. According to movie logic, I'm supposed to hate him for trying to replace my father or whatever, but the truth is, I like him. I like him so much that I've been learning how to use sign language to improve our communication because new guy happens to be deaf. He can read lips, which is how I've been communicating with him. My mom didn't waste any time learning sign language at the beginning of their romance and she's at the point now where she can have full conversations without using her voice. I was really proud of her and so was new guy. I'm not on their level yet, but I've had enough practice to follow a conversation that's not too complicated. My plan was to surprise new guy on his birthday, which is 2 months from now, and wish him a happy birthday as well as officially welcoming him to the family in sign language. However, I never factored in the amount of dirty talk my mom and new guy were having in sign language. Not knowing that I can understand them, my mom and new guy have gotten disturbingly comfortable exposing their sex life in my company. It didn't matter if we were at the dinner table or watching TV, I would constantly catch so many dirty descriptions being communicated between the two of them. They are worse than horny teenagers, and I should know, I am one. Number 17-year-old son should ever witness his mother use her fingers to demonstrate how wet her vagina is. It's gotten to the point where I'm no longer willing to wait until new guy's birthday to make it known that I can understand sign language because holy fuck I need my eyes to not see this shit anymore. The update. Instead of informing new guy and my mom that I've been learning sign language on the side, I decided to ask new guy to personally teach me sign language in his free time. That way no one needs to know, other than thousands of strangers on the internet, that I understood my mom and new guy whenever they were talking dirty. It was the best approach I could think of that would encourage new guy and my mom to keep their sign language non-sexual around me and spare us all an awkward situation. That being said, I didn't let them off the hook that easily. My first sign language lesson with new guy happened 2 days ago. He's actually a really good sign language teacher when he's not being seduced by my mom. He even promised to teach me swear words. Towards the end of the lesson I asked him about some of the things I've seen my mom sign to him. In order to sell how new I was to sign language, I first had to pretend struggle how to make the wet vagina sign in front of new guy. It was almost impossible to keep a straight face when I noticed the growing horror in new guy's eyes as soon as he realized what I was trying to communicate. He was quick to intervene and prevent me from finishing the vagina sign, which prompted him to reveal one of his first golden rules: no skipping ahead to pro-level sign language. Apparently my mom's vagina falls under advanced sign language skills and therefore will not be addressed at all. Speaking of my mom, she's been keeping her sign language relatively safe for son since my interest in learning sign language went public. However, this morning I did catch her complimenting new guy's butt in sign language. It was weird because now that she knows I'm learning, she feels the need to teach me too. And based on what happened this morning, she seems to think it's hilarious to teach me words like nice ass. Just when I thought I had the upper hand. Update. In between my original post and my follow-up post, something happened to me that was the complete opposite of a fuck up. I met a girl. We're the same age and go to the same school. We're not in love with each other just yet, but our relationship have become serious enough that we're considering to have sex. I have to add that one of the things my GF loves about me is my sign language skills, albeit below beginner level. She knows all about my sign language adventure so far. I've even introduced her to my mom and new guy. Speaking of new guy, my sign language lessons with him have been going so well that I decided to pass on what I've been learning to my GF, who would occasionally ask me to teach her new words in sign language. That being said, since my GF and I started talking about sleeping together, we also started talking dirty, usually by saying what was on our minds or using sign language to demonstrate what was on our minds. Those of you who read my previous posts are probably getting flashbacks right now of me catching my mom and new guy using adults-only sign language in my company when they thought I was unable to understand. Focus on that flashback and just replace my mom with my GF, new guy with me, and the observer, which was originally me, but now being my mother. That was more or less the situation earlier in the week when my mom caught me teaching my GF dirty words in sign language. My GF and I were hanging out in the living room and my mom was resting in her room. My mom's kidneys are not in the best condition and twice a week she needs to go for dialysis. The day of this fuck up happened to be one of her dialysis days, so when she came home she just wanted to sleep. Usually my mom sleeps all afternoon after dialysis, which made me think I could get away with teaching my GF the ABCs of sign language: anal, blowjob and cunnilingus. My GF couldn't help but laugh out loud a few times, and I think one of those times it might have woken up my mom and prompted her to check up on us. However, I never heard my mom come downstairs or noticed her watching us. She never made her presence known. I only found out about it during my recent sign language lesson with new guy. It was my first time seeing him look emotionally exhausted. He made me read something he wrote on his iPad. It stated that my mom appreciated his willingness to teach me sign language, but she's upset at him for teaching me words that made her uncomfortable, especially now that I'm using the inappropriate words that I've learned from him to also teach my GF. There was a lot more to read, but it basically boiled down to new guy apologizing for upsetting my mom and for any lines he might have crossed with me during our lessons, before ending it off with a question that I knew was coming: where did you actually learn those words? I panicked and told him everything. The secret sign language school I've been attending in order to eventually surprise him on his birthday, catching him and my mom dirty talking, pretending to know nothing about sign language when I asked him to teach me. It all came out. New guy seemed shocked, disturbed, impressed, amused, touched, all at once. I apologized for creating tension between him and my mom and promised to tell my mom everything I've told him if it meant clearing the atmosphere. New guy accepted my apology and thanked me for going through so much trouble to give him such a thoughtful birthday gift. He also apologized on behalf of himself and my mom for exposing me to their spicy sign language. We hugged it out and agreed that he was going to explain things to my mom in private, but leave out the part about me catching the two of them behaving like horny teenagers in front of me. For my mom's sake. It kind of worked out in the end. Yesterday my mom said she was proud of me for managing to balance school and sign language classes back to back. However, she made me promise to keep the sign language PG with my GF, at least until I'm old enough to behave however I want it under my own roof. Hopefully my mom never connects the dots and realizes how long I've been able to understand sign language. Lol. Update. My mom got remarried this past weekend. Her new husband has been a good partner to her since day one. My relationship with him has been positive too. Cut to the wedding reception, where I decided to be bold as fuck and end off my speech by telling everyone what I learned while living with my mom and new guy. I said I learned how to sign because of them, which I was demonstrating during my speech. Cue wholesome applause. I said I also realized how real the attraction was when I caught my mom locking eyes with new guy and using sign language to express how into him she was. I glanced at new guy to see if he was telepathically trying to tell me to stop talking, but he seemed to enjoy my speech like everyone else, so I continued. Instead of telling the audience what my mom communicated to new guy, I asked everyone to follow my lead and reach up with both hands, palms facing the body, and then connect the fingertips before lowering the hands like it's meditation time. Cool. Next, form an upside down triangle with both hands by connecting the tip of the thumbs and the tip of the index fingers while making fists with the other fingers. At that moment my mom's jaw was on the floor. New guy's face was so red he looked photoshopped. My mom, new guy and yours truly were not the only people at the wedding who understood sign language. Many of new guy's friends and family knew what I was signing and didn't seem to know how to react. I asked if anyone was brave enough to translate. One of the guests shouted, "Reddit boy." I looked around until I spotted the person shouting. It was a random guy at the back. Shouters always seem to be the random guy at the back. Random guy's Jamaican accent came out at max volume when he asked me in front of everyone if I was the young broda who posted on Reddit about my mom's vagina. Before that moment, I thought I was prepared for any outcome when I decided to include the wet vagina story in my speech, for better or worse, come what may, but I must admit, I was not prepared for the possibility of an unapologetically loudmouth Redditor being present at the wedding and putting me on the spot like that. I dodged Jamaican guy's question and abruptly said, "Thanks bro." I was so taken aback afterwards that my brain went blank. I had no idea where I was going with my speech anymore, so without any warning whatsoever, I automatically decided to go ahead and toast to my mom and new guy, who were both struggling to hide how mortified they were. I spent the rest of the night trying to avoid almost everyone at the wedding, which was impossible because I was still at the wedding. My mom, who was now on the verge of disowning me, managed to track me down and ask if I had any idea how many people from her side, including her boss, have approached her since my speech to ask what the fuck I made them all sign. I apologized and said it was supposed to be funny. My mom said I better hope she's in a better mood when she returned from her honeymoon because I had a lot of explaining to do, starting with what she heard from Jamaican guy about me accepting gifts on the internet. I assumed my mom was referring to Reddit awards because that was still a thing when I shared my original post a couple of years ago. According to my mom, Jamaican guy apparently bragged about giving me many awards because my posts about her wet vagina made him laugh. My mom made me promise to stay away from the drunk Jamaican man and to stop making sign language sound like porn to people who don't sign. My new stepdad, aka new guy, cornered me in the men's room to thank me, sarcastically, for going back on our agreement and exposing both of us for knowing about Vagina Gate. He said he literally forgot that it ever happened until I signed the words wet vagina at his wedding. I apologized and explained that I thought enough time had passed for me to joke about Vagina Gate and for everyone to laugh about it. New guy said there was no such thing as enough time had passed, so it must be safe to use his wife's vagina as a punchline in public, and that he's most likely gonna spend his honeymoon sleeping on the couch for teaming up with me and keeping my mom out of the loop about where I learned dirty sign language in the first place. On the plus side though, I was able to avoid Jamaican guy at the wedding. I know now who he is and he knows who I am, in real life and on Reddit, so I'm just gonna keep the details about him as generic as possible. This was a long read. Sorry. I cannot describe how much I regret not keeping my speech PG, but at least the whole truth is finally out now. Unless my mom returns from the honeymoon alone because of me, then this chapter in my life is closed. Fingers crossed. My ex-husband who cheated on me with my sister emailed me after 6 years. I, 33F, met my ex-husband, Dan, 40F, almost 15 years ago at a restaurant when I was celebrating my 18th birthday. He was really nice, charming and mature. He made me feel loved and special. For some context, I grew up in a dysfunctional family. My mom and dad used to always fight. My dad would sometimes go out and not come back for months. He died when my sister Abby, 25F, was born. My mom was way too fond of Abby since her birth rather than me. Abby was basically babied by my mother. She didn't neglect me at all, always did her best as a mother and provided for me, but I always felt sometime missing. After Dan came to my life, I didn't feel like there was something missing from me. He supported me, he was caring. He would always buy me gifts and take me out in long drives. I felt complete when I was with him. We got married after dating for 4 years. I wanted to start a family right away, but Dan encouraged me to do my master's and helped me build my career. He wanted us to be in a stable position financially before we start thinking about having kids. Seriously, he was the best guy I could ever ask for. After 5 years of being happily married, I discovered that my husband was cheating on me with Abby. I discovered the affair when my husband made an excuse that he will go out of town for a week, but he stayed in town and he booked a hotel room where he and Abby can have sex. This has been going on for 6 months behind my back. I was really devastated. Abby and I were close growing up. I loved her and cared for her. How could she do this to me? After the D-Day, Dan and I had a fight. I asked how could he do this to me? That too with my sister who just turned 19? He said he didn't love me anymore, that I don't give him enough attention, that I am not the same girl he fell in love with. Between this mess, I discovered that I was pregnant. But due to the stress, I lost the baby. He didn't even care enough to visit me at the hospital when I lost our child. He was having a weekend getaway with my sister. I should have seen the signs. Abby would always be touchy with Dan. Dan would sometimes stare at her. But it is still very disturbing for me. My mother as usual took Abby's side and told me to just make peace with it. I wanted to KLL myself because I had no one left. Lost my child and my husband, my whole family. Then my best friend Tina, my savior, came to my rescue. She was moving to another state and asked me to come with her. I said yes. I was already divorced at that point and we lived in a small town. So, I would obviously run into my ex and my sister. It took me a while to settle into my new life in a different state, but I met some kind people there. It helped me heal some trauma. I still have trust issues. I met my now husband Tony, 32M, after 1 year of moving to the new place. I was really hesitant and kept my guard up, but he showed me that he is trustworthy and loves me a lot. I was so happy with him that I almost forgot about the life I had back in my hometown. His parents were really welcoming and generous people. We got married a year ago. I am now pregnant with our first child. Yesterday, I got an email from my ex Dan. It just brought back all the bad memories. I am just paraphrasing his email. He mentioned that he misses me. He tried to find me but couldn't. He is very miserable with my sister. She is very dumb and doesn't care about him like I do. I used to bake him a cake and throw birthdays for him. But Abby only texted him happy birthday and didn't even bother to buy him a cake. Plus she is very rude, she doesn't respect him, she is always at the bar with her friends. He also mentioned that she has cheated on him 5 times already. The last affair was with his cousin. Our mother also doesn't stop her. He will soon file for a divorce, but lately he has been missing me a lot. He wants us to try again as a couple. He wants us to become a family just like before. Since I do not have social media except for Instagram, which is private, he probably doesn't know that I am married and I have a baby on the way. I don't know if I should feel pity for him or just laugh because the grass on his side is very brown rather than green. Update. I just wanted to say thanks to all of you who messaged and showed me support. I have decided to send him an email and be done with it. It goes like, Dan, I am sorry to hear that you are suffering, but there is no way I would be with you. Yes, there was a time when I used to be that girl who would have taken you in a heartbeat, but that girl is not there anymore. That girl has died the day I had a miscarriage and you were somewhere shacking up with my sister. I called you but you never picked it up. I am married to a wonderful man who loves me and cherishes me. I am also pregnant with our first child. I am beginning this new chapter of my life with someone I love and care deeply. So, please, do not contact me ever again. You made your choice. You chose my barely legal sister over me. I do not care if she cheats on you or she doesn't respect you. Someone like you don't deserve loyalty and respect anyways. I have left my old life in my old town. It will be best for you to move on and have some self-reflect on yourself. You are just a deeply insecure man who is getting old and thought having a young woman would be good by your side. Goodbye. Update 2. 3rd of March, A lot of you have been asking me what he replied. Well, he replied within an hour of me emailing him. He said that he was stupid enough to believe that I would still wait for him. And he said he would always wait for me because no matter what I will always be his baby doll. I cringed hard. He used to call me that, but now it feels repulsive. I also got an email from my mom and my sister. My mom just congratulated me and was excited that she is going to be a grandmother. And my sister also did the same and said she will be the cool aunt. I cannot believe these people. They forgot how they treated me when I needed them. And moreover betrayed me. I cried for a long time because I have been reading your comments. And it seems like me and my sister was groomed by that man. I feel so stupid. I know I shouldn't be mad at my sister, but she was old enough to know it's bad to have an affair with a married man. That too, someone who is your sister's husband. I blocked all of them. I am 5 months pregnant already. I don't need more stress. God bless my husband. He comforted me when I cried. Later took me out for ice cream. I hope I can move past this. Update. I am cooled down now. I think I can make a more elaborate update. Thanks to everyone who has shown me support. I needed it. The email from him, my ex, just struck me like a train. I had flashbacks of everything he has done to me. I think you guys deserve a detailed update. After I sent him the reply mail, he emailed me within an hour with the thing I said in my update 2-part. Few hours later, I get 2 other email from my mom and sister. They sent me in my old email address that I hardly use now. I don't know how they knew about my pregnancy. I try to keep a low profile. I still haven't posted my baby bump pics on social media or made any announcements. I only have Instagram to follow my friends. But it just scared me. I broke down crying on the spot. Luckily, my husband, Tony, was around. He held me and put me on the couch. He knows everything about me. I never hid anything from him. I was a little bit scared that my mom and sister would find me. He reassured me that I am hundreds of miles away from them. I mean, we are on the opposite part of our country. He took me out for ice cream to comfort me. It took 2 ice cream cones to finally calm me down, lol. I told him about my concerns and that my mom and sister might demand to see my baby. It's a girl. He told he would talk to his uncle, who is a police officer, to be on lookout for them. Even if they come here and force themselves on you, he would fight for it. He is going to consult his lawyer friend about this matter. And told me not to worry about my ex. He cannot harm me anymore. My husband even made a joke that he would move countries if he have to. Lastly, someone in my post commented that I should alert the daycare about my mom and sister in case they try to steal my baby. Well, we aren't planning to put her in daycare. Even though I am currently working, I decided I would quit my job and look after my baby and focus on healing from giving birth. I do have a good amount of saving in my personal bank. And this is my own decision. I will go back to work when our little princess is a little bit older. My in-laws are amazing. My Mill and Phil lives nearby. They are both good people and offered to help with my child. Also, don't worry, apart from my in-laws I have a good support system too. Tina and her wife, Jenny, basically adopted me, lol. They are really good people and always helped me. I don't know what will happen in future, but at least I am surrounded by some good people that I never had growing up. Now, I will take your leave and enjoy my husband pampering me. If something big happens, I will keep you guys updated. And my ex, sister and mother are all blocked. Ida for getting mad at my friends for having sex beside me while I was asleep. My friends and I, 25F, were on a getaway to the mountains and had rented a house for our stay. After a long day, we returned back to the house, relaxed, had our dinner, and divided all the rooms amongst ourselves. I was sharing the room with my friend, 25F, Nancy. All goes well. We turn the lights off and I'm asleep before I know it. I was so tired. In the middle of the night, I am awakened by an earthquake, or so I thought. The bed is moving and peculiar noises seem to be coming from behind me. I turn around and lo and behold, my very 2 naked friends are going at it. Right beside me. I literally jumped out of the bed. They tried to cover up as fast as they could, but I had already seen things I'll never forget. I was seeing red, lol. It triggered a shitty memory from my childhood where I had been in a very similar situation but with my parents. I yelled at them and straight up started insulting both of them, and I said pretty mean stuff. I then dashed out of the room and spent the night on the couch in the cold. The next morning, my other friend who found me on the couch asked me about what happened and that she heard me yelling last night. I told her the whole story and for some reason, she found it funny. When everyone else found out about what happened, they started laughing and making jokes, which I didn't mind since it lightened the mood a little. Nancy and the guy Rick soon came out of the room as well. Everyone told me to just forget about it and enjoy the rest of the trip, but Nancy told me that I was way too rude for something so silly. Rick didn't say much, he looked kind of embarrassed of the whole thing. I told Nancy that they could have woke me up and asked me to leave if they were so horny, and that I had every right to be mad because you don't start banging on a bed where someone is literally sleeping. Nancy said that I was overreacting and it was not that deep. I was annoyed and pissed, and told her to stay away from me for the rest of the trip since we were all there to enjoy. Now that we're back, Nancy refuses to talk to me and is adamant in saying that I was the one who was at fault and is being a pain in my ass in general. She's calling me a virgin, which I am, and claiming that I'm just jealous that she is more desirable than me. She said all this to my face in private, so no one in the group knows. Everyone in the friend group thinks that I should just let it go and reconcile with Nancy and Rick, but Nancy keeps putting all the blame on me and it's getting on my nerve now. So, Ida? Update. Turns out Nancy and Rick were using me to fulfill some weird sex fantasy and the whole group was in on it. They all knew that Rick and Nancy were planning on doing something like this and they both did it with me particularly because I'm waiting for marriage to have sex and am still a virgin. I've been an inside joke in the friend group for God knows how long and I had no idea that they thought of me like that. They think just because I'm waiting for marriage, I'm a loser who can't get anybody to sleep with me, as if I'm not a sane adult who can make her own choices regarding her own damn body. 2 people in the group had done this exact same thing with another girl but that girl had laughed it off, so they saw nothing wrong with it. They just thought it would be so funny to prank me like that. A guy in the same group told me all this privately after I shared the link of the original post in our group chat. He said that he would have told me on the trip itself but he got pressured into staying quiet because it will ruin the fun. I'm truly disgusted. Rick did apologize but I haven't heard from Nancy. The others who were laughing said they didn't think it would be a big deal and wouldn't have participated if they knew it would make me uncomfortable. They don't know that I know about all the jokes they make on me behind my back. And all the apologies came only after I shared the post and made them read what the comments were saying. I have decided to ghost them altogether. I'd rather have no friends than associate myself with a bunch of judgmental idiots who act like 16-year-olds. I also wanted to clarify that the childhood memory I had mentioned wasn't abusive. My parents were doing it beside me thinking I was asleep but I woke up from the noises they were making. The room was dark, I didn't see anything except their silhouettes, and they never realized that I was awake. Ida for saying I'll be driving myself and paying for my own room on the upcoming family vacation so I won't have to be a babysitter. I 23M was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter on family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews. Last year we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents, and they paid for my hotel room. Only, I had to share that room with 3 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation. But instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it, and was reminded I was there for free. And then we pretty much just did only one thing I wanted to do. Which was tour an art gallery. I like doing this whenever I'm at the coast. But the kids find it boring. This year my parents have a beach trip planned for June. And they assumed I'd be riding along the same way as last year. But I refused. I said I'd be driving myself, and paying for my own hotel stay to have my own room. My parents were shocked, and tried to remind me of the cost. I said it was no worry. I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. That's when the buts started. I stated the previously listed things as why I'll be driving myself and paying for myself. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult, and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister, and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys. I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything I wanted to do. And I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to just go to an art gallery. I'm a grown man. I deserve my own vacation too. Now my sister is not speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me to just ride with them to keep the peace. I'm still refusing. But the pressure is getting to me. Ida for not giving in? I know they'll have a pretty hard time when they won't have another person there to help. Edit. It's barely been an hour since I posted. But my sister is apparently a Reddit lurker in the mornings, and she saw my post. Not only is she furious with me, but she's also upset no one in the comments is siding with her. To make it short, she went on a big rant about how it's so hard to be a parent to triplets. And the least I could do is help because I'm young and single, and she needs a break. I stood my ground on my decision, and now she's calling our parents to get them involved. I'm expecting a call from them any minute. Update. Well, I'm off work now, so I can tell more of what went down. I guess you could say it's over. My sister got our parents involved, they looked at my post, and were absolutely horrified by the continuous influx of commenters. Yes, they're very angry with me that I posted here. But I told them that if they just listened to me to begin with, I'd have never needed to. I'm sick of the whole keep the peace mentality that sacrifices me to placate my sister. They in turn went off on my sister, and to make a long story short, the whole vacation has been cancelled. The hotel wasn't booked yet anyway. But my parents are arguing with my sister is blaming me, and my nephews are crying because they aren't going to the beach. My sister called me at lunch and basically implied I have no life, which is why I have time to help. I recorded that and told our parents, and that's currently what they're fighting about. Update. After that awful vacation last year, I decided it was time to move out. And did so before the summer even ended. Which surprised everyone as I gave them no warning. I'd landed a great job pretty much right after college thanks to an internship, and used moving as an excuse to drop my commute from 45 minutes to 15. My sister hated this the most because it meant no more free babysitting on weekends. But she still tried to make me do it. I caved sometimes. Usually by being bribed with pizza. And this sort of became a new norm. But then last month my parents announced plans for another family vacation to the same place along the coast. And they basically wanted it to go the same way. I immediately saw it for what it was. A trap. I knew that if I rode with my parents and let them buy the hotel rooms, I would be screwed over the same way as last time. So I just casually stated I'd drive myself and pay for myself. And that's when the shitstorm started. When my parents realized they couldn't entrap me like before, they resorted to borderline begging. And my sister practically tried to order me to go with the flow through gaslighting. Newsflash, I didn't. After I didn't cave to my sister's demands, I made the Ida post after days of harassment. And then my sister somehow spotted that post in less than an hour. What followed was Pandora's box. At first the family was against me. My sister called our parents, and they called me when I still had a little time to talk in the morning. My parents were on the phone with me while also reading my post. I asked them if anything in the post was a lie. They sort of steered around it and called the post an exaggeration. But I pointed out numerous details that made it pretty much on the mark. Then I told them to check the comments. There were already far too many to read. I was repeatedly refreshing the page on my home PC and telling them how many comments there were. Then I told them I was sick of their mentality of keeping the peace by forcing me to placate my sister. Then I said I was out of time and we would have to resume this later. Well, my parents were positively horrified that hundreds, if not thousands of people were commenting in a matter of hours. And later on I told them that the numbers had basically doubled, and were still growing, which only added to their horror. So I guess they were forced to take a long look at their own actions. My sister tried to call me to bitch while I was at work. But my phone was on silent till my lunch break, so all she could do was leave messages and texts. But she was persistent and managed to get through to me when I was eating my lunch. The gist of the conversation was my post had taken our parents away from her side. And now they were mad at her. In the ensuing argument between them, my parents canceled the entire vacation. Yes, they later acknowledged they just passed the blame out of embarrassment. And have fully accepted fault. They told me no excuses could excuse the fact they made me their go-to free babysitter when I wasn't even living at home anymore. They did try to backtrack a little by pointing out they never charged me rent while I was in college. But I reminded them kids don't ask to be born, and I was doing my hardest to make my own way. Then I pointed out my father had the same kind of leg up from his parents. They let him live free of charge at home while he was in college. That basically ended any argument my parents had left. When my sister managed to call me at lunch, I presented the facts to her. And she showed her true colors. She implied that I have no life, and that my free time on weekends should be spent helping her because she is tired and unable to even go out without bringing her children with her unless someone is watching them. She is a stay-at-home mother with a husband that makes a decent salary. They live in a pretty decent house that's owned, not rented. And to be frank, my nephews aren't really my responsibility. They just forced them on me and expected it to stay that way. My sister angrily hung up on me. But I'd recorded the call and then played it to my parents later. They were furious. And they basically went to war with my sister. My sister dug her heels in, blamed me, and then doubled down on her belief my life should circle around hers. I told her that was the most narcissistic and entitled thing she's ever said about me. It took days, but her husband finally stepped in, and forced her to apologize to me. I'd never seen her cowed like that by anyone. But she was on the verge of crying. It ended up being admitted that one of the reasons I was the go-to babysitter was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It was never about the money. Or was it? Actually, my brother-in-law thought my sister was paying me for my time watching her kids after I moved out of my parents' house. She didn't even give me gas money. Just gave me cash that was enough to order pizza for both myself and the kids, and pocketed the rest. My sister had been shortchanging me for months. He blew up at her when this came out during her half-assed apology, and she was forced to pay me what she owed me in cash entirely from her own savings, which she looked very sore about. Then my brother-in-law apologized to me for his own inaction in letting my sister walk all over me, and promised they'd get a normal babysitter from now on. Yes, it'll cause a bit of a drop in the bucket for them. But my sister will be getting date nights back. Then came the family meeting the other day's evening. We all gathered up at my parents' house, and everything was laid bare. Apologies all around, and whatnot. Then my parents reinstated the family vacation. And yes, I still plan to drive myself and pay for my own hotel stay. I'll even stay in a completely different hotel if my sister tries to revert me to child care. And I have stated this. She's promised me that won't happen. And if I don't update again after the vacation in another month or so, then you'll all know everything is fine. Update. Well, the family vacation is over. Some things both good and bad went as expected. Good in that being my parents didn't enable my sisters trying to make me babysit. Oh yes, she did try. But bad in that being my sister did try to find out which room I was in. But that failed and got her in trouble with her husband again. Firstly, I made sure to tell the hotel in advance that they were not to give out any of my information to anyone who asked except for police, if something needing that were to come to pass. They assured me over the phone they would not tell a soul. Then on the day of the vacation, I left earlier in the morning than the rest of the family. I knew they wouldn't be able to get moving as a group till at least 10:00 a.m. So I left at 9:00 a.m. Check-in wouldn't be until 1:00 p.m. But I wanted to make sure I had a head start. I sent out an FWI group text and was off like a shot to make the 3-hour drive. My parents were upset because they'd planned a family brunch on the way. But I pointed out I was never made aware of that. So it was cancelled in favor of fast food. Like I planned, I arrived to the hotel early. Too early for check-in. But I told the desk staff I was there to make sure my parents or sister didn't give them my information. They claimed they don't do that. But I told them I know for a fact it still happens sometimes. So I'm covering my ass. When they happened to be dealing with my mother, and my sister, and 3 potentially crying boys trying to guilt them at the desk. They had better not yield. And I wanted to know if they try anything. They awkwardly promised me no one but me would get access to my room. Then I decided to go out and get something to eat. I came back more than an hour later, and there was my parents' car and my Bill's big SUV. I went to the desk to check in after making sure the lobby was clear. And it was. Then I asked the clerk if my family had asked about me, and where I was staying in the hotel. Yeah, they did. But the clerk refused to tell them. My sister had apparently tried to push it. But her husband shut her up. I checked in, went to my room, and then called my folks. I didn't mention I knew what they tried with the clerk, and they conveniently didn't mention it either. Then we all met up as a family to go out and tour around. My sister at one point asked me to watch her kids for a moment, to which I replied hell no. Because I knew exactly what she was doing. She would pretend to be gone for a moment, and then would be gone for an hour. I called her out, and her husband told her to stop trying to make me watch their kids. What did my sister do? She just started crying on the spot that she needs a break. Her husband scolded her that he's a tired man, but he wasn't complaining. My mother gave me a nasty look, so I went right to her and said that if she tries to even think that I should be watching those kids, I would walk away from this family vacation right now. It's not my job, and I'm sick and tired of her and my sister acting like it is. Well, that made my mother start crying too. And then she just started repeating the words "you're right," over and over again. This is another old tactic of hers. She tries to look pathetic to guilt me. But I just said I am right, and to just let it go, before walking away. Neither my mother or sister tried anything for the rest of the day. When we got back to the hotel after dinner, my family were all crowding the elevator. But I didn't get in with them. They asked why and I said I'd wait for the next one. My sister glared at me because she knew exactly what I was doing. Then I just sat in the lobby watching YouTube on my phone for 15 minutes, and then took the elevator up. I was on a different floor, and on the other end of the hotel. I had a splendid night, and the next morning we all went out for breakfast. But I made sure they left first. I was the last one out, just like I was the last one in the night before. Breakfast went fine. Then I gave an FYI that I was going to be doing my own thing for the day. My mother tried to bring up plans to go to the aquarium, and a couple of other places. So I said I'd meet them for those. But the rest of the day was mine until family dinner. They accepted this. And that day went fine too. Back at the hotel that evening though, my sister caught me leaving my room. She must have been stalking the whole floor looking for me. I went back to my room to chill a bit before dinner because I was tired from walking so much. And my sister was just down the hall when I left my room to meet them for dinner. She tried to corner me and say that I'd ruined the family vacation for her because now it wasn't hardly any different for her than at home since she had to wrangle her kids. I called bullspit because my parents were helping her a lot. Then told her that I'm sick of this song and dance of being her scapegoat, and it's already over. So leave me the hell alone and get on with your own life. Then I started walking with her yelling, "Hey, I'm trying to talk to you." I told her I didn't give a crap, and was going to dinner. She followed me to the elevator, and we both said nothing to each other. I didn't stay silent and told my parents and my brother-in-law that my sister had stalked me to find my room. She was scolded like a child. She had a pity party. I told her to stop milking it and grow up. The old days when she could force her will on me were over. And then I walked out of the lobby into my car. This time, I was the first one to dinner. When everyone else arrived, my sister looked depressed. But not a damn thing was said about what happened before. And that was just fine with me. My sister refrained from making eye contact with me the entire evening. And this time I didn't give a crap about riding in the elevator with the rest of them. And I told them bluntly that unless it was an emergency, no one is to come knocking on my door. I had a "do not disturb!" sign for a reason. The final day everything went swimmingly. Neither my sister or mother bothered me at all. They'd fully surrendered at this point. Yes, during the whole vacation, I did play with my nephews a bit. I'm not a complete jerk, I didn't stonewall them. I kept up being the fun uncle. Just not the babysitter uncle. The kids didn't even seem to care. They just wanted to play. I even bought each of them one of those little baggies of crystals and polished stones to take home as a souvenir. There was a bit of mild drama between my sister and her husband. But that was just some small disagreements that I didn't bother to pay attention to. All in all, I'd call the vacation a win because it finally hit home for my mother and sister that the old way they did things involving me is over, and I have my own life. My ex lied about vaccinating our daughter. Me and my ex split up before our daughter's birth. There were a variety of reasons for this that I won't get into here. One of them though was her anti-science beliefs. She's an anti-vaxxer and doesn't trust science or medicine at all. Well, this sucks because our daughter was born premature and immunocompromised. We have a 50-50 custody of her, but due to her condition and my wife's anti-science beliefs we argue constantly on how to handle her. Well, recently our daughter has made incredible progress and last year was given the go-ahead to get vaccinated for certain viruses including chicken pox and the flu. My ex went crazy about this and started making my life a living hell. And threatened up and down to take me to court. Around this time I also got a new job that paid a considerable amount more than my old. When this happened I decided I wanted to move my girl into a private school that has a program for immune-compromised children and offered to pay 100% of tuition. The only problem, for her at least, is that this school requires students to be fully vaccinated, up to their medically allowed limit in my daughter's case. My ex fought me up and down on this and we ended up in court. The judge agreed with me and ordered my daughter to be vaccinated. Ex had a full breakdown but in the end agreed only on the condition she get to take her to lessen the emotional damage and make sure the doctor doesn't poison her. I demanded the medical forms confirming this and she agreed. So, my daughter finally got vaccinated and last fall started at her awesome new school. Well, last week my daughter got incredibly sick and had to be rushed to the hospital from school. She somehow had contracted varicella, chicken pox, despite being vaccinated for it. I have been stressed out from the minute I got the call and confused as all hell how she got it. My daughter must have picked up on this and thought I was mad at her because when I was visiting her in the hospital she decided to tell me the secret mommy promised to make her keep. Turns out my ex didn't vaccinate her. She made my daughter lie about it. Instead she has been using special oils and salts to keep her from getting sick. What about the forms I got saying she was vaccinated? They're fake. I called the doctor and it turns out she never went in and he never signed any forms confirming she was vaccinated. So my ex lied and faked forms to convince me she was vaccinated. I'm pissed to say the least. My daughter is in the hospital because my ex decided to let her beliefs come before our child health. My ex doesn't know I know yet and I told my daughter not to tell her. I want her gone now. How do I approach this to make sure my ex suffers for this? I have the forms she handed me and texts from the day she took her. I also have the doctor on record saying he never signed off on these and that the ones I have are forged. I'm planning on speaking to a lawyer but I would like to know going in what to do. Update. Well, a lot has happened since that day. My daughter is safe with me and was let out of the hospital about a week ago. She is getting better every day. I know though, you guys want the full story so here it is. After I made that post I took the advice given to me and the next time I saw my daughter I told her that it was wrong of me to ask her to keep secrets and that it's okay to tell her mom. Along with it I saw a lawyer recommended to me by a trusted party. When I went to see him he told me that this is a case lawyers salivate over and that my ex is in a lot of trouble. I immediately filed for emergency custody of my daughter. I also got into contact with the doctor again and explained the situation fully to him. He says that while he will not be getting lawyers involved that he wishes for me to submit the evidence to the police and file a report. Along with this, my lawyer has gotten into contact with the court that originally ordered us to vaccinate our daughter and has handed over everything I gave to him. He has advised me to stay quiet on this matter so I'll leave it at my ex is in a lot of trouble with them. During this time, my ex started to get suspicious. Maybe it was because a friend told her about a post on Reddit and she freaked out? Who knows? A few days later when I saw her at the hospital we had an altercation. She became hysterical and yelled various threats and insults at me, including telling me that I want to poison our daughter right in front of our sick child. She was escorted out of the building and the head nurse had banned her from coming back. After this she sent me a barrage of texts telling me that I am a monster and that if she had vaccinated her that she would be dead now. This was sent to my lawyer. As he puts it, she's what lawyers dream of when they hear who's on the other side of the court. Outside of this, I've been advised to stay as quiet as possible so I'll leave it with this. This week I received emergency custody of my daughter until our custody hearing later this year. I have heard that the DA is slowly getting ready to move forward with a multitude of charges against my ex and that will land her in jail soonish. And that's really it for now. I'm going to follow the advice given by my lawyer and say nothing else to anyone. I do not want the media involved in this for a few reasons so I've left this as vague as possible. When this is all said and done, if the interest is still there I may come back again. But for now, thanks for the advice in the original thread, me and my daughter appreciate you all. Update. Hello again everyone out there. 3 years ago I made a post about how my ex lied about vaccinating our daughter. Soon after I gave an update and disappeared over the horizon. I had completely forgotten about making that post as the last few years dealing with a global pandemic and an immunocompromised daughter have aged me 3 decades. But, I saw a post recently talking about my own posts and it came back like a ton of bricks. After wrestling to get back into this account, here I am. I hope you all are still interested in an update. Well, to give the short answer first, I have full custody of my daughter, and my ex is barred from having any contact with her. The long answer, my court battle between my ex and me was a grueling process, one of the worst periods of my life. It took over 5 months from the time I got emergency custody to get full custody of my daughter. In retrospect, those 5 months were not as long as they felt, but they felt like the longest months of my life at that point. My ex's harassment at that time got worse, even coming to my house and attempting to force herself in to take our daughter. She was arrested for this and charged with attempted forced entry. Before she could bail herself out, the DA decided to throw the book at her for forging medical documents. She ended up spending a month in jail for this, which unfortunately got our custody case contuned. The upside of this was I was given a protective order for me and my daughter out of this, one that bit her in the ass when we finally got in front of a judge. I was given full custody of my daughter. My ex and her lawyer pissed off the judge by trying to claim that I had planned this all from the start, forcing her into a corner to vaccinate our daughter so I could use her response to initiate the custody battle. Her actions, her upcoming hearing for committing felony forgery and forced entry, along with a protective order convinced the judge that my ex was more than a danger to our daughter. She lost all custodial rights, and as of now is not legally allowed to contact her in any form. My protective order was extended by 2 years as well, but I didn't need it as it was only a few months later she went to prison. My ex pleaded out, They dropped the forced entry charge and she only got 2 years in prison for the forgery but was still hit with a felony. She was released early due to COVID though. Since then, luckily, I have had no contact with my ex outside of getting the child support I am owed. I am not really inclined to keep tabs on her personal life, but I know that she went off the conspiracy deep end. She is now a full QAnon supporter, and dating someone who was involved in the January 6th intersection. Other than that, she has disappeared from my daughter's life entirely. As for me and my daughter, the past few years have been a living nightmare. We moved to a new state and I had to put her into fully online schooling. But, our lives are great. And, amazingly, my daughter was able to get the COVID vaccine only a month ago and is cleared to go to physical school once the summer ends. This saga of my life has taught me so many things. I am grateful every day to have my daughter with me, safe and in a place where she can slowly grow and get healthier. It's kinda touching that so many people are interested after all this time in a normal guy like me and my daughter. I genuinely hope this is the last update I have to make. Thank you for your interest, and see you all over the next horizon. My husband-to-be wants everyone to know I'm not pure. Ryan and I had been together for 6 years, our relationship filled with shared dreams, adventures, and the everyday moments that knit two lives together. 8 months ago, he proposed, and I said yes, excited to start a new chapter of our lives as husband and wife. I dove into wedding planning with enthusiasm, picking out venues, choosing flowers, and imagining the perfect day. Ryan, being artistic, gave his input occasionally, mostly about aesthetics and the overall feel of the wedding. But then, a month ago, things took a strange turn. Ryan casually mentioned that he had been talking to some of his coworkers and thought I shouldn't wear a white dress for our wedding. This was completely unexpected. Ryan had always been open-minded and supportive, so his sudden concern puzzled me. I asked him why, but his explanations were vague. He seemed to be fixated on the idea that white was not the right color for me. Despite his protests, I chose a beautiful white dress and paid for it, excited to wear it on our special day. When I told Ryan about the dress, he reacted with unusual anger. He demanded to see it, but I wanted it to be a surprise. When I refused to show him, he insisted on knowing the color. When I said it was white, he threw a fit, accusing me of being deceitful. He said brides should only wear white if they were pure. I was stunned. This issue had been a sore point in the early stages of our relationship. Ryan had been insecure about the fact that I had been with someone before him, while he had been a virgin. We had worked through those insecurities, or so I thought. But now, it seemed they had resurfaced with a vengeance. Ryan's insistence on me wearing red instead of white became a major point of contention. His arguments didn't make sense to me. We weren't religious, and I couldn't understand why my past, which I had always been honest about, should affect our wedding day. When Ryan involved his mother, hoping she would take his side, she surprised him by supporting me. She pointed out the hypocrisy of his stance, suggesting that if purity was such a big deal, maybe he should wear red too. Ryan burst into tears, overwhelmed by his emotions. Seeing Ryan break down like that made me realize there was more to this than just the color of a dress. His unresolved insecurities and the societal pressures he felt were causing him to act irrationally. I was hurt and confused, questioning if I even wanted to marry someone who could be so irrational and judgmental. I needed some time to think and decide what was best for my future. I took a few days to reflect, distancing myself from Ryan. During this time, I confided in my close friend Sarah, who had always been a source of support and wisdom. She listened patiently as I poured out my heart, and she suggested that I take a break from the situation to gain some clarity. She invited me to stay with her for a week, giving me the space I needed to think things through. At Sarah's place, I met her brother, Alex. Alex had just moved back to town after finishing a long-term project overseas. He was kind, thoughtful, and had an easygoing nature that put me at ease. Over the course of the week, Alex and I spent a lot of time together, talking about everything from our favorite books to our hopes and dreams. He was a good listener and never judged me for the turmoil I was going through. One evening, as we walked along the beach, Alex asked me about my relationship with Ryan. I hesitated at first, but then I opened up about the recent events and how they had made me question everything. Alex listened intently, and when I finished, he said something that stuck with me. He told me that love should make you feel safe, respected, and cherished. If Ryan couldn't provide that, then maybe it was time to reconsider the relationship. His words resonated with me. For the first time in a long while, I felt a sense of clarity. I realized that I deserved to be with someone who valued and respected me for who I was, not someone who judged me for my past. Alex's support and understanding made me see what a healthy relationship could look like. Returning to my apartment, I knew what I had to do. I sat down with Ryan and had a long, honest conversation. I told him that his behavior had hurt me deeply and that I needed a partner who could trust and support me unconditionally. Ryan apologized, but I could see that he was still struggling with his insecurities. I told him that I needed to move on, for both our sakes. Breaking off the engagement was one of the hardest decisions I had ever made, but I knew it was the right one. Ryan needed to work on himself, and I needed to find someone who truly appreciated me. As I moved out of our shared apartment, I felt a mix of sadness and relief. Over the next few months, Alex and I grew closer. He was there for me during the difficult transition, offering support and companionship without any pressure. His kindness and understanding helped me heal, and I began to see a future with him that was full of love and respect. Eventually, Alex and I started dating. Our relationship was built on mutual respect, trust, and a deep understanding of each other's values. He never judged me for my past and always encouraged me to be myself. With him, I felt cherished and valued in a way I had never experienced before. A year later, Alex proposed, and this time, I said yes without any doubts or reservations. Our wedding was a beautiful celebration of our love and the journey we had taken to find each other. I wore a stunning white dress, symbolizing a fresh start and the purity of the love we shared. As I walked down the aisle, I felt a sense of peace and happiness. I had found a partner who loved me for who I was, without judgment or insecurity. Our journey had been challenging, but it had led me to the person I was meant to be with. Alex and I promised to love and support each other for the rest of our lives, and I knew that this was the beginning of a beautiful and fulfilling future together. In the end, I realized that sometimes, we have to let go of what's familiar and take a leap of faith to find true happiness. My journey with Ryan had taught me valuable lessons about love, respect, and self-worth, and it had ultimately led me to the person who was my true match. And as Alex and I danced under the stars on our wedding night, I knew that I had made the right choice. I ruined my wife's life. I, M43, try to do my best to provide for my wife, F38, and 2 kids, 3 and 5, as well as my mill, and would like to think I'm doing a decent job. Over the years, I worked to improve our family's living situation. Not only did I complete another bachelor's and recently master's in a STEM-related degree, I at the same time worked 2 full-time jobs, while completing my second bachelor's, and put my wife through school as well. She completed a degree where she could make good money, 60-70K/year, in a healthcare field that always has jobs available. But with the birth of our 2 kids, she has since gave up on her career to be a SOM for the time being. At first it was a struggle while I was finishing up my master's. Once I completed it, after our youngest turned 3, my career took a jump up and we are now able to afford our single-income household in a more feasible manner. We're far from rich but do okay for a single-income family of 4, a little north of 150K base plus bonuses. The past year life was overwhelming per my wife, so even though I now work 75% from home, I budgeted to hire a daytime nanny to help her around the house with 1 child while the other is in school now. My day starts every day around 5:36 am. I get the house ready for the day before the nanny comes at 8 am. I get our oldest up and ready for school, breakfast made, and plan out my day, bring our oldest to drop off, and be home in time to let the nanny in. My most recent task at work has me grounded for the next 2 months, meaning I am now 100% WFH. While this is nice, I am busy in meetings all day as my role manages teams on a global scale as I oversee projects for my industry. For the past 1.5 months, I realized my wife, as much as she says her life is stressful at home, starts at 10 am. I asked my mill and nanny if this was always the case after a week or so of WFH, and they both responded more or less, sometimes earlier, sometimes later. My wife literally wakes up and cooks and then scrolls through her phone or shops from home, which brings me to my gripe. I am glad I am able to provide her that sort of life since we both grew up lacking in means. I get the possibility of postpartum depression, the stress of having kids, the feeling of being unfulfilled, the fact that I probably am a shitty husband, but for what it's worth everything is taken care of and then some. I manage the house's finances. She claims she was too busy to do so, pay all the household bills. I pay my own personal bills. I pay her bills, track and perform all the upkeep of our house appliances / cars / pets / etc. And I also help pay for my mill's medical bills and car note. But apparently my life is on easy street compared to hers. I can't decompress to her because it seems like she always feels the need to one-up me. I had a bad day, but she had it worse, cause I'm lucky I got to go away and work. My feet hurt from walking all day during work travel, which is nothing compared to her standing and cooking with a child clinging to her. For the past 2 or so years I've been told I ruined her life, her opportunities, etc. But when I reminded her of what she says, she denies and dodges accountability. My mill has brought me aside and stated she's noticed a change in both myself and my wife. I have a greater attachment to my kids, and hell, I've hugged the dogs and talked to them more about my life than to my wife. I honestly feel like I am in emotional survival mode, as I'm 1 step from moving up the career ladder and 1 step away from finding love and comfort from the bottom of a whiskey bottle. I'm sure I'll be hearing from the manly men of Reddit about how I'm simping, but I'm not a machine. I just want to know and feel that someone I prioritize aside from my kids appreciates and loves me for what I do. I'm sure I'll hear from the stay-at-home moms of Reddit, which is fine. I grew up in a single parent / mother household. It's not easy, and honestly, with the help of her mother and a nanny Monday to Friday, for 1 toddler while another child is at school, can you honestly tell me she's having the typical SOM experience? Because neither my friends or colleagues who are single parents can say she is. I'm sure the masses of holier-than-thou Redditors will consider this a poorly written fanfic, but it is what it is. To add more context. Never cheated. I do work in an industry that has a large female population, but I'm literally an open book with work, name colleagues and staff under me. She has access to my work agendas and correspondence if she really wanted to snoop, but on that note, she still doesn't know what exactly I do for a living at this time. We as whole family, her parents and mine, have tried to get her to go to therapy, but she refuses or skirts around the issue. Aside from my coming from a single mother household purse, my biological dad was present in my life. She has had both parents in a reportedly monogamous marriage for over 40 years. I have tried to talk to her about everything and my own feelings, but again, one-upmanship tends to be the trend here. What I am getting out of the marriage was asked now. Aside from my 2 beautiful kids, I've been asking myself that same question. We have a near non-existent sex life mainly since last year. I always figured maybe it's part of depression or whatever she may be going through. Maybe I'm just not attractive enough or just horrible in bed because of my health conditions. I'm not some supermodel husband, but temptation and opportunity does knock and I can perform still, but I never give in. Because as cliche as it sounds, I honestly do love my wife and want to only be with her. I'll give credit where credit is due, as I don't want to sound biased when I say she wakes up and cooks. She cooks for everyone in the house. Myself, kids, Mill, and even Nanny. Aside from breakfast, she cooks all meals and snacks. I typically fast until lunchtime, and our oldest tends to eat a small simple breakfast in case they don't like what school serves that morning. She does load both the kids and her laundry but seldomly folds and puts them up. I typically do my own, and the rest of my clothes I dry clean because they're work clothes. She does keep track of our pantry and fridge, but after she makes the list, I'm the one who goes out and buys everything if not delivered. She does clean our bathrooms and house 50% of the time. The other 50 is done by either Mill or myself, or sometime Nanny if she feels like being extra helpful. Prior to Nanny, my Mill was the main help for my wife up until she had unexpected medical needs. So I opted to hire a nanny to help them both, more so when Mill is having treatments and recovering. Update. I showed my wife my post the following weekend and she read it and all the comments. Long story short, argument, she left our house to stay with her sister, and I've been a single parent since. It's sad to say, aside from the good nights to our kids, it's all pretty much the same routine. Nothing much else to say other than, thank you for all the kind words of encouragement. It feels depressingly sad that I feel that I have to turn to random internet strangers for some sort of validation in my rant. My apologies in advance as I try to keep this as vague as possible. Update. I just wanted to update those who have been kind enough to check up via DM and comments. Apologies in advance for the lengthy post. It's a bit of irony and coincidence that I made a follow-up from the update on 6 May 2024 I made on my original post during Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, but I could really use another outlet outside of my therapist. My apologies if this isn't the storybook ending / destroying of a relationship people were hoping for. To save you a read. Wife left. Came back like nothing happened. She made it about her. Nothing's changed. I'm continuing to be suffering mentally, knowing nothing will change while trying to keep it together for our kids. Lots of takeout. The day after she packed up and left, my wife attempted to come back and take the kids with her to her sister's. Naturally I was against this, and thankfully so was her whole family, including said sister. Not only was it not fair to our kids for her to sweep them away into a home that's not theirs, but to put that financial and housing stress on the rest of her family, since she doesn't work and her sister and her family, husband and 3 kids, stays with their dad in the house they grew up in. After a little over a week of being away, I guess she cooled off, so she just decided that it would be fine if she walked in the door with her bags as if she just came back from Target. She came into my office while I was working and angrily stared at me while I sat on a conference call meeting with my team, and I couldn't just jump off as this is a busy time of the quarter for us. I guess that didn't sit well with her, because once I took off my headset and closed my laptop, she started yelling at me about how much I really don't care about her and her well-being overall. At that moment I couldn't do anything more than look at her and just shake my head. Mother-in-law came in after hearing my wife yelling and pulled her away, telling her to not bother me, while our nanny kept our youngest away from it all on the other side of the house. That night after the kids were put to bed, I sat in my office by myself with a drink, as I've been doing for the past nights, and my wife came in. We talked. We argued. We cried. We drank. One thing led to another and we were in bed. I wish I could say that was our making up, but the next sobering morning as we laid there, she went on about how hard it was for her the time she was gone. Literally it was about her struggles staying at her family house in her old room with her dad and sister's family. How lucky I am to be able to stay here and do this and that and buy this or do that and not stress as much as they did. How easy my and everyone else's in our family lives are compared to hers, even though we had similar upbringings. My mind and heart broke that morning. I've been spiraling down since then, and this last week I made another attempt to reconcile and talk things out, but I was met with a shouting match while trying to express my current stress and anxieties with life and work in general. Wife. Well, do you know how hard this is all for me? You're supposed to help me be happy. Me, so when it comes to my happiness, stress, needs, and overall well-being, me get over it, right? Wife, we all have our own problems. You need to figure it out and get over them. I don't know who the woman I am at home with is, but that wasn't the woman I married and vowed to spend my life with and raise our kids together. Since that conversation, I've been noticeably distant with her. I've been sleeping in my office or on the couch or with my kids in their bed after putting either one of them to sleep. Still doesn't change her starting her day at 10 a.m. and sitting on her phone talking to her mom groups between cooking meals with the kids in both mother-in-law and nanny's care. Nothing has changed, and I doubt that anything will change. Sadly, I think even if we got a divorce, nothing would change or feel different anyway, since during my wife's leaving the day seemed like any other day except with a little more takeout than usual. My main fear there isn't that I wouldn't just lose my wife, I'd lose my kids in the process. So I guess it's sad to say the grand finale to my story with like a lot of men and some women I've talked to here, I'll just continue to smile and suffer in silence. My new employee is the parent of my child's bully. I received a promotion last month after several stressful years. The money will be life-changing. I'm working out of a different office much closer to home, I'll be doing work I care about, and I'll have more time with my family. The company filled an open role at my new location just before I was promoted. I didn't participate in the hiring process for this person. I did not know they hired the parent of my child's bully. This isn't just a few meetings with the principal kind of bully situation. We almost lost our child because of Timmy. We moved our child and their siblings to a different school, then we sold our home and moved to the other side of the county. We had to involve the police at one point, resulting in being granted a restraining order against Timmy, who is now finally facing other legal consequences for his behavior. Both kids are still quite young, so I'm still shocked at the cruel and awful things I witnessed my child go through at the hands of a peer, feeling helpless and out of control while we begged the school and his parents to intervene. Our family life is finally settling down and this new work opportunity felt like a new start for us after the pain and fear we've gone through. My child is finally beginning to heal and get their life and joy back. We're all in treatment as a family and individually to help recover from all of this. The company hired Timmy's mother, Jane, to fill this role, and I will be managing her. My first day meeting the team, she went pale when she saw me. I'm sure I probably did the same. I know everyone else on this team and have great rapport with them. I don't communicate with Jane unless I have to and it's in writing. What should I do? I'm not quitting and I'm not taking a demotion. Should I meet with Jane and HR to discuss this and set expectations? That feels like I'm betraying my child and my family, but professionally I know it's an option. Do I ignore it and hope she's so uncomfortable she quits? Should I ask HR about offering her a transfer? At a certain point in the last year, she behaved just about as badly as her child did, and the judge considered including her in the restraining order, but was instead issued a warning on the record. I checked and the two of us working together isn't a violation of the restraining order, but it does open up the possibility. I'm just so stunned I don't know what to do. We don't speak or interact unless we have to and some team members and a few of my colleagues in management have noticed but not said much about it. I'm at such a loss, I have no idea how to handle this. Update, 1 year later. I appreciate that allowed me the space to get my thoughts in order before I said or did anything stupid. I should have gone to HR my first day as Jane's manager, but I was not thinking straight. Things had been going so well at home that I didn't want to jeopardize it by bringing Jane back into our lives. Within a few days of my question posting, my junior team lead Sam asked me directly about my weird behavior around Jane, which had been going on for about 2 weeks or so. In the org chart, I'm Sam's superior but not by much. Sam and I have worked together in the past but not closely enough that he knew about my connection to Jane. Her child bullied and assaulted my child and the courts were involved, among other things. I told Sam about my history with Jane, providing limited details with minimal legal documentation and proof which my lawyer advised me on, and he was shocked but incredibly supportive. He let me know that Jane had been very vocal with several other staff including him since my first day, warning staff to stay away from me, that I was toxic, dangerous, that I had slept with her husband and broken up her marriage. All I could do was laugh at that. It hadn't occurred to me that keeping my distance would give Jane a chance to try to damage my reputation, but she didn't get very far. I've worked with everyone else on this team on and off for most of my career, so they were all very skeptical. Sam and I met with HR and walked through my history with Jane to create a plan for Sam to manage her going forward. HR was wonderfully supportive and thanked me for communicating with her in writing as it was probably the safest thing I could have done under the circumstances. Then we learned a few things we didn't know. HR had been planning to reach out to me because when my predecessor hired Jane, he had done so without putting in the paperwork for a background check. This is one of the many reasons I replaced this manager. Our company requires us to use a fingerprinting service run out of the sheriff's office for a full background check before starting employment. My predecessor let her start without one and just marked passed in her employee profile without adding the appropriate documentation. When pressed, he said he lost it. HR was able to confirm Jane had never gone. Before I started as her boss, Jane had been given a 30-day grace period from HR to get fingerprinted, missed multiple appointments, and had been pushing back on it with my predecessor's support. He'd left no documentation for me or record of this issue, which didn't surprise us, and now there was only a week left in the grace period. HR needed to discuss terminating Jane if she didn't get fingerprinted for her background check within the next 10 days. All of this is based on state regulations and company policy and thankfully had nothing to do with me. There was no other job or department she could be moved to that didn't require a background check. Sam took over from there and all I know is they met with Jane, explained that Sam would be her manager going forward, and made an appointment for her to get fingerprinted that day, and she enthusiastically agreed to go. And didn't. And never returned any calls or contact attempts from HR or Sam, which was honestly the best way this could have washed out. My family is doing better than ever, work is great, and my amazing kiddo is healing and finding joy again. They even helped their new school start an anti-bullying and mental health program to help younger students if they feel unsafe. We're going to be traveling to see relatives and have some fun this summer, so we're very excited. I feel like a weight's been lifted off my chest. Ida for walking out over a chair? Okay, hear me out. For as long as I can remember in my family, Almost any time I got up from my seat someone would take it to either be funny, or to claim it as if no one was using it. And as a teenager it literally got to the point I bought my own folding chair so I could pick it up and carry it with me. If I left it where it was, someone would take it. Then get mad when I wanted it back. As an example, on a holiday last year I got up from my chair for a moment to help with something and came back to find a kid in it. And then the family berating me for wanting them to move. But I tell them that when a man owns and brings his own chair, they expect to be able to use it. I own a very nice folding chair that's comfortable and easily portable. And I pretty much bring it to any family events because people are always scrambling for chairs. Well, the other day I went to a birthday party for my nephew. And like always I brought my own chair. But at some point I had to use the bathroom. When I came back my chair was gone. And everyone acted like they didn't know where it was. I said they had 1 minute to return it or I was leaving. They laughed at first, but then realized I was serious as I started going for the door. Everybody told me to just calm down. And it was just a joke. I said I don't care if they think I'm a stick in the mud. I wouldn't be bringing my own chair all the time if other people weren't always taking my seat when I get up. I don't think it's funny, I never did. My brother-in-law then pulled the chair out of where he'd hidden it, and when I got it back one of the legs was bent. I said it was not like this before, and how could he possibly have done this to a metal chair? He said he could fix it and tried to unbend it, but only made it worse. The chair is pretty much unusable now because the leg is warped and I don't want to risk putting weight on it. I told my brother-in-law he owes me $50 for the chair because that's what I paid for it new 2 years ago. He got mad and kept saying it was just a stupid chair. I said it was my stupid chair, and this wouldn't have happened if he wasn't so immature that he and everyone else had to mess with me for years about where I sit. Then I took my now messed up chair and walked out. My family has been blowing my phone up saying that it's just a chair and to let it go. But I still want my brother to pay me back for it. Ida? Update: last night I sent a mass text out to my family that I will not be going to any family function no matter how important it is until they make this right by promising not to screw with me anymore, and repay me for the chair. They've mostly gone quiet now. But I can wait. I've got all the time in the world for them to realize I'm serious. Update. Well, things escalated a lot after I made that post because I linked it to my parents and other family members after a little while. They were furious with me at first. Some even mocked me saying things like, "Oh, watch what you say or do around op. He might just post about it on Reddit." But when they actually read the comments on my post when I made them, they became mortified. My bill did agree to pay for a new chair, and gave me the money I asked for. I bought a better folding chair than my last one, and resumed going to family functions. But whenever I was there was this air about some of the family members. They looked at me like I'd sucked all the fun out of the room. My parents had stopped thinking the chair thing was funny, and even scolded a kid for taking my seat when I got up to use the bathroom. The only problem is that this kid was my nephew. And he started crying when they made him get up. My bill came to the boys' rescue, and my nephew ended up blurting out that his daddy told him he could do it. When I was out of the bathroom, there was a big fight about it going on. Several family members, including my sister and Bill, were all yelling that it was just a damn chair. And I shouldn't be so butthurt about it. My parents demanded to know why they were so butthurt about not being allowed to screw with me anymore. Like, what was their motivation after doing it for so long? It made no sense and wasn't funny anymore. And that's when I intervened. I told them none of this crap would have ever happened if they hadn't been so intent on messing with me when there really was no point to it. And I only started bringing my own chair because I could never find a stable place to sit. And if they still thought they were in the right about the situation, then they were just bullies, plain and simple. And what kind of example is that to be setting for their son? My Bill raged, grabbed my new chair and hurled it through the living room bay window. There was a bit of a pause before he realized what he'd just done. Then he took off in his car and left my sister and nephew there. My parents got my sister to call him, and over the phone they threatened to go to police if he didn't pay for the damages. Bill yelled a few F-bombs until my sister took the phone back. And she said that he can either make things right, or she'll divorce him. Well, that did the trick because he came back looking like a kicked puppy with his head hanging low. He apologized to me and my parents without even looking at us, said he'd pay for the new bay window and left again. My sister said he drank himself to sleep that night. My new chair was just fine. It took being hurled through a bay window like a champ. There was hardly a scratch on it. My brother hired a window company to come and replace the window. And they had to measure and order a new one before it could be installed. And until then the window had to be covered with plywood. It took some time, but they got the new bay window. And it's better than the old one. Though I imagine that it was extra expensive because it's a bay window. The family was still divided about the situation for a while. Mainly Bill's parents, my uncle, and a couple cousins. They blamed me and called me obnoxious over insisting on bringing my own chair and refusing to let anyone else use it. So I compromised. I said that if I had a good designated seat that no one will try to take away, I'll leave my chair in my car. It took 2 more family barbecues before they finally agreed to this. Since then I've left the chair in my car unless there really wasn't enough seating. And that's only happened once since. The problem is though, that even though they stopped screwing with me, they were still screwing with each other until things went too far. They still like to take each other's seats. But I guess others were following my example, because they put their feet down and demanded it stop. It's been going on for decades, and they've had enough. Bill stayed out of the fight entirely and hasn't caused any more trouble. But for several family functions a number of people didn't bother to show up. My mother was broken up about it because she loves hosting parties. It took months, but everything more or less normalized again. But without the chair thing going on, some have resorted to other stupid pranks. Like a little device you hook to a chair that makes farts. They didn't do this to my seat, but did it to a cousin. And said cousin got really petty at the next party and let out real farts. He said he ate a whole pack of fiber bars and had eggs for breakfast. And it was damn nasty. Other pranks included hiding eating utensils, a stink bomb, hiding some sort of monster thing in the toilet, cellophane in a doorway, ripping paper when somebody bends over, messing with drinks, hiding shoes, copying outfits, a container of foam packing peanuts above a doorway, and finally the one that really infuriated my aunt and uncle when a party was held at their house. A glitter bomb. They got the carpet professionally cleaned and billed the person who made the glitter bomb for it. So now pranks are just over. They don't want any more. I'm fine with that. But the last few family functions have been a bit dull. I think they were so used to how things were that now they're trying to find other ways to amuse themselves that don't involve cell phones. Ada for my response after my friend kept bragging about her boyfriend's dick size.
I, F, have a friend, F, who recently started dating a guy she met on some dating app.
They've been together roughly 3 months I think. Ever since she got with him she's been humble bragging about his alleged penis size. She will make these subtle remarks about them needing so much lube, that she's sore today wink wink and all that shit. No one in my group, there's 6 of us in total, all 22-24F, spoke up about it and we always let it slide or laughed it off. However it was cringe because she clearly wanted us to know, hell probably picture her man's wiener. FYI she's never done this sort of thing before. She's typically private when it comes to intimate info like that so this is out of character. It's so damn annoying and unnecessary. And TMI. A few days ago we all went to brunch. I ordered a drink that came in a glass that looked semi-phallic and someone jokingly said, "Hey, that'll do." The dick bragger burst into laughter and immediately managed to make a pervy reference to her boyfriend somehow. I was extremely fed up. I finally told her that I'm very curious at this point and need to see hard physical evidence of said penis. I said that everyone at the table is curious about this mythical sausage and wants to see with their own eyes if the urban legends are true. I told her to show me a picture of her BF's penis ASAP so I can verify her claims independently. I explained that I established an interim dick size accuracy committee. Obviously she got angry and said that I'm not funny. I told her that I wasn't joking and genuinely wanted to see it for myself with my own eyeballs that I trust. She said that she obviously wouldn't share any dick pics and that I'm fucked in the head. We ended up having a huge argument and she left early, alone. So now there's 2 camps tilde, some saying that I crossed a line and went too far with my joke, others saying they're relieved that someone finally spoke up. Ada, I, 24M, am worried that my sister, 26F, has feelings for my girlfriend, 24F. Emily and I had been together for 2.5 years, and our relationship was one of those rare connections that felt effortlessly right. We understood each other in ways that made life feel like a series of delightful adventures rather than challenges. My sister, Amy, and I had always been close, so it was a joy to see her and Emily hit it off immediately. Their bond felt like an extension of the love I shared with both of them, and for a long time, it was perfect. But about 3 months ago, things began to shift. Amy and Emily started spending more time together than usual. They would go on day trips, have sleepovers, and enjoy dinners together without me. Initially, I thought it was fantastic that the 2 most important women in my life were becoming such good friends. But then Amy started making comments that made me uncomfortable. She would say things like, "If you and Emily ever break up, I'm first in line to date her," and she called Emily her wifey, following her around like a lovesick puppy. One evening, I came home from work and overheard Amy say to Emily, "Holy fuck. I have such a crush on you," in a tone that was undeniably lustful. Emily laughed it off, and their conversation moved on, but it gnawed at me. Later, when I asked Emily about it, she explained that they had been shopping and trying on clothes for each other, and those kinds of comments were just normal between girlfriends. I trusted Emily, so I let it go, but the unease lingered. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to talk to Amy. I asked her about their shopping spree and then gently inquired about the crush comment. Amy became defensive, accusing me of being jealous and telling me to grow the fuck up. Her reaction was harsh and unexpected, and it left me feeling even more unsettled. 2 days later, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When I got home from work, I found Amy and Emily on the couch watching a movie. I decided it was time to confront the issue head on. I sat down and told them that we needed to talk. I asked if there was something going on between them, mentioning how they had been spending so much time together and acting almost like they were dating. Amy immediately broke down in tears, unable to speak. Emily looked deeply sad and took the lead in explaining. It turned out that Amy had been going through a horrific breakup. Her boyfriend had cheated on her with multiple women and given her an STD. The breakup had been tumultuous, with him trashing her place and physically abusing her. 3 months ago, during a lunch with Emily, Amy had confided everything to her, begging her not to tell me until she figured out what to do. Emily had started staying over at Amy's place to help her rebuild her home and provide emotional support. Then, Amy discovered she was pregnant with this abusive ex's baby, which plunged her into a severe depression. The extra hangouts were about preparing for the baby and navigating her pregnancy. The fashion show they had was for maternity clothes, both for Amy and Emily, who, to my surprise, was also pregnant. They were planning to tell me about their pregnancies together that weekend. Amy's seemingly jealous behavior was actually her longing for the stability and love that Emily and I shared. The crush comment and the wifey nickname were just harmless girly banter. Amy had been reactive to my questioning because she was deeply wounded by her ex's betrayal, and being accused of something similar was incredibly painful for her. I sat there, absorbing the enormity of what Emily had revealed. I felt a rush of emotions, relief that there was no romantic betrayal, sorrow for Amy's suffering, and guilt for doubting their friendship. I reached out and took Amy's hand, squeezing it gently. "Amy, I'm so sorry you had to go through this," I said, my voice breaking. "I wish you had told me sooner. We're here for you, and we'll get through this together." Amy nodded through her tears, and Emily moved closer, wrapping her arms around both of us. In that moment, our bond as a family felt stronger than ever. Over the next few weeks, we focused on supporting Amy. Emily and I attended her doctor's appointments, helped her prepare for the baby, and ensured she felt loved and safe. Emily's pregnancy brought its own set of challenges and joys, and we navigated them together, creating a network of support that made us all feel more connected. As Amy's due date approached, we threw a small baby shower for her. It was a celebration not just of the new life coming into the world, but of the resilience and love that had carried us through such a tumultuous time. Amy's strength in the face of her ordeal was inspiring, and it brought us all closer. Emily and I continued to nurture our relationship, but now with a deeper understanding and appreciation for the complexities of love and family. We knew that life would bring more challenges, but we also knew that together, we could face anything. Amy gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and as I held my niece for the first time, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. Our journey had been difficult, but it had also brought us to a place of greater empathy and connection. The bond between Emily, Amy, and me was unbreakable, forged in the fires of adversity and strengthened by the love we shared. In the end, the trials we faced only made our relationships more meaningful. We had navigated jealousy, fear, and heartbreak, emerging stronger and more united. And as we looked to the future, we did so with hope and the unwavering belief that, no matter what came our way, we would face it together. My 28F boyfriend, 29M, and his best friend, 29F, are going on a week-long vacation. They uninvited me. My boyfriend wanted to go on a vacation this summer to his mom's friend's house in Hawaii with me and his two best friends, 25M and 29F. We had been planning on this all spring, and at some point, 25M dropped out of the trip, leaving just the three of us. For context, my boyfriend and I have been going out since November, and it's been serious. We had, and still have, been talking about moving in together, and he has said, and I agree, that this is a long-term situation and that we are in it for good. In early June, once 25M unexpectedly dropped out of the trip, 29F called my boyfriend and told him that now that it was just the three of us, she didn't feel comfortable with me going on the trip, since she didn't know me that well and she didn't want to be a third wheel. She said that if I were to go, she wouldn't go on the trip. Without telling me that this was happening, they changed the plans and made it a trip just the two of them, and they changed the location to a beach in Costa Rica. I was trying to figure out when to ask for time off this summer and hadn't heard news about the plans, so I asked my boyfriend which week in August I should be setting aside for the Hawaii trip. He let me know that, actually, he had talked to his friend and that she didn't want to go if I were going, so he was going to go alone with her to Costa Rica. He said that we could go another week later, maybe to Mexico City or something. I was upset, and tried to talk with him about how the situation made me feel, especially since this wasn't a case of a separate trip being set up ahead of time. This was a case of me being invited and then uninvited from a week-long tropical vacation with a girlfriend of his who I had never met before. We eventually decided to do a trip together to Copenhagen, which we have both wanted to visit, as some sort of compensation. I also asked to meet her, so that I could feel more comfortable with the trip. We spent the 4th of July going to see her and her boyfriend in the city where they live, and although it was nice to put a face to a name, it was ultimately a very cold trip and she was not at all welcoming to me. My boyfriend remarked on how unfriendly she was, to both of us, he thought, and said that he was surprised that she didn't act warmly to me. I went out of my way to try get to know her and her boyfriend. I'm very outgoing and friendly and usually this would be easy, but it didn't really click, even after several days. They were somewhat cold to each other as well. They bickered a little bit about their future and his own 3-week trip without her that was scheduled for the same time as their trip. This had been scheduled before ours had. This had been my effort to feel better about the trip, so I told my boyfriend that I still didn't feel comfortable with things, and that I was feeling insulted by the way that it was handled. I had tried to make things smooth between all of us, and I asked him to please come up with something that could help me feel better about the trip. On a visit to his family, they asked about the trip and they were all shocked that he would have arranged it this way, and let me know that they would have been furious if they were in my position, which triggered a fight in which I asked him to please help come up with a strategy to make me feel better and more secure about them going together without me. He said that he would never do this kind of thing again, which feels like not much to offer, since this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime trip to begin with. He kind of offered to not go on the trip, But he had already paid for the tickets and made arrangements, and I didn't want to stop their trip and be resented by both him and his best friend. He asked me to give him ideas of how to make me feel better and wanted me to just tell him what to do installed until it was finally the day of the trip. He bought me a bag of peanut butter cups and I drove the two of them to the airport. I feel so disregarded and disrespected in this situation. I want to break up with him, but I don't want to burn up something that has otherwise been really good. I was really upset the day I dropped him off and he was texting me but I wasn't responding. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to do anything at all in the state I was in. I waited until the next day, and then I sent him a thought-out text letting him know that I didn't feel safe or loved in the way the trip was handled and that I would be dropping his things off at his place and leaving his keys with a neighbor. He called but didn't leave any messages, and then he messaged me that he didn't understand. The rest of the week, he called and messaged me, but I couldn't bring myself to pick up or text back. On Thursday, I think that he realized that I was serious, and he asked me some questions about logistical things. I told him which neighbor his key was with, etc. When he got back and saw all his things at his place, he got pretty frantic and called and left me a long message. I was working all day, but also I still didn't want to respond. He asked me to explain because he didn't understand what was going on. The next day, I sent another text making it clear that it was over, and he got upset and sent me a bunch of texts in a row about how he didn't understand why I was throwing away everything that we built. He left me a voicemail that was really angry that said he had no idea why I was upset and that he did not accept the breakup because he had no say in it and that he wanted me to tell him the evil story that I had made up about him to his face. I wasn't going to respond to him and I wanted to remain calm, but this upset me. So I sat down to write him this letter. It's long, so skip over if you want. I tried to call him but I started crying and told him I'd just send him an email instead. This is what it said. The time that we have had apart has given me some good space and time to think. I have had a chance to think about the things that are important for me in a relationship and I see that we should not be together. I am sorry that I have been asking for you to change things about your life that you shouldn't have to change at my or anyone's behest. From the very start, this trip was made in an insanely disrespectful way in which it started out from you being given an ultimatum by your female best friend who I had never met that either she goes or I go on this trip, and you picked her. You didn't offer to have her meet me. Theoretically I was your long-term partner, so this would have made a lot of sense. You didn't encourage her to find someone else to come, and you didn't consult me at all. That's enough for most people to have a deal breaker, right there. However, I stayed. This is a person who you have a history with that is not entirely clear to me. Here is what I understand: some bad rumors got started about the two of you in which you spent an entire night out with her on an acid trip while you were dating someone else. Nothing happened. The other thing I understand is that you were interested in her romantically at some, theoretically other, point and that she started dating her boyfriend and that closed the door on things for you. According to what I also understand, it took a long time for 29F's boyfriend to feel comfortable with you being around. But you apparently worked to ultimately make him feel comfortable with you after I'm not sure how long. This is the completely unknown person who shut me out of a trip that I was originally going to go on. Unilateral decision. You did not tell me this was happening until I asked when the trip to Hawaii would be. You purchased tickets in another very disrespectful situation in which I have cooked dinner and have guests present, and you choose to go into my room for well over an hour to select tickets with her, and in which I repeatedly ask you to please come to dinner because you say it will just be a few more minutes each time. There is absolutely no reason for doing it at that time and in that situation, seeing as how she is in the same time zone as us and has a 9-to-5 job. This makes me feel sick to my stomach. So, to make myself feel better about this whole arrangement, I tell you that I want to meet this person. On my request, we arrange a trip to go meet her and her boyfriend, a brief trip in which they are, and you explicitly agree, inexplicably cold. The first conversation that we have is one in which 29F and her boyfriend argue about how she didn't him while he was already in a relationship and got him to date her instead. You tell me about conversations that 29F has had with you recently in which it seems implied that there is some real instability in their long-term relationship, stuff about kids and dogs. I have a discussion in which I let you know that I see that and that it worries me. Meanwhile, I am still wanting all of this to work out for you and for me and for her. I, at this point, am planning on being with you for the long term and see no benefit in telling you to not go on a trip with your best friend. I want it to work out. But each and every interaction surrounding this trip chips away at my ability to handle it. The conversations that seem to go nowhere, etc. Your dad, your mom, and your grandparents are all very surprised when we tell them about this trip. It is becoming very obvious that this is a dangerous trip to make with the fragility of our relationship. 29M, we had only been together for 9 months. How long did it take before 29F's boyfriend was comfortable with you hanging around? Much less going on a one-on-one international tropical vacation in which he was uninvited because of your request? We go over it with, friend, at the rock climbing gym. We go over it in the car. We go over it while we're booking our Airbnb for Copenhagen. We go over it when I tell you that I still feel uncomfortable and I do not feel good about the trip. Talk about repeatedly saying something. Although I ask for you to help me, you actually ask me instead to come up with what would make me feel better. Surprisingly, I have no ideas either. Ultimately, it appears that the original plan to meet at my place and hang out and do a game night before you two go on the trip has been cancelled, and 29F will be staying at my place, but not hanging out with us at all beforehand. You attribute it to you not bringing it up with her early enough. This is apparently not something that was discussed even 2 nights before the trip. This upsets me. You do not know what to do. I don't blame you. At this point, it was well out of hand. I don't know what to do either. There is no good solution that I can think of besides waiting for the trip to be over. I tell you that either I have to get over it, or I have to break up with you, and that I don't want to break up with you. But my ability to get over it is rather worn down. She arrives at my place very late, and we wake up the next morning for me to take the 2 of you to the airport. After all of this lead up, I know that you can tell how unhappy I am. I fully absolutely know you can tell how unhappy I am. You leave, and when I don't respond to your text messages, you text me to tell me that you hope I'm okay and you're going to bed. No call. The rest of the week was rough. My text to you was met with, essentially, I'm sorry you feel this way. You tell me that I'm being unfair. There is no acknowledgement, and there still has been none, that this trip to a fucking honeymoon destination, as we have discussed before, could be a crazy and horrible thing to go through with, even with my quasi-blessing. This is not something that people in relationships have to deal with. This is not something that people in relationships do, besides 29F, I guess. In the end, all of this is to say that I have felt serious emotional needs go seriously unmet in a way that is a deal breaker for me. There have been some wonderful, very positive times, but there has been an unnecessary amount of heartache and suffering for me over things that come down to what I can only assume are personal differences. I cannot handle your relationship with 29F. And I suppose I could ask you to pick between her and me, but that's not what I want to do. I want you to have your best friend, and I want to leave. I did love you, but I am not about to fight this fight and hear you tell me that I'm crazy for not seeing how totally platonic everything is for the rest of my life. It seems like trying to convince someone to like different food, or to have a different favorite color. I am not happy in this, and I do not want to feel these feelings any longer. There is no need for this to be mutual. I do not need your permission to break up with you. He wrote me back an apologetic email in which he accepted responsibility for most things without any argument, except he denied anything that had to do with his relationship with her making me feel uncomfortable, and he denied that I would not be able to handle their relationship. He said that the only thing that made their trip bad for me was my own perspective. I wrote him back that trust has to be built and that he put too much strain too early on a relationship in which we had not developed that trust. He agreed and apologized. For me, it ended on a pretty amicable note, but this style of relationship really doesn't work for me, and I don't feel like his responses to me really healed or changed anything significantly. I stand by my decision at this point. Husband, 30M, admits I, 28F, am ugly. I am an unattractive woman, objectively. I've always been this way, and while I have accustomed myself to it, it nonetheless remains a daily fact that being an ugly woman sucks. I met my husband 4 years ago, and he is greatest thing that's ever happened to me. He has always and frequently told me I'm beautiful, and somehow sounded honest, without sounding like my mother, like someone without another option to answer. Last night, Saturday, he had a group of friends over to our home. They meet several times a month to hang out, catch up and play games. He has known most of these guys since high school. I was upstairs in the kitchen preparing a drinks and snacks when and was able to hear them in the basement and began to eavesdrop, which I know was rude, but it wasn't really intentional. I realized they were talking about me. A couple of guys were teasing my husband about me, specifically about my looks. I could tell it was supposed to be funny. It was not. There was a point where one of them referred to me as a troll, and my husband blew up, started shouting. Listen, shut the fuck up. I know that. My name is ugly, but shut up. She makes me happy. Does your bimbo of the week do that, Jim? Dave, how long has it been since we've hung out and you haven't bitched about your wife? He went on for a while, defending me. But all I could hear was I know she's ugly. I know she's ugly. I know she's ugly again and again in my head. It just broke me. I don't know why. I've always known I'm unattractive, but he isn't supposed to. He tells me I'm beautiful so sincerely and consistently I'd started to actually believe he thought that. I started to cry and ran into a shower so no one could hear me. When I came out an hour later, everyone had gone home, far earlier than normal. I went to bed and then haven't spoken to him all day today, but I think I've been able to avoid letting him know I'm upset, or avoiding him. I know rationally that what he said was true and sweet, and that I sound be happy he loves me and not my body, but it doesn't seem to matter. I just want to be pretty. God, I feel so shallow. I've been crying all day. What do I say to him? Part of me wants to call him a liar, to scream and yell and cry, while the other part just wants to run away and never have to talk to him again and acknowledge that even the greatest man I will ever meet can't find me attractive. The next day I decided to try and confront my husband over what I'd overheard. After we were both home from work, I told him I needed to talk. I told him I'd overheard him and his friends, and he immediately started to apologize for them, saying they were jerks and assholes and that I should have told him I'd heard. I had to stop him to let me get a word in and tell him it wasn't his friends so much as it was what he said. When I told him what he said, his whole tone changed. I could tell wasn't expecting to be blamed. I had had the whole conversation planned out. I wanted to explain how it made me feel, how I thought he really was attracted to me, and how betrayed it made me feel to hear him that behind my back. But I just started to cry, and couldn't really communicate what I wanted to say very well. He was awesome though and just held me, and then after a minute started to speak like he was reading right out of the nicest comments in the original thread, telling me he was just angry and didn't speak very well. That he really does find me attractive even if the world doesn't, and his friends don't. I calmed down pretty quick. I'd basically cried myself out the day before. He took me to his computer and showed me an email he sent to all of his friends on Sunday. I wish I could copy-paste it now, but he basically called all his friends assholes, said they'd crossed the line from good-natured trash talk to just being assholes, and then continued going far beyond. He said that, for time indefinite, they'd have to find another host. We're no longer welcome in my home. He actually said, my name's home. I thought that would make it sound like I was ordering him around being a bitch, but he said he just wanted to empathize how wrong what they were doing was. Seeing him stand up for me again made me happy, especially seeing me do it without talking bad about me, helping me believe it really was just heat of the moment bad word choice. He told me to wait in the room and left, coming back with a folder. He said he was going to give me this for Christmas but that he'd get me something else. I tried to say no but he insisted. It was plane tickets and brochures. He set up a trip in early January to this spa/hotel/resort thing in British Columbia. It was pretty mind-blowing. But I realized that it had to be several $1,000s he'd spent. We budget pretty thoroughly. He shouldn't have been able to spend that without me noticing. I asked where he got the money and he said he'd been planning this for more than a year and saving all the money assigned to his weekly spending money, and collecting where I wouldn't notice, change from groceries, etc. When I say that sometimes I'm not sure I deserve him, understand that I'm not having a crisis I need help dealing with, he's just really awesome. He's taking me out for dinner, so I have to go, but I'll be on again tonight. My 22F fiancé, 25M, want his father to check my hymen tomorrow night before I get married. My fiancé proposed to me about 8 months ago. We decided on having a relatively small wedding, which is in 2 days. Everything was going great. He seems absolutely perfect and we are very much in love. I am a virgin and so is he. He wanted to save it for marriage and I wasn't fussed, so I agreed to saving it. He has told me earlier that in his family the father checks the virginity of the bride the night before the wedding. I laughed this off as it seriously sounds like a massive joke. No, turns out he was dead serious. He wants me, the night before, to open my legs up in a small ceremony type thing so his dad can check me while his brothers and uncle can watch so that they know I am still pure. I told him fat chance I'm going to do that, and he was begging to me to go through with it and how important it is for him. He said he knew it was slightly embarrassing for me but his mom did, and it will prove how much I love him and that I have nothing to hide anyway as I'm still a virgin. I left and he was crying. It was very dramatic tbh. I want to call off the whole wedding because of this and never talk to him again. But at the same time it's only one thing, and other than that we are genuinely perfect for each other and I don't want to spend my life with anyone else, and it is very important to him and his family. What the frick frack do I do? I am currently at my friend's house and I might stay here for the night. Tomorrow would be our last day as an unmarried couple and I am straight up panicking. Update. I went and talked to him this morning. I told him that his father is not going to look at me and he needs to respect that. He was adamant that it needs to happen and accused me about lying about my virginity. I was trying to be calm and rational but he was not having it and just became more and more angry. I told him if he really loved me he would stand by me on this and tell his father no, to which he slapped me and said he didn't need to prove anything. So I ended it and left him. I am currently back at my friend's house being miserable and eating pizza, which is pretty fun. I think I know what happened to my brother. My brother went missing years ago. And when I say missing, I mean that his case was declared one of those creepy unsolved mysteries. It was on the news. I distinctly remember my parents interviewing for the news in our living room. I think I know what happened to him. I was very young when he went missing. I barely remember him, but I do remember that I loved him a lot. He would pull me around our block in a wagon. Most kids his age didn't do that. The days before he disappeared, I remember him staying home and babysitting me. I stayed in my room and played Nintendo 64. Throughout the day, a guy came over. I remember him. He was older, almost our dad's age. My brother made me go into my room whenever I heard the doorbell. Later, after the guy left, my brother would ask me not to say anything about the guy. With my brain only being focused on video games and extra dessert at that age, I agreed. I didn't care, nor did I comprehend the gravity of the situation. The day before he disappeared, I remember the older guy coming over. I was in the kitchen and remember looking up and seeing him kiss my brother. They hugged. They didn't care that I saw them. The older guy waved at me and I waved back, then I kept watching cartoons. I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to my brother whispering outside our front door. "Don't worry, he's asleep," he said. The older guy said something I couldn't hear. Then my brother said something I couldn't make out, but I made out the words visit them, or maybe he said visit him? Either way, I know the word visit was in his sentence. The man raised his voice and said no. Then I heard plan and city. Then I fell asleep again. The next morning, the day he disappeared, my parents were at work. My brother was acting very strange. I remember he kept checking the clock. In the afternoon, I remember him picking me up and asking me if I wanted to go in the wagon. I was too hooked on Nintendo 64 and said no. He almost begged me and I said no again. Then he told me he had to run to our neighbor's house for something. I don't even remember what he said. I said okay. He reminded me to not open the door for anyone, only mom and dad. I shouted at him okay. Because Super Mario was getting on my fucking nerves and he wasn't helping. He gave me a hug and told me he loved me and left. He never came back. All these years, decades later, and I think he was in love with that man. I know he was. The memories randomly came flooding back to me earlier, I'm not quite sure why. But it has been taking over my thoughts lately. I can't sleep because I keep thinking about it. I think my brother left with that man and they ran away together. Or maybe something worse happened. But I don't think that's the case. My freshman year of college, I was part of a sports team that got national recognition. I remember my team's picture was on ESPN and with our university's name. A few days later, I got mail at my dorm. It was a gift basket. I thought it was from my parents, so I didn't read the card. I threw it away immediately and ate what was in it, but it was nothing but candy. Nerds, Jolly Ranchers, Tootsie Rolls and Hershey's Kisses. I called my dad and thanked him for the gift basket and he said he didn't send one, neither did mom. Then I got to thinking all of those candies were what I used to eat as a kid. Literally all I ate for the earliest years of my life were those candies. I tried to find the card, but I couldn't. Then I began to think about how my brother would wheel me in the wagon to the gas station close to our house so I could get candy after dinner, even though it was a punishable by death no from mom. Months later, during Christmas, I got an unmarked Christmas card. The only thing written on it was a smiley. Since then, I've heard nothing. No one I know sent that card. I have never responded. I wonder, every day, if he's out there. I have never told anyone this. When the police asked me what happened that day, I told them that he went to the neighbors because that's all I remembered, honestly. It destroyed my parents. My mom became addicted to painkillers and my dad has had 3 extramarital affairs, which, I know this tragedy is no way an excuse to cheat, but it sure didn't help. It has ruined our family, and maybe my brother knows what he did. Maybe he regrets it and knows he can't come back home. But if I could see him today, I would just want to tell him that he is always welcome in my home. I love you so much, brother. We have so much catching up to do. Please come home. Please. Update. It's 4 p.m. and I'm drunk lol. These past few weeks have been insane. I posted on here before. My brother went missing a long time ago. I thought he ran away from home. Long story short, I got into contact with some detectives that our family has known since my brother went missing. When I started asking questions, they told me that my brother was no longer on any missing persons registry. When I asked what that meant, they told me that he was removed per my parents' request. I asked my parents, my dad, actually. My dad ignored me. My mom told me my brother is alive and okay, as far as she knows. They found my brother years ago, a very, very long time ago, and found out he was living with another man. He's gay, and it disgusted my parents. He tried reaching out to them. They told him they didn't want anything to do with him and that I didn't remember him and wouldn't want to see him. I went ballistic. My parents weren't fazed by it. They sincerely hate my brother for who he is, for being gay. They kept him a secret from me all my fucking life. My brother missed the birth of his nephew, he missed my wedding, graduations, everything. Just because of my parents. They lied to me. I've been able to get a phone number and contact information from police officers. My brother left it all open in case anyone from our family wanted to contact him. I still can't work up the nerve to call him. The address I have for him is across the fucking country. But he's alive. My brother is alive. I'm drunk as fuck right now because I can't deal with any of this. I haven't talked to my parents in weeks and I never plan on speaking to them again. Not for what they've done to me, or my brother. This is real and it happened. It is happening right now. I don't know how to process this at all. My parents let me believe my brother was dead or kidnapped forever, when in reality he just ran away, and when he wanted to come back they disowned him. I'm fucking crying right now. How could you do that? Fuck you, God. Fuck you Christians and Jesus. I don't even know, I'm sorry. Update. The day after I made my last post, I woke up and called into work. I told my wife, who is essentially my confidant, and I tell her everything, the whole story. She wasn't really surprised, she's not a fan of my parents much. But like many of you, she told me to call the number I was given for my brother immediately. She insisted on it. She took herself and my son out for a day together so I could be alone to talk with him. I dialed the number about 7 times before I actually pressed the call button. It started ringing and I hung up. Then I got frustrated at myself and called the number back. It rang and I got a voicemail, but it was the automated voice, not anyone else's. I didn't leave a voicemail. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. I called my wife and told her to come home and she refused until I had talked to someone on the other end of the phone. About an hour of pacing and drinking 2 glasses of scotch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I called the number again. It rang 3 times. I panicked. I hung up. But this time, the number was calling me back. I swear to whatever God's above, I thought my heart was going to stop. I almost threw up right there. I answered the call. The first thing I heard on the other end of the line was a guy laughing in the background. There was wind on the phone. The person on the other end was outside and it was windy. Who is this? It was his voice. I knew that voice. It was my fucking brother. My brother. Who had been gone for my entire life. I covered my mouth with my shaking hands and just sat there. He kept asking me who it was. The guy in the background was trying to talk over him. He hung up on me. I called him back right away. He answered again. Me being a creepy ass, the first thing I said after decades of not seeing him and thinking he was dead, I blurted, I got your number. He asked me who I was and what I wanted. I said, it's me. There was a really long pause. I thought the call had dropped. Then I heard him tell someone to turn the radio down and roll the window up. The sound of wind stopped and then he asked me my name. I told him and he said that I was lying. I told him I got his number from the Missing Children's Network and detectives. I heard him gasp. He asked me what color shoelaces he wore to a picnic when we were kids, and I remember my mom getting mad at his orange laces with blue shoes. It was the last time we were together as a family. I could tell he was crying. The first thing he asked me was, "Where are you?" And I told him I lived a few hours away from home. Without hesitating, he told me, "I'm coming." He went straight to the airport without any luggage, bought a plane ticket, and flew straight to me. We stayed on the phone with each other the whole time. When he was walking through the gate, I knew who he was right away. He is middle-aged, salt and pepper hair, muscular. He looks just like our dad, only better. I know if I told him that would make him mad. I literally pushed an old lady out of the way and I just hugged him. He's about 2 inches taller than me. He was able to pick me up. He was crying, I was crying. I was having a breakdown. We went to a bar at the airport. He wouldn't let me out of his sight. He kept holding onto my arm. He kept telling me how unreal it all was. He apologized to me. He kept crying, telling me he felt horrible. I told him to forget everything and tell me about his life. He's married. His husband is a doctor, a pediatric oncologist. They live in the Pacific Northwest. They have 2 children, girls, 12 and 8. He works as a legal consultant and has his own firm. He has an amazing life. He told me that he thought I hated him and wanted nothing to do with him. We sat at the bar for hours. Literal hours. I think we sat for about 6 hours before I begged him to come home and meet my wife. We got home, and my wife was a mess. She hugged him and insisted he stay with us. At this point, his husband was going insane and kept calling him. He had no idea what was going on. He thought he had eloped or something. It was crazy for a couple of days until everything was explained and out in the open. My son and my brother were like 2 peas in a pod. Honestly, I never wanted children. My son was an amazing accident, but I'm not good with kids. I'm always afraid I'm going to break them. But my brother is a pro. Kids love him. He stayed with us for 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, everything about my life changed. His husband and 2 daughters flew in to stay with us. My brother-in-law and my 2 nieces. My family. They were my family. They are my family. My brother wants my wife and I to move to be closer to him. My wife is on board. I work as a professor at a university and have already started to send out feelers to see if there are any open positions, and I've found one that is actually tenured and higher pay. I do not plan on forgiving my parents, but my brother still loves them. He went by their house and knocked on the door. My father shut the door in his face. My mother gave him a hug and told him to take care of himself. Then she shut him out. I can't forgive them for that. I have no reason to stay close to them. I want to be with my family. I want to make up for all the lost time. It's 2 a.m. right now and I'm drinking a tall glass of scotch and grading papers. My beautiful, wonderful, smart, amazing wife is asleep on the couch. She likes to watch me grade papers. My son is asleep in his room cuddled up with all the stuffed animals his uncle brought him. And I'm here, so happy, so fulfilled knowing that my family has grown and doubled in size so suddenly. My heart is happy. I am so happy right now. Reddit. I am so happy. Update. Everything in my life has changed in the last 10 months. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. I want to apologize for neglecting this account. I've been busy. I want to fill you all in on what's been going on in my life. I owe everyone who has messaged and commented that much, at the very least. My wife, son and myself have moved. Not exactly to the same region of the country as my brother and his family, but much closer to him. I got a new job teaching at a new university months ago. While it's not a tenured position, it gives me the option to do research, which is my favorite thing to do. My brother-in-law's family has had many interesting discussions with each other trying to describe what has happened between my brother and I. They're a pretty open-minded and accepting family, so to hear what we have been through was absolutely shocking to them. My brother never told his husband the truth about his life, only that he didn't speak to his family anymore. Nevertheless, they welcomed me and my family with open arms when we came to visit. It was like we had always been part of their family. I feel content knowing that they are my family. When my brother ran away with his first boyfriend, he was verging on 18. He has elaborated and told me that the relationship with the man was abusive, and when he tried to leave and return home, our parents would not let him. So, he was forced to stay with an abusive man because he had nowhere else to go until he moved away to college. This deepened my anger for my parents, but my brother, still, to this day, has this ridiculous sense of hope and optimism. I love that about him, because I don't have that. My brother and I are 2 very different people, but in a way that works well. We reflected on my teenage years and I filled him in on what happened with my life. My brother is very quiet and observant. He always watches before he intervenes. He's soft-spoken and gently objects when someone says something he disagrees with. He's patient, kind and optimistic, as I've said. He has a very loving heart, so I think that's why he has an unrelenting faith in our parents. Me, on the other hand, I'm abrasive, impatient and quick to jump to conclusions. My wife wanted me to add, about me, doesn't separate laundry, refuses to mop the floors and can't properly change the oil. Despite being very different, we have this uncanny ability to be thinking the same thing. Even though we have been separated for several years, we can still give each other a look and know exactly what the other is plotting. My brother has been able to create a spectacular life for himself, all on his own. One thing I struggle with is knowing that he went through more than half of his life by himself, putting himself through college and law school all alone. The more he filled me in about the years away from our parents, the more angry I became. I severed communication with my parents months ago, after the last time I posted on here, and it has done wonders for my own mental health. But then the election happened a few weeks ago. In all honesty, I don't even have the words to summarize what this presidential election was. I don't want to make this political, but this whole thing, by its nature, is political and serves a great purpose. I've read messages on here of people saying that they, too, have been disowned by family for being gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender or other identifying. I have heard so many stories from Redditors across the country, telling me that they are scared, alone and afraid every single day of their lives, all because of who they fundamentally are. The day after the election, my brother and his husband were devastated. My wife, who is a black woman, was devastated. It's not just Donald Trump himself, it's his supporters, followers and the ideology that took hold with so many people. Where I come from, Donald Trump's hateful rhetoric on registering Muslims and disenfranchising LGBTQ+ and minoritized peoples was heralded as something genius and revolutionary, but to me it is a personal attack on my family. I have been in shock and disgusted for days. I had to explain to my son what it all means, and why the world is not always a good place. I had to have the same conversation with him when his grandparents did not like him because of his dark skin. The day after the election, however, I got a call from my mother. I didn't answer it, because I was in class, but she left a voicemail and said she would like to talk at my earliest convenience. I thought on it, still enraged, but decided to call her back, more out of curiosity than a desire to speak with her. When we began our conversation, she asked how I was doing. My answers were short, one-worded. She jumped right in, and I could tell she was uncomfortable. She apologized. But she apologized only to me. I wasn't fazed by this. I told my mother that she should talk to my brother, and unless she did that then she need not call me anymore. I told my brother that our mother had called and apologized, and the look on his face was pure happiness. I can't even begin to describe it to you all. It was as if all of his dreams had come true. My brother called our mother, and she, to my surprise, picked up. They had a short conversation, and my brother's happy glow had dimmed somewhat when he got off the phone. He told me that she said that, given the election results, she had only wanted to speak to me, I guess, alluding to the fact that I'm a white, straight male, the normal son, in an effort to repair the family, and that we all, me, my mom and dad, not my brother, need each other now. She also went on to say she does not approve of what my brother does, but she had read up on his lifestyle and recommended conversion therapy. My brother ended the call with a very gentle, "I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't do that. I love you. Good night." I think my brother has been broken these last few weeks, and the hope and optimism that naturally carries him through life has been eradicated. He's buried himself in work and ignores any discussion around our family. My wife is a counselor, and she normally avoids counseling people she doesn't work with, but she's told me that the only thing I can do for my brother at this point is to be there for him, and to never let him be alone again. Like I said before, though, I have a tendency to lash out and be aggressive. Yesterday, while stewing on my own rage about my parents, I called my mother, and when she answered, I just began screaming into the phone. I unleashed a lot of things, and I remember crying while I did so, because I was so enraged. I told her how much she hurt my brother, her son, and how she put his life in danger, all for her ideology. I told her how unfair and upsetting it is that her and my dad would do this to their children, to my brother, how it's criminal and how they should be punished. When I finished screaming, I was going to hang up, because she miraculously hadn't during my 10-minute tirade, but she cut in with a quiet "he sounds grown." My mother acknowledged my brother's existence with that short sentence, then she went on with, "I'm so sorry. Let me speak to him, okay?" But I didn't. I hung up, then I blocked her number. I don't know what she wanted to say, but I'm afraid it is something that could damage my brother further. We are currently staying with him for the Thanksgiving holiday. My view right now is this: my wife and my brother-in-law are sitting on the living room floor trying to assemble an IKEA shelf. My son is beside me watching cartoons and keeps telling his mother and uncle to shh. And my brother is in the kitchen washing dishes. This is a life that people want to see destroyed, taken away and converted. This is a life I am so grateful to have, and it is filled with people that this world is lucky to have on its surface. I haven't told my brother that our mom tried to call, and I don't want to. I don't think there's a point. I just want to spend as much time and energy as I can trying to love my brother, my family, my small little slice of bliss. This is my heaven. This is a life I will proudly defend against hate and intolerance and bigotry. I am so lucky to have this life, these people and this happiness, and I will never stop fighting for it. My 26F girlfriend will not have sex with me 23M unless I wear cosplay. I started dating my girlfriend 2 years ago after we met at an event held at a TTRPG shop. She's into anime, manga, and cosplay. I've watched some shows like Naruto, Demon Slayer, and My Hero with her, but it isn't really my thing. When we first got together, there was a lot of frequent, and to be honest, really great sex. But as the time passed we had sex less and less, which was fair considering that she had started a new job and I started to pick up more hours at my own workplace due to the pandemic. A few months ago however, my GF approached me after dinner with the topic of wanting to try something new in the bedroom. I said sure, and asked what she had in mind, assuming she wanted to try anal or some light bondage. To my surprise, she told me that she wanted to dress up as Naruto and have me dress as Sasuke, and roleplay ninja sex with her. I already knew that she loved anime and cosplay and she's been obsessed with this pairing since I've known her, and she made me watch Naruto on our third date and showed me the fan comics she had. I told her I was okay with it, but it was still weird to me. In the end I guess the only reason I decided to oblige her because I really wanted to have sex. When she finished making the costumes, she gave me a storyline to follow in the roleplay and we acted it out. I felt awkward and started to regret saying yes, but it seemed like she really enjoyed it, so I kept dressing up and roleplaying for her. She didn't always dress up for sex, I didn't mind either way, but every time that I initiated sex with her she always pissed and moaned at me until I at least put on the Sasuke wig and headband. Even when I was tired and we were fooling around just before bed she wanted me to wear it. I've since stopped the roleplay thing, but even now she will literally get up in the middle of foreplay or making out to grab it from the dresser to make me put it on. I'm sick and tired of having to wear it just to have some sex, and I don't know what to tell her. I asked her if she wants to have normal sex and she says yes, later, because it's just not as fun. But when that time comes she always makes up some excuse. I don't understand why she coerces me into wearing the Sasuke cosplay. I think she's taking it way too far. She gets upset at me every time I ask her if we can just have sex without either of us dressing up and gives me the cold shoulder when I try to bring it up. I'm tired of being Sasuke, I just want to be her boyfriend again in bed. I'm close to throwing the cosplays in the trash so she'll stop asking me to wear it. I really don't want to lose her over something as stupid as homemade ninja costumes. I can't ask my friends for advice because I know they'll clown on me. How do I approach this topic without hurting her feelings again? She really means a lot to me and I want her to see things from my perspective so we can get past this rift in our relationship. Update. A lot of you said to talk to her about it during a neutral activity. So I brought it up last Monday when we were out walking our dogs. I let her know that the whole dressing up and roleplaying was making me feel ignored, and that I wanted to be her and I without any costumes. She told me that it helped with her stress and she got used to doing it, but she was willing to save it for special occasions. Things had been going well since then, that is, until we had sex last night. To put it bluntly, she moaned Sasuke in my ear while we were going at it. I was instantly turned off by hearing his name again and immediately stopped. I stormed to the bathroom without saying anything and locked the door behind me. My girlfriend started crying at me through the door, apologizing and saying that it just slipped. I asked her if she loves Sasuke more than she loves me and she said no, and that it's just that Sasuke makes her feel safe. I still can't comprehend what that even means. I was angry, sad, confused, and just done with the situation. I don't know why this hit me as hard as it did, but I couldn't bear being there any longer so I threw my clothes back on and told her I needed to go for a drive to clear my head. I didn't plan on spending the whole night out, but there was no way I could come back after that, so I decided to crash at my uncle's place. I told him that I had a fight with my girlfriend and he let me sleep on the couch. To make matters even worse, my friend group is now aware that we had a falling out because of my consistent shitty mood. When one of my buddies asked me what happened with my girlfriend in our group chat, I said I didn't want to talk about it. They wouldn't stop bugging me about it, so I lied and said that she cheated on me with one of her male coworkers she gets along well with. I just couldn't tell them that I've been pretending to be Sasuke in the bedroom to have sex with my girlfriend and that she's still thinking of Sasuke even though I thought we had come to an understanding. Lying about her cheating on me was admittedly a stupid move on my part, but I just can't let them know the truth. They've been supportive of me, but I feel horrible lying about all of this and I don't like that they're calling her names and talking about ways to get back at her. I don't want anything to happen, I just want to fix it. At the moment, I'm still at my uncle's place, depressed as shit. I have no idea how to face her again and make things right. My phone has been blowing up with calls and texts from her, so I think I'm just going to drink about it for now, and hopefully Reddit can offer some advice on how to fix this god-awful mess I made with my friends as well as the situation with my girlfriend. Update. So after lying to my friends about my girlfriend cheating on me, they invited me out drinking to cheer me up. Turns out they were planning to jump the guy this whole time. I came home from work and my GF was on the couch crying and freaking the fuck out. She was saying her coworker got attacked on his way to his car, he fell on the ice after being hit and he has some bad bruises and the fall messed up his bad knee. I immediately knew I shouldn't have lied about the cheating. I just didn't know how to tell my buddies the whole story of how I was down in the dumps because my GF was pressuring me into cosplaying as Sasuke in the bedroom and how we fought over her saying his name when I wasn't supposed to be in character that night. I'm playing dumb right now with my girlfriend. I don't think she's bright enough to figure it out anytime soon, but I'm afraid that my friend's cold attitude towards her will make the light bulb go off in her head. She's really concerned for him, and is going to go bring him some dinner. She asked if I wanted to come and I said no. I feel so fucking weird knowing my lying is the cause of this. To make matters worse, her birthday is coming up soon, February 20th, and I really don't want to have to wear the Sasuke outfit again. I'm at the end of my rope with this situation. I'm definitely considering just breaking up and pushing the cheating narrative with my friends. I love her but I don't want to lose my buddies for anything. I've known them for longer than I've dated my girlfriend. And clearly she's more into the Sasuke thing than she is into me. I'm tired of being Sasuke, but I also love her and don't want to see her so torn up over this guy. I feel like if I tell my friends the truth they won't ever speak to me again. I'm having trouble deciding who to choose. My dad is furious that my mom slept with other people in an open marriage he wanted. My parents got married when they were super young. My dad knocked up my mom, and their parents married them off. My grandfather was able to set up some business for my dad in a big city, and they moved here soon after my birth. My mom grew up in a conservative southern town where she was taught to be a submissive wife. And even after moving to the big city, she didn't spend much time socializing. She had no friends and never went out. My dad was only there to provide for us. He was always away on business, and he wasn't there as a husband for my mom or as a father to me. My dad made a lot of money, so we never lacked anything. Growing up, I became my mom's best friend. We would talk about everything. I pushed her to make friends and to find hobbies. After years of pushing, she started going to a nearby park and made her first friend, a gym trainer. Encouraged by her friend and me, she decided to join the gym. She met a few more people there and started having some semblance of a social life, but she still continued to tell me everything. I think my dad's new secretary gave him the idea, but he asked my mom for an open marriage almost a year ago. He told her he wasn't happy in their marriage and that she wasn't providing him with everything he wanted. My mom, who is a Christian wife, was mortified and told me about the proposal in tears. I suggested she get a divorce, but she said she didn't believe in it and she wouldn't be the one to end their marriage. As my dad pushed, I knew exactly where this would end up if my mom agreed. Her friend and I convinced her. My mom was hesitant at first, but she agreed with the condition that they would be completely transparent with each other. My dad was a middle-aged, 41, man with a belly and my mom, 39, was an athletic woman who worked out regularly. I'm a 22-year-old woman BTW. I don't know how my dad was so blind or what he thought would happen. I helped create online dating profiles for my mom almost 6 months ago. After getting an insane number of matches, choosing from them and chatting with them for months, my mom started hooking up with a few people. Getting all this attention has provided a massive boost to her confidence and she seems better. My dad hooked up with his secretary almost immediately. He's had very little luck with other ladies. With their transparency thing, my mom tells him about all her hookups. A few weeks ago, my dad screamed at my mom for some minor thing. Usually, my mom would have apologized, but with her new confidence, she didn't back down. It's been constant fights the last few weeks. My dad keeps starting fights by making snide remarks about my mom's clothing or appearance. He almost even called my mom a whore but stopped himself. I think open marriage finally sunk in. My mom told me he tried to have a conversation about stopping their open marriage but she immediately shot it down. I think they'll split up. My dad was never there for either of us, but the thought of my parents splitting up still feels weird. I don't feel bad for my dad, but I wish he put effort into his family. I'm happy for my mom though. Update. A few days after my previous post, my dad left our home and had a divorce served to mom in a week. My grandparents didn't know about any of this, but my dad told them when he served the divorce. He also implied to them that my mom was cheating on him. Both sets of grandparents came to our home and started berating my mom. I kept screenshots of all my parents' communications, and my mom showed them to them, and it got way worse after that. Grandparents started fighting each other, blaming each other's children for causing all this. A few days after this, my mom's old church friends came to our home. Back when my mom used to go to church, they used to look down on her for being from a small town. My mom has always been a very caring and non-judgmental person, so she disagreed with their bigotry and they began excluding her from their activities. After she met her gym friends, my mom stopped going to church entirely. These church friends started calling my mom a slut and she kicked them out. My mom is on a cut right now, so she has very defined abs and arms. So along with all the normal stuff getting thrown at her, my grandparents accused her of having a man body and she also had a lot of random transphobia thrown at her. Her trainer friend has been a great support through all this. She contacted the attorney she used for her divorce and my mom is spending a lot of time at her house. Turns out, the business my dad is running is owned by mom. It was set up by my mom's dad in her name, so it belongs to her. I did not know this until now and assumed that my dad owned it. The whole situation is a huge mess right now. Dad is living in some hotel and my grandparents left yesterday after a week of fighting and trying to force my parents back together. I know there's a lot more divorce drama to come, but I hope it calms down for now. Update. My mom's attorney, the one recommended by my mom's gym friend Lisa, has been a great help. She walked my mom through what's going to happen and reassured her. She started looking through the company stuff in preparation for the divorce proceedings and we found a lot of shocking stuff. I don't know why I was surprised by this, but my dad was having affairs for a long time. He used company resources to book flights and resorts at holiday destinations. There were receipts for many trips with multiple women, spanning the last 10 years. Because he was always absent from our lives, my mom didn't suspect anything. It didn't seem like he made any effort to hide these. He also used the company email to talk to his secretary about the affair stuff. Turns out, they were fucking months before my dad asked my mom for an open relationship. This is what we gathered from their emails. After months of their affair, the secretary didn't want to remain a mistress. So, she started pestering my dad to get a divorce. but they wanted my mom to initiate it so that he could get a massive chunk of the company. The secretary came up with the idea of asking my mom for the open relationship. They hoped that my mom would be horrified and ask for a divorce. They were caught off guard when my mom agreed. My dad got jealous when my mom started having sex. After initiating the divorce, he deleted all his emails and told his secretary to do it too. Unfortunately for him, they were still stored the company email server. I haven't seen my dad in over a month. All of his communication has been through his attorney. He apparently wants half the company. My mom's attorneys are still looking for more evidence, but they told us that they don't expect him to get much with the evidence they have. Lisa has been supporting my mom through the whole ordeal. She also got a divorce because her husband cheated on her, so she's been helping my mom a lot. My 29F husband, 31M, got a paternity test on our daughter, 5F, and it came back negative, but I never cheated. Now he thinks our relationship is a lie and wants to divorce. What do I do? I don't know how it happened and I haven't been able to stop crying all day. I never cheated. I love my husband, we've been together since college and he's the love of my life. He's handsome and kind, and while I've slept with 2 other people, both were before we got together. There is no other potential father for our daughter. We were married already and actively trying for a baby. I never cheated, I never would cheat, and I don't know why he took that stupid test because I would never, ever cheat, but it came back negative and now he thinks he's not her dad. I don't know how to convince him it was a faulty test and I'm so scared. These past few months it's like he's become someone completely different from the man I married. He's cold, and suspicious. He kept demanding to see my phone, and wouldn't tell me why, and I showed him at first but eventually told him I wouldn't anymore unless he explained why. He's been distant with our daughter too. He stays in his office for hours on end, and I don't know what he's doing. I did not cheat. He accused me this morning, saying he'd done the test after realizing that our daughter's eyes, brown, wouldn't naturally come from ours, both blue, and that he wanted me to get out of the house. I didn't leave and he locked me out of our bedroom and now I'm in my daughter's room. This is terrifying. What should I do? The specific advice I want is how I can prove I'm innocent and how to make sure this relationship works. I want to keep my family together at all costs. Also, I just had a conversation with my husband. He's out of his room now, and we discussed some things. I told him again that I would never cheat and started talking about a list I made of tests I want done, but he told me that he didn't want to hear it right now. We're going to have a longer conversation tomorrow and he said that he still loves our daughter, and he won't try to keep me out of the house or our room for now. I asked him to hug me and he did. I'm scared that I won't be able to convince him. I just want our family to go back to normal. How can I be a good wife and support his needs while proving my innocence? Update. My husband was, understandably, distrustful of me for a while, but he apologized for the way he acted, which I didn't need, and said that he wouldn't try to kick me out of our home. He did say, though, that if every test came back and I'd cheated, then he was going to go scorched earth. We did a few tests. Blood paternity tests for him and me, and our daughter, and we had an appointment with a chimerism specialist coming up, but that got cancelled because, well, some of you guessed it, but my daughter is not biologically mine either. I don't know how this happened, but a police officer came to our house and took our statements, and we're suing the hospital where I gave birth. I don't know what happened to my baby, and that is terrifying. I have my husband back, but my whole world was still upended, and I just wish he'd never taken that stupid test. I've been sleeping in my daughter's room, and I'm so afraid that she's going to be taken away from me, but at the same time I want to know where my biological daughter is, and if she's okay. I pray to God she's okay. My daughter still doesn't know the details, and we've been trying to keep this quiet. The last thing we need is a big scandal. I don't want people who know us to look at her differently. She deserves better than that. She's such a good kid, and she's not some spectacle to be gawked at. If we can find her birth family, I have no idea what we'll do. I guess the best case scenario would be to get a bigger house and all live together, but I don't know if we can afford that, or if they'd go for that, or even if we'll be able to locate them, or if I'm just crazy. This whole situation is crazy. I don't know anyone else who's been in a situation like this. I mean, are there support groups for parents of kids who got mixed up? I googled and nothing came up. Literally all I'm getting are tabloid articles from trashy magazines that slap the faces of innocent kids on the same pages as celebrity sex scandals, and fiction. How do we tell our daughter? I mean, we can't tell her now. She'll tell the kids at school and then it'll be everywhere, but we have to say something. I don't know what I ever did to deserve this. Update. We found our biological daughter. She was in foster care. I don't think it's going to surprise a ton of people that the hospital we had her at wasn't in the best area, and she was taken home by a family who ended up under investigation, and apparently, when she was proven not their biological child, she was taken by the state. I feel terrible for that family, but at the same time, so grateful to have found her safe and alive. We've started the adoption process immediately, and well, we have some pretty significant resources now. I wouldn't say the settlement money makes up for what we went through, exactly, but it's close to $2 million. Our lawyer said we could have gotten more in court, but honestly, the hospital wanted to end this fast and quietly, and so did we. We explained to our daughter that her sister is going to be coming to stay with us, and that we still love her very much. She seems ecstatic at the idea. Here's hoping it works out in actuality. We're planning to move away from our town, in a few months. We found a wonderful place in a good school district a few states away, and it has plenty of room for our family to grow. I don't know what we're going to do about the other family. My biological daughter doesn't seem to remember them very much, and I don't really want to involve them if I don't have to, but I know it's probably morally wrong not to let them know what happened. I mean, that poor mother must not have any idea what happened. I can only imagine how horrible that would be. For now though, I'm focusing on my daughters, and hoping to plan a beautiful life. Finally, my husband. I love him more than anything in the world, and he loves me. We've been through hell and come out the other side, and we are not interested in breaking up, or ending the relationship, or anything like that. He deleted his Reddit account, and he promised that he's going to trust me from now on, because as it happens, our child being switched at birth is more likely than me cheating on him. I love him so much. We're going to be okay. My 26F fiancé is convinced I have a crush on my friend's husband. My best friend Sarah, 26F, and her husband Matt, 28M, have put me in a very difficult position with my fiancé Jack, 30M. I knew Matt since my childhood, he was my neighbor and we were friendly. Sarah and I were roommates in college and became close friends. When I introduced Sarah and Matt, they hit it off and started dating each other. I was happy to see two of my friends get together but also annoyed that I became the third wheel and was often ignored or set aside because they were so into each other. By the time I graduated, Matt had completely dropped me as a friend. That saddened me, but I was still good friends with Sarah, so it was what it was. Sarah and I would frequently hang out, but I never talked with Matt other than the occasional polite hellos. Sarah would sometimes try to do couples dates with her and Matt and me and my dates. I found that Matt had developed an unpleasant personality and would frequently be rude and condescending towards me. However, he's a very devoted and loving husband to Sarah, so for her sake I ignored him. When my fiancé and I got engaged, we had no plans to do a party. Sarah was disappointed that we didn't throw an engagement party, so she organized a small get-together at her home to celebrate us. The party was nice, and as things were winding down, my fiancé and I went to thank Sarah and Matt for their sweet gesture before we took our leave. Matt was pretty tipsy by then, and out of nowhere he suddenly hugged me and in front of my fiancé said that he was so glad that I was finally settling down and he is relieved that now I'll be over the crush I had on him. I was shocked and told him that wasn't true. He just laughed and told Jack that I was always chasing him and he had to work hard to keep me away. I dragged Sarah in and asked her to please fix this mess, and she was all like, "Oh, he's drunk, ignore him," and says, "You know I always trust you. I know you wouldn't act on your crush." Jack was pretty pissed by this point and he walked out. I ran after him and tried explaining that this isn't true, but he told me he doesn't want to be anyone's second choice or their backup plan. Since that night he isn't talking to me or returning my calls. I have talked to Sarah multiple times to clear things with Jack, but she's brushing me off. I don't understand why they believe this or why she'd stay friends with me if she thought I was into her husband. I was in her wedding party and did all the work because her sister, who was the mo, was too busy. I have helped her through her pregnancy and have babysat her kids so many times. She never gave me any indication she thought this, and why would she want me close to her family if she believed this? I feel humiliated that these people think I was pining away for a jerk like Matt. I need help in convincing Jack this isn't true. I am also mad at him for throwing away our relationship over what some drunken idiot said. I don't know what I'm going to do about my friendship with Sarah. Update. I talked to Sarah again and asked her first of all why she'd think I had a crush on Matt. She said that when I first introduced them I had talked up Matt and gushed about him, and she took that as me being into him. I said I was fond of him since I've known him for a long time, but that doesn't mean I want to be with him. She said when they started dating I was often upset about it. I said I wasn't upset about their dating. I was upset that she'd make plans with me and then leave me to be with him, and when we were all together I didn't enjoy being the third wheel while they ignored me. That had nothing to do with wanting him and more to not liking being left out by my best friend. I asked her why she hadn't said anything before, and she explained that she could manage the situation. She had asked Matt to stop talking to me completely and she engineered situations so there was little chance of us socializing with each other. I asked her, now that I have explained that I never had a crush on Matt, can you please talk to Jack and tell him? She said she didn't want to lie. This frustrated me immensely. She could ignore this imaginary crush for years and manipulate me, but won't talk to my fiancé to help my relationship. I told her I was done being her friend. Thinking back, I was always doing stuff for her and she used me but did little for me. Update. I wrote a long letter to Jack explaining the entire history of my relationship with Sarah and Matt with the recent screen caps. I asserted as best as I could that I had never pined after any guy and I loved him and he was my only choice. After days of silence, Jack agreed to talk to me. We met and he said that he sees two ways of interpreting this situation. 1. Matt and Sarah are right and he doesn't want to be my second choice. 2. They are malicious people who are messing with me, and that shows very poor judgment on my part that I'd have a best friend like this, and he doesn't want that quality in a life partner. Either possibility leads to the same conclusion, that he wants to call off the engagement. He reminded me that I had represented Sarah as one of the most important people in my life. I'd jump up and help her all the time. I had once cancelled plans with him to take care of her kid when the baby was sick. It had irked him, but he had seen it as me being caring and nice, but now he's seeing all that in a different light. I cried and begged him not to end our engagement, but he wanted a break for a while. I thought over what he said for a few days and came to realize that he was right. I was a clingy friend and a doormat. I never even saw how much one-sided my friendship with Sarah was. I was a doormat with Jack too. I didn't want to get married or have kids this early but agreed to his timelines. I gave up an exciting job opportunity with more money because he didn't want me traveling for work. I love him but I need to fix myself and be stronger. I gave back his ring and ended things. I returned all the gifts he gave too. He was offended by that, but I didn't feel good about keeping the very expensive things he had given me. He makes a lot more than me and was very generous with what he gave me, but I can't keep that now. Sarah was quiet for a while but then started calling me. I ignored a lot of her calls but this morning I answered her call and told her about the breakup. I was looking for sympathy from my old friend. She was more interested in knowing if I was still going to watch her kid while she and Matt went on an overnight trip. She got pretty angry when I said no. I have blocked her now. I had a flipping out on my fiancé for canceling all the vegan food options from our wedding food menu behind my back. My fiancé, 31 male, and I, 25 female, are getting married soon. There wasn't much that disagreed on during the wedding planning except for food. Me and my family are vegans, and there's so many reasons why we chose this lifestyle and one of them being that we have a history of health issues. My fiancé and his family are the complete opposite. They're hardcore meat eaters which is fine by me obviously. However, when deciding on the wedding food menu, I wanted to add 4 to 5 vegan options. My fiancé and his mom objected saying it was a waste of money over food that isn't real food. They also argued that this would be offensive for their guests and suggested my vegan options just be the good old salads appetizers. His mom wanted cupcakes lol. I said no because for one it's me and my family who's paying. And 2 I want to make my guests feel welcome and not be treated as second-class citizens by being served salad. My fiancé made a face and said isn't that what vegans eat? I refused to argue about it and said it was final. The other day, I found out that he had cancelled all the vegan options and took them off the menu completely and behind my back. I was seething. I called him at work but he kept hanging up on me. I went straight to his workplace and confronted him there and just flipped out on him. He was stunned to see me. He at first said it was his mom's idea then told me to go home because I was making a scene at the office. The fight continued at home and he defended himself by saying that I sort of made him resort to doing this after I kept brushing off his thoughts and input, and refusing to accommodate his family. But there were plenty of meat options why can't I get 4 to 5 vegan options? When I'm paying for it. He yelled that it was his wedding too not my family's. My family said it was fine and they'll figure it out and told me to let it go but I refused. So his mom messaged me earlier to try to get me to listen to what she had to say after I kept ignoring her phone calls. She spent long walls of text just to address what I did at her son's workplace, calling it all kinds of stuff from immature to unhinged. She then went to explain how she's noticed that me and my family kept acting dismissive of her son's input and contributions to the wedding. She said that she noticed my behavior towards him and her entire family and wanted to speak up earlier but didn't and tried to keep the peace. She then went on to address the food menu issue and denied her involvement in the cancellation of the vegan option but that didn't mean she doesn't support her son's decision. Moreover, she thought it was so responsible of him to make that move because of my continual refusal to see how this stuff is waste of money. She also pointed out how I kept saying I paid for it and said that technically this isn't just my money, it's mine and is because we're getting married. She suggested I wisen up and get rid of my money. I paid up earlier but didn't and tried to keep the peace. She then went on to address the food menu issue and denied her involvement in the cancellation of the vegan option but that didn't mean she doesn't support her son's decision. Moreover, she thought it was so responsible of him to make that move because of my continual refusal to see how this stuff is waste of money. She also pointed out how I kept saying I paid for it and said that technically this isn't just my money, it's mine and is because we're getting married. She suggested I wisen up and get rid of my money, I paid for it mentality. She finally mentioned how bad this whole situation is making me look, and said that she and her son had already offered a number of compromises that I chose to brush off and decided to make it my weird hill to die on. She said that not only her son is upset but she and the family are as well after hearing about it and suggested I just agree on their compromise and be done with it. This pissed me off beyond belief. I responded by letting her know that I'm still standing my ground on this even if I'll have to call the whole wedding off because of it because honestly, this is just ridiculous, it is. ! My mom and dad. They don't even know what to say anymore. Apparently, my fiancé saw my response to her, he's with her, and is now trying to call me but right now I'm waiting on him to get home and see if he's still insisting on the stance he took. So, the talk didn't go well. I waited for him to come home so we could have a final conversation about it but he still insisted on his stance. For more details, his family are a bit on the heavy side. Nothing wrong with that, they're perfectly within their right to decide how to live but they get easily offended at the mention of the words wait food. I tried so hard to focus on the issue at hand, but I noticed there was a pattern of this behavior. He said it wasn't true, and that this was just an attempt for me to throw past conflicts at him in order to win the current one. He claimed he tried to reason with me about why and how his guests might see those vegan options as offensive, also said that his family love food and consider it a big deal, and how he didn't want his family to feel like there's certain options that they couldn't touch and feel that there's difference in how I treat them versus how I treat my family. He then went on to explain how it's just an event and how my family should just accept what's on the menu and if they felt inconvenienced so what? It's just a one-time thing, they're not gonna die if they had salad and appetizers. What he said wasn't good enough reason for me cause his folks are gonna think say what they want, but at the end of the day it's my wedding. Exclamation mark. And to be honest, realizing that my partner himself thinks it's okay to steamroll my opinions and decisions simply because he's prioritizing others and their opinions over me was really upsetting and not something that could be looked past. Normally, I'm a person of rational discussions and compromises. I'm all about compromises. I'd compromised on much bigger matters than just food, but like people said, it's not about the food anymore, if it ever was. Exclamation mark like. He'd literally lose nothing if he let me have what I wanted, but apparently, he was willing to lose it all over this, which is fine by me. I gave him back the ring and called everything off. I just couldn't envision myself living like this any longer. Having to walk on eggshells for his family and letting him basically override my opinions and have the final say no matter what. Marriage is about compromise, and here he has nothing to lose yet chose to do this to me and my family. Mind you, this is my first serious relationship and I didn't know what to expect, but it's safe to say that he and his mom and family did make it feel like I was taking crazy pills on many occasions, so that's that. Last thing he said was that I chose my family over him and ended everything between for the sake of keeping him happy. Decision's been made and it's done. My fiancé almost died in a car accident. My mother-in-law told me he cheated on me. I sat in the dimly lit hospital waiting room, my hands trembling, the smell of antiseptic strong in the air. My fiancé, John, was fighting for his life after a drunk driver had slammed into his car. The hours seemed to stretch endlessly as I waited for updates from the doctors. John's parents and brothers were there too, their faces pale and drawn. The tension was palpable, a silent storm of worry and fear. Elizabeth, John's mother, sat beside me, her hand clutching a rosary. We had always gotten along well. In fact, she often said she was thrilled to have me as her first daughter-in-law. Her presence was comforting amidst the chaos. But that night, as she whispered to me, her voice trembling with a different kind of fear, my world shattered. "Maria, there's something you need to know," she said, her voice barely audible. "John. He cheated on you. It happened about 2 months ago. He met his ex and it was just a moment of weakness. He regretted it deeply, but he didn't want to hurt you, so we told him to keep it a secret." I stared at her, my mind struggling to process her words. The man I had loved for 6 years, the man I was supposed to marry, had betrayed me, and his family had known. My heart ached with a mix of sorrow and anger. How could they have kept this from me? As the days passed, John's condition improved. He moved back to his parents' house for his recovery, as our apartment lacked the necessary facilities. I visited him daily, each visit a painful reminder of the love we once shared and the trust that had been broken. His family acted as if nothing had changed, their happiness at his recovery masking the betrayal that lay beneath the surface. One day, as we sat in the garden of John's parents' house, Elizabeth brought up the wedding. "We're still planning on August 20th, right?" she asked, her voice hopeful. I felt a lump form in my throat. I don't think I can go through with it," I admitted, my voice shaking. Our relationship was over the moment I found out about the cheating. Elizabeth's face fell. "Maria, please. He's still recovering. He needs you. We made a mistake by telling you, but don't punish him now. He needs your support." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The anger and hurt I felt were overwhelming, but I couldn't bring myself to break his heart while he was still so vulnerable. I had a long conversation with my parents, explaining everything. They were devastated, not just by the betrayal but by the financial strain of the cancelled wedding. I promised to pay them back, insisting it wasn't their burden to bear. They understood my decision and supported me, offering the strength I needed to face what lay ahead. With my mother by my side, I went to see John. His face lit up when he saw me, but the joy quickly turned to despair as I told him I knew about the affair and was cancelling the wedding. He broke down, pleading with me to give him another chance. His excuses and regrets fell on deaf ears. My heart was too broken to consider reconciliation. "I can't marry someone who betrayed me," I said, tears streaming down my face. "I need time to heal, to find myself again." John's parents looked on, their faces etched with guilt and sorrow. Elizabeth apologized again for her role in the deception, but it didn't change the fact that my trust had been shattered. I moved back into our apartment, now a place filled with memories both sweet and bitter. I started packing John's belongings, the physical act of removing him from my life making the separation real. Each item I packed was a reminder of the love we had shared and the future we had planned, now tainted by his betrayal. The process was emotionally draining. Sorting through his things, I found myself crying more than I had since the accident. The love I still felt for him made it all the more painful. But I knew I had to move on, to find a way to heal and rebuild my life. John continued to reach out, his texts and calls filled with regret and promises to change. His mother called me too, expressing her guilt and disappointment in herself for revealing his secret. She insisted that John was committed to winning me back, but I couldn't find the energy to respond. I needed space, time to process everything. In the weeks that followed, I focused on myself. I leaned on my parents and close friends, finding strength in their support. I ignored the persistent calls and messages from John's family, needing the quiet to heal my shattered heart. Despite the pain, I felt a sense of relief. I had taken control of my life, refusing to be a victim of his betrayal. One evening, as I sat in our now half-empty apartment, I realized that healing would take time. The love I once felt for John was still there, buried beneath layers of hurt and anger. But I knew that I couldn't go back to the way things were. I had to find a new path, one that didn't include the man who had broken my trust. The days grew longer, and slowly, the weight of the betrayal began to lift. I found solace in small moments of joy, in the support of those who loved me. And as the wedding date approached, instead of mourning what could have been, I started to look forward to the future. A future where I was free to find happiness and trust again. John's betrayal had wounded me deeply, but it had also given me the strength to stand up for myself, to demand the love and respect I deserved. And as I took the first steps on my new path, I knew that I would heal, and that one day, I would find a love that was true and unbroken. I got fired for accidentally being an asshole to the company owner's disabled daughter. This happened on Friday. I've been drowning my sorrows all weekend, dreading the fact I have to start looking for a new job. Explaining why I got fired from my old job is going to be fun. I'm typing it up here to try and organize my thoughts in my head, because right now, it's all a mess. I had been with the company for 3 months and was still on orientation. My job was sales/advertising. As the new guy, I was given existing accounts to manage, which consisted of providing customer service and convincing my clients to spend more money on advertising. All of these accounts already had their ad campaigns done, and if they wanted something new, the account was transferred to a senior account manager who would work with our advertising guys to put something together for the customer. Eventually, I hoped to have that job, but I had to pay my dues by proving I could maintain existing accounts and convince them to spend more money first. Everything was going great, until last week, when we were scheduled to have our quarterly retreat. Since we were the main regional office in the area, all of the employees from the satellite locations came to our office for the retreat. The owner of the company rarely visits our office. He's been overseeing the setup of a new satellite office for the last year, according to my co-workers. But, he was there for the retreat, as was his disabled daughter, Amy. Not her real name, for the sake of privacy. One of my co-workers told me Amy works at one of the satellite offices and I probably wouldn't have much interaction with her, but I should be nice. That seemed like a no-brainer. I'm nice to everyone, regardless. I won't claim to be an expert on Amy's disability, but it seemed like she had childlike mannerisms and struggled with expressing herself. She also had some problem with motor skills. I'll describe the only interaction I had with her prior to the incident. I went to refill my coffee and Amy was in front of me, getting her coffee. I watched her struggle with getting condiments added and putting the lid on, so I politely asked if she needed any help. She thanked me, said she did, and let me finish making it. While I was making it, she said she hated coffee, but her dad made her drink it because she had to, in a loud voice, always alert. I smiled, said that was definitely important, and handed her the cup. She thanked me again and went back to the office her dad was using, where she had been most of the day. I felt like I had been a good Samaritan and went on my way. Most of the retreat is team-building exercises. Prior to the incident, Amy only participated in the puzzle race, where groups put puzzles together without the box art to see which team can finish faster. Amy wasn't in my group, so I didn't have any interaction with her there. Neither of our teams won. The big event, and the one that everyone seemed the most excited for, was the last activity of the day. Our boss gave us a list of potential clients. We were supposed to select 3 as a group, and put together something to attract the customer. We were told we would be judged on our creativity. My group explained that we could do pictures, slogans, jingles, whatever we wanted. Each person expected to work on one individually, then work with their group to polish it up before it was presented to everyone. It was kind of a big deal because at previous retreats, there would be clients on the list the owner was already close to bringing on board, and if you impressed the owner, you might just land that account. I went with a jingle, rhymed a few words, and recorded it. It was silly but fit the brand. My group gave me some pointers, we made some improvements, and I recorded the final product for submission. I helped my team with their projects until it was time to turn everything in. After everything was turned in, we gathered in the big conference room to critique each other. The owner went through them one by one. If it was a picture or storyboard, he'd put it up, read it, and we'd make comments. Good or bad. There were some that were great which drew a lot of compliments, and some that were really bad, which we laughed about as a group. You could tell the senior account managers didn't care much about the exercise or put much effort into their pitches. Nobody seemed to get upset or offended, regardless of the feedback. When my jingle was played, it got a lot of comments, not all of them good, and I took the feedback with a smile. After getting my feedback, I felt a little more comfortable about sharing my thoughts on other presentations. I gave what I thought was valuable feedback to a few products, laughed at a couple others, and then a rather crude drawing was put up for the exact same company I had chosen. I immediately joked that well, at least my jingle was better than that. Did a 3-year-old draw it? And laughed. To absolute silence. I was really confused because plenty of people had made jokes and everyone laughed. Instead, a few people looked at me like I was disgusting and the owner said, well, if you don't have anything nice to say, keep it yourself, maybe? Then my boss scooted down to where I was sitting and told me I needed to go to my desk. Now, I noticed as I was gathering my things that the owner's daughter was red-faced and starting to tear up. The team building exercise was over for me. I went back to my desk and it began to sink in that the drawing must have been drawn by the owner's daughter. There was no warning or anything. The owner didn't reveal who put together what we were looking at until after a few critiques. Maybe I should have known? Everyone was joking and having fun up to that point. Someone else had a pretty bad drawing that got laughed at. Either way, I felt awful. As soon as the event was over, I approached my boss to apologize. He told me to wait for him in his office. Long story short, I was fired. My boss said since I was still on orientation, he had decided I wasn't a good fit for the company, so it was better to let me go now. He didn't outright say I was being fired for making fun of her drawing, but that's literally the only thing that I've ever gotten in trouble for. My work, up until that point, had been praised. I didn't get much time to process it because my boss had already called security, who showed up fairly quickly, and escorted me to my desk to gather my things before escorting me out of the building. An hour later, I got a call from one of my former teammates, who asked if I wanted to join the team for a drink one last time. They needed it after the retreat, and felt bad that they didn't warn me. I wasn't feeling up for it, but I wanted to try and make sense of the whole situation, so I went to the bar. In the back of my mind, I was thinking that since I'm about to start looking for a new job, a few references from former coworkers wouldn't be bad since I definitely won't be getting one from my boss or the owner of the company after everything that happened. The team explained that Amy comes to all of these retreats, and she always does some crude drawing like that. Everyone just sort of knows to say nice things about it, and move on. One of my teammates said that once you've seen one of her drawings, you know what to look for. Well, I didn't, and nobody warned me. I started to get pretty upset that this was a known thing and everyone knew but me, but what could I do? I had already fucked up and it cost me my job. The team also shared more about Amy. Apparently she works at one of the satellite offices but doesn't really do anything. The people in charge of the office try to come up with stuff for her to do because she gets upset when she's bored. The team said the way the people who worked there described it, they were basically her babysitter so she wouldn't bother her dad all day when he spent most of his time there, and after he moved on to establish the new satellite office, he didn't take Amy with him because she liked all the friends she had at that office. They also said that her dad had harassed a few single guys at the office to take her on dates, which seemed pretty damn HR inappropriate, but he does own the company. My team said Amy desperately wants a boyfriend and wants to get married, which she talks about all the time. The consensus seemed to be that there's no way she actually understands how relationships or marriage works, and her dad probably put this idea in her head to begin with. One of my teammates did joke that it wasn't a bad deal, because whoever married her would inherit the company since she is the old man's only kid. I wasn't really in the mood for jokes at that point after losing my job over one, so I told them I needed to go. The only good thing is my former team members did say they would gladly give me a reference if I needed it, since they felt so bad about not telling me about the Amy situation to begin with. Oh, and the cherry on top? Amy sent me a Facebook friend request over the weekend. I haven't accepted it. I already upset her and it cost me my job. Part of me wants to accept it, apologize, and block her, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that either. I'm going to take a few days to get myself together and then get my resume out there. Update. At the end of the day, I decided to go have some drinks with a good friend, talk things out, and see what he would do. Dave's been my best friend since we were in elementary school. We've probably spent more time together than some actual brothers. Dave was firmly on the side of accept the friend request, apologize, and clear your conscience. Man, I'm getting us another round of shots. He knows me better than anyone, and he knows that the guilt would eat me alive. I posted it here because it bothered me. I decided to take his advice, and everyone here who pushed me for that as well, especially the ones that DM'd me. So, that's what I did. I accepted the friend request. I immediately messaged Amy. I said I shouldn't have made that joke about anyone's work, it was unprofessional, and I was sorry. It took her a while to respond, but when she finally did, she thanked me for my apology, but said she sent me the request because she wanted to apologize since I lost my job over it. I said she didn't owe me an apology, and there was another long pause before she asked if she could copy/paste something to me. I wasn't sure what it was, but said she could. She pasted a generic message, but one she had clearly spent some time on. I don't want to type it word for word, but I'll paraphrase. Hi, my name is Amy. Please forgive me if I'm slow to respond to you. I suffered a brain injury when I was a little girl and it takes me a while to type things out. There was more to it, but that's the basic stuff. I responded, saying it was not a problem, and she could take all the time she needed. Amy and I ended up messaging back and forth until almost 3 a.m. No, we didn't fall in love. We aren't going on a date. I'm not going to marry her for revenge so I can take her dad's company. However, I do think I would like to be friends with her. Not because I feel bad for her, but because she's a genuinely nice person and honestly, everyone could use a few friends like that. We spent a lot of time talking about her. That's just the direction it went, so I asked questions since she seemed comfortable talking about it. Amy was in a car accident when she was a kid. She was in the car with her mom and they were hit by a drunk driver, coming back from a birthday party for one of her classmates. Her mom didn't make it, and Amy suffered a brain injury that impacts her motor skills. Because it makes it difficult for her to speak and do simple things like getting dressed, making coffee, etc. People assume she's mentally challenged. She was put in special ed because of it, but worked really hard and graduated from high school. She even wanted to go to college but her dad didn't think it was a good idea. Her life has been difficult because it's hard for her to communicate with people. By the time she can get a fully formed sentence out, the conversation is over. She can type, slowly, but most people don't want to type when they're face to face. She even admitted that when she's not at work, she will sometimes carry a tablet and pretend she's mute, because that's just easier. We eventually circled back to the drawing and my terrible response to it. She wasn't that offended by my response, because she assumed I didn't know. She got upset, primarily, because she knew all hell was about to break loose and she had no way to communicate with anyone. She was so upset when she found out I got fired, and tried to talk to her dad, but he wouldn't listen to her. She's fully aware that a lot of people at the company just pretend to be nice to her because she's the owner's daughter, but she does have a few friends at the satellite office where she works who better understand her disability. She gets frustrated because she can't truly contribute anything, but is happy when they are able to find busy work for her to do. It might take her all day to do something another person could do in a couple of hours, but it's better than sitting around bored all day. She knows she's a burden and a bother to her dad when he's around, but he's her dad and she loves him. She wishes every single day she was a daughter he could be proud of, rather than a burden. She tries talking to him via emails and text messages, but he usually doesn't respond. If they're in the same location, he'll just walk over and respond verbally, which is frustrating, because it becomes a one-sided discussion with her unable to do anything but give simple one-word answers like yes or no. She also thanked me again for helping with her coffee. She said that when she was younger, she tried to do everything by herself, and would get mad when people helped her, but now she's learned to appreciate the few who do. Most just stand there and look away, pretending to patiently wait for her to do it on her own. It was getting late for both of us at that point. Really late. It takes her a long time to respond to messages. There's misspellings. I get why someone would assume she's mentally challenged. I myself referred to her in my first post as having childlike mannerisms, which was a misunderstanding on my part. When she tries to force words quickly or emphasize something, she gets really loud, which makes her sound like an excited toddler rather than an adult trying to have a conversation. We ended our talk last night agreeing to talk again sometime. She asked if I had watched the first episode of House of Dragon yet, which I have, and she asked if I'd like to talk about it after she watches it. I told her I'd love to. I talked with Amy again last night. She loved House of Dragon. We talked about a few characters and Amy picked up some things I didn't pick up myself, so I'm gonna have to rewatch the first episode at some point. I wasn't really in the right headspace the first time I watched it anyway due to everything that happened. Some of what we talked about last night was about me. I won't bore you with all the details, because I'm not that interesting, but Amy is a saintess. She spent some time researching jobs for me and had several interesting ones for me to check out. I've decided to let myself breathe for the rest of the week, then hit the job hunt trail on Monday. I did find out some more interesting stuff about Amy. She currently stays by herself for the most part, in the house she grew up in. Her dad still technically lives there, but he mainly stays in an apartment near the newest satellite office. Amy thinks, and actually hopes he has a girlfriend, but he denied it when she asked. He pays the bills and everything and visits periodically. She also has a caretaker who comes once a week to help as needed, but Amy says she doesn't really need one because she can order everything she needs online, gets her groceries delivered, etc. Part of the reason she spent the entire day in her dad's office during the retreat was because she misses him. I've begun researching AAC devices, and it seems like there might be some apps she can use, which I'm going to bring up since that's a quick download that could help her. Thank you to the commenter, one here, and one in the original update, who mentioned Western Governors University. That seems like the exact kind of program Amy needs for school, since she can go at her own pace, and while the school seems designed for those who want to earn their degree quick, it would also allow her to take the time she needs. I don't know much about her financial situation as a whole, but she did mention that she gets an allowance from her dad, which is her paycheck for working. Seems like he just pays her through the company and calls that her allowance. I didn't really pry, but I'll bring up the university at some point and let her decide if it's feasible. I'm assuming she has some financial means, either through her dad, or from saving her allowance, because she mentioned she donates and volunteers at a dog rescue. That was a compromise with her dad when she asked to adopt a dog because he didn't think she could take care of it properly. I have been contemplating getting a dog myself, or was at least, before I got fired. Amy suggested that I stop by the rescue when she's there, and she'll help me pick one out, if I decide to do it. So yeah, I think I have a friend and I might be getting a dog. I think my girlfriend has been trying to get me fired from all my jobs. I'm shaken. I'm M24, and I've been with F29, let's call her Janice, for 2.5 years. I just finished my education when we started dating and I've been doing all sorts of jobs since. Sometimes 2 at a time. I did this to expand my resume and gather job experience. I worked in cafes, bookstores, a library, a grocery store and as an English tutor. Most of those jobs lasted about 3 to 5 months. My shortest stay was 2.5 weeks, my longest 8 months, but since I didn't have a hard time applying for new positions, I tried to block it out, though it was kind of eating me up internally. People called to complain about me, people left bad reviews about me, people used my employee Wi-Fi access to look up sketchy things on the internet under my name, former employees called to inform them about me, right name and all, and much more subtle stuff that I couldn't disprove. But I was too anxious to do anything about it. I just told my girlfriend, she comforted me, She supported me every time I got my life ruined by these people. But I kept going, though they kept finding me. Fast forward to this week. I currently hold a part-time position at a bakery. I've been working there for 2 months and a half. It's going okay, but my manager approached me about something regarding our Google reviews. Someone was complaining about an employee, and their description of them could only really fit me. It was on a day where we're pretty short of staff, so I could have been the only person in the store on that day for all I know. Anyway, their review contained some pretty elaborate and nasty comments about me. This has happened on 1 or 2 of my jobs already. I told my manager that it was all pretty bogus and that someone had a vendetta against me, as it has happened before. She believed me, and told me that she'll dismiss the comment. On my break, I checked out the review myself. Their username was kinda stupid. I'm not gonna type it out here since I still work there, but I'll just call them Mick Myrtle as it was in the same range of sounds kinda fake but not really. Anyway, I come home but don't tell Janice about it. She has heard it all before, so I didn't see the point in complaining about another time I almost lost my position. We chat, all is well, and she leaves the room. Her phone is on the table, and suddenly, she gets a notification or an email of some sort from Google. I don't remember what it said exactly, but the pop-up reads something along the lines of Mick Myrtle manager has responded to your review. My heart dropped. I've been trying to ignore it since. This was 2 days ago. It just fit in the picture of bad reviews. It fit in the picture of the phone complaints my workplaces have received about me in the past. It fits in the picture of all the sketchy things I've been fired for. Why would she do that, though? I'm looking for an explanation. This literally can't be. She's the only thing keeping me sane. I don't know what to do. Update. On the Monday of the following week I couldn't take the uncertainty anymore. I told my ex I needed her booking account to book a train ticket to visit my dad for a few days. She complied, and when she was in the shower getting ready for work, I booked my ticket and started looking through her emails. After some digging, I found an email to herself which contained a spreadsheet file. I sent the file to myself, printed it out and took a screenshot. Why? The spreadsheet contained about every single information about me that there was. Numbers, emails, passwords, work times, colleagues, their numbers, social medias, as well as some emails and passwords that she used for accounts to ruin my life with. Everything was on there, conveniently sorted for her to ruin my life as efficiently as possible. When she left for work, I decided it would be best to immediately pack my stuff. Nothing that mattered would be left behind. I felt like a wanted man, like I was being hunted despite nothing being seemingly out of place. I called my boss, told her I would be taking some time off from work, and headed out to see my dad. Needless to say, he was the sanity I needed. I cried about everything I saw. I panicked for a whole 2 days straight, about how my life was ruined and I didn't know what to do. He had to sleep on the couch in the guest room because I was so scared of my ex coming in. He handled it like a champ. I love you, Dad. He called the police, a lawyer and most recently a therapist for me, because I was in the most horrible state of my entire life. We're currently sorting out the legal stuff. I haven't talked to my ex, except for letting her know it was over and that she's a sick psychopath. My dad handled the rest. I changed all my passwords and I'm now looking for a place to live. Fiancé, 28M, wants to end our relationship because I, 27F, didn't choose him first. I'm sorry if this whole thing sounds a little rushed, but my fiancé, Ryan, who I've been with for 7 years, told me today that he's not sure whether he wants to be with me anymore, and I realize it may sound stupid, but I love him so much. It feels like my world is falling apart around me. I don't know what I can do. This all started a couple days ago when we were celebrating our anniversary. We invited a bunch of people including one of my closest friends, Ellie. She noticed my fiancé being affectionate towards me and made some stupid comment about how she told me so that Ryan would be better for me than my ex, Andy. My fiancé was a little confused and asked Ellie what she meant. Back when I was in college, Andy and Ryan both asked me out to the same event. I'd known Ryan since high school and we'd always had a thing, but we weren't a couple. On top of that, he went to another college that was a half-hour drive away from me. Andy went to my college, his dorm was a 5-minute walk away, and he was someone completely new. I began to feel like my relationship with Ryan wouldn't be exciting enough because we already knew almost everything about each other. With the added headache of being half an hour away from each other, despite Ellie's protests, I decided to go with Andy. I know my reasoning is beyond stupid, but I never thought that this decision had the potential to blow up my future. Ryan was already hurt that I declined his request to go on a date. I didn't want to make him feel worse by telling him that I was going with someone else, not that it mattered because he stopped talking to me for about 6 months. During this time, it became obvious that me and Andy weren't right for each other, so we ended it. When me and Ryan began talking again, I realized how much I missed him and that he was perfect for me, so I asked him out. He was overjoyed, and that's how we got to this point. For the rest of the party I could tell that his mood was off. He kept pulling away from my kisses/touches and responded to me with short one-sentence answers. After the party, when I asked him what was wrong, he just said that he felt sick. For the next 2 days he continued to be cold and distant. I had no idea what was happening, so I waited patiently for him to become comfortable enough to tell me. Today he told me the reason he'd been acting off. From the story, it sounded like I had kept him as my backup or plan B in case my relationship with Andy failed, and that it was especially messed up since we'd obviously had feelings for each other long before then. He also said that he deserved to be someone's first choice. I thought that this was just an insecurity that we could get through, but then he went on to say that he's not sure whether he can see our relationship in the same light anymore, so it might be best if we split up. I pleaded with him that we don't need to take it that far and that we should go to counseling or even just live separately for a few days while he thinks about whether this is what he actually wants. So far he hasn't said anything except that he absolutely refuses to go to therapy. I can tell that this is weighing on him heavily because he's been drinking more than usual, but I don't know what to say to make him feel better. We've had a beautiful relationship. He's never been overly jealous or possessive, and although neither of us are perfect, I couldn't ask for a more loving, respectful, intelligent and charming, soon-to-be, husband. I don't understand how all of that could come to an end for a foolish mistake that I made 7 years ago. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for by posting on here, but if anyone has any advice, please let me know. TLDR, my fiancé found out that I chose to date someone else in college before him, says that he doesn't want to be my backup relationship and that it might be best if we go our separate ways. Edit. I think I may have messed up on my wording. He doesn't care that I dated someone else before him. It bothers him that I had the choice between him or Andy and I chose Andy. Update. So a few people have asked for an update. It's been a little over 2 weeks now, so I'm not sure if anyone is even interested anymore. I think for now I'm just confused about what's happening. If anyone has any advice or has some idea of what he's thinking, please tell me. After what happened in the last post, he said that we should put off the wedding while we decide how to proceed. That means something, right? He used the exact words put off instead of cancel and while we decide how to proceed. I think that means he hasn't decided that we should break up yet. Maybe he'll just decide not to marry but to continue our relationship. I don't think he's ready to give up our relationship yet, but he's moved into a hotel. I know some people have told me to give him space, but I've decided that even if a part of him is willing to stay with me, I'm going to do everything I can to give me another chance. I've been dropping off food, leaving notes under his door, and we've been calling every day, sometimes twice a day. Right now we're both stuck in limbo. Most of the time we talk about how much we miss each other, the plans we had, and me convincing him that he's my soulmate and that regardless of whatever happened with Andy, I know we would have ended up together. Then there are other moments where he calls in the middle of the night having obviously been crying and asking questions like, "What did he have that I didn't? Did you love him? Was he better in bed? Was better looking than me? Do you still think he's better looking than me? What does more exciting mean? Do you wish he gave you another chance?" He says that he wants to be with me desperately, but when he thinks about me, it's seared into his mind that I was always his first choice, but he will always have been my second. It hurts him that we had feelings for each other all the way through high school, but the moment I met Andy, none of that meant anything anymore, which must have meant I thought Andy was worth my time and he wasn't. It breaks my heart to hear him holding back his tears and trying to cry silently, but I swear I'll do anything to save our relationship, and part of that means not hiding anything from him. I've begged him to reconsider going to therapy, but he absolutely will not budge. Some of our mutual friends are saying that they're not sure if he'll recover from this, but I don't care. He hasn't told me to stop trying, so I'm not going to. I wish to God that I could go back and change the past because I love him more than anything, including myself. It feels like I'm in some sort of surreal nightmare. Less than a month ago, we were laying in bed fighting over which of us got to name our kids, and now a seemingly insignificant mistake that I made 7 years ago might wipe away the beautiful future I want with Ryan. All I can do right now is be there and hope that he can give me another chance, but I don't know what he's thinking. I know this isn't a common relationship problem, but if anyone has anything they can give me, whether it's advice or even reassurance that things are going to work out, please tell me. TLDR, our wedding is put off for now. He's moved to a hotel and we talk every day, but he hasn't decided yet whether he still wants to be with me. Edit. He called an hour ago. Some of his friends found this Reddit post and showed it to him, so he called angry, asking why I would tell strangers about our personal problems and how is he supposed to face his friends and family now after they all know that the only reason I'm with him is because Andy broke up with me. After reading the comments, he realized that it wasn't right for him to keep me in the dark for so long without making a decision. He's decided that we should go our separate ways so that I can decide whether it really is him that I want to be with and that he wasn't just the convenient choice. For now I can't describe how I'm feeling. It's like I'm so tired I just want to go to sleep forever. I know some of you have the impression that he's a horrible man, but this was just a small fragment of our relationship and doesn't reflect who he is as an individual in the slightest. He's the guy who spent days learning about my major on top of his own studies so that he could help me study for exams and proofread my coursework. He spent thousands of his own hard-earned money to give my parents their dream vacation to Australia and insisted that I say I paid for it because they'd feel bad taking money from him. When my ex threatened to leak nudes that I'd sent him when we were together, I was terrified that he would leave. He took me out to my favorite restaurant and said that there was nothing anyone else could do or say that would ever affect how much he loves me, and then he asked me to marry him so I'd never have to worry about him leaving ever again. My fiancé is the best man that I've never known, and the assumptions that everyone here has made from hearing about such a small part of our lives is disgusting, and I didn't come here for people to convince me that he's immature, insecure or any of that. I should have known better than to post here, but all I can hope for now is that he sees this. To my fiancé. I don't know what I can say to make this better, and I don't know if you'll be able to heal from this. What I can say is that you are wrong in thinking that I chose you out of convenience. I chose you because you're the most thoughtful, handsome, intelligent and charming man that I've ever known. Every single moment that we've had together for the last 7 years, every kiss that we've shared, every bagel that we've split, and every I love you that I've said was meant for you and was an affirmation that you are and always will be my first choice. I don't believe that you want to cut our lives together short. I think that you were trying to heal from the consequences of a mistake that I made, and then I inadvertently set a fire underneath you by forcing you to come to a decision by making this post. Take as long as you need to do whatever it is that you need to do to heal from this, and I'll be here waiting for when you're ready to talk. If you decide that this is something that we cannot overcome, I would accept your decision, but I know we are stronger than this. I love you so much. Edit number 2. I know this is starting to get really long, but he read my open letter and got in contact with me to say that he's not promising anything except that he'll listen. He still refuses to see a therapist because he doesn't view our relationship as strong enough that there's anything to salvage right now. However, some people here have expressed that they wish they could give him advice directly, and I've convinced him to talk to others who have experienced this and healed from it. If you've experienced something similar, please ask for his throwaway either in your response to this post or by PMing me. Thank you. Final update. Before I get into the update, I want to say that I asked my ex-fiancé before posting this, and he said it's fine as long as I don't give away any details that could reveal us to more of our friends and family. I've always been the type of person who values other people's input when it comes to making big decisions, and he knows that. A lot has happened since the last update. After we spoke, he went completely quiet for around 2 weeks for time to think. The waiting was almost unbearable, but he promised that as soon as he had an answer for me, he would contact me. I wasn't allowed to come to his hotel to drop off food, try to see him, or any sort of contact. When he finally called, the first thing that he established was that our relationship was over. However, despite our relationship ending, he still wants to be with me. If I still want to be with him, we can restart our relationship completely from the beginning with the board wiped clean. In his own words, while you look back at our relationship and see something wonderful, I look back at it in disgust because you lied by omission every single day. Initially, I was ready to agree on the spot, but he insisted that I take the week to decide whether I really want this. His logic is that if I choose to restart our relationship from the beginning now, he will be my first choice. Later on in the week it began to settle what this would mean. I would go from fiancé back to girlfriend. I don't know when he is going to propose again. I don't want children until we're married, so I don't know how long that's going to be. In short, it would completely throw off the life plans we had. I asked for a little more time, and he doesn't want me to resent him in the future, so agreed to give me as much time as I needed to come to a decision. This is a better outcome than I expected and maybe better than I deserve, but I would be lying if I said that I don't wish things could go back to normal. I've decided that I'm going to agree to starting over. It just really hurts that the past 7 years don't mean anything anymore. Not long ago we celebrated our 7th anniversary, but this time next year, we'll be celebrating our 1st anniversary again. TLDR, he broke up with me but gave me the option of starting over with a new relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. That would rectify my mistake and make him my first choice. I've had some time to think and I've decided that I'm going to agree. Edit. He read the post and wanted to address some of the comments. If we do restart our relationship, he won't hold anything over my head. It'll be exactly as he said, and our relationship would start over completely. He's so confident of this that he insists I leave him if he ever slips up and brings it up when we argue. Some people have said that being first is just an arbitrary construct, but that doesn't mean anything. Marriage is a construct, monogamy is a construct, etc. Something being a construct doesn't make it any less real or capable of inflicting pain. A reminder that this isn't about me dating people before him. He doesn't care about that. He cares that I knew him for years, that we had a bond in high school, and that he waited until we were in college so we could officially be a couple, but I picked someone else I barely knew. It's come up very often that the length of our relationship should have some influence over his decisions. He says it does because it makes it even worse. I never told him about what happened during those 6 months while we were together. On top of that, I wasn't the one to tell him in the end. We know everything about each other, so he can only assume that I consciously hid it from him. I'm not insecure, fragile, or irrational. The fact is that our old relationship is now ruined in my eyes. It's ruined because she took away my ability to make an informed decision 7 years ago. If I had known the circumstances of her return, I'm not afraid to say that I would have told her to go fuck herself. Now I'm giving her the option to restart our relationship with me knowing all the facts. This time will be equals. Should I, 27M, tell my friend, 25M, that I didn't realize we were dating? I know it probably sounds bad, but hear me out. In my head it's a long story, but I'm gonna try to keep it as short as possible. Sorry if it sounds choppy. Also, English isn't my first language. Last year I had to move in with my parents because I was having a hard time finding a new place to rent after a really bad breakup. My parents and I don't get along great for a lot of reasons, and it made everything a lot worse, so to get out of it I eventually decided to apply for some jobs in other places. At the time I really didn't want to, since I'd lived in that city my whole life and I liked my job, but I just couldn't stay with my parents anymore. I found a job pretty quickly because this hotel was reopening after changing owners and they weren't finding staff easily, so I ended up moving here in October. In the beginning I wasn't socializing much because it's really hard to find friends here when everyone already knows everyone. My country and region are doing well, no confirmed cases in town yet, but it definitely didn't help with making friends. I've also been pretty busy because I decided to buy a house. It just kinda happened because my boss knew the previous owners and it was super cheap since it needed a lot of work, but it definitely made this move feel very permanent. Then in May this guy, let's call him Eric, and I got stuck in the social distancing queue outside the pharmacy together and started talking. I told him I was new and he invited me to a barbecue with his friends. NGL, I'm not great with new people but they made me feel welcome and were all very nice. After that we just kept hanging out, mostly me and Eric, which I thought was because he was quite careful during these times and only saw his big group of friends outside. Plus we were the only two who weren't in a relationship or had kids, so it made sense in my head that we were alone a lot. I'd cook him dinner/lunch, I'm a chef, and he'd show me great hiking places and help out a lot with the renovations on the house. I also started telling him about the breakup and stuff, and even though I feel like I've moved on, it was still nice that he was so understanding. Like, I always thought it sounded so cheesy when people talked about knowing like a week into a friendship or relationship that it was gonna be different, but that's the only way I can describe what it's felt like. I promise now that I'm writing it down, it's so obvious, but I honestly didn't think much of it since I've never dated a guy before. Then like 2 to 3 weeks ago he called and asked if I wanted to have dinner on my next night off and also said just you and me. He seemed kinda weird and formal, but I assumed it was something else going on and just said yes, to which he responded it's a date then, and I assumed he meant that as a joke. Why line? Because I have friends who have in the past. He picked this restaurant in another town that was relatively fancy that I'd never been to, and I drove him home afterwards and he told me goodnight and that he'd had a great time. Usually we're not that formal with each other, but we weren't really acting that different during dinner, so again I didn't think much of it. Then over the next week or so he started sending hearts in texts and would call me some pet names here and there, which is the first thing that stood out to me a lot. Then earlier this week he grabbed my hand while we were out during his lunch break, and that's when it finally clicked. It really caught me by surprise and I didn't know how to react, so I tried to play it cool and go along with it. Then yesterday he texted and asked if we were still on for our movie night on Sunday, and I just said yeah of course, and I'm starting to panic a bit. I grew up pretty conservative and I guess didn't question my sexuality a lot, even when I got to university, and a lot of other people were. I've always been awkward when it comes to that stuff and I never really made the first move with any of the girls I've dated. But I've been thinking about it for the last few days and I've realized I really like him, and all the stuff he's done never made me uncomfortable, quite the opposite actually. He's cute, definitely what I would have said is my type, but like a guy version, and it feels different than any friendship I've ever had. Like again, looking back I definitely haven't been acting super platonic with him and we've gotten close really fast, and if I'm being honest, if he'd been a girl I also would have assumed that's where this was going. I guess my issue is, should I tell him next time I see him that I didn't realize we were dating? Should I wait? Does he need to know? I don't want him to feel embarrassed that he assumed or think that I'm using him to figure myself out, but I also don't want to lie. I genuinely want to see where this goes since he makes me really happy. TLDR, I moved to a new town after a bad breakup with a girl, met this guy, thought we were just instantly good friends. I didn't realize he was actually asking me out, then realized it when he held my hand when we went for lunch. I thought about it and I really like him a lot. Should I tell him I didn't realize we were dating and that he's the first guy I've ever dated, or should I wait a bit? Not tell him at all? Update. So we had our dinner/movie night yesterday and I was very nervous. Mostly because I was scared that how new it was to me was going to be a deal breaker. But Eric came over and I think he instantly realized I was acting weird. He didn't say anything while he was helping me cook, but then when we sat down to eat he almost immediately asked what was up. So I basically said something like, I really like you and I want to see where this goes, but I want you to know it's very new to me and I'm not sure you're cool with that. And he asked what exactly was new to me and I said I'd only dated girls before. Which then led to a conversation where I couldn't avoid telling him that I didn't realize we were dating until that lunch. He actually got really quiet for a few seconds after that and I was scared he was upset, but then he just laughed. Basically, he thought I'd been flirting with him for quite some time. Looking back I probably was, just not intentionally, and all of his friends had been saying like he seems so into you. It's really obvious, he's probably just too shy to make the first move. He even mentioned some other stuff we or I had done that I gotta admit definitely doesn't sound platonic when he retells it, so I can see why they thought that, and ultimately they were right I guess. And during that lunch he'd apparently thought I was reaching to grab his hand, so he reached out too, otherwise he probably wouldn't have done it because he said he's never been good at making the first move physically. He said when he asked me to dinner that was a huge deal and his friends had tried to hype him up for a while, and that's probably why I didn't realize that he was asking me out since he was super nervous. Anyway, we ended up talking a lot after dinner. He didn't come out publicly, aside from a few close friends, until a year or so ago either, so he definitely understood that I don't have a lot of experience. He hasn't had a lot of relationships in general, at least not any proper and public ones, since he hadn't come out, and it's a pretty conservative area so there aren't a lot of guys who are out of the closet here. He actually admitted that he'd even been nervous to talk to me that first time we met since I looked kind of lumberjack. Why? His words not mine, though the day we met I think I hadn't shaved in a while, so I don't doubt it, and he also knows rumors travel fast here, especially when someone doesn't really fit in, so I guess he was worried that I'd fit the small town conservative type or have heard all the gossip. The whole it's a date thing for example would never happen between two guys who are just friends here. I've definitely noticed the culture and it's something we talked about too, since being out here isn't always easy, so we might try to keep it low key at first and mostly tell his friends and some of mine. I could probably ramble on about him and what we talked about for a long time, But to keep it short, it was a really nice talk and we want to take it slow, but we also realize we've basically been half dating since May, so it felt weird not to make it official. So I guess I've got a boyfriend now, thanks guys. TLDR, the talk went great, we discussed all the misunderstandings and he had no issues with me never having dated a guy before, especially since he hasn't been out for long. So we're officially together now. Okay, last update before I log out. I'm very overwhelmed in a lot of different ways and I think it's best for my anxiety to exit this now. I know it sounds silly since I posted on here asking for comments, but I'm just not good at getting attention and I didn't expect more than a handful of helpful comments since that's what I usually get on my main account when I ask about renovations. I guess I should have prepared for the small chance that a lot of people saw this, but after my original post got about 10 or so comments, I didn't think much of it when posting the update. I looked through some of the comments and messages though, and I wanted to answer some of the main questions at least. I'm not American and no, English isn't my first language. The only reason I added that to my main post is because sometimes on my main account there would be phrases or names of tools I just don't understand or know the word for. I see now maybe that wasn't needed here and I'm sorry if it confused any of you. I studied English for many years, but school English is very different from internet and everyday English. I know my grammar pretty well and basic vocabulary, but I couldn't do my job in English. Some people asked where I lived and how it could be so conservative. It's just a small town culture that I can't quite explain. Everyone knows everyone, false rumors spread easily. There are some people who are known to cause trouble who grew up here and think they own the place. On top of that, just the general attitude towards everything is very old-fashioned. It's not hard to avoid, but still worrying. I don't use this subreddit. People have mentioned like 5 different posts that are apparently very similar, but based on how many people in the comments have also been in this situation, maybe it's pretty common. I genuinely don't know what you want me to say to that, except I haven't read them and I can't seem to find them either. I can only speak for myself and you can choose to believe me or not, that's up to you. I got the advice I needed and that's all that matters to me, at least. I know this might sound very love story or movie-like, but in reality it's just me realizing I like someone and wanting to start a relationship with him. My life isn't very exciting and I prefer it that way, which is why I'm very happy I made this a throwaway account so I can go back to my regular stuff, haha. And while this is making me quite anxious, I don't regret posting it. Reading other people's stories has been very emotional and I wish I could handle going through all of them, but I don't think that would be good for me right now. Just know I appreciate all the advice and love. I didn't want to bring this up because it seemed irrelevant, but after my last breakup I was probably at my absolute lowest point and I never expected that I would get to a place where I'm feeling this hopeful, at least not this fast. So again, thank you so much and maybe I'll update this in the future if something happens, but right now I'm happy to leave it at this. My 22F boyfriend, 25M, is hiding all my stuff and I have no idea why. My boyfriend of 5 months just moved in with me 3 weeks ago. He had some problems with his apartment, damp walls, and it has to be renovated. As my roommate is currently spending some time abroad, I told him it would be okay if he stayed at my place for 4 to 6 weeks, he'll be able to move back to his own apartment by that time. So, now we've been living together for 3 weeks and things started out great. Jealousy had been a bit of a problem between us because we often go out separately probably once a week, but coming home to the same apartment helped him get over his unjustified jealousy. But there has been one new problem. Now, this may seem petty at first, but I'm really at my wit's end with this one. Ever since he moved in with me, things started disappearing and then reappearing one day later in the same place they were missing from. I'm talking about documents, small household items and food. And it's not like losing keys and then finding them again somewhere. I specifically look for something in a certain place where it isn't, but is there the next day. For example, I like to take a chocolate bar with me to work in the morning, and for that, I normally have a pack of chocolate bars at home. Shortly after he moved in with me, I woke up to find all the chocolate was gone. I asked him about it, he said he didn't know anything about it. I come home just to find the chocolate bars are in the cupboard again. I ask him, he says he doesn't know anything about it. Maybe you just didn't see them in the morning. We're talking about a large pack with about 12 chocolate bars, how can I not see that? At first, I thought it was maybe some strange kind of humor, but he seems angry when I bring it up and it's starting to really piss me off, because sometimes, it's been items belonging to one of my friends that I wanted to give back to them and then couldn't, or it was certain documents I needed for a certain day. Now, I have absolutely no idea what this is about. I am not crazy, I just don't understand at all. He gets really angry when I talk about it, saying I'm making this up just to cause drama. Why should I? I have no idea what's going on. Any ideas? TL Doctor, since my boyfriend of 5 months temporarily moved in with me, objects start to disappear and reappear a day later in the same place. He acts like I'm crazy and I have no idea what this is about. They met only 2 months ago, and he quickly showered Op with gifts and gestures. He wanted a relationship very quickly. Op is now being educated on gaslighting when other commenters mention that's what her BF is doing. Op comments that her BF doesn't like it when she spends time with her friends. Update. After I read all your comments and did some reading on gaslighting, I was really freaked out. Plenty of you told me there were other red flags in our relationship. It got me thinking and more stuff came to mind that should have worried me a long time ago. Our whole relationship felt pretty rushed from the start. I didn't even want to date, but he showered me with romantic gifts/gestures/date ideas/texts, and I finally gave in. He was pretty upset when I didn't want to say I love you from the start, when I didn't want him to meet my family right away, when I didn't want to have sex without a condom, you don't trust me, and when I didn't want to book an expensive vacation with him. He was very jealous and didn't want me to go out without him, although he went out with his friends all the time. He made me cancel plans to spend time with him and then stood me up. He logged into my Facebook and changed my relationship status one day after we started dating as a surprise. I actually did worry at that, but thought he was just bad at making surprises. All the stuff that has gone missing had something to do with me leaving the house or meeting friends and family, a gift for my friend, the key to my parents' house, a USB stick I borrowed, documents for an application for a semester abroad, which we had a huge fight about because he didn't want me to go, etc. After I read all about gaslighting, I ordered a nanny cam. Unfortunately, the delivery took 4 days, and after day 1 I already knew I couldn't be with him any longer. I wanted him out of the apartment ASAP and with as little drama as possible. I told him that my roommate had gotten a really interesting job offer and would cut her vacation short and come home in a week, so he had to move out. He was pretty angry, but I told him that there was nothing I could do. I also told him, as some of you suggested, that his landlord had to get him a place to stay and that he should call him. The next day, he told me that he had talked to his landlord and he could move back in his own flat on the following weekend. The renovations had not taken as long as planned. At this point, I doubt the apartment ever had damp walls to begin with, but who knows. In the evening he asked me if I wanted to move in with him because it works so well and you don't like your roommate anyway. I never even said that. I told him sure, I would move in with him in June. He was pretty excited about it. While I was waiting for the nanny cam to arrive, there was one incident when something went missing, a book that I had ordered for my dad over Amazon and wanted to bring him the next day, at least that's what I told my BF. Of course, in the morning, the book was gone. I chose to ignore it and he reacted quite strange to it, even asked me on my way out if I had taken the book with me. Why on earth would he ask that if he didn't expect a reaction from me? I just asked what book? The book you wanted to bring your dad. I don't know what you're talking about. In the evening, the book was on my desk again, of course. And I ignored it again. 2 hours later, he casually walks by my desk and says, that's the book I was talking about. I just said, oh, that book. He seemed pretty angry for the rest of the evening. 2 days later, the nanny cam finally arrived. I set it up while he was at the gym and again, when he was there, placed a letter I needed for work on my desk. I wasn't surprised at all when it was gone a few hours later and reappeared the next day. When I finally was alone at home again and could check out the nanny cam evidence, I only saw what I already knew. He took the letter while passing the desk, put it in his gym bag and put it back a few hours later. However, as soon as I saw the evidence, I decided against confronting him. To be honest, I was scared of his reaction and had already decided to break it off as soon as possible. Also, the camera didn't show me his motive and I figured he probably wouldn't tell me anyway. However, it frustrated me very much that I would probably never know why he did it, and on the last evening before he moved back to his newly renovated apartment, I told him I wanted to watch an old movie called Gaslight. Thanks for the tip everybody, it really is a great movie. He sat with me through the whole movie, but was quieter than usual while I talked the whole time about how unrealistic the movie was and that he was obviously insane. I actually expected some kind of reaction from him, but he just sat there looking nervous. On Sunday, he took all his stuff back to his apartment. My brother had organized someone to come and change the locks, and as soon as that was done, I wrote my BF a text telling him that it was over. I had no interest in being contacted again, that our breakup was final, and I thought it was very sad that he had to hide my things to keep the relationship interesting. Since then, he called me more or less non-stop, but I haven't picked up and I won't. I know, this isn't the most heroic or exciting ending. I could have confronted him with the video evidence, but instead I cowardly broke up with a text message. However, I really didn't want to confront him and have a dramatic fight. I just wanted it to be over as soon and as smoothly as possible. If there's anything I've learned from this, it's to not rush into a relationship. For the past 7 years, I've jumped from one later to the next, and I think it's time to stay single for a while and concentrate on my college classes. For now, I'm going to stay at my brother's for 2 or 3 weeks, and I should probably change my phone number. I'm sorry that I can't give you any insight on why he did it. It may have been kleptomania, a prank, or messing with my stuff because something about me frustrated him. I will probably never know. In all the texts he sent me, it only says that he doesn't know what I'm talking about and he never took my things. My husband, M35, thinks I, F32, baby trapped him despite the baby being planned. My husband, M35, and I, F32, have been married for 7 years. He lived next door and we just clicked. It was like a fairy tale. One thing I have always thought made our marriage so strong was our friendship with each other and our trust in one another, although now my husband seems to think otherwise. Recently, my husband found out that his friend, Jeff, M34, has been baby trapped. Basically, Jeff's wife, F32, stopped taking the pill and fell pregnant a few months into their relationship, and only came clean after the wedding. Jeff came from a very conservative family, which his wife knew, and so he felt obligated to marry her after the pregnancy. Unfortunately, he also now feels obligated to stay regardless of the clearly messed up dynamic because he feels that he has made a vow and will stick by his wife and child. My husband, for some reason, has been really rattled by this. I am currently 4 months pregnant with our first, and my husband asked me yesterday if I was trying to baby trap him. I first laughed because I honestly thought it was a joke. He was dead serious and doubled down, so I told him that we have already been married for 7 years and a baby was not going to trap him any more than he already is. My husband did not like that answer and said that there was no time limit on baby trapping, and that my intentions were clearly not pure given how I was acting as if his concerns were a joke. He said he had trusted me in the past, but me laughing in his face gave him no reason to trust me now. I did not really know what he wanted or how I was meant to respond, and I said we should talk about this in the morning. Today I woke up and my husband was gone, but I did have a nasty text from his brother, M28, saying that I had forced my husband into this pregnancy, despite it having been a joint decision. My husband is MIA and not responding to calls or texts, and now I'm wondering how on earth to go forward. Any advice is appreciated. Update. I realized while I was reading the comments that everyone was right, I wasn't angry enough. My husband had insulted me and our marriage in a very hurtful way, and it just didn't really register for a while. I was so confused and upset that it didn't occur to me to be angry, but I think everything just needed to sink in. In the meantime, I called my best friend, F31, who has been such a rock in my life. She came over with some chocolate, and was furious when she heard. She called her husband, M34, to the house after I had gotten everything out of my system. He is a family lawyer, and he said that he would happily represent me if I wanted to go through with a divorce. This man is a saint, and will draw up divorce papers on Monday. My mill, F66, showed up with my husband in the car not long after my best friend's husband arrived, and she practically dragged him to the door. My mill said that he had showed up at theirs late last night saying that he was certain that I was using the baby to trap him. Fortunately my mill is a smart woman and absolutely tore him a new one before dragging him to the house today to apologize. My worm of a husband did not look me in the eye the entire time, but said that he was scared about becoming a dad and projected his fears onto me. He said he wasn't sure if he was ready for that kind of commitment, but he will step up, as if he is some kind of hero. I roll. I called him a coward and told him that he should stay with his parents until I'm ready to talk to him. I didn't want to say anything about the divorce papers because I didn't know what his reaction would be, but he will find out soon enough. I also showed my mill the text from my bill, and her face was like a storm cloud. I don't know what will happen there, but I am sure it will be bad. For now, I am exhausted and just want to curl up and cry. My best friend has said she'll spend the night with me and we can watch silly movies. I have also made an appointment with a therapist for next week, but for now, I just need to rest. I am exhausted and devastated that my marriage has come crumbling down. Sorry for the sad ending, everyone. Update. Overall, everything has settled a little bit. In good news, I had a scan with the doctor, my mill attended with me, and the baby is happy and healthy. I finally found out the gender. I am having a little girl. I am over the moon. My mill was a gem, and was so touched that I had included her in the scan. She is very excited to be a granny. On that note, my mill organized a family lunch a couple of days after the scan. I was a little reluctant, but I knew that she had good intentions and wouldn't do anything to make matters worse. When I arrived, my husband and Bill were there, along with my Phil, M70, and Mill. It was quite awkward until my Mill asked if anyone had anything to say. My Bill spoke first and apologized for his awful text, saying that he was swept up in the moment and wanted to support his brother. I explained how hurtful it had been to receive such a nasty and vindictive message, and that he knew as well as anyone that my husband and I had been trying for almost a year. He hung his head and mumbled something. That was pretty much the last I heard out of him for the afternoon. Next, my Mill looked quite pointedly at my husband, but he actively avoided anyone's eyes. Eventually she spoke up and announced that my husband would no longer be welcome to stay in their house. She said that she was ashamed to have her son behave the way that he has, and that she would prefer to make space for her granddaughter rather than have some lowlife hanging around. My husband had opened up his mouth to say something earlier, but his eyes lit up when she said granddaughter. My husband had always wanted a girl and he was suddenly in tears saying that he was so pleased to hear the gender. My husband was suddenly wanting to touch my belly and asked if he could come home and paint the nursery. I told him in no uncertain terms that he was not welcome and that he had destroyed any trust I had in him. I told him that if I took him back, I would be worried that he would disappear at any kind of big news and that I couldn't have someone at my side who balked at the first chance. He asked me if I was telling him it was over, and I point blank told him that I had engaged a lawyer. My husband was kind of frantic, but I felt so calm, like someone had put a blanket over me in the situation. Normally I am a big crier, but I felt so removed from everything. My husband said that this was not fair. He had shown a little bit of panic and suddenly I am throwing away our life and denying him his daughter. My Phil reminded him that this is the same baby he felt trapped by no more than 2 weeks ago. My husband said it was a mistake and he was stressed, but my Mill asked him how he thought I felt. She asked him to imagine being so vulnerable and giving up your body to grow a family, and suddenly the one person you trust is accusing you of terrible things. He said it was a mistake and he projected his fears onto me. I told my husband that I felt so broken when he left because I had all these dreams of a beautiful family which came crashing down in an instant. My husband said that he wanted those things with me and he wanted our baby girl, but that he let the panic overwhelm him. I told him that wasn't a good enough excuse for what he put me through, and that he certainly didn't seem panicked when his mom had to drag him to my door to apologize. He didn't have much of an answer other than to say that he was ready now and wanted our girl. In all of this, in all the times he told me he wanted me and our baby, he never once apologized properly. After a very, very long discussion, the lunch wrapped up and my Mill stood by what she had said about my husband not being welcome. He asked again if he could come home with me, and I told him that it was my house. I owned the house before we married, and it was going to be a safe space for me. That is to say, he is not welcome. As far as I know, he is staying at some hotel. Finally, he was served divorce papers at work on Friday. My bestie's husband drafted them earlier, but I wanted to wait until I had thought it all through. I received a few missed calls and crying voicemails asking if I was really throwing away our family, but I did not respond. He even took a crying selfie sitting in his car, which my bestie laughed at quite a bit. My Mill called me when she heard, and told me that I am making the right decision. She said she never wanted my marriage to end this way or for her son to be so callous, but she said she is here for my baby and I, and that we will always be family. She even tried to apologize on my husband's behalf, but I told her that was not necessary. At the end of the day, his actions are his to own. My best friend has been around all weekend and we went baby clothes shopping for a little bit of sunshine in all of this. She has been such a rock, and her husband has helped so much with the process. I don't know what will happen next, but I feel much calmer and like I am making the right decision. I, 29F, keep finding long hairs in my bathroom, which is strange because my husband, 32M, is bald and I have a short pixie crop hairstyle. This started a few weeks ago. While cleaning the bathroom I found a number of long hair strands over my bathroom wall by the shower. This struck me as very odd because not only does my husband not have hair, I also wear a very cropped, short hairstyle. So it's impossible for the strands I found to belong to either me or my husband. Confused I washed them away but couldn't stop thinking about it. I decided not to mention it but kept looking out for them. There seems to be a pattern that there's hairs appearing when I'm either at work or out for a longer time period. I feel like I'm going crazy and feel like I shouldn't just immediately go to my husband cheating on me with a longer haired woman. I asked my husband about it and he just shrugged. Which makes me more paranoid as surely this is something that's strange, so why is he so blasé about it? I'm starting to think he's playing it down to stop me from finding out the truth. It happened again 2 days ago and I asked my husband again. He dismissed it but this time admitted it's strange but told me the only explanation is that they must be my hairs. They are not, and after saying so, now he'll just ignore me if I bring it up. I don't want to assume my husband is cheating on me and accuse him of such over something so ridiculous, but I'm driving myself into the ground trying to work out how the hairs have got there without my husband dismissing it as nothing. During lockdown we haven't had any visitors, that I know of, so can rule out his sister. Update. I ultimately decided against getting a secret camera set up because ironically enough I didn't want to betray my partner's trust. Though part of me wanted to get one to squash any worries of someone living in my walls, as per some comments said. I did though plan to leave work early, which is something I've never done before. My boss allowed me to leave after a half day. Upon returning home, nothing seemed amiss. I was expecting another car on the drive or parked outside on the street. There was no other car I didn't recognize. Quietly letting myself in, I was immediately confused. In the hallway, there was a pair of shoes I didn't recognize, and not only that, they looked like men's shoes. Standing in the hallway trying to work out what to do if I should sneak around or make my presence known, before I could decide, my husband walked out of the kitchen with 2 cups of tea. By my husband's face it was obvious he was surprised to see me. Playing along with naivete, I asked my husband how he could have known I was coming home early to make me tea. Expecting my husband to lie, he surprised me by sitting me down and explaining everything. At the beginning of lockdown, his friend, someone I'm not all that close with because only met once, was evicted, lost his job, and had been couch surfing. So for some days over the past couple of weeks, this guy has been traveling to our house, and with the acceptance of my husband, using our bathroom to freshen up to attend interviews. He was also borrowing shirts and suits from my husband. As it turns out, my husband's friend has long hair and a beard. So it turns out my husband isn't cheating on me but was hiding the fact his long-haired friend was coming over to use our shower. After his shower, I ended up meeting Dave, and he turned out to be a very nice bloke just down on his luck. I wished him the best for his socially distanced interview and he went on his way. I asked my husband why he didn't just tell me, as I wouldn't have had a problem with it. Turns out he was worried about my reaction and me not liking his friend or approving of the situation. He also told me Dave was very embarrassed about the whole situation and didn't want people to know what he was having to do. I told my husband I was starting to believe he was cheating and he was shocked, having not even considering those implications while attempting covering for his friend. I told him this whole thing was ridiculous and even suggested his friend live with us until he's back on his feet. Funnily enough, my worst case scenario which was mentioned in the replies was either a homeless man or woman living in my walls and sneakily using the shower. And though this seems to be half the case, I'm glad it wasn't a stranger as such that wasn't unwelcome and someone that wasn't living in my walls. Ida for refusing to speak to my sister because she wouldn't let my daughter be a flower girl at her wedding as planned, causing multiple family members to boycott it too. I, 28F, have a sister, 26F, who got married last month, And it was an event that has left our family in pieces. Growing up, my sister always needed everything to be perfect. This trait sometimes made it difficult to be around her, but she was my only sibling, and I always made excuses for her behavior. Despite my reservations, I agreed when she asked me and my 4-year-old daughter to be part of her bridal party. From the start, I had a sense of foreboding. My sister, a notorious perfectionist, was bound to turn into a bridezilla. Over the months, we were subjected to numerous dance practices, paid for expensive dresses, and endured her tantrums. I made it clear that if she ever mistreated my daughter, I would not stand for it. She assured me that my daughter was her favorite person in the whole world and would be treated with nothing but love. As the wedding preparations intensified, so did my sister's demands. Every weekend was consumed with dance rehearsals and fittings. My daughter, who was excited at first, began to show signs of stress. She loved the idea of being a flower girl but struggled to keep up with the endless rehearsals and my sister's high expectations. I noticed how my sister started to lose patience with her. One weekend, my sister's now husband's young cousin, an 8-year-old girl, began attending the dance practices with her mom. Initially, I thought it was a nice gesture to involve her, but soon it became apparent that my sister preferred her over my daughter. This little girl was older, more coordinated, and better able to follow my sister's exacting instructions. I tried to brush off my growing concern, hoping it was just another phase of my sister's wedding-induced mania. But when my daughter was asked to sit out during one of the practices, my fears began to solidify. The other girl was given more responsibilities, and my daughter's excitement turned to confusion and sadness. Unable to ignore it any longer, I invited my sister out for coffee a few weeks before the wedding. I needed to address what was happening directly. Over a tense conversation, she confessed that she didn't think my daughter was up to the task. Her main concern was that my daughter might mess up her perfect vision for the wedding by saying or doing the wrong thing. I was heartbroken and furious. My daughter had been looking forward to this for months. I asked my sister if she really believed her niece wasn't good enough to be in her wedding. She coldly responded that while my daughter could attend, she wouldn't be the flower girl. I couldn't believe her callousness. When I asked how I was supposed to break this to my excited little girl, she simply told me to figure it out. I left, seething with anger and disappointment. I gave her an ultimatum: reconsider her decision within a day, or we wouldn't attend the wedding and wouldn't speak to her again. The following 2 days were agonizing. My sister didn't reach out to amend her decision, so I had to break the news to my daughter. Despite my best efforts to soften the blow, she was heartbroken. She cried herself to sleep, and my husband and I joined her in our sorrow. After a week of no contact from us, my sister began to panic. She enlisted other family members to mediate and even sent gifts for my daughter in a desperate bid to smooth things over. But I stood firm. When I explained the situation to other family members and bridesmaids, many were appalled. Several, including bridesmaids, decided to drop out of the wedding in solidarity with us. To escape the drama, we went away for a few weeks, leaving our phones behind. When we returned, I found multiple letters and emails from my sister, all apologizing. Her in-laws and husband labeled me the villain for standing up to her. Upon our return, my sister and her husband confronted me at work. They begged me to delete an online post I'd made about the situation, fearing public backlash. My sister even claimed she might be pregnant, hoping this news would soften my stance. I told her that pregnancy didn't excuse her past actions and expressed hope that her future children would never experience the cruelty she showed my daughter. My boss, aware of the situation, asked them to leave, further cementing my decision. A surprising twist came when my sister's wedding photographer, who had seen my post, reached out to me. She revealed overhearing my sister's mother-in-law and aunt using racial slurs against my daughter and husband, referring to me as a black man's whore. The photographer believed that these comments, overheard by several family members, were the true reason for their sudden withdrawal from the wedding. Furious and heartbroken, I realized my daughter's exclusion was not due to performance but deep-seated prejudice. My sister and her in-laws' actions were unforgivable. I told my sister to stay away from us, expressing my disdain for her and her new family. Support flooded in from many family members, including my parents. We decided to take my daughter to Disneyland for Christmas as a special treat, moving forward without my sister. Though some suggested my sister might be in an abusive relationship, I felt it was not my place to forgive her. If she wanted a relationship with us again, it would be on my husband and daughter's terms, not mine. In conclusion, while this experience shattered many bonds, it also revealed the true colors of those around us. My daughter, husband, and I emerged stronger, committed to surrounding ourselves with those who genuinely love and respect us. This ordeal taught me the importance of standing up for my child and refusing to accept mistreatment from anyone, no matter how close they are. The story continues to resonate deeply with me, serving as a reminder of the lengths I will go to protect my family and ensure they are surrounded by love and respect. My sister's actions were a painful lesson in recognizing and confronting prejudice, even when it comes from those we thought we knew best. The customer told me, "I don't care if you're starving. The customer always comes first. It's 2 p.m. today, and I am starving. I am just coming back from the fast food joint down the street and I am walking towards the break room with my food in hand, hoping to enjoy a quiet, peaceful lunch to re-energize myself so I can continue dealing with the endless waves of snarky customers that my workplace is notorious for attracting." As I am getting to the door, this blonde woman, around her 50s, Begins to follow me, I can feel her following me, and she begins to do that PSSST noise that is so fucking annoying. She continues about 3 times or so, but I ignore her, since, you know, I am not a fucking dog or anything. After she realizes that I am not going to react to her summons, the conversation goes a little something like this. Woman XQ me. Me, oh sorry ma'am, I am on break right now. But let me get one of the other employees to help you out. At this point I begin to reach for my walkie-talkie to call someone to the aisle for help, but she isn't having any of it. Woman what? Exclamation mark, I will not be treated like this. I am a valued customer and I demand to be treated as such. You will provide your service to me right now and that is that. No questions asked. Me ma'am, I would be happy to help you but my lunch break is only 30 minutes and. Woman, I don't give a shit. I don't care if you're starving. The customer always comes first. At this point, I didn't even retaliate. I just turned around and ignored her as I walked into the break room with my key and shut the door behind me. She began to angrily pound on it for a few seconds until she finally stopped, presumably because a coworker came to the rescue. I later found out that she complained to the manager, and of course the manager simply brown-nosed her and told her that I would be dealt with as an employee should never refuse service to a customer even if they are on break. This supposedly applies even if I call an employee over the walkie for help. Honestly, I am just venting. I am getting sick and fucking tired of this company and the management. Especially the customers though. Anyway, there is my rant. What the fuck is wrong with people, man? Update 1 posted the next day. Anyway, I decided to follow you guys' advice, and so I called corporate to complain that I was basically reprimanded for following policy and refusing service to a customer during my break. Of course corporate immediately sided with me, and everything seemed like it was going to be fixed and my name would be cleared. But no, of course not. In the world of retail, things aren't always so clear-cut. Lo and behold, there's another factor here. The fucking bitch apparently called corporate herself and basically demanded that I be fired for being rude to her. Now guys, the thing is, the store has cameras. And turns out they investigated, and since the audio is not available, the only thing seen was me walking away from the woman and slamming the break room door behind me. Now, you'd think that's bad enough, right? Wrong. Guess what? I asked a supervisor, who is a longtime buddy of mine, to check the punch-in sheet. It is automatically filled in by the computer but is editable by management, just out of curiosity. And guess what? Someone fucking deleted my break time that was logged into the system. So now, not only am I being accused of refusing service to a customer, but I am also being accused of not clocking out and leaving the premises to get food. What the fuck, Reddit? Was this a computer error or did the manager really do this on purpose to save his own ass? Or does he simply not like me? We have a long history of run-ins with each other, and it is openly well known that he does not like me. But Reddit, here's the thing. I will not lay down and die like a bitch. I will fucking fight this thing to the end, even if right now it seems like I have no allies. I don't know what I can do to fight this thing, but I will damn well try my hardest. Updates will follow if something new comes to light. Thanks. Update 2 posted a day later. So basically, 2 big things happened today, and I will try to explain them in as much detail as possible. 1. I woke up bright and early and made a call to corporate. My plan here was simply to state that I needed my issue investigated further, even if it seemed like there was no problem on their end. As expected, the person on the other end of the phone told me the same thing that they had already told me the first time I had called. But then I said the magic word subpoena. As soon as I made the calm, yet firm threat, the person immediately told me to hold on for a second. He got his supervisor on the line, to whom I explained my situation once again, and he assured me that he would see into the matter. Oh, and I also asked for a way to email the president of the company, and I sent an email to him explaining my situation as well. So that was that, but I didn't stop there. See, I had another plan. I was going to catch my manager myself red-handed. You know, just in case corporate done goofs. 2. So I walk into work, and I immediately go into the manager's office. I stand in front of him, and the conversation goes like this. Me, I have to speak with you about something really important. Manager, can it wait? I need to finish looking over these documents before 12. Me, no, it can't wait. Supervisor's name told me that my clock in and clock out time from lunch 3 days ago was not on the log. I know I punched out and in, so what happened? Manager, huh? Weird. I'll look into it for ya, alright? Me, oh no need. I already called corporate, and they said they'd look into it personally. At this point, I had the widest shit-eating grin I've ever had in my life. It felt good, man. Real fucking good. The manager audibly gulps at this point, no doubt shitting bricks. Manager, you know, that wasn't really necessary. You could have come to me about this first. Me, oh I know, but I just didn't want to waste your time, seeing as how you're always busy and all. You have more important things to do, like look over documents. At this point, he visibly begins to get annoyed by my attitude and my sarcastic tone. But I'm just enjoying it way too much. Manager, now listen, my name, I'm not really liking your tone right now. Me, I apologize. Anyways, I just wanted to give you a heads up in case corporate asks you any questions. You know how they are. At this point some of you might be thinking why I said that last part. Why? Because I had a small suspicion that since he is a recently made manager, 3 months now, he probably didn't know that the system logs all deletions and reentries.
Sure, You would be told this if you become manager, but I was trying my luck at this point because, A, I don't see who else could have deleted my log times, and, B, if it was him who deleted them, he obviously didn't know about the fact that the deletions are tracked.
So what was my endgame here? Simple. I was hoping that due to this threat about corporate, he would simply go back and add my times back onto the log. And guess what? He did just that. A couple of minutes after our conversation he comes up to me and tells me, "Manager, my name, I found out what the problem was. There was a glitch in the system and apparently it didn't register your punches. But everything is fixed now. Your log time should be there now." Me, wow, thanks, I appreciate it. Manager, no problem. But wait a minute, there's more. Just a couple of hours into my shift, I see the manager leaving the store, angrily slamming the manager office's door on his way out. When I asked my supervisor buddy what had happened, the conversation went like this. Me, dude, why is he so angry? Supervisor, I don't know. He was with corporate on the phone for a few minutes and then he asked me why I told you that the time logs were missing. Hold up, let me find out. So my supervisor runs out the front doors to catch up with my manager. They talk for a while outside, after which my manager gets into his car and angrily drives off. Then my supervisor comes back inside, walks up to me, and says, "Supervisor dude, I'm sorry to tell you this but he's fucked. Corporate found evidence of data tampering in the punch-in log. Apparently he deleted your times yesterday, and added them back today this morning to cover his ass." Me, wow. Supervisor, yep. Me, how didn't he know about the system's ability to track that stuff? Supervisor, I don't know, man. So there's that. He will probably get fired and I will probably, well, keep my job. I could not have done without you guys or your support, and I certainly could not have come up with half of the ideas or thought processes that got me out of this hole. And for those of you saying that I should have just let it be instead of causing more problems, no, that is not how you do things when someone is trying to fuck with your life. My mother abused me my whole life, and is now suing me to see my children. I'm fed up. I am a 41-year-old, happily married father of 5 children. My wife and I have been married for 20 years and both of us came from fractured, chaotic families. My wife's parents divorced and were both alcoholics. Her father died of liver failure and her mother has cooled off a bit and has retired. My parents went through a vicious, violent divorce when I was a child. My father moved 10 states away to get away from the craziness and my mother has never changed. Because of our experiences with violent and unstable families, my wife and I have worked extremely hard to be picture-perfect parents and spouses. We've done everything you can think to have a perfect life for our kids. My wife is a sports coach and I'm a scoutmaster with a BSA. Our kids are healthy, engaged, and have everything they need physically and emotionally. This has been in spite of our families, not because of them. My mother is a terrible woman. She systematically abused me throughout my whole childhood, and continued to be a violent, bitter, mean and aggressive person to me throughout my whole life. I could sit here for hours and write about the things that she's done. She used the courts to destroy the life of my father for decades. Once he was out of the house, she turned her anger at me with physical and emotional violence. When I was 16, she expelled me from the house and left me homeless. I had to go from house to house, figuring out where to live, and try to graduate high school. I ended up living with an older boy that was about 4 years older than me, and I had to engage in a sexual relationship with him in order to secure that housing. I was not gay, I did not want to be gay, and I had to endure something that destroyed me in order to not be sleeping on the street. When I turned 18, I was able to start working at a better job, and was able to get out of that bad situation and start my life from scratch. My wife and I have scratched and clawed our way into a stable, middle-class lifestyle. We both went to college at night for years and years, and we have good jobs and a house in the suburbs. Out of a sense of duty to our family, I sought to include my extended family in our lives, and permitted a relationship with strict boundaries between my mother and my children. For the most part, she has been fairly stable for about 20 years. I say stable in that we could have routine contact about once per month for that time period, with a minimum of disruptive behavior. She has never acknowledged her abuse to me as she is an extremely selfish person. Everything about our past has been left unsaid. My mother, over the last 2 years, has become completely unraveled. Her second husband decided to leave her for his own health and sanity, and she has instantly reverted back to the most cruel and the most bizarre behavior imaginable. All aspects of her life have been affected. She is calling the cops, suing him in family court, alienating large parts of her family from one another, all while trying to tell my children about why their grandfather is a bastard for how she feels about him. Once I saw this happening, I said that's it, not again, and took some action. At the beginning of this year, I wrote a very courteous note to my mother asking her to reevaluate the way she's been behaving to me and my family. When I tell you it was neutral and courteous, I really mean it. I checked it like 5 times. She responded by calling me terrible names, ungrateful piece of shit for example, and screaming bloody murder on the phone at me. I blocked her from my phone, then she did the same thing to my wife. So I informed my mother by email that I'd like to maintain distance until she works on herself in therapy or with her divorce mediator. Things lay still for about 6 months. This morning, I wake up to a series of bizarre emails from my mother asserting that she wants to see my children for their birthday, which is coming soon, and that she is giving me 24 hours to provide acceptable dates for permitting visitation or to be prepared for a legal summons to family court. I'm like, WTF? Question mark. This woman is the equivalent of a schoolyard bully, following me around in life, tormenting me non-stop until you just want to cry. The worst part of a bully is that when you ask them to lay off you for even 5 minutes, that they just take this as a cue to keep it up even more. I took one look at this and I was like, holy shit, this woman is clearly out of her fucking mind. Now I know in the post title I said she's suing me. I work in the legal field and I know that until I've been summoned to appear, that I have not been sued. So, no, she's only threatening to sue me right now. Sorry for using the hyperbole. But I'm finding myself in the same bizarre, out-of-touch reality that everyone in this person's life finds themselves. This batshit insane woman forced me to see my own father at a McDonald's when we were kids for 2 hours every 2 weeks, as per the court order, while she waited outside in a running car. I was only allowed to see him in this fashion because she hated him and didn't care what this would do to her own kids. There were more than a few times when the clock would strike 8 and she would come screaming into the McDonald's threatening to call the cops and have my dad arrested for kidnapping while grabbing us by the arms and pulling us out of the store. This is what she's capable of doing with family court. I had a literal, hyperventilating panic attack on the floor of my office this morning. I have sought to be respectful, mature, and use good decision making this whole time. My wife and I have an extremely secure marriage and she is in agreement with me 100% through all of this. I'm finding myself wishing that my mother would just die already, and just please to leave me alone. She's like this inescapable bully that will never under any circumstance leave a person alone until she's proven that she can hurt them. I don't even care what she's experienced in her life. I just need to be away from her. So that's my true off my chest story. I've been living with this shame and fear and lingering self-hatred for 30 plus years, all while trying to be super dad and a great career man. I called a local family law practice today to get a referral. I'm going to ask them to send a demand letter to her, to try and get her to back the hell off. But look at what this has come to. I have to shell money out of my own pocket to protect myself and my kids from my insane mother. I feel like Rodney Dangerfield sometimes. Ironically, the money I'm going to have to send to the lawyer for their retainer is money that I had earmarked for the kids to go to summer camp. So figure that one out. Update. As it turns out, only 2 states in the union have codified grandparents' rights, California and New York, and I do live in New York. Basically, in New York a grandparent does not have the automatic right to have access to grandchildren, but a grandparent does have automatic standing to file a petition to be heard in family court. The petition can be squashed, but they can file the petition. I do want to get back to this later. I did conference with a family law attorney on Friday, and he helped me to understand the situation and craft a strategy. He was generous enough to not require a retainer unless and until I'm served with legal papers. He basically explained that the grandparent does have standing to file a petition based on a pre-existing relationship with the grandchildren, but that she would most likely not be able to overcome the desires of 2 married parents who are both exercising their judgment for the health and safety of their children. He explained that in NY, our simple desire to terminate a relationship would most likely be overcome in court. However, if we introduce some of the specific actions that she's exhibited over the last few years, familial alienation, adult humor near children, uncontrollable anger, hoarding of house cats, dangerous operation of a motor vehicle, that we would very likely prevail in a court setting. He explained that the good thing is that we had already restricted contact between our children and my mother to about once per month, and that in his experience he had never seen a court order for grandparent visitation for more often than once a month, for 1 hour per session. I try to be reasonable, so I said, okay, the worst case scenario is supervised status quo. I did broach the topic of a restraining order, and I was quickly schooled on how that works. Despite the Reddit attorneys who all assured me that I can automatically get a restraining order, well, I hate to say that you're all completely wrong. An order of protection has to be accompanied by some facilitating act of domestic violence. Because I've only been harassed and alarmed by words, I can't be granted a restraining order, period. However, if my mother causes some disorderly act such as coming to my house and causing a ruckus, that could trigger an order if and only if I document it by having the police come and detailing a report. So, keep that in mind next time you recommend a restraining order. They're not easy to get. The attorney recommended that I send a private cease and desist to my mother via certified mail and email. I decided to write a 2-page, brutal takedown of this woman in order to A, blow off some steam and B, document in writing my concerns and try to get ahead of her legal maneuvering. I decided to take a 2-pronged approach. First, I send this cease and desist to her on Friday at lunchtime via email and also certified mail. Then, I took a page out of her playbook and publicly scorched the earth to apply social pressure to her. I emailed and texted every single member of my extended family, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, my stepfather, my father, and spoke to several of them to tell them exactly what was happening. Whether they wanted to hear it or not, I sent them intimate details of my mother's abuse and my decision to cut her off for the welfare of myself and my family. My reasoning there is simple: my mother's abuse thrives in closed doors and embarrassed silence. For 30 years I've had to hear, "Oh, you know, that's just the way your mother is," while people just stood by and let her act in the most insane and violent ways you can imagine. My mother got angry at my stepfather last year, and tried to run him over with her car, Then crashed her car into the front door of his business screaming at him and ranting and raving in public. Do you know what people did? They surely called the police or an ambulance and had her monitored for her safety, right? No. My sister quickly threw her into her car and drove her away so that she wouldn't be arrested. My stepfather was so embarrassed that he took the crashed car, drove it to a parking spot, and then paid out of pocket for the damage to the front of his business. This is what happens in families that are dealing with a crazy person. They cover it up, hoping that it will someday get better. Well, I'm not comfortable with this anymore. I sought to publicly embarrass and pressure her for a change. Anyway, by Friday afternoon, my mother got the message and sent me emails telling me that I can stop attacking her and maligning her to my family. She indicated that she would abandon any legal efforts to seek visitation with my children. This was a relief, but to be fair, I was almost looking forward to having a public forum to describe her antics at court. Nevertheless, it seems like she's backing off for the moment. The fallout and damage to my extended family is most likely severe and permanent. However, my wife and I discussed this fully and have decided that this is the direction we're going in. We'll just have to have holidays by ourselves if the family can't be loyal and supportive to me. On to the last point, and I really want to drive this home. In 1991, my mother conducted an incredibly vicious divorce against my father. I mean, she literally sought to destroy him, and she did. He was completely beaten by her. One of the things that my father told me about just this weekend was that at the time my grandparents on his side sought to have guaranteed visitation with us after the divorce. My mother actually went to court on that specific topic, and specifically litigated that she was the custodial mother and had sole decision making about who the children would be around. The court ruled at the time that in fact, there was no right for a grandparent to see children, and my mother successfully was able to keep me away from my, very loving and happy, grandparents for years. I was only able to see them during court-mandated visitation with my own father. The law in New York changed in 2000 so the grandparents' rights came into effect, too late to help me unfortunately. I want to really drive this home, the fucking balls on this woman to go to court on her own behalf and state in a court of law that she, as the custodial mother of children, has the sole and ultimate decision on who her children have relationships with, and then to 35 years later attempt to use the changes in law to assert that she has grandparents' rights to visitation, despite the wishes of the both parents, was too much for me to bear. That alone made me say, no way, not happening under my watch. So that's the update. Long-winded, yes, but it makes me feel good to type this out. I'm finally able to unburden the unbearable shame and embarrassment of what happened to me to members of my family, and I won't allow myself to be ignored anymore. I'm 41 and my selfish, insane baby boomer asshole mother is in her mid-70s and has no power over me anymore. I'm sick and tired of bottling this up. Anyone who doesn't like it? They can go suck an egg. I deserve to have loyal and faithful people in my life. Ida for leaving the restaurant after my sister flirted with my girlfriend and made her uncomfortable. My 19M sister Haley, 20F, not real name, is a very open and flirty person. She's never put a label on her sexuality, but she has said she's attracted to everyone. Ever since we were in high school, she'd often flirt with girls I was interested in. She'd also flirt with my friends when they'd come over to hang out. Sometimes Haley would even come into my room without knocking just to talk to them. It was very uncomfortable and some of my friends even stopped coming over to my house because of it. This made me really angry and I told our parents, 45M and 42F, but they'd always say I'm being homophobic and to leave her alone. So she'd always get away with it. A few months after she graduated, she moved out of the house and I haven't had to deal with her flirting with my friends anymore. 7 months ago I met my now girlfriend Layla, 18F, and we really hit it off. We've been together a little over 4 months. One thing to note about Layla is that she's really shy, so she's never voices any concerns until after the fact. Well, I really wanted her to meet my parents, so we set up a quick dinner at a nice restaurant on Tuesday night. Without even telling me, my parents invited Haley, who was almost 30 minutes late. For the better part of the dinner, she would constantly flirt with my girlfriend. She'd give Layla compliments about her clothing, body, facial features, and even offer her number multiple times. My parents would just laugh along with her antics, saying it's just how she normally is. But I could clearly see Layla was uncomfortable, so I paid my side of the bill and took her home. When we got to her house, I asked if I could spend the night and she said yes. And that's where I've been for the past few days. My parents and Haley have been blowing up my phone calling me all sorts of names, which has me thinking I was in the wrong. I haven't answered any of my sister's messages, but I told my mom where I am. When I asked Layla about it, she said the compliments were nice at first, but she got uncomfortable. So Ida for making a big deal out of my sister flirting with my girlfriend? ETA, I didn't put my reasoning, sorry. My parents think I'm an asshole for ignoring my sister's messages, and an even bigger asshole for walking out of the restaurant. They say I was entitled and rude. Does this make me TA? Relevant comments. On Oop's relationship with his sister. I'm already really low contact with my sister and have been since a few months after she moved out. Last time I saw her was Easter for a few minutes. I'm thinking of going LC with my parents, but my GF says she would feel bad if this is the reason I stopped talking to my parents. I don't want her to think it's her fault, but I'm pretty sure she's going to blame herself anyways. Would your parents think it was cute/funny if you flirted with Haley's dates? Haley has never been in a relationship long enough for them to meet our parents, which is why I think she has so much fun flirting with everyone. It just makes me angry when I can visibly see my friends and GF getting uncomfortable with it. A few told her to stop before but she didn't. To a different commenter, that actually reminds me of a time one of her female friends came over a few years ago and I hinted that she was pretty. My mom said I was a creep and had to stop stalking my sister's friend. I bet if you had a brother your parents would be far less fine with this. I've often wondered that and a few of my friends have mentioned it before. But my parents have always shut down the conversation before I could bring it up. Besides this, Haley and I used to be very close and we had a bunch of stuff in common. But then she came out and it's put a huge strain on our relationship. Different comment, I'm sure my sister was actually my brother. My parents would have said something a long time ago. I think they don't want to risk losing my sister and her claiming homophobia over them if they speak to her about it. Have you tried talking with your sister? I've tried talking to her privately when this started but she would run and tell our parents that I was bugging her. Then my parents would tell me to leave her alone. It was a constant back and forth all the time. Why did they think you were entitled? They say I'm entitled because I told my parents beforehand that I would be paying for the entire bill, so they didn't end up bringing any money with them. Apparently my sister paid for them after I left. Update. Friday night I messaged my mom and dad to let them know I wouldn't be conversing with them unless Layla was given an apology. Up to this point, that still hasn't been received and I don't think it ever will. I also let them know I'd be stopping by on Saturday to pick up my things from the house. Well, Saturday morning I go over to the house and bring my GF's dad, who we'll call Carl, to help me. Sitting on the porch is my sister who tells me immediately she wants to talk. Anyways, we go inside and sit down, which is when she says she has to tell me something without me freaking out. Basically, in a much more dimmed down version, my sister tells me she has had feelings for me since high school, which is when I started going to the gym and slimming out a lot more. She said the main reason she flirted with all my friends is because she wanted to divert her attraction somewhere else. According to her, this is also the reason she moved out so quickly, because she couldn't stand being around me and knowing she couldn't have me. I left. I didn't get any of my stuff and honestly I don't know if I'll go back to get it. I blocked my sister on everything as soon as I got back to my GF's house and my mom keeps messaging me telling me to apologize for walking out again. I don't know how to feel. I'm absolutely disgusted. I feel like throwing up all the time and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get up and go to work tomorrow like everything's normal. I haven't told my GF or her dad yet and I don't know if I'm going to. I have no idea if my mom or dad knows, but even thinking about it makes my head hurt. This is so much worse than I thought it was. WTF. Update. Last Tuesday I messaged my parents telling them everything my sister had told me. It wasn't until Thursday I got a reply where they called me all sorts of names. They said I was perverted, a liar, a man-child, etc. However, after messaging back and forth with them for a while, it came out on my mom's side that my sister confirmed my story and wanted me to say it was false because neither of them wanted to believe it. It's safe to say I have no intention of talking to either of them for a long time. I told my GF everything on Tuesday as well. She was a lot more supportive than I initially thought, so that worked out pretty well. On Friday, we told her father and we started looking for apartments to move in together. As for all my things back at my parents' house, my GF's dad and a few of my friends went to pick up my stuff without me. I gave them a list of all the necessary things. My friends don't know why I moved out, but just that it was serious and not to ask. Which leads us to today. I know a few people on my update post commented about this being fake, and as much as I wish it wasn't, this is the hell I'm living in. Over the past week I've been looking back to my sister and I's relationship and realized a lot of stuff that isn't normal. I'd give examples, but I just want this to be over with. Update. My GF and I are still together, and let me just say she makes every single day worth it and I can't imagine my life without her. I'm so lucky to wake up every morning and just be able to stare at her and remember that she's mine. She's so incredibly smart that I've seen her outwit our incredibly stubborn cat several times. Also, yeah, we got a cat. Silly little orange furball named Mikey with way too much energy for such a small body. He keeps trying to eat the fish out of the tank, lol. Pretty sure he has 2 functioning brain cells and that's it. I'm truly living the life. She and I eventually found an apartment for us a couple towns over. It's close to my girlfriend's college and I got a pretty decent job here to support the both of us. My girlfriend's dad, who is an absolute saint, helped with the first and last deposit just to help us out and I can't thank him enough. He's joked a few times about me calling him dad, so I guess that's where we are. Lol. As for my parents and sister, I haven't heard anything from my parents except a few voicemails when I first moved from unknown numbers. One of my aunts told me that the truth came out a few months after I moved and the whole family turned on them. Apparently they left town, but I'm not entirely sure where they ended up. As for my sister, if you can even call her that, apparently stuck around towns for several months but ended up spiraling into several substances and vanished with a new boyfriend she got. I don't know where she is now and honestly I couldn't care less. She isn't my sister anymore and hasn't been for a while now. Ida for telling my husband I told you so and laughing at me when we got the paternity test results. I married Mark when I was 25, and those 2 years had been the happiest of my life until our daughter Emily was born. We were excited about starting our family, looking forward to the joys and challenges that come with being new parents. Little did I know, the birth of our daughter would be the beginning of an unexpected ordeal that tested the very foundation of our marriage. Emily came into the world 5 weeks ago. The moment I held her in my arms, I was overwhelmed with love and joy. She was perfect. However, there was one detail that threw our lives into chaos. She had blonde hair and pale blue eyes. Mark and I both have brown hair and brown eyes, a detail that my husband could not overlook. As soon as he saw her, Mark's face turned pale. His joy turned into suspicion, and he demanded an explanation. I tried to explain that sometimes babies are born with lighter features that can change over time. My reassurances fell on deaf ears. Mark insisted on a paternity test and threatened to divorce me if I didn't comply. The man who had vowed to stand by me through thick and thin was now questioning my fidelity and the legitimacy of our child. After we returned home from the hospital, Mark packed his bags and went to stay with his parents to get some space. The first 3 weeks with Emily were incredibly tough. Recovering from childbirth while dealing with the stress of my husband's absence was overwhelming. My sister, who lived nearby, became my rock, helping me take care of the baby and offering me emotional support. Meanwhile, Mark's parents were less than supportive. My mother-in-law called to inform me that if the paternity test proved I had cheated, she would make sure I got nothing in the divorce. Her words were like a dagger to my heart, adding to my already immense stress. Those weeks dragged on, each day filled with a mix of exhaustion and heartache. I tried to focus on Emily, cherishing every moment with her despite the looming uncertainty. The paternity test felt like a ticking time bomb. When the results finally came back, Mark returned home to view them with me. I was sitting on the couch, holding Emily, when he walked in. He looked nervous, his usual confident demeanor replaced with uncertainty. We sat together, the tension in the room palpable. Mark opened the envelope, and we both read the results in silence. The test confirmed that Mark was indeed Emily's father. The relief washed over me, but I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Mark's eyes widened, and he looked mortified. "I told you so," I said, unable to contain my laughter at the way he looked. Mark, however, did not take my laughter well. He snapped out of his shock and started yelling at me for making fun of him. Our argument escalated quickly, with him accusing me of being insensitive. My sister, hearing the commotion, came downstairs and interrupted our fight, causing Mark to storm out and return to his parents' house. A couple of hours later, my mother-in-law called again, this time to scold me for laughing at Mark. She accused me of kicking him while he was down, and her nasty text the following morning only added to my frustration. I didn't think I was wrong for laughing, but I began to doubt myself. I sought an outsider's perspective, hoping to find some clarity. The next few days were filled with tension. Mark continued to stay with his parents, and his absence was both a relief and a source of pain. I couldn't believe that the man I loved, the father of my child, could doubt me so easily. The trust between us was shattered, and I wasn't sure how or if we could rebuild it. Finally, after a week, Mark reached out, asking if we could talk. He came over, looking remorseful and tired. He apologized for his behavior, admitting that his insecurities had gotten the best of him. He told me how terrified he was of losing his family and how his mother's constant interference had only fueled his doubts. I listened, but the hurt was still fresh. We agreed to go to couples therapy to try and work through our issues. The road to rebuilding our trust was long and difficult. Mark had to earn back my trust, and I had to forgive him for doubting me. Therapy helped us communicate better, and slowly, we started to heal. In the end, our love for Emily became the glue that held us together. We learned to lean on each other, to communicate openly, and to stand together against outside influences. Our marriage was far from perfect, but we were committed to making it work. Emily, with her bright blue eyes and blonde curls, became a symbol of our resilience and the unconditional love that bound us as a family. Years later, as I look at our family photos, I see a journey of growth, forgiveness, and love. Mark and I are stronger because of the challenges we faced. And Emily, with her infectious laughter and adventurous spirit, reminds us every day of the beauty of family and the strength that comes from overcoming adversity together. My mother tried to trick me, F26, into joining my sister, F31, for dinner after she tested me around her husband, M31. This is actually crazy and there's going to be lots of details, so please bear with me. My sister recently got married. It's been about 3 to 4 months. I didn't really see much of them after the wedding, honeymoon and then back to work. But once a month our family all gets together and my parents host a huge feast. Since this took place a week ago, it was for the month of August. During this dinner, my Bill was being extremely weird towards me. He was complimenting my body, ignoring my sister and just straight up acting so strange. It was completely unexpected for several reasons, one being his wife was sitting right next to me. 2. He has only been married a few months. Also, he's just never spoken to Slash about me like that before. I felt really uncomfortable and I'm sure it transpired to the rest of the room because WTF. Except it was weird because nobody was pointing anything out. I was extremely confused and just wanted to leave. I left early but when I got home I just felt so icky. I don't even know how to describe it. I decided to message my sister and let her know his behavior made me uncomfortable. I told her that it was also concerning he felt comfortable enough to say these things in front of my parents and brother. I explained that if she didn't feel comfortable being in the middle I wouldn't mind explaining this to him myself. His behavior was so unnerving that I FaceTimed my boyfriend who was away for work in the US. I told him it was weird and how suddenly my Bill's behavior towards me went from that of siblings to this horribly uncomfortable situation. He was pissed, rightfully so. My sister didn't respond to my texts until the next day. She asked to meet up, so I did. I was expecting her to be upset and to have him apologize for what he said. Instead, she admits it was all a test and I passed. I was confused to say the least. What did she mean by a test? Passed? Like what's going on? Turns out, she had her husband do those things on purpose because she wanted to see how I would react if he had said those things to me and meant them. My reaction and choice to message her afterwards told her I could be trusted around him. I was offended to say the least. Why would she think I couldn't be trusted? Well, let me tell you in my opinion, not very valid reason for this lack of trust. My sister has been married before. She was 27 and the divorce was about 10 months into marriage. Her ex was a psycho to say the least. He had known me longer than he did my sister. I was the one who had introduced them. They got along well and eventually started dating. It looked like the healthiest and most romantic relationship to grace planet Earth. Except when they got married. During their marriage, I was staying with them because it was a closer commute to work. They had extra bedrooms and I would pay rent and cook and clean for myself. My underwear, bras and panties, would often go missing. It started off small. I just assumed it got mixed up in my sister's laundry and would turn up eventually. But it was happening more frequently to the point I was buying underwear almost weekly. I kept pressuring my sister to admit she was stealing my underwear and she was adamant it wasn't her. I decided to just ignore it and go about my day. Something I hadn't even considered an option was the real reason. My former Bill was stealing my underwear. I don't know, nor did I want to know what he was doing with it when I found out. But I was so disgusted and confused. Someone I thought was my friend, was actually just a perv. He admitted he had never really loved my sister and was just using her to get to me. I was just so creeped out and I pressed charges against him for his sickening behavior. I was able to get a restraining order and my sister divorced him almost instantly after finding out. She used something traumatic that happened to me and flipped it to make it seem like I'm the one who was untrustworthy. She claimed I must have strung him along for him to think like that and this test was just to prove I wasn't doing it again. Safe to say I was extremely hurt and angry by her response, so I told her to never speak or contact me again if that's what she really thought of me. My family found out and for the most part agree her behavior is crazy. But my mother stood by her actions and said my sister was just trying to protect herself from being hurt again. I told her if she had just been honest with me from the start, I wouldn't have been as bothered. There's a right way to approach things and a wrong way. This isn't just wrong, it's also crazy. Why is she so adamant it's my life goal to hurt her? I didn't know that her ex was going to turn out like that, so why am I being punished? She claimed I should have had some indication he liked me, but he really made it seem like he was head over heels for my sister. How am I supposed to know what's going on in someone else's mind? Anyway, the family dinner was earlier for this month as it was the most compatible date for everyone's schedules yesterday. I told my parents to expect me not to show up if my sister and Bill were going. It wasn't even because I refused to ever speak to her again. I had just said that because the situation was so fresh. I told my mother I would apologize when I had cooled down a little. It was just difficult to face them when they made me feel like a horrible person for a situation that was out of my control. My mother assured me my sister wouldn't attend, so I agreed to come. When I arrived they were both there. It felt like an ambush and it sort of was. My sister demanded I apologize for my reaction because it was my own fault it happened in the first place. I can't lie, I snapped. I told her she should remove my number and the title of being my sister if she really felt that way. I just need advice because therapy isn't scheduled for another 2 weeks and I feel like I just dreamt a soap opera storyline. I feel kind of bad because I do understand my sister had her trust broken completely by her ex, but I feel like that distrust shouldn't be aimed at me, but the person who actually caused it. And I was the one who introduced her to the a-hole in the first place, so I feel guilty for that already. But I'm failing to see how her schemes to manipulate me into thinking she's being wronged by a husband once again, is just far too extreme. I want to apologize to her for one reason, ever introducing that man to her. I really need her to see that I wasn't trying anything when her ex was stealing my underwear. I was just as in the dark as her. How do I go about doing the above because I want to put this behind me and move on? I was just about healing from her former marriage and now this one is also putting me in a very uncomfortable position. With my sister, my Bill and my own mother. Any advice on how to tackle apologizing, getting my sister's trust back, and showing her I truly just want the best for her? Update. A lot has happened the last couple of days. I have tried to read all the comments and taken everyone's advice. This has been the outcome. I lost a sister and a mother in 2 days. It's heartbreaking more than anything. I had a meet up with everyone. My boyfriend came with me so I had support during the conversation. Honestly, it was hard to look at any of them for the way they treated me. I'm so thankful to everyone opening my eyes to the crazy behavior exhibited in the first part of this story. In front of everyone, my mother admitted to knowing about the plans from the start. Sister confided in her and she agreed it was a good idea. She supported her son-in-law openly harassing her daughter. I'm in complete shock and it just hurts so much knowing she would condone this considering she knew how much I was affected by the first husband. She knew I was having a difficult time in therapy. It took me a long time to trust people again after that. And I feel like once again, my trust has been broken. I don't know how I'm ever going to trust anyone again. I'm really thankful my boyfriend was there to comfort me because it was so hard keeping my composure around them. My sister was not budging at all. She kept maintaining she was in the right. She said the only reason I wouldn't apologize is because deep down I knew what her ex was like. She said I just liked getting attention from him knowing he was married to my sister. She also claimed I overreacted, and if it's acting then it's not harassment. I told her she shouldn't expect any calls/texts or just not to be contacted by me until I receive the apology I deserve from both her and my Bill. Speaking of, he was pretty silent throughout the whole thing. Probably because my father threatened his life if he spoke bad about me. He did say that the only reason he did it was to placate my sister because she kept accusing him of ogling me. But still no apology from him. My mother, this one broke my heart the most. She told me I was over-exaggerating and that I should be happy to have passed my sister's test. She actually said the words, "We can all move on now." I was in complete awe. TBH, how could she think that things would just go back to normal after this? I asked why she was supporting such delusional behavior. She said it was because she loved my sister and wanted her to be happy. I asked her if she loved me as much as my sister. She said yes. It seemed hesitant, but I don't want to read too much into that. I told her I wanted an apology for her schemes. She refused, so I gave her the same conditions I gave my sister and Bill. Until I get an apology, I simply am not speaking to all three of them. As a result, I also probably have to go low contact with my brother and dad because they both live with my mother. I mean, I'll hang out with them outside and without the presence of my mother. But if she'll let them is the question. I know some of you have suggested spending time with my boyfriend's family on holidays and occasions. I think it was just one person, but, oh well. I haven't met my boyfriend's family before because they live in the US, but after this situation I've taken 2 weeks paid holiday for the end of this month and he's taking me to meet them for the first time. I hope it goes well because they might be the only family I have now. My therapy session has been moved to tomorrow because I requested an emergency appointment. Wish me luck. Update. To be honest, there hasn't been much to update on in that particular situation. I am in contact with my mom now since the incident because she apologized. My sister and I still do not speak. From what I know, she is still married to my Bill and I think they're expecting, something I inferred from family friend's Facebook post. I am doing a lot better though. I've become closer with my dad and brother throughout everything. My relationship with my mother is more strained now. I feel like I still can't trust her even though she apologized. I don't think we will ever be as close as we were before my sister's schemes. My relationship is going really well too. He was asking about rings, so I'm thinking a proposal might be in my future. Also, his parents are just the best. They've sort of taken me in and it's so cute how they dote on me like I'm their daughter. His whole family is just incredibly supportive and uplifting. We're going to visit them again in July. I'm so excited to go back. I love it in the US. The weather is better, the people are nicer, and of course I get to see where my man grew up. I just feel so much lighter and happier now that I've put what my ex-Bill and current Bill have put me through behind me. I wish her the best with her pregnancy, but that's all I can do since she is still refusing to apologize. This probably wasn't the update you were looking for, but it's all I can give at this moment. Hope you're all having a wonderful day and a better summer than I'm having. Oh, and anyone from TikTok, my Bill and mother are not together. I've asked the person to take it down but they haven't responded, so I just thought I would make it clear Bill and mom have not slept together or done anything weird to my knowledge. Ida for banning my husband and father-in-law from the delivery room due to their intensely stressful/creepy behavior during my pregnancy. Load of context, the character limit cuts off, but here's the gist. My husband and I are expecting our first child, which I knew would be a really sensitive issue as his own mother died in childbirth with him. We met with a marriage counselor to talk things through at the beginning, and he swears he's been seeing his own therapist twice a month throughout my pregnancy. I don't want to call him a liar, but I'm fairly sure he's either not going or not talking about the big issue. He and his father, a hugely active part of our lives, are completely convinced that I'm going to die in childbirth. They won't openly admit it, but their behavior has reached the point where it's constantly making me feel stressed and uncomfortable. When it was husband saying, "Please make sure your life insurance is up to date and I'd like you to meet with a lawyer and draft a will," I was like, that's kind of intense, but okay, if that makes you feel better. When husband asked me to go through all of my possessions and inventory, what I wanted to be saved for the baby versus what I would want to be returned to my family in the event of my death, I put my foot down and said absolutely not. Too morbid. No way. My Phil, who lives a few blocks away and eats dinner with us 2 to 4 nights a week, got on my case about how I was making things difficult for my husband in the event that he will be a grieving widower with a newborn. I'm just gonna add here that I've had a completely complication-free pregnancy and have no reason to think I will die screaming in the coming weeks. When I tell my husband this, he calls me paranoid, but I feel like my Phil wants me to die. His whole life identity for the past 35 years has been amazing single dad, never dated or had close friends or even hobbies really, and it seems like he's looking forward to being able to guide my husband through what he went through. At this point, I'd honestly be happy to never see my Phil again, and I certainly don't want him in the delivery room, especially since he told me he was putting his foot down about me not being allowed to have an epidural or laughing gas. He's a commanding presence and I know that whatever he wants in the delivery room, he will get. I know people will say OLD nurses would never let that happen. But you haven't met this man. My husband, in addition to backing his dad on everything, acts like my due date is my death date, and is completely pulled away from me. Every minute with him is morbid, stressful, and a reminder that our marriage seems to be crumbling. No matter how many times I tell him his behavior makes me stressed and upset, it's just getting worse, and I do not want it around me while I'm concentrating on giving birth. Do I owe it to my husband to let him stress and upset me during labor? Is his presence at the birth more important than a safe and healthy delivery? My therapist says no, but this whole thing has been so weird I feel like I need some outside perspective. Update. This is a long overdue update. I know I worried everyone, and I'm grateful every day for every ounce of concern that was sent my way. I'll be completely honest, I forgot the login information for my other account, and fussing about a throwaway Reddit account wasn't the highest priority in my life at the time. TLDR, I had a beautiful and healthy baby girl, and I divorced my ex-husband. I lived, obviously. To get right into it, I was unfortunately right about my suspicion that my ex wasn't going to therapy. I sat down with him and very firmly put my foot down about my mother being my support person in the delivery room alongside him, and that my, thankfully, ex-Phil was not to be anywhere near the delivery room. I also was very adamant that I was getting an epidural and ex-Phil had no say about any medical procedures I may take. I also told him that I was seeking my own therapist, as his and his father's actions were worrying me. My ex-husband didn't take it well, to put it simply. I had never heard him shout at me like that, and it scared me a little. My fury outweighed my fear not long after, however. He told me I didn't need a therapist, that he was just trying to be prepared. I admittedly lost my temper, and told him that I wasn't going to die, it wasn't my fault his father's trauma wormed its way into his head, and that he needed to fix it without taking it out on me. He yelled at me that he didn't need therapy. That caught me a little off guard. I asked him why he went to his therapist and was given advice about my death if he felt he didn't need it. His expression gave it away, and he caved not long after. It turns out there was no therapist. It was just his dad. During the times he was supposed to be at therapy, he was with his dad. I'm still fuming. In the end, I gave him a choice. He could either go to therapy, or I was leaving. I had enough of their delusions. He chose to refuse therapy, and I packed my things and stayed with my mother. At that point, I still wasn't planning on divorce. I had hoped that we could possibly fix our marriage, as naive as it sounds. But my ex decided that if he couldn't convince me to go back, then he would get his father and the rest of his family to do it. I had to change my number due to the amount of harassment and vitriol they hurled at me. In the end, it was just my mother in the delivery room as I gave birth. I'm thankful for the nursing staff, they were a godsend, and I felt safe that neither my ex or his father would get even remotely close to the room without my say-so. The divorce is still ongoing, so I can't give too many details on that front, but I have hopes that we can work out a tentative co-parenting agreement. My ex isn't a bad father, he loves our baby girl. But our relationship is done, and as long as I live, ex-Phil will never be near my daughter. I'll wrap this up. I've got an adorable little toddler tugging at my leg ATM. I'm alive, I'm happy, and I've got my baby in my arms. Life is good. My 23F, current boyfriend, 24M, saw a nude of my ex, 24M. How do I help him feel less insecure? My ex, Harold, and I were together for about 5 years. We got together at the age of 17 and broke up around 22. It was not a great breakup. He cheated on me for years, and got incredibly toxic and cruel towards the end. I have not talked to him even once since we separated and have no idea what he's doing with his life. My current boyfriend, Johnny, and I have been together for 8 months, but we were friends in middle school. We saw each other at a restaurant, barely remembered each other, and have been together since. Look, I've gone through so many email accounts in my life. Right now I have 3 email accounts that are in frequent use. I can't imagine the amount of email accounts I've made that are still active but no longer in use. I needed to get into a very, very old email account, made in 2011, that I retired about 3 years ago for a specific document in the Google Drive. I have a Pixel phone, so when I add a Gmail account to my phone, it adds everything. Contacts, photos, calendar items, etc. I found out about this because there was suddenly a calendar item that 16-year-old me made. It was be married, basically. I missed my own wedding, lol. So Johnny and I thought it would be funny to look through the old email to find random shit I left in there. We found some really cute pictures of us as kids that I thought were lost, and some other cute things. But while looking at the photos, an old dick pic of Harold from when we were together was there. If I had known this would be there, I would have never shown Johnny until all the crap was deleted. Not only because nobody wants to see that shit, but also for Harold's privacy. It was a low-effort dick pic that I probably honestly didn't even mean to save, but because Google Photos backs up everything, it just got lost there. Harold's dick is bigger than Johnny's. I don't care though. And that's not just me saying that. I don't care. Johnny and I had a short conversation about the insecurity of his size. I confirmed that sex is amazing with him. I am always satisfied, I am happy, I do not think of Harold. I don't care about him. I am more than satisfied. One thing that I really liked about Johnny was that he never started an awkward "so my dick is small" kind of conversation. He never mentioned it, just had sex and did a phenomenal job from the beginning. I never mention it either, because it literally is not something I think about, ever. He was always so confident in himself, willing to learn, humble, etc. Both in and out of the bedroom. Anyway, after our conversation, I really thought he was okay. But sex has been less frequent, he initiated less, and he has started turning the lights off before taking his clothes off. I've tried being more enthusiastic and initiating more. But it's not really changed anything. He's always brought up problems when they arise. I've never really had to worry about if we're okay, because we've always been proactive about communication. I think this is a bigger problem and he's too worried, embarrassed, scared to bring it up to me. I'm really heartbroken for him. I don't know how to have a conversation with him about this. I'm here looking for some pointers on how to start this conversation and make him feel better about our sex life or himself, even. What would you say? Or what would you want to hear? I will have a conversation with him about this soon. I just want to start it the right way. Thanks in advance. Update. So, after my previous post, I gave it a couple days to really think about what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. Johnny and I actually had sex one more time between the post and the conversation and he seemed just as insecure. So, I sat him down and told him I wanted to talk to him about something. Instead of saying, "Hey, are you insecure about your dick?" I told him that I noticed he is acting a bit different during sex and wanted to know if there was something he wanted to talk about or if there was anything I could change to make him feel more comfortable. He was quiet for a long time and then finally said that he was worried that I was unhappy with our sex life. He said that he knows I'm more kinky in bed than he is, but never thought it was a big deal. It's not. After seeing the nude from my ex, he started to really think about our sex life, and about why I might have stayed with my ex, Harold, as long as I did. He knows about all the crap I had to endure with Harold, but something I never talked about was my sex life with him. Johnny said that he was worried that I was with him because he treats me well, not that I have any desire for him, and that he would never measure up to Harold in bed, and so he got insecure. He felt like the only reason I stayed with Harold so long was because of the good sex. I was so surprised, y'all. It took me a long time to come up with the right thing to say. I asked him if I ever made him feel like he wasn't desired. He said no, but that I compliment him so much and so often that I could just be playing it up. I do constantly compliment him. If he's gone for the night, like a work trip or a separate vacation, I'll ask for selfies and then gush over them. I call him beautiful, cutie, handsome, gorgeous, etc. in casual conversations. But I definitely don't play it up. I am genuinely obsessed with him. I asked if I ever made him feel inadequate or unsexy in bed or if there was anything in our current sex life he wanted to change. Again, resounding no. I told him that I did not stay with Harold for the sex. In fact, the sex was downright deplorable after finding out about his infidelity, but I felt obligated in order to keep him faithful. I explained that I was with Harold for so long out of fear and the sunk cost fallacy. I told Johnny that yeah, I am with him because he treats me well. He is so good to me and makes me feel like I don't deserve him most days. Our sex is amazing. I am more than satisfied whether some of my fantasies are fulfilled or not, and I don't want to change anything about our sex life on my end. Part of the reason our sex is so great is because I trust him, I love him, and I'm confident around him. I told him that I never once compared the two, except to marvel at how I truly believed I could never find anything better. He asked some follow-up questions about our sex life, his dick size in particular, and I answered them all honestly. I also had some questions to make sure we were all good. It was a nice, well-rounded conversation and we both discovered some things that we probably would have never found out otherwise. We've had sex since then, and let me tell y'all, mind-blowing. We've not been able to keep our hands off each other in the last 6 days. I didn't know whether or not to post this update, but honestly, some of the advice I got was downright terrible. Send him nudes daily, fake orgasms more often, don't say anything and let him get over it. And some of the crap that was said really scared me, too. It's over, no man can ever get over that. You clearly did this on purpose and he knows it. Don't get me wrong, I did get some good advice, and had some good conversations, too. So, I'm posting this update to tell anyone in the future that has this problem. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Don't push it. Open the floor for them to tell you what's wrong, don't just make assumptions. Listen to understand, not just to respond. I did not handle this perfectly, and I did have some things to work through and change, because I'm not perfect. Be prepared for criticism. It was not my fault he saw that stupid picture. But it's not his fault that he started to overthink, either. This is a case of a lack of communication and insecurity on both sides. My wife and her best friend accused me of having an affair, then got angry when I didn't have one. I, 31M, and my wife, 29F, had a baby last December. It was a traumatic birth and my wife developed postpartum depression. While she was originally going to go back to work after the birth, she's been struggling enough that we decided to wait until our daughter was a year old and reassess. She has been going to therapy weekly. With my wife home full-time, I've had to work increased hours. This is something we discussed prior to making this decision and she knew this from the start. A few weeks ago, my boss approached me about a project that would require a lot of overtime in a short amount of time. It would both be great financially and for my career. I talked to my wife about it and she agreed that I should say yes to my boss. For the 4 weeks I'd be working on this, my mill and her best friend, Jessie, 29F, name changed, would come help out with some of the duties that I typically do. Jessie is a SOM with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. She began coming over during the day and would watch the kids with my wife. 3 weeks into the project, it became clear that we'd need a few more weeks to get it together. I went home that night and talked to my wife about it. She said she was okay with it, but got very cold in the days after. It wasn't unusual behavior over the past few months, so I didn't think much about it and tried not to take it personally. During the last week of the project, I got home one night and saw that Jessie was still at the house. I didn't think much about it, said hi to her and my wife, and then went to go check on our daughter. Before I could get to her room, I heard Jessie say something along the lines of, "He doesn't even stop to greet you. Definitely a sign." I turned around and asked what it was a sign of. Immediately, my wife started crying and Jessie started accusing me of having an affair. She told me that I must hate my wife because she has PPD and am not attracted to her because she gained weight from the pregnancy. Neither of these things are true. I'm trying my best to help my wife through her PPD while supporting our family. And I think she looks great how she is right now, she just hasn't wanted to have sex and I haven't pushed. Jessie then demanded to see my phone. I told her no. She told me that's a sign that I'm guilty. I told my wife that I would let her see my phone if she wanted to. She nodded and something inside me broke. I guess it was the thought that she actually believed I was having an affair really got to me. And that she didn't trust me after everything we've been through. Well, she looked through the phone and there was no evidence. Jessie started saying that I deleted the evidence. She started screaming and woke up our daughter, so I told her to get out of the house. Eventually, she left and I went to calm our daughter since my wife was still on the couch crying. When my daughter was asleep again, I sat down by my wife and tried to talk to her about what's been happening. She told me that she's been worried ever since I started working all the overtime. I told her that we'd talked about how good of an opportunity it was and she agreed to letting me take on this project. She said it was very suspicious to increase the length of the project. I told her that sometimes that happens. She wanted more evidence, so I showed her messages and emails with timestamps from work and pay stubs showing the OT. She said she believed me and was sorry for doubting me, it was just that Jessie had been telling her that these were all signs that I was cheating. I asked her why she believed Jessie more than me, and why she didn't come to me with her concerns. She didn't have a real answer. It's been a couple weeks and the project is over. I actually scaled back and am trying to work a little less than I was before the project so I can spend more time with my wife and daughter. But I feel so burnt out trying to do everything and becoming resentful because in the back of my mind, I know that my wife doesn't trust me. I ask myself, what happens the next time I have a project? Or I have to run errands one day? Or if I have a business trip? Am I going to come back every time to accusations that I'm cheating? I've tried bringing it up a couple times but my wife tells me it's not the time and that she's tired or sad. I try to be mindful of her feelings but I wonder if that means that I can never have any of my own. That night I approached my wife and told her that I was going to find a therapist. I didn't connect it to her accusations or anything, just said that I was having a tough time and needed therapy. She shrugged and told me to do whatever. Next day, I got home from work and our room and my home office were ripped apart. Things everywhere. Important papers scattered. I don't see her but our daughter's in her room crying. My wife left her alone, her cell phone's off. I call my in-laws and a few friends, but no one's seen her. I'm starting to get worried and I call my mom to see if she can babysit while I go out and look for her. Before my mom can get home, my wife gets back, Jessie's driving. Jessie doesn't come in, she hasn't been back in the house since I kicked her out because she was offended by my behavior, but my wife does. She's clearly upset, been crying. I ask what happened. I thought at first the house might have been robbed. She starts screaming at me that I'm being unfaithful and that the therapy is a front so I can meet my mistress. I try to calm her down and tell her that's not true, but she came at me and she hit me. My nose is broken. She kind of realized what she did and sat down on the couch and went comatose, just stared at the wall. I went into my daughter's room and locked the door. Called my mom to tell her what happened, she was already on her way, and my mill to ask her to come over and take care of my wife. I packed a bag for my daughter and when my mom got there, we left. My wife didn't even look up. We dropped my daughter off with my dad and then went to urgent care for my nose. I got blood all over my mom's new Subaru. My daughter and I are staying with my parents for a while and my wife's staying with hers. I am looking into getting a restraining order against Jessie. My wife and I are separating. I love her but I won't live with someone who hurts me and who could potentially hurt our daughter. I am not going forward with a divorce yet, with the hopes that my wife will get the treatment she needs and we can work things out. My in-laws told me that they're looking at inpatient treatment at a local hospital. But I also have everything well documented in case of an eventual custody battle. My heart's broken because I know this isn't my wife, this is a sickness in her mind. But I need to keep myself and our daughter safe and give her the space to recover. I'm hoping that this is the right decision. Update. My wife passed on early Monday morning. Convinced by her friend Jessie that I was having an affair that I did not have, she had a mental break, which resulted in my taking our infant daughter and staying with my parents for a while. She was with her parents, who planned on taking her to the hospital for inpatient treatment on Monday. On Sunday night she came to my parents' house and demanded I give her our daughter. Because she had left her alone for several hours the last time she was responsible for her and had gotten physical with me, I refused. I offered to let her come in and spend time with her while my parents and I were present, but she didn't want to come in and wanted to take our daughter with her. She was upset but left eventually. A few hours later, she drove her parents' car into a tree and died. The friend, Jessie, came to see my daughter and me yesterday. After some tears, she told me that she was planning to speak at my wife's funeral. She had already cleared it with my in-laws but was letting me know as a courtesy. I told her she would not be speaking at the funeral. We fought and she left after telling me that I was an asshole and not the only person who loved my wife. Ada for refusing to lend my friend my house for her wedding after she asked me for a paternity test, resulting in her having to cancel the wedding. My friend Sandra and I have known each other for over 20 years. We are 30 to 32. Sandra is getting married to Andres, and I am married to Ian. Some relevant information. Andres and I originally come from the same country and even the same region. We share many characteristics. We both have very round faces, deep brown eyes, long straight black hair, etc. If you didn't know better, you might assume we are siblings. I met Andres 6 years ago and introduced him to Sandra. He proposed 2 years ago. I own a beautiful property in my home country that I was ready to lend to Sandra and Andres for their wedding. My property is like a finca and has 10 rooms. Usually, I would rent it out for weddings at a somewhat high price, but I was happy to give it to them at no cost, with the condition that they hire their own catering and have their guests strip their beds when they leave. The issue. 3 months ago, Sandra became more reclusive. She wouldn't answer my texts, and we didn't meet up. 2 weeks ago, she appeared at my door with Andres. They sat us down, my husband included, and said she suspected that my daughter is actually Andres' biological daughter and requested a paternity test for peace of mind. I was so shocked that I couldn't say anything. My husband lost his temper and raised his voice, telling Sandra that she was being absolutely stupid. Sandra pointed out that my daughter looks like Andres. I explained that Andres and I look alike. She kept shaking her head, saying my daughter would look more like my husband and not like my exact copy. The evening ended poorly. I agreed to the test if they paid for it. The results came back last Friday, showing that Andres was not the father. We also did a test confirming that my husband is the father. Sandra cried and tried to hug me. I told her I didn't want to and that I didn't want to be friends with her for the time being. She kept saying her worries were justified and made a comment about women from your country being more likely to do that. In that moment, I was filled with anger. I told her she could forget about using the venue and that I didn't want her in my life anymore. She started crying, but I made her leave. Her mom and she have been texting me, saying they can't find a new venue. I still said no. 20 minutes ago, Sandra called me sobbing, saying that the wedding is off because of me. Am I the asshole? Should I have let her use the venue at the usual price, or was what I did okay? Andres was not chill about this. He seemed exasperated. He was quite upset and basically just agreed to this, so she would drop it. I didn't include it because I did not see the relevance for the conflict between me and her. Update: they are no longer together. Sandra just wrote me an email apologizing and, for some reason, PayPal'd me €25.67. Anyway, thank you for weighing in. Just had an epiphany about my wife. Been married to my wife for over 30 years and we have 2 grown children including a daughter who has a boy toddler. My daughter was 5 months pregnant with a second boy when a serious complication occurred with him. They had done a risky procedure to save him and she was going to the doctor to an ultrasound to see how he fared from the treatment. At the same time, my wife and I were scheduled to go with a group of friends on holiday to the islands. So we were in line to go through airport security when my daughter called, crying to me that the baby died. I told my daughter to hold on and that I'd be right over. My wife was the trip organizer and felt she needed to go, but she tried to convince me to go on the trip anyway, saying that there's nothing we can do now anyway. I shook my head and left the line and went to my daughter and her husband's house. I knew my daughter would need my emotional support but also my logistical support. I could take care of my grandson so her husband could stay at the hospital with her. After I got there, they said my daughter would be coming back home since they need to wait 2 days before being able to kick off the birth, if you will. I bought tons of groceries, made dinner and watched over my grandson. My wife then calls and says she can still get me a ticket to come the following Monday. It was Friday. She doesn't ask how our daughter is nor what the situation is. Of course I tell her I can't and her reaction was a flippant "that's up to you," then response as though I was no coming for a trivial reason. I was pissed off but I didn't say anything. I spend the next 2 days with them and then she had to go back to the hospital where they are now as I write this. The baby finally came out, and they held him one last time. They are devastated, I am devastated, and my wife is sending us pictures of beach sunsets on WhatsApp. My epiphany is that she is a fair-weather wife. And mother, which is worse. I thought back to the time, almost 20 years ago when she demanded my dying father leave the house where he was staying with us, because she didn't want to deal with it anymore. I still beat myself up to this day that I didn't push back on that. Then when he died, she also went on a scheduled vacation to visit her brother with the kids. I buried him by myself. And as I sit here and take inventory of our marriage, I can't think of a single fucking thing she ever did for me unless there was something in it for her. Never a selfless act towards me that I can remember, and I've made countless ones to her as I imagine many married couples do for each other. I'm very angry right now, and I'm afraid I'm going to do something rash. But what I want to do is to tell her to fuck off once and for all and that I don't want to see her or hear from her again. Ever. Update. So last night, my wife called me to reiterate that she could get me to come over on Monday evening. The reason is that my son is with them as well and it's his birthday and she thought it would be nice for me to be there. I explained to her that our daughter is coming back from the hospital in a few hours and I'm quite sure she needs me to be there for the rest of the week. Then my wife says, "But it's our son's birthday. This isn't just about you." I blew up and said, "How the fuck is anything here about me?" She then cut the conversation short. But she called back an hour later and was very apologetic and told me that it was a good thing I was there with our daughter and that I was doing the right thing. She asked me how I was feeling, and so on. My guess is something may have clicked inside her to realize what the situation really is. Update 2. I spoke to my wife very briefly. I called her and then spoke to my son to wish him a happy birthday. My wife only texts our daughter later at night, I guess once the day is done. I really don't understand it. Wife of 17 years has basically ghosted us for the last 3 days. Pretty lost with my current situation, looking for any sort of insight. Wife, 39F, and I, 40M, have been married for 17 years as mentioned. We have 3 daughters, 15, 13, 11. We're high school sweethearts, been together for about 23 years now. I know almost nothing, but here's the only information I have. Wife comes home 3 days ago from work, had to work on the 4th, frantic, emotional, hastily packed an overnight bag and left. Only know this because our oldest daughter was home at the time and watched her, tried talking to her but she was just crying, distraught, and didn't speak. Said she was almost in a panic. She's not responding to any of our texts/calls. Contacted her parents right away and they eventually responded saying that my wife is safe with them, and to please be patient and understanding. That's it. I tried contacting her sister, her brother, and one of her close work friends. Her brother said he knew nothing and her work friend said she was at work in the morning then gone by lunch, 3 days ago. That's all she knew. That's it. 3 days now, no contact from my wife, not even with the kids, nothing. No one is telling us anything, and here I am with my 3 girls trying to manage without her kids keep asking me what's going on, asking what happened with mom, and all I can say is that she's at grandma and grandpa's, and we're supposed to be patient and understanding. I have an overwhelming urge to just pack up the kids quick and drive over there without warning. It's only 3 hours away and sitting here in limbo is awful. The kids think we had a huge fight and are divorcing, but that's farthest from the truth. We never fight, the kids know this. I don't know what's going on, but can someone provide some clarity from a logical perspective? As my current emotional state has me thinking in circles while I try to manage everything without her. If someone passed away, wouldn't your spouse/family be the first person you'd tell? Maybe some past trauma was brought to life? But again, if it were me, my wife would be the first person I'd come to for support. We know nothing makes sense. I don't know what to do and I just sit here in limbo with the girls. We all know nothing, and no one is telling us anything and it has me worried, scared, angry, etc. Just about any emotion one can feel in this situation. Can anyone come up with something reasonable? Why would you ghost your family like this? Update. I'll just say what I know and leave it at that. My Phil didn't call me last night, so I did eventually end up contacting the police and they did a wellness check as many of you suggested. This caused a storm of issues that I won't get into, but my wife has been having an affair. For at least 2 years now, likely longer. Everyone was correct. The other man apparently had a heart attack on Tuesday and eventually passed away that night. For certain my mill and it sounds like probably my Sil have known about it and have been covering for her. Still no contact from my wife, not to me or the girls. Trying to keep this from them for now, honestly no idea what to do from here. That's all I know, and that's enough to just about be the end of me. Thank you for all of the help/advice. Not sure how to move on from this news, but that's it. If you pray, please pray for me and us. Sat down on my friend's MacBook and broke it, offered to pay her the money for it but now she wants more because she was upgrading anyway, so it's this or she will sue me in small claims court. I had some of my friends over at my house and one of my friends invited one of her other friends to come over. She had her MacBook on my couch when I sat on it and broke it. Since it was completely my fault I offered to pay her the money for it and she agreed. She got it 3 years ago and it cost $2,200 at the time. I told her I'd wire you the money in a week to her bank account. She's now emailed me saying that as per our conversation she's expecting the $2,700 that I have agreed for. I didn't know why she added the extra money, so I got her number from my friend and called her to find her, telling me she's now expecting me to pay for her new upgraded MacBook since she was upgrading anyway. She said if I don't agree to do that she'll be suing me in small claims court. Can a judge agree to that? Should I wire her the $2,200 or should I just tell her go sue me? Update. I did some research specifically for repairing the screen for the MacBook and for her particular model it's around $310 for the screen plus the labor costs, so I wrote her back saying that since she didn't accept my initial offer of $2,200, I'm withdrawing that offer, and offering to pay for the repair cost. She sent me an email calling me a bitch and that she's going to take me to court. I got served a few days later and went to court. I told the judge I gave her 3 options to choose from. 1. Either to write her a check for a brand new one which was $2,200. 2. Get her a refurbished one from Apple or a third party or even used which would be around $1,400 or 3. Fix her current MacBook since the screen is the only thing affected here and it would cost around $300 plus money for labor. I printed out the email I sent her and the mail she sent back refusing, demanding the $2,700 and calling me a bitch and saying we'll go to court, plus screenshots for the price quotes from different websites for a new/refurbished and the screen fix for her particular model, and gave it to the judge. I also told him that when I offered at the very beginning to get her a new one from the Apple store she said no, I want the money in cash. When I told her I'd give her $2,200 for a new one she said okay, but later came asking for $2,700 because she wants to upgrade. I tried to show him how it's clearly visible that she's trying to take advantage of me. She gave the judge an attitude almost the whole time, which really pissed the judge off and helped my case, I guess. After listening to both of us, he ruled that I pay 50% of the repair costs since she negligently left her laptop on the couch. So I'll only be paying not more than $200 to $250 for the whole thing. Boyfriend won't stop telling me I have body odor. I have been with my boyfriend for over a year and everything has been great except for one thing. Every single day, at least once, he will tell me that I stink and smell of body odor. When we met, I showered every day, applied regular deodorant in the morning, brushed my teeth 3 times a day. Now I am so paranoid about smelling bad that I shower at least twice a day. I apply new industrial strength deodorant every few hours. I have a reminder on my phone, perfume, and I brush my teeth anytime I eat or drink something that isn't water. I feel like I'm going crazy. I didn't think I smelled bad in the beginning and I don't think I smell bad now, but I obviously smell bad to him, right? I'm that weirdo that keeps sneakily smelling their own armpits. I have been to the doctor and he has said there is nothing medically wrong. It has honestly gotten to the point where I literally shove my armpit in friends and family's faces asking if I smell bad. They all say I don't smell like at all. One friend even said I smelled too clean, like a Lush store. I am getting so paranoid. He won't cuddle or anything when he says I smell. I really don't know what more I can do. Update, so unexpected edit. I waited for him to make a comment this morning so I could talk to him. It was less than an hour after waking up that he said, "God, you stink." I had already showered and put on deodorant. I snapped and asked what exactly was he smelling, because, at this point, I'm one of the cleanest people on the planet and if I still smell bad to him then we should just break up. He got all panicked and upset. I eventually got out of him that this is what his father always said to his mother. Apparently his father told him that his was a surefire technique to have a woman never leave you because she will feel too low to cheat, will love only you, and will always be clean. Needless to say, his father is wrong. He's packing his things and moving out of my house today. Dog ate my neighbor's drone. Am I liable? Not sure what to do. Earlier today my neighbor came pounding on my door screaming obscenities and shouting at me. When I finally got him to stop yelling, I found out that he was flying his drone in my backyard again, and this time my dog finally managed to catch it and destroy it. He claims this was a $900 drone and I had to pay him right then and there. I refused and closed the door in his face. A couple hours later police showed up to retrieve the drone. It was still in my yard, but my dog completely ignored it once it stopped buzzing and asked about the situation. The said neighbor called them stating that I refused him access to my yard to get it. That's not true, he never asked. I'm worried the neighbor will try to press charges against me for destruction of property or sue me. Will he have any legal standing if this does go to court? He has a history of flying his drone low over my yard to tease my dog. I have asked him to stop several times, which he always refuses, telling me that I don't own the air above my yard. I have called the police to complain once before. He was doing fly bees over my dog and getting very close to hitting him. The police didn't say he couldn't fly it in my yard but did ask him to stop doing so in order to avoid conflict. That only seemed to egg him on. Update. I was served a summons by a sheriff's deputy. Neighbor decided to take me to small claims over his drone. My mill is a paralegal secretary, so I was able to get a free consultation with a lawyer where she works to ask some questions about what to bring and how to prepare. He seemed genuinely amused that my neighbor was even trying to sue. He also suggested I countersue and how I could possibly add in more damages. He also told me that my neighbor and I technically live within 5 miles of an airport, and even though it doesn't have a tower, technically that falls under FAA regulations. I called the hotline from Google and spoke to them about my neighbor's hobby of flying out of line of sight, flying several thousand feet in the air, flying near an airport, and made an inquiry into if he was registered to fly drones, saying he owned 2 very large drones. He already bought a new one. This one is almost 5 across. I don't know the weight of his, but it definitely is at least a few pounds. They took my information and have called me back once, so I know they're investigating but don't know anything else. Not sure if they'll tell me anything anyways. I brought both police reports to court, as well as several photos of my backyard, photos of our shared 8-high privacy fence, medical bills for my dog, and a few short videos I had of him doing fly bees over my dog in the past. His main argument to the judge was that I maliciously installed a table to allow my dog to jump high enough to catch his drone, which I, somehow, trained him to do. Which, yes, I had recently bought a new picnic table, but only so I have somewhere to sit and eat outside. I argued that his flying was causing my dog anxiety and that's what provoked it, and thanks to y'all's advice, that my dog could have potentially died from ingesting part of the drone or if the drone hit him. In the end, he now has to pay me just under $2,000 for various vet bills, X-rays, dental exams, sedation, medication, etc. He is also banned from flying over my property, and I installed trail cams front and backyards just in case. He seems pretty upset with me, so I wanted to be careful. The only thing that could make this better is if the FAA finds a reason to fine him or take away his drones. My 37M, wife's 34F, sister, 29F, tried to kiss me and now my wife is spiraling. As the title says, my wife's sister made a pass at me at a recent family gathering and I have no idea what to do. For context, I think my wife Jenna is absolutely gorgeous, but she has some really negative body image issues. This is in large part because of her sister Mary, who is very conventionally attractive, as opposed to Jenna's more unconventional but, emo, striking beauty. Mary was a successful model until a couple years ago and now works in the fashion industry. In our early days of dating, when I would tell Jenna she's beautiful, she would always say, "Just wait until you see my sister." When I did finally meet her family, she would randomly press me for weeks to talk about her sister, whether I thought she was more attractive than her, etc. I always told her the truth, that I think Mary is attractive in a boring way, and that I think my wife is much more beautiful and interesting to look at. She wouldn't let it go until I confronted her about how uncomfortable it made me and asked her what was going on. This is when she told me that she always had a chip on her shoulder